Off new Silverados and no payments till next year. Chicagoland's work truck leader on Greenwood and Gulf Road in Niles.
With approved credit on select models, off MSRP on select models, plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. Their max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Bears move to 7-3 after getting a big win over the Vikings. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Chicago, it's time for the Mully and Haugh pregame show with your host, executive producer of the Mully and Haugh Show, Dustin Rhodes, on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good morning. All good here.
Morning, Chicago. Welcome to a Monday, 17th day of the month. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show, and you are listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. Mully and Haugh right around the corner. They've got you covered 5:30 until 10, and they'll broadcast live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. The Pick 6 at 6. Top 6 sports stories of the day will be discussed. Olin Kreutz at 7 a.m. Biggs time. Brad Biggs, 8 a.m. Clay Harbor, 9 o'clock. Those guests join you on the Arturo Tire Hotline. Arturo, the hometown tire, Arturo.com, ATTURO.com. Bears 7-3, good enough for first place in the NFC North as they walk off the Vikings 19-17 in Minneapolis for the win. Devin Duvernay's 56-yard kickoff return in the final minute sets up Cairo Santos for his fourth field goal of the game, a 48-yarder. As time expired, the Vikings scored the go-ahead touchdown with 50 seconds left. The Bears did intercept J.J. McCarthy twice, and over the 7 wins, the Bears are a stunning plus 20 in the turnover column. So that's how they've been getting it done on defense. DeAndre Swift, 21 carries, 90 yards. Caleb Williams, 16 for 32, 193. Scrambled 4 times for 26 yards. Played Houdini. His escapability was the theme of that game. J.J. McCarthy, local guy, made good. Not so good yesterday, finishing 16 to 32, 150 yards. A 47.7 passer rating in his 5th career start. The Bears will host Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers on Sunday. It's a noon kick over on CBS. Rodgers is dealing with a wrist injury following the Steelers' win over the Bengals 34-12. This from Mike Tomlin. We're hopeful, but we better get Mason Rudolph ready. Again, Mike Tomlin. Adam Schefter reports the initial concern is that Rodgers has a, quote, slight break of the left wrist. Rodgers will undergo further testing today, and it'll help determine how long he will be sidelined. Key word, how long he will be sidelined. NFL Network is saying that there is belief the injury is, quote, nothing long-term, despite in-stadium x-rays showing a small fracture to the wrist. The Bears are -3 in this one, the total 45. Sunday Night Football. Lions falling in Philadelphia to the Eagles 16-9. They were without tight end Sam Laporta, who was put on the IR ahead of the game with a back injury. Dan Campbell will continue to call the plays on offense for the rest of the year. At least that's the report. That was prior to the offense only having 9 points last night on Sunday Night Football. Packers topped the Giants 27-17. 32-20. And tonight, Week 11 wraps. Cowboys at the Raiders. You'll hear that one on News Radio 780 WBBM. Coverage beginning at 7:15. That's because 7:45 tonight, the Bulls are at the Nuggets. The Nuggets are minus 14. Total 240. The Bulls are going to be a little bit tired. They are 6-6. They fell in double overtime to the Jazz, 150-147. That's right, 150-147 the final. Kobe White made his season debut. He led the Bulls, 27 points, ends up playing 30 minutes. Josh Giddey also back. He had a triple-double, 26, 12, and 13. Again, Bulls, Nuggets tonight, pregame right here on the Score, 7:45. Tip at 8 on the Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts. Blackhawks 9-5-4. They topped the Maple Leafs Saturday night, 3-2. Colton Dock scored the tie-breaking goal late in the third period. Blackhawks will host Calgary Tuesday over on the west side. You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday, presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. Mully and Haugh will be broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers between 5:30 and 10 on your back-to-work Monday. 6 o'clock, we've got the Pick 6. The top 6 sports stories from the weekend will be tackled. Olin Kreutz at 7. Brad Biggs, 8 o'clock. Biggs time, Clay Harbor, 9 a.m. with Mully and Haugh. Those guests join them on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Let's walk you through the first place Bears victory over the Vikings in Minneapolis. It was on Fox, so we'll thank them ahead of time for all the audio you are about to hear. Also, the A-team was in the booth, and one of the themes, maybe the main theme all game long, was talking about Caleb Williams' escapability.
Pretty amazing. Caleb Williams was sacked the most by a quarterback in NFL history last year. He has done an amazing job escaping this year, and the O-line's been much better too.
They've been much better protecting when they can, and Caleb has, when he got out of the pocket, obviously got the ball past the line of scrimmage and thrown these away, but he does hold the ball for a long period of time, and you'd love to see him play a little bit more on rhythm, but one of those aspects of his game is a scramblers. He can extend these plays and help some of their guys get open down the field.
Blitz here. Williams spins away. How did he do that? Caleb Williams now just going to take off and run. Oh, my goodness. What a play.
That was absurd. They did the same thing on the previous play with Ward blitzing. He's got a free shot, and you've got to just settle your feet a little bit. Caleb is so elusive in the pocket. That little 1-2 with his feet, spins out of it, and he's got the leg strength. And then he's got that deceptive speed, and then, coach, well, get off the white.
That from Fox. Again, Tom Brady with the analysis there. Kevin Burkhardt with the descriptions. The Bears were trailing 3-0 after the first quarter. Let's move into the second quarter when Caleb Williams hit Colston Loveland, his third favorite target on Sunday afternoon.
1st and 10. Play fake in a good way. He's got Loveland, the tight end, wide open. He makes the catch, surging forward, and he's going to pick up nearly 10. Let's see if they put the ball down, and you're seeing a little of everything on this drive, Tom.
Yeah, what a catch there by Loveland. This is exactly what Ben Johnson wants to be on this offense. Run the ball first, stay ahead of the chains. Then you get to your play-action passes, like here to Loveland. They're mixing personnel groupings. They're putting DJ Moore in the backfield on third down conversions. Keep it moving, keep it spinning. Makes it very hard on Flores to dial anything up that he feels really consistent about.
Later on in this drive, Caleb Williams actually converted a quarterback sneak for a first down.
This quarterback sneak and an easy pickup for Williams that time. This drive continues.
Such an easy way to get that on the sneak. I could see that from up here. There's just such a large area right over the center that's just left exposed. Williams sees that. Look at this right here. You just, for 1 yard, you're going to take that a million out of a million. Doesn't even get hit as he works his way through there. Going to have to cover those up, force him to do other things.
Tom Brady describing Caleb Williams' first down on the QB sneak. DeAndre Swift led the Bears, 21 carries, 90 yards. Caleb Williams was second, 4 scrambles/runs for 26 yards. Kyle Monangai touched it 12 times for 23 yards, and it would pay dividends.
Monangai right up the gut, and he is inside the 4. He's got a first down. First and goal. Monungai down to the 2, and the drive continues.
Wow, what a run. Straight downhill. When I say that, I mean no fair dodging. Put your head down, get your shoulder pads down, and who's ever in the way, just run through him. And that's not an easy guy to run through, Metellus. The do-it-all safety, nickel/pass rusher for this team. But that's what they get with Monungai. This guy is just no fear on contact. That's a different element than Swift to this offense.
First and goal. Monungai gets it and walks in. Touchdown, Chicago.
This 6th-round pick, Monungai, has added a lot to this offense. Here it is again, a simple little open up to the left, counter play, nobody there, nobody really wants to make contact at that point. When they know he's coming with that full head of steam, no way they're going to stop him there at the half-yard line. Impressive drive by the Bears.
Kyle Monungai with the first and only touchdown for the Bears Sunday afternoon. Bears take the lead 7-3 in Minneapolis. Again, our thanks to Fox for the use of that audio. Later in the second quarter, the Bears would get their first takeaway of the game.
Another play action, pressure coming. McCarthy steps up, throws, and it's intercepted by Byard. Kevin Byard with some room to roll. Gets a couple blocks inside the 30. The 5th interception, the league leader for Kevin Byard.
Kevin Byard with the INT. Good for him. Again, nice descriptions by Kevin Burkhardt there on Fox. We talked about it earlier. We're talking about it again. Caleb Williams and his escapability, keeping that drive alive after the Bears took the ball away from the Vikings.
35. Williams sees some trouble. Stays on his feet again. Now throws it away. How does he keep escaping? It's unbelievable. Dallas Turner had him in his grasp.
That was like an MMA move in the pocket. They might have stopped the fighter in the grasp, but with his leg strength, just got him all wrapped up. Turner thinks, okay, I'm going to bring him down, but no play ever seems to be over with Caleb. Great job escaping, just mitigating the loss. Again, not the production on the other side of it with the completed pass, but at least it doesn't add many more yards here till their field goal kicker's attempt.
That would then set up a 38-yard field goal attempt by Cairo Santos.
And that will be a 38-yard try from Cairo Santos. And it's up and good. So the Bears extend to a touchdown lead on the interception from Kevin Byard. Sets him up for 3, and it's 10-3 with 2 minutes to go in this first half.
10-3, Bears with the lead. You heard 2 minutes to go in the first half. So the Vikings with J.J. McCarthy would run their 2-minute drill, and it would end with a second takeaway by the Bears.
Four-man rush. McCarthy going deep. 4-0. End zone. Intercepted. Nashawn Wright, who had a pick 6 against McCarthy in week 1 with a terrific pick.
Well, he went for it all in one play. And from up here, it looked like a decent throw, but the length and the size of Nashawn Wright going up over Addison just covers him up so easily. What a high point. Wow. You don't see that from defensive backs much. Going up over the top and making those plays. McCarthy wasn't expecting it. Frustrating to move all the way down into scoring range and then giving it up.
Yes, indeed. The Bears with the takeaway go to the half with a 10-3 lead. The Bears would get the ball to start the second half as the Vikings actually won the toss and took the ball to start the game, so something you don't normally see in today's NFL. The Bears would answer the second half with a 9-play, 33-yard attempt, a 33-yard scoring strike. It would be a Cairo Santos field goal that would end it, a 54-yard season long for him. Check it out.
It's a field goal try from 54 yards out from Santos. And this kick is up, and it is good. So Santos good from 54. That's his season long. Bears extend, make it a 10-point lead, 13-3.
13-3, thanks to Fox for the use of that audio. The Vikings would get the ball back. 5 plays for them, but they'd punt it back to the Bears, and they would have to settle for a Santos 33-yard field goal attempt, not being able to find the end zone yet again.
Vikings defense has done their job, though. They try to force a field goal, 33 yards from Cairo Santos. And this kick is up and good. So Santos is 3 for 3. Been a lot of the Bears offense today, but add on, make it 16-3 Chicago.
16-3 would be the score as the Bears and Vikings would enter the fourth quarter. Remember when the Vikings opened up the season here at Soldier Field, the Bears also had a lead in that one. The Bears with the ball first in the fourth quarter, and Cairo Santos again had the couple of field goals, so the Bears were on top 16-3. All this talk about Williams' escapability, well, that changed at the start of the fourth quarter.
Play fake. Williams looking around. Finally dropped. Ball comes out, or did it? They say he was down. Dallas Turner gets the first Viking sack of the day.
Yeah, 1st and 10, play action pass. Caleb's got to know that if it's not there down the field, don't take the negative play, but also don't take these hits. Those are a lot of big bodies in there. Turner coming in, kind of always relentless. Redmond, who's had a great season, trying to knock that ball off. I don't mind the first down play action pass. I just don't want him holding on to it. At some point, knowing the journey's over, get it out of your hands and get back to 2nd and 10.
Williams in trouble. Van Ginkel brings him down. 2 sacks on the series for this Vikings defense.
Wow.
Vikings defense, back-to-back sacks of Caleb Williams. His escapability not there as the fourth quarter begins, and the Bears would have to punt.
And they force a punt. Oh, got a little pressure. Now it's Price. Returnable. Price to the outside. Look out! Miles Price inside the 25. Finally, these fans have something to cheer about here today, and the Vikings set up after a 41-yard return.
I love all that juice. Price just taking the ball right between the hashes again. Feet never stutter. Picks a lane, runs hard, nobody gets him on the ground. Undrafted rookie making a huge statement. And he did even on the kick return where he got nailed. I mean, he's just kind of got this energy about him. When the ball's in his hands, he's trying to make a play, and he made a huge one for this team, and they're in need of it.
The Viking special teams making a huge statement in the beginning of the fourth quarter. 2 plays later, the Vikings would find the end zone.
Now you got this offense, got to go capitalize in the red zone.
Stick with the run. It's Mason. That's the tackle, Jordan Mason, and touchdown Vikings.
16-10 in favor of the Bears after J.J. McCarthy with the passing touchdown. Bears would get the ball next. They would have 8 plays, and they would line up for a Cairo Santos field goal.
Santos from 45 yards out, kicks it up, and it is no good. He missed it left. He was 3 for 3 on the day, and that one just pulled just enough. And from 45 yards out, it's no good, and it stays a one-score game.
One-score game in Minneapolis, so the Vikings would take over, but the Bears defense would hold strong. 3 plays, 2 yards, so no harm, no foul, right? The Bears get the ball back, but they would then have to punt, and the Vikings would use a 10-play, 85-yard drive to take the lead. Jordan Addison on the receiving end of another J.J. McCarthy touchdown pass.
Here's McCarthy. Looking, firing, end zone, and caught! Touchdown!
Addison with the touchdown, 17-6 in favor of the Vikings over the Bears. And you're thinking, what in the world just happened? Under a minute to play, Vikings kicking the ball off to the Bears.
Here's Devin Duvernay. Looks for a block. Oh, big room! Duvernay, look at this! Across the 50, and a huge return for Devin Duvernay. The all-pro returner delivers in the clutch moment. 57-yard return.
Catches the ball all the way to the left side of the field. Nothing slows them down. They get walled, and the safety gets kind of kicked out.
Will
Johnson does a great job pursuing him, but Duvernay, as he's done for so long, finds the space, never stutters his feet, and then the kicking game, frustrating when you're on the opposite side of it, as you saw for KOC. Huge play.
The Bears are basically 5 yards away from a field goal kick. Cairo Santos is season longest from 54 yards, which he hit today.
Yes, indeed. Cairo Santos hitting that season-long 54-yarder earlier. But don't forget, the last time he was out there, he missed a 45-yard field goal attempt to the left. So the Bears would try to keep the ball in the middle of the field, running behind the offensive line and handing the ball to DeAndre Swift.
Swift gets it again. Big hole for Swift. Now he's in business, down near a first down. I think he's a half yard short. And we'll see if the Bears are content with that or if they'll try to run another play to get closer. It looks like they're content with it.
Yeah, they still want to go to fourth down. There's nothing the Vikings can do to stop the clock. They'll just run it down to below 5 seconds and call their first timeout.
Yes, indeed. The Bears will call a timeout with 3 seconds to go. So the game was on the foot of Cairo Santos, 48 yards away.
How about these Bears? Trying to win their third consecutive game with a last-minute comeback win. Now it's on the foot of Cairo Santos to win it or lose it. Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback kid, Chicago Bears, do it again!
Bears do it again. Cairo Santos walks it off. 19-17 the final, and your Bears are 7-3 overall and are on top of the NFC North. Again, thanks to Fox for the use of that audio. You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday, presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. Mully and Haugh right around the corner. 5:30 until 10, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. The Pick 6 at 6. Olin Crute, 7 a.m. Biggs time, Brad Biggs, 8 a.m. Clay Harbor at 9. Those guests join us on the Arturo Tire Hotline. Arturo, the hometown tire, Arturo.com, ATTURO.com. Part of why the Bears are in first place because the Lions stumbled in Philadelphia. Only 9 points in a 16-9 loss to the Eagles. The Packers were able to top the Giants 27-20. And tonight, Week 11 of the NFL will wrap. Cowboys at the Raiders. 7:15 the coverage on News Radio 780 WBBM as Monday Night Football will be heard on an Odyssey station. So what did the Bears have to say after the win in Minneapolis? Find out next right here on the Mully and Haugh pregame show. This is 670 The Score.
Coming up at 5:30, the boys are back with the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m. Mully and Haugh on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Odyssey station.
This segment of the show brought to you by Staples.
Have an easy holiday, only at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, plus shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely. Don't forget custom cards, invites, photo gifts, wrapping paper, and more. Staples. That was easy.
It only takes one smart drive to get into the end zone, and at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha, from kickoff to touchdown, this team delivers with a great selection of new and pre-owned models, the latest incentives, and no inflated prices. Right now, get a 2025 Outback or Crosstrack for as low as 0% APR financing and choose from 75 vehicles. Take the short drive north to Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. 36-month term, monthly payment of $27.78 per $1,000 financed. See dealer details, expires 12/1/25.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Helzberg.com for up to 50% off.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
At Busey Bank, we build meaningful financial partnerships with our clients that span generations. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why the big wireless companies want you on an unlimited plan? It's because they need you to help cover the cost of the 20-somethings who are using a lot of data every month. Fact is, according to the latest research studies, most people 50 and up, like me, only use 12 gigs or less each month. Don't get bamboozled by big wireless. At Consumer Cellular, pick what suits your needs. Whether it's 1 gig, 5, 10, or unlimited, the point is, pay for exactly what you need and nothing more. We use the same towers as the big guys, but since we don't own and maintain them, we can pass the savings on to you. Our plans start at just $20 a month, and you'll get the best customer service in the business. I want to invite you to join the millions of people who choose something better than big wireless. Because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Waiting for a new Hyundai? Your wait is over. Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai is clearing models during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get rebates up to $11,000 or 0% financing for 72 months on select vehicles. These offers won't last. Don't miss your chance to save big. Stop by Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha on Highway 50 at I-94 or Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin, 10 minutes south of I-90 on Randall Road. Rosen Hyundai, where you always save a fistful of dollars. Find your ride at buyrosen.com. Financing to qualified buyers.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you'll save money for fall fun too. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and get a fresh haircut for fall at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
This season, some gifts don't come wrapped in paper. They come wrapped in trust, commitment, and integrity. At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise, especially during the holidays. That's why we created the Patrick Promise. Now through the season of giving, enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select new 2025 models. Here at Patrick, we stand by our word, just like the traditions that bring us together.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
Winter is coming, Chicago. Atturo Tire is your hometown tire and knows this climate. Check out their new all-weather tires at your local independent Atturo Tire dealer. To learn more, visit Atturo.com and find performance within reach.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Coming up in 60 seconds. And coming up at 5:30, it's Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Welcome back to the Mully and Haugh pregame show on 670 The Score.
Proud of the guys, 7-3. That's nothing to scoff at, and as ugly as it can be at times, this group's just proven time and time again that when it's close there in the fourth quarter that we're capable of finding a way. So first division win on the road, and really proud of the guys for how they fought there at the end.
That's Bears head coach Ben Johnson, head coach of the first place Bears, 7-3, first place in the North after a walk-off win against the Vikings on the road, 19-17. You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday, presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. Mully and Haugh right around the corner at 5:30. They've got the Pick Six at 6. They've got Olden Kreutz at 7. The Brad Biggs at 8. Clay Harbor at 9. The guests join us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, the hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Other local news, balls fall in double OT to the Jazz, 150-147. Kobe White and Josh Giddey are back. Bulls at the Nuggets tonight. Pregame 7:45 against the Nuggets. Tip at 8. Right here on The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts. It is 5:30 on a back-to-work Monday. It's time for Mully and Haugh right now on 670 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
At this point, I would probably take the Bears by a single point.
They need to eliminate the sloppy mistakes that could be possible because of the crowd noise, but if they're efficient, they will be explosive, and the defense will make J.J. McCarthy turn the ball over. He's thrown a couple interceptions at bad times in recent weeks. He's going to do it again.
Another play action, pressure coming. McCarthy steps up, throws, and it's intercepted by Byard. Man run. McCarthy going deep, for it all, end zone, intercepted! Nashawn Wright, who had a pick six against McCarthy in week 1 with a terrific pick.
I think the Bears win.
Here's McCarthy. Looking, firing, end zone, and caught! Touchdown! Addison. Here's Devin Duvernay. Looks for a block. Oh, big room! Duvernay, look at this! Across the 50, and a huge return for Devin Duvernay. The all-pro returner delivers in the clutch moment. Swift gets it again. Big haul for Swift. Now he's in business, down near a first down. I think he's a half yard short. And we'll see if the Bears are content with that or if they'll try to run another play to get closer. It looks like they're content with it. How about these Bears? Trying to win their third consecutive game with a last-minute comeback win. Now it's on the foot of Cairo Santos to win it or lose it. Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback kid, Chicago Bears, do it again!
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
Cairo Santos!
Let's go!
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Oops, they did it again.
Good morning, Mully. Happy Monday. I believe that we are sitting here, and for the first time we can say this about the Chicago Bears. The Bears have taken the North for now.
They got a half-game lead over the Packers, who really were ripe for the picking, should have lost to Carolina, or was it the Giants? The Giants.
Giants yesterday.
And,
the Packers beat the Giants, and they were close to losing that game.
Yeah, Mike Kafka really wanted to say hello to Chicago by beating the Packers. But unfortunately, the Packers won by 7, but they looked seriously vulnerable, as they have looked pretty much for the last month.
No question about it. The Packers have come back. The Lions stumbled against Philadelphia. The Bears took care of business.
Bears won. The
Bears did what they had to do. They go on the road in a hostile environment, and they won a division game against a team that needed that.
They didn't score 20 points. The Bears, who have been scoring like mad, somehow won 19-17 despite some blunders on special teams. Let's be honest about it. But all's well that ends well, as Shakespeare taught us.
There's always going to be a despite. There's always going to be something that you don't do as well as you want. Despite Caleb Williams having 50% completion percentage, despite your defense giving up a drive when it couldn't afford to give up that drive, despite some special teams mistakes.
Drives. Yeah, I
you
think
won, you persevered. This is who you are 10 games into the season.
Well, you are, as Bill Parcells once said, you are what your record says you are. And what the records say is at 7-3, the Bears are, as you mentioned earlier, number one. They are the top dog. They sit atop the standings in the NFC North. Now, the question is, will they ever give it back again?
Well,
because they're
that is
supposed
the
to
question.
Take
and
it and never give it
the
back.
answer is not, you can't be as certain about the answer as you feel this morning or yesterday. I'm not sure you felt certain about that game until it was over. But you do feel like the Bears, big picture, are in very good hands. This is the Ben Johnson effect in full effect. And I think that you're seeing the evidence of coaching, the evidence of quarterback development in real time, and what
you're seeing is closing. I don't know how they're doing it, David, but it's extraordinary that they are able to come back. We have a little chat going on with the pre and the post game show, and whatever they were up 13, and I was kind of like, I hate a team up 13. You miss the field goal. A 45-yard field goal. The guy kicked a 54 one earlier, and you're kind of like, ooh, this is not a good position because 13 points. And then next thing you know, it's like this sudden turn of events where you just kind of fall apart. You give up a touchdown, then you get your quarterback sacked twice when he was protected throughout the game. Next thing you know, they're marching down the field. And we were just exchanging text. And Olin said, and I know he was joking, but he said, don't worry about it. As long as they get the ball back with 50 seconds left, they're going to march down the field, win the game. Like literally, he just is an off-the-cuff kind of joke. This is how they do it. That's how they did it.
Yeah, it was a fifth comeback victory, and that is certainly something that
Bears record fifth comeback victory. That's the fifth time a quarterback has done it in a single season, the first time in Bears history that a quarterback has overseen that happen on his watch. And that's his sixth over his career, which is pretty damn good.
It's pretty good. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, I think yesterday was as much about that comeback, Devin Duvernay's return. Caleb Williams gets credit for the comeback. He handed off 3 times to put them in better position. I thought at the time they were being way too conservative. If they had not hit that field goal and Cairo Santos would have missed, that would have been worthy of second guessing. Ben Johnson, I think, got a little bit more safe than I would have expected him to get in that last series. It wasn't necessarily anything that Caleb Williams did except for follow directions and give DeAndre Swift a chance to put the Bears down in better field goal position. They relied on the running game in the fourth quarter. This comeback wasn't a product of anything really special by Caleb Williams. No. It was a dominance by the offensive line. 6 of the 7 plays on the previous drive were runs.
Yes.
So this was a team that went into Minnesota committed to running the football, controlling the clock, and that had as much to do with it as anything.
No question. And Caleb looked like it, frankly, in the postgame. As he was going off the field, as he watched them win, he seemed like he was unhappy that the game wasn't on his arm, that he wasn't just throwing the ball, that they were just running the ball at Minnesota. But as you said, the offensive line has improved so much since that first game against those guys. It was pretty extraordinary, all in all, to watch them play. But also, Ben Johnson was, I thought, more conservative than we've seen him before. Maybe that's on the road. Maybe that's the big game that you had control of. He just seemed like he was more conservative. At one point, they brought on Tyson Bagent, and you thought, oh, here comes the trick play. It was a run.
They went to that too
right
many
side.
times. I mean,
Yes.
that got to be kind of silly how he
Yes.
was a decoy. I think also in the fourth quarter, he might have been reading the situation and adjusting to the game
Right.
as it unfolded, because it wasn't Caleb Williams wasn't hot, and I think that he still trusted him. But when you have the ball in those circumstances on the road, he decided to go to the running game because he probably felt like that was the safest way to go, and you could steal a victory. Not steal a victory, but you scored 19 points and you went on the road. That's stealing a victory.
It is stealing a victory.
The Bears made their own luck. You give the credit to the defense for the takeaways, but they escaped Minnesota as much as they left town, because
No doubt.
it was one of those games where you look back and the Vikings missed opportunities and the Bears took advantage of theirs, and that's the difference in the game.
Yeah, the Bears had the 2 takeaways, and they did not give the ball up. There were a couple of kind of scary moments, a fumble that Rome Odunze managed to get. There was a moment where Caleb is coming up in the pocket, gets hit, the ball pops up, but he recovers it. And then there was a would-be interception that showed that the ball was never caught. So it was really fortunate in a way that they have continued to increase what is an extraordinary takeaway ability, what is an extraordinary turnover ratio.
Yeah, the takeaways were something that you expected because of the erratic nature of J.J. McCarthy. But the Bears all season have won when they have taken the ball away. They have a really remarkable stat line when you look at the big picture, and they're in first place at 7-3. And the takeaways, they lead the league in takeaways now with 22, I believe. And their point differential, they've been outscored this year. They are in first place in the NFC North, and yet they have been outscored over 10 games.
They gave up 50-something points in Detroit.
That'll happen.
That game 2, if you just break down kind of the numbers, it's pretty extraordinary. It's really amazing that a team can go 5-1 in one-score games. And again, we'll get into this in the Pick Six, but you saw it last year from Minnesota. So I guess at some point in the week, today's not the day, we'll talk about those one-score wins and whether they're sustainable, and we'll break it down and discuss it. But I don't think today.
No, I don't think so. Ultimately, though, it doesn't necessarily
in the division.
Yeah, because ultimately it doesn't matter that much. And what matters is the fact that you see improvement, and what matters is that you are winning these games instead of losing them. The margin for error is very thin, but the Bears are winning on the margins, and that's coaching in the NFL. And that's what you have that you haven't had historically in this town. It's been since 2018 since you've experienced this much success this late in the season.
Yeah, no, they got a winning record. They are in first place in the division. You don't complain about that. And if you're giving out style points, it's been a struggle. The last month has been difficult. But if you're looking at results only, you should feel pretty good about it. And this was a division win. This was a road division win. The Bears haven't had many of those. They finally got their first win in the division under Ben Johnson, and they did it on the road at Minnesota. You feel good about that.
You do, because everything is about expectations and standards. And you're not the Packers who were ready this year to take the next step and be a Super Bowl contender. They're struggling right now. The Lions, similarly. And then you look maybe in the AFC. The Bills, they won a game they had to win.
Yeah.
The Bears are in transition. This was always going to be the first year of a head coach, and you're going to take a step in the right direction. That was progress that you needed to see.
How about Kansas City? I mean, that's another loss for Kansas City. There are teams now
5-5
that are on the cusp. I'm just saying they're trailing in their division. You look at these divisional races, it's fascinating because the league is a little bit upside down. It feels very chaotic. It doesn't feel like there is a singular team, or you wonder if the singular teams can can sustain. And I would include the Bears in that.
Pretty
question.
quietly, the Rams are putting together a heck of a
It's
season.
really good,
Their
yeah.
defense over the last 5-game winning streak has been dominant, and Matthew Stafford's having a Hall of Fame caliber season this late in his career. So I think right now the Rams look like maybe the best team in the NFC. The Eagles certainly, you can't count them out because Vic Fangio's dialing up the right combinations defensively. They win a game against the Lions, who definitely missed Ben Johnson. And the Lions going 0 for 5 on fourth downs. Dan Campbell, you love his aggressiveness, and you live and die by it. Last night they died by it. They didn't take the points in a road venue against a tough defense, and I think they regretted it. He doesn't have anybody to talk him out of anything. It doesn't appear that way. So that's the NFC. I think when the AFC, you look at, you mentioned the Chiefs, they have fallen hard.
They have fallen.
The teams that are ascending, you look at the teams that are like the Colts, you look at the Broncos, you look at the Patriots, and then you look at the Bears. Hey, they're all in first place for a big reason. They have something in common. They have tremendous head coaching.
The Ravens have the same record now that the Kansas City Chiefs do, if you can believe that.
I do believe that.
I do too, because you thought that at the beginning of the year, but I didn't think 5-5.
But they started because they started so poorly.
Well, exactly, but they've made a comeback.
The power of the head coach not letting them settle, not letting them fold up and go home when they were, had 5 losses when they played the Bears. They haven't lost since before that.
And it's fascinating because you look at the very fact that the Bears now have 7 wins, and they need 10 to get into the playoffs, and you feel. I don't know. Are you happy that Aaron Rodgers apparently has a broken bone in his left wrist? So that would seemingly indicate he won't be playing the next game. So Mason Rudolph, get used to a dose of him. It could be another one of these taffy pull kind of games.
Yeah, you welcome that.
Exactly.
You don't need – that's all drama. That's television. That's that's fandom. That's great. I'm disappointed if he doesn't play because I would have loved that kind of storyline.
I agree with you.
Let's look at it from a film perspective. If you're the coaching staff of the Bears, you are thrilled that Aaron Rodgers has a broken wrist.
No question.
I mean, you are saying,
I'm
right,
saying,
come on down, Mason Rudolph. This could be our year.
You got to get 3 wins, and you look at that schedule, and I mean, listen, we should be talking about they can win the North, they should keep the North. I don't think I've heard that from anybody.
I don't think
and I don't think we're going to hear that for a while. But I'm saying, where are the 3 wins coming when you look at their schedule?
It's not that hard to find them.
It isn't that hard.
Because
it is not.
If you're a
the
Bears
way they're
team,
playing right now.
the way they're playing and what
they're getting
doing,
better.
They're rising to the occasion in the fourth quarter. You could see them winning Sunday against a backup quarterback. You could see them beating the Browns when they come to Soldier Field. Splitting with the Packers is not inconceivable. There's 3.
They did last year.
There's 3.
That's all you need.
You get a race to 10. You get to 10. You're in the playoffs. Historically, you could be one of those teams that gets to 10 and doesn't make it.
Right.
It's percentage points, and you're on the outside looking in. And you know what? That would be wildly disappointing in Chicago. But
I agree.
But again, you go back to what was the objective this season to begin? It was Ben Johnson's first time as a head coach. He's got all the money. You got a quarterback that he needs to develop. Those 2 things.
That's what counts.
That's what's going on, and that's what counts. So I think.
Yeah, that's
every
what's
week,
sustainable.
Yeah, that's sustainable.
That's what you look at and you try to anticipate and you be hopeful about. Hey, listen, there's nothing wrong with winning. I felt more deflated about their home performance against the Giants than I did in this game because they led this game for the majority of the game. Well, it would have been, you want to talk about stealing a game, it would have been the Vikings stealing one at home.
It would have been.
Had they won that game.
And you're also going against a coach and a staff that has such a great record and is a model of staffs when it comes to one-score games and victories.
Right.
And you beat that staff and that team in a one-score game in their home. So that's the most encouraging part of this. You don't have to worry about style points. All you need to do is see progress. And this is fun because for a lot of reasons, but for one of them, for me, every week has not necessarily become a referendum on Caleb Williams and his development. It's become recalibrating your expectations because the Bears are better than you thought they would be.
How many games did we pick them for? I think we had the same.
We both had 9 and 8.
That is. It feels like it's in the pocket. Feels like that's going to happen. And like I said, get to 10.
Well,
it's not that hard. They just got what they needed. Feel good about that.
And Mully, we'll talk about this as well throughout the show because we haven't spoken since the big news Friday afternoon. The Bears are getting healthier.
Jalen Johnson coming back. They started the clock on him, and he returned to practice Friday. That kind of blows my mind a little bit.
It blows my mind as well.
Because he's on the way back. He's going to beat Kyler Gordon back because they haven't started the clock on him yet.
What we need to try to do this week is get one of our sports medicine experts, maybe a team doctor, maybe Dr. Brian Cole would have a perspective on this. I want to know how this is possible because this was a pretty delicate surgery.
Yes.
It's a groin injury.
Yep.
It was torn off the bone the way it was described.
Yeah.
Here we are. That was September.
The way it was
We're in November.
By his own words, I think he said on the score that what happened was he had injured his groin, and then he injured the other. It kind of extended.
Compensating.
And that led to the surgery, and now he's back.
It seems remarkable.
It seems too good to be
nonetheless, if he comes back in December, and T.J.
huge.
Edwards comes back in December, and Kylie Gordon comes back in December, you've done this without 3 starters on your defense that are paid handsomely.
Essential players, I'd argue.
Yeah, to be the core of that defense. So what happens to that defense? It gets better?
Is Tyreek Stevenson okay?
I don't know about that. He looked like he was banged up. It is a little worrisome.
Yeah.
They've got a team that they, are going to have a hard time against DK Metcalf with the Steelers.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
And it's a great challenge. But and we'll take a moment. Nashawn Wright had a special day.
Yeah.
And you felt good for the young man because of all that he was going
he
through.
Had lost his coach, one of his coaches.
Laney College coach.
Shot and killed.
John Beam was killed last week.
Yes.
At the age of, I think, 58.
Unbelievable.
And
Horror
John Beam was the coach who, when Nashawn Wright was at Laney College with his brother, I believe, changing from a wide receiver to a defensive back.
Yes.
Had kept in touch. He was the guy who went to the Wright's house with the two sons whose father was murdered in 2017 and took him in and became a mentor to both of them apparently. And yesterday,
what a horrible loss for him.
Terrible loss.
And he was so emotional after and that was
he
really
went down to one knee.
An amazing pick.
It was an amazing pick.
He really got up.
He high pointed it like a wide receiver would.
He did.
He got down on one knee. He said a prayer. You could see him making the sign of the cross.
Yes, you could.
And the emotion came out after the game. John Beam was just in Chicago before the Saints game, visiting Nashawn Wright. And so when you have that kind of moment, you feel good for somebody who has been a very good, unexpected contributor, starter on this defense all season long. So Nashawn Wright, great testament to his perseverance, and just had to be a very difficult week for him. And it's going to be difficult moving forward. But he's in an environment now that's very supportive. That defense is very aggressive, and you like what you saw from them from the takeaway standpoint. J.J. McCarthy, he looked like a guy. He had one good series in him in the fourth quarter.
I mean, it was a bit frustrating that he was as bad as he was, and then all of a sudden it showed up. He starts, and it showed up on a 4th and 4 play. That's when they connected. He hits Jordan Addison for a first down. Then all of a sudden they're making every catch and they're making every throw.
He got hot.
And you're just sitting there like, goodness gracious, don't tell me you had him at 4th and 4.
It was like, here we go again.
Yeah, that
because
was rough.
For the first 3 quarters, there were some non-competitive incompletions. That were just bad misses.
It's the first time this season that the Bears failed to score on the first 2 drives. They went 3 and out and 3 and out on the first 2 drives of the season. They have scored on one of those drives up to this point.
But the Bears didn't make them pay. The Bears did not, or I'm sorry, the Vikings did not make him pay.
Were equally poor.
Yeah, and
initially,
because J.J. McCarthy, it's stunning.
I got to tell you,
I'm very surprised.
10-3 seemed insurmountable. The problem was the Bears were settling for field goals and weren't scoring touchdowns. So you get to halftime, and you're just kind of looking at the score thinking, well, they should be ahead by more than that. They've dominated a lot more than it shows in the score line because they weren't able to score touchdowns, and that's worrisome.
Cairo Santos is the hero this morning. He was close to being the GOAT.
Oh, yeah.
And he came through again with his second chance. Missed a 45-yarder. You're like, you're indoors. Come on now.
Yeah.
What are you doing here? And then you hit a 48-yarder to win the game.
I mean, I'm ready to just rail about special teams yet again. And the 2 game balls, there were 3 game balls. They went to the team president, as we mentioned, because I think he built that building and the sun was in everyone's eyes.
He designed it.
They went to the
and it's his birthday today.
And it's his birthday. Congratulations. Happy birthday.
That was an edict from above, it seemed.
And
but nonetheless.
But the players were both special teamers.
Yes.
The 56-yard return, was that what it was? 56.
Devin Duvernay.
That was the equivalent of a shanked punt the week before. That was an amazing return and an excellent setup for the finish of the game.
Pro Bowl returner, but he hasn't been since 2022.
No, and I don't think he'll be this year. He
I
only
doubt
had
it.
1 return in the game. That gets you a game ball. And, of course, the aforementioned Cairo Santos. Did you see his dance?
Yeah, I saw his dance.
Are you going to dance
I'm not doing
like
the gritty,
that?
no.
You're going to dance like that?
I can't really do that, no.
That was
Are you asking if I am? No.
I asked you if
No,
you would.
I'm not doing that.
David's going to do it later.
How do you miss a field goal like that and do that dance? I just don't. I don't.
Well,
get it.
you won the game.
You won the game. You hit the field goal.
You won the game.
That was like Michigan.
Dustin.
That was like Michigan carrying their kicker off the field, beating Northwestern at Wrigley.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy missed 2 field goals, I think, and you carried him off
Dustin,
of Wrigley Field.
you overcome things.
turnovers?
You experience joy, ecstasy,
You
see
win.
agony.
Act like you've made a field goal in your life.
Just win, baby.
Act like you've made a field goal.
He acted like he'd won the game with a field goal.
Agony and ecstasy. You know, there's quite a range there. If you win experience one, you appreciate the other.
I did go back to my childhood with ABC. You just mentioned it.
Good. Jim McKay?
The Jim McKay.
Thank
the
you.
thrill of victory and the agony of defeat.
Good.
Some of us like to dance when we win. Some of us like to express ourselves through the body. Mr. David will do his Cairo Santos
I don't know why you got that. I'm not doing the Cairo.
You need
I'm
to
not
do
doing
the
the Cairo.
You have to do the Cairo because you didn't even want him on the team.
Well, listen, after he missed a 45-yarder, I was wondering what Jake Moody was up to.
Dance, David. Dance like Cairo. All right, we've got the Pick 6 next. We're going to get into all the stories of the day. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Bears win. Ben Johnson and the Bears stay hot with a big win over the Vikings, improving to an impressive 7-3.
To win it or lose it. Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback can. Chicago Bears do it again.
Stick around as all of our shows and Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside their locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they take on the Steelers at Soldier Field, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the Black Friday Now sale at Grand Appliance for Black Friday prices all month long on top brands like Cafe, GE, and more. Visit grandappliance.com or your local Grand showroom for complete details. That is Grand Appliance. They've been appliance experts since 1930.
Save big money on your dream kitchen upgrade with help from Menards. Clearview Cabinetry offers a selection of finishes made with the finest materials and built to withstand life's sticky messes. They provide features like soft closed doors and drawers and cabinet accessories to match your unique style. Save big money on Clearview cabinets and check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Tomorrow night, join the Blackhawks for Military Appreciation Night, November the 18th, 7:30 against Calgary. We'll honor active service members and veterans with a special in-arena shout-out and scoreboard tribute. Then to be back Thursday, the 20th of November at 7 for a big matchup against Seattle. And don't forget, hockey's better together. Grab group tickets packages with 10 or more seats and get those special perks. Doors open 90 minutes before they drop the puck. Get your tickets now at blackhawks.com/tickets or at blackhawks.com/groups.
The premier name in bridal and engagement rings here in the Chicagoland area is Rasny Jewelers. If you're ring shopping, Rasny Jewelers is your destination for exceptional quality, far from the big corporate chains, the diamond wholesalers, and the online sites pushing mass-produced diamonds and settings. With Rasny Jewelers, you'll own a natural diamond that has inherent value, a diamond that's been handpicked for maximum brilliance, and a diamond she will be proud to wear. Guys, she's going to look at that ring every day for the rest of her life. Make the right decision. Rasny Jewelers is a name you can trust. Their team will guide you every step of the way, sharing their expertise so you feel confident in your choice. Rasny Jewelers, Chicagoland's local jeweler, Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and Chicago's Gold Coast. Online at rasny.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
If your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks or a bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer and Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor and installation by the holiday, it's going to end soon. So here's the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever, and they make it so easy. Comer and Cross employees are all professionals. They don't use any subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly, and they even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer and Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to Comer, COMER Cross.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Does this sound like you, where every step or reach is a reminder of what hurts? Oh, do I have good news for you. At QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli and her team taps into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics is giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment. And for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. So call QC Kinetics today, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. 43-47.
The Bears move to 7-3 after getting a big win over the Vikings. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. 7-3 Bears on top of the NFC North, in first place after walking off the Vikings 19-17, and then the Eagles taking care of the Lions on Sunday Night Football 16-9. Packers top the Giants 27-20. The Bears, they'll host the Steelers on Sunday, noon kick on CBS. Bears -3, total 45. Reports have Aaron Rodgers dealing with a slight break in the left wrist So Mason Rudolph may be under center at Soldier Field next Sunday. Monday Night Football, Cowboys at the Raiders. You'll get that one on News Radio 780 WBBM, coverage at 7:15, because we here at The Score will have Bulls Nuggets pregame 7:45, tip at 8. Nuggets minus 14. Total in this one, 240. The Bulls are going to be a little tired after a double overtime loss to the Jazz, 150-147. Kobe White made his season debut, led the team 27 points in 30 minutes. Josh Giddey also back with a triple-double in the loss. Bulls are 6-6 overall. Blackhawks 9-5-4. Stop the Maple Leafs Saturday night 3-2. They've got the Calgary Flames in town on Tuesday. The Hour brought to you by Jewel Osco.
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
What is your take on another Bears comeback victory in the final moments, this time 1917 at Minnesota, that left them 7-3 on the season, 5-1 in one-score games? Is it lost on you that the Vikings were 9-1 in one-score games last year in a 14-3 season? Are the Bears currently on that sort of a run themselves?
No, I feel like the Bears are on a different sort of run. I think that what we saw in Minnesota last year was a quarterback who caught fire, and they were putting up big numbers. The Bears are a lot, what's the word? I don't want to say lucky, but they're a lot luckier in their 5-1 than the 9-1 record.
Not lucky, just luckier.
Luckier. I mean, goodness gracious, they are putting together a collection of games that on the surface don't look sustainable, but they keep doing it. So it's difficult to compare it with the way other teams have won, because we haven't seen this around here in a while, where whether it's blocking a field goal, scoring a late touchdown, running in a touchdown, or somebody doing something else. It's just not the same kind of thing. Whatever happened with the field goal yesterday wasn't really involving Caleb. He gets credit for it. He's the quarterback. But as you said, he was handing the ball off. It was a much more conservative type of comeback based solely on an excellent return. And then you got a couple of running plays that got you in position. It was very interesting. I don't know, the Vikings thing last year, this has more of a feel of kind of beating some bad teams and letting them beat themselves more than the Vikings did. But I love the statistic. I love 5-1 in games like that. That is really speaks volumes about the kind of belief they have and the trust that they're going to win the game, whether it's because of the quarterback or not. And, I really think that this is one of those years. I don't know how this is going to work out, because it feels like they may get better. The whole Jalen Johnson news, as we talked about, the idea that, you're getting 3 huge starters, very important starters back on defense, that could really mean something in the final month of the season. And the idea that the quarterback may be improving under the play caller means a lot for the future and for this year. And David, you mentioned earlier, and it's very accurate, that at least we're not sitting here and talking about what's wrong with the quarterback. And we did get a phone call. The first phone call we went to yesterday was from a guy who wanted to talk about why Caleb can't perform during the game, why he has to wait for the end. It was pretty amusing.
I had no idea that the Vikings were 9-1 in one-score games until I read this question this morning. So good for them. That's how you get to 14-3. That's how you get double-digit. This league is made to be razor thin. If you watched yesterday's NFL card, outside of obviously everybody watching and listening to the Bears, so many tight games, head scratching
every Sunday.
Like it's what makes sports so great. And we're going to talk college football later on in this pick six extra point portion of the program. I mean, the sports and the up and down and the back and forth and the competitives. Reality TV. This is the original reality television. But to answer the question, listen, that's how it is in this league. They're winning games that they would be. I bet their record would be opposite if this was last year. They'd be 3-7 instead of 7-3, and it's all because of Ben Johnson just running a better show on Sundays, and maybe not just on Sundays, but running a better show on Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays. Right,
the operation.
The operation is just so much better. And as you guys mentioned in the first segment of the show, so if they don't get to 9, I mean, come on, could they get to 11? I see 10. Can they get to 11? And it was so important to win that first game in the division on the road. It just didn't need to be that hard.
No, but it was. And as a result, this was the biggest win I think the Bears have had maybe since 2018 because of where it was, because of when it was. This late in the season, that was the last time they were this relevant. That was the last time that the Bears had realistic playoff aspirations and possibilities. The last time you had a team that was capable of doing what this team is capable of accomplishing. A lot of questions around the Bears still. Certainly yesterday exposed and reminded us of those. But the only question they're really asking inside that locker room is probably, why not us? Why not now? Because this is a team that really is fueled by, more than anything, you alluded to it, Dustin, belief and confidence and intensity. They play like their coach acts. They never let up. They never stop believing.
Right.
And I think the only people asking if this is sustainable are the people outside the locker room. Inside, I don't think they wonder that. They're worried about being 1-0. They don't care that it's all these one-score games and all of the reasons and all the things and all of the factors that go into it. They just know that they got to celebrate. Cairo Santos got to dance.
They got self-belief.
And they got good, better, best. They got to do that again, and that's fun. They're having fun. They're winning games, and we're enjoying all of it because this season suddenly is full of possibility that you didn't think it would be when we began it. And certainly not after an 0-2 start.
These are the questions I cannot answer, right?
Oh, Olin will answer all the questions beginning at 7. Why did Caleb Williams look so unhappy leaving the field despite the Bears' victory? Do you believe he was upset by his performance, his team's late meltdown, or his role at the end of the game? How about him becoming the first QB franchise history to win 5 games of 1-run scores? Why did Ben Johnson decline to talk about the quarterback's game until he looks at the tape? And what is your take on his performance?
Well, I think Ben Johnson wanted to wait because that indicates there weren't many things that were obvious about the positive performance of Caleb Williams. He didn't have a great day. Statistically, he didn't have a great day throwing the football. He had some misses that were just misses. He had a couple drops as well. But what you like and respect about Caleb Williams, at least I do, is like he finds a way. He doesn't necessarily ever think the play is dead. His escapability was something that they went to early and often on the Fox broadcast. Boy, they got the message in those teams. I know Tom Brady attended the production meeting this week because he got the message, hey, he's Houdini. Let's call him an escape artist. Let's call that special. And Caleb Williams is in that regard. But I think his reaction post-game, he was professional, but he wasn't over the top. He wasn't ecstatic. He was satisfied. He didn't play well, and he knew it. And I think that he probably feels like they won a game despite what he did in the pocket and throwing the football. Last week it was because of Caleb Williams. Yesterday it was with Caleb Williams. But I like his demeanor because it reflects a guy that's not satisfied. His intensity has been more obvious, and he's been more in command of the whole operation. So not a great day statistically, but a good day for a winning quarterback.
I think he was exhausted. That's what I think. I think he's still running for his life and that escapability portion. Now, he does hold on to the ball, in my opinion, too long still, but he's able to do that because he does have great athletic ability, and he is very strong on the lower half. His legs are helping him. You know, I was thinking about Jake Cutler, you know, going to Whole Foods, just trying to keep my wheels right. You know, that drop that we used to play back in the day. He does a great job spinning and
pulling
running
out of sacks. Yep.
You know, there were many times, but then it all just became as good as everything was going. Everything happened bad at the same time. All we heard about, to your point, was the escapability and the Houdini. I mean, almost to the point that it could have become a drinking game, right? But then what happened? He gets sacked on the last play and the first play, correct, of the third and fourth quarter, or was it the first two plays of the fourth quarter? Whatever, it doesn't really matter. But he gets sacked consecutive times. The Bears punt. They have a great punt return. 2 plays later, they're in the end zone. A couple plays later, the Bears miss a field goal, and you're like, oh, no. Like, everything's going wrong at the same time. I think it's consistency from Ben Johnson about, I'll look at the tape. He doesn't want to talk about anybody's personal game until he looks at the tape. I hate it, but at least he stays consistent about it. He keeps saying, well, I have to look at the tape.
I think he knows when someone had a good game, and he doesn't mind talking about it and awarding them. But I think there was probably a lot of subtlety to the good in Caleb's game.
Does he also have to learn? I'm very curious. Does he have to learn? And same with JJ. And we heard this from Brady. Brady, I thought maybe another
Brady
question.
did very well. He really sees the game like a quarterback, and he gives you a lot of information.
Correct. There was one thing in particular. We can talk about it later if you want. But like, I really felt like, wow, I never thought of that, and he really taught me something anyway. But, like, they got to take a little bit of the juice off the ball. Like, you got to know.
Yes.
Sometimes you need it. I mean, listen, having that great arm talent, there's something to that. But it seems like there's no touch. Every single time it's a fastball.
Needs to work out his changeup.
There you go.
But it's interesting how, you know, we sit here and we talk about drops, and the guy pulls out, he's running full speed, and then he rips one down to someone who can't catch it. And that's a drop. When there was someone in the flat, you could have floated the ball to, and you would have had a completion. I still think he's hunting the big play more than maybe he needs to. But I think you got to look at his game. I can't wait to go back and watch this today, and just kind of evaluate what it was that the coach was or wasn't seeing, in my opinion. And I think that Caleb did a remarkable job of pulling out of sacks. There was one who was on the middle of the field where he kind of ducked his head, and he somehow comes out of that pile, and you're just like, wow, I thought he was on the ground. Like, how did he get out of that pile? And sadly, that was going on all day, and then it ended. They got him twice in a row, and that led to the punt you're talking about. And you're kind of like, whoa, wait a minute, something's going wrong here. When they get the ball back, they're running the ball now. So there's something that the coach, the play caller, didn't like about what was going on toward the end of the game, and that's the reason. I think Caleb was mad. He was apparently chirping on the sidelines, they said, during the broadcast, because he was trying to keep everybody up, and he was trying to keep everything.
Showing some emotion.
But he wasn't happy about what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he wasn't happy with some of the drops that occurred. But he also couldn't have been too happy with the way he played, because his numbers ended up, they were like identical to J.J. McCarthy. If I asked you if J.J. had a good game, you'd say, God, no. He didn't do anything.
Yeah.
And yet Caleb didn't throw a touchdown, but didn't throw an interception.
Right.
So I think the end of the game,
or 2 picks,
the way he looked at the field goal and the way he looked when he left the field, I feel like that was based on his performance and and maybe partly not getting to perform at the end of the game. I think
That's
those
a tough question.
put together.
It is a tough question. What did you make of the killer instinct conversation keyed by the interception leader, safety Kevin Byard?
Wow, he's great.
Did you like Caleb Williams' response to that particular question?
For the idea of killer instinct, speaking on when there's blood in the water, we got to go and and the defense turns the ball over for us and we get the ball back, we got to put up 7 points. When they get 3 and outs, we got to put up 7 points. And that's a mindset and belief that we have to grow towards and get better at. And that's something that I was preaching on the sideline, and I'm going to keep preaching that because we have so much talent, we have so much belief, we have so much of a great coaching staff, and all these different things. And there's not a time for me that I want to maximize the most than when I'm out here with these guys. And so having the killer instinct in those moments is really important to me and for us as a team because we, like I said, we got the coaching staff, we got the players, we got the talent. We just have to go out there and do it.
Go out there and do it, Caleb Williams said. What did you think of what you just heard?
I think that Kevin Byard was absolutely correct. I think he's having one hell of a year, and that's pretty extraordinary that he got another interception. Good for him. He's right. I think Caleb's response was very good. There is blood in the water. Whenever there is sudden change, you need to take advantage of it. And he's right. Scoring touchdowns. Settling for a field goal is not ideal after you get a takeaway. Listen, score whenever you get an opportunity. It's very important. But they did not put up a lot of points. Winning a game with just 19 points is not what this team has done this year. So I'm sure there is an element of that going on, and they did have some drops again, and it was indoors. So there's something going on somewhere. I think DJ Moore had an amazing catch where he had the ball. I don't even know how he caught it. He had pinned it against his leg, and he got a hand under it, and he fell down. That was unbelievable that he managed to catch that thing. But then he dropped one that bounced right off his hands, and he was wide open.
In both cases, he caught it with his body.
Yes.
First, and that's something that they tell you not to necessarily do. He knows what he's doing, but that was a circus catch made more difficult by his body catching.
But I feel like they're body catching because of how fast he's throwing the ball. I mean, that one that Luther Burden caught, what do you mean, come on? Seriously. Yes. They don't want to hurt their hands.
So
he's got to have a little bit of touch.
Really?
Yes.
Do you ever hear the Elway cross?
Yeah, that's a great story. So
as far go ahead.
No, I'm curious. We'll get back to that.
All right. So the killer instinct thing, he's right. When the defense goes 3 and out, when they take the ball away, it'd be nice if you put the ball in the end zone. But again, it's fine to talk the talk. They got to walk the walk on offense. So if he's reminding everybody, okay, great, but you're part of that too, like Caleb. You're also continue. I want him to continue to talk the talk, but I want him then to walk the walk and find the end zone.
Yeah, they won, so I think that he can look at that. But I look at it differently. I like the way that he's adopted his head coach's persona in that he is a little more intense than I expected him to be. He's not this easygoing, I'm going to take things as they come type of leader anymore. He's a guy that isn't afraid
he's
to.
He's barking on the sidelines.
Yes, I mean, this is Caleb Williams, too cool for school guy. He's made the metamorphosis into Caleb Williams, young leader, learning how to tell guys what to do and take command in the huddle. We're not talking about cadence anymore. I mean, so things have gotten a little bit better in that regard. But I also think that I would doubt that you talk to your offensive linemen and they would question the Bears' killer instinct. Quite the opposite, I think, if you talk to those 5 offensive linemen. They went out and they ran 6 of 7 plays when they needed to get down the field. And DeAndre Swift was a big part of that, and their holes were there. The offensive line seemed to have a really good fourth quarter. And then they had 3 straight runs to set up the field goal. And Dustin makes his little face there. That offensive line, they run blocking, very good, very aggressive, and they do have that killer instinct that the Bears benefited from yesterday.
Their only touchdown was that march down the field.
Watch the tape, Darnell Wright, in the fourth quarter. Rewatch the fourth quarter. Darnell Wright's got some explaining to do.
Was it Van Ginkel? Who got the big?
Yeah, when he Olayed turnstile.
He did not continue the block. He kind of blocked.
He let him go,
and then he let him go.
He didn't want to get a penalty.
And then how about when the guy literally? And I can't believe. Eventually, Caleb's going to start getting these calls. But Caleb takes a shot. The guy does like a two-hand shove when he was running around for forever. Ends up throwing an incomplete pass, and Darnell literally has stopped. He's not moving. He lets the guy two-hand shove him, and he doesn't even go over there and even make sure that he introduces himself to this guy. Just stands there. I really am curious how Pro Football Focus is going to grade him. His fourth quarter was shameful, absolutely shameful.
I don't know if that answered the question.
Billy Donovan there. What did you think of Kobe White's first game of the season Sunday for the Bulls? 5 games, 7 days. How do you see the Bulls faring?
Well, it's going to be a struggle tonight in Denver because they gave it all they could in double overtime, and they lost to the Jazz, and they blew a 15-point third-quarter lead. We got the answer to a question we all wondered about. What would the Bulls do with Kobe White back, and they had Giddey, and they have Matas, and they've got Vooch? If they're tied, they need a big shot. Well, they were tied, and they needed a big shot. 19 seconds left, tied at 127. And you know what? They called timeout to set up a play, and it was all Josh Giddey. And he had the layup, and he had the finger roll, and it bounced out of the rim. And then he had the tip in, and it bounced out of the rim.
Yeah.
So Josh Giddey's the answer to that question. They wanted him to create, and they had the ball in his hands. And then Kobe White came back, and he hit a buzzer beater to force double overtime. Kobe White was fantastic. He played more than his minutes limit because he had to. I respect that about him. He's not playing tonight because of it. That's okay. You got to find a way to win a game tonight because the Bulls now have lost 5 straight. Remember that 5-0 start? Doesn't mean anything now.
They're 6-6, and they're a 14-point dog tonight. And there's no shot they're winning tonight. Like, the question is, what?
You're such a
what? You guys are upset because I made a prediction and it looks like it's going in the right direction. I mean, that's really what this is all about. I mean, that's what this is. Also, the fact that the Bears would win double-digit wins. That one's looking like it's going in the right direction.
Swami.
You're just not happy about that.
Please,
this morning.
Swami, bless us with your insight.
I'm happy because the Pittsburgh Notre Dame game is over, and I get a free coffee tomorrow.
Yeah, kudos to Pat Narduzzi. Talk a little bit more.
Wow.
When Notre Dame come in here and lay 100, it doesn't matter
back
because
to your
they don't play
Bulls
in the ACC.
point, chesty boy.
Yeah,
he's very chesty.
Okay.
Go ahead, finish.
Bulls.
Maybe they win in Portland. Here's the good news. A lot of people, including me, were worried, like, what's it going to look like when Kobe White comes back, and Kobe White and Josh Giddey playing together looked pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So and that was only one game in.
Right.
And the fact that, Kobe White had to play 30 minutes last night, that was not the plan. That was not the plan.
Kobe looked really good back, and it was great to see him back in the lineup, and he's essential to this team. And I don't think that calling a play for Josh Giddey at the end of the game was not calling one for Kobe. He's in his first game back. Let's see what happens as they get into the season and we figure out how he's playing and how he's doing. So I love seeing Giddey back. I love seeing him back. They even, with 2 seconds left, got the ball to Vooch at the top of the key for a long three, and he hit the front of the rim. It bounced on top of the rim and did not go down, and that would have been unbelievable. It would have forced another overtime. But they played very well, all in all, in that game. They looked better than they have looked in a while, especially with those guys back. So I think it's going to be okay. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. Denver is outstanding. They've got the league MVP. He looks like he's having an MVP season, and I think it's going to be really hard to beat Denver tonight. But I will, of course, watch the game, monitor it, and
of course,
be willing to speak about it. I will talk about it if you must. Great stuff. All right, we've got a lot to go over. We've got to figure out what the Jalen Johnson thing means. We'll talk about college football. We've got a lot to get to. You're listening to the Pick Six. Mully and Haugh will be right back on The Score.
It's game night, Bulls fans.
To the rack, and he throws it down.
with a windmill right-handed slam. Tonight, the Bulls road trip continues in Denver against the Nuggets. Pre-game at 7:45, tip-off at 8 on The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts. Bulls win! What a ball game! See Red, Chicago.
This segment is sponsored by Duke Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
At Busey Bank, we provide sound advice and vast resources that ensure a personalized approach to your legacy. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Getting health insurance that fits your budget isn't easy.
At Get Covered Illinois, we are here to help.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
A place where health insurers compete for your business. A website where you can compare multiple health plans and pricing in one place.
And where you can connect to financial help and free in-person assistance.
Because you deserve insurance. GetCoveredIllinois.gov. We're here to help.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Denver's Bo Nix outdueled Patrick Mahomes to virtually sew up the AFC West. Other division leaders who were among Sunday's winners: Chicago, Pittsburgh, the Rams, and Philadelphia. Josh Allen donned his cape once again to throw for 3 touchdowns and run for 3 more. What a performance. While Bryce Young had his best day as a pro, and Jacksonville hammered the Chargers, taking a little pressure off of Trevor Lawrence. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit BigBlue.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1225. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1225 or biglou.com.
This segment brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
Honestly, I've been fighting myself with this question for a long time.
That is the voice of Jalen Johnson. And how would you describe the news that Jalen Johnson's 21-day window for practice is now open? Is it realistic to expect Johnson to contribute this year?
I thought it was, but not anymore. Yeah, it's realistic. If he's out there on the field and he's back and he's ready to play, it's incredible, frankly, because when you hear about a guy having surgery, listen, I get it. There have been a ton of medical advances, and they can do a lot of different things, and it's a different world than it was 10 years ago, 15, 25 years ago, whatever number you want to put on it. But if he can come back and play, this is a Pro Bowl cornerback, a position where they've lost far too many people, and this guy is a 2-time Pro Bowler. He's among the best at what he does, and you've got some very difficult games upcoming, and we don't know how this schedule will play out, what team may be resting someone at the end of the year. You just don't know. It is very difficult to figure out. If you're playing Detroit at the end of the year, what if they start playing well and they come back and they have dominated? Could that be a game where they aren't playing everyone before the playoffs start? Who knows? I don't know, but I do know that they've got there are great receivers on the teams that are upcoming, and you're going to need someone to defend them. And this is a guy. When the season began, we were talking about him being in a system now where he would be allowed to follow the best receiver on the field around the field. And he's going to travel with whoever is the best receiver that you face. I think it's huge to get him back. He's probably their best defensive player. And to have a guy that good return, huge.
Huge is a great way to say it, Mully. It would be awesome. I mean, I can't believe, though, some people actually thought the way it was being presented, and I understand why people would have felt that way. It almost was presented over the weekend, and I consider once 10 a.m. happens on Friday to be the weekend, that Jalen was going to play in Minnesota.
Well, the Bears built up that belief by listing him as questionable on the injury report.
So
they invited that scrutiny. They were playing games.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I think they were playing games,
and maybe that's what it was. But I mean, there was like and so then I heard Dan Weeder say basically there was a Blutarski chance that he was going to play on Sunday. But listen, how about Black Friday? How about Black Friday on the road at the Eagles?
Too soon, Dustin. No? I think. Well, look, we're not doctors, so I think it's almost like we can't answer this question. I'm surprised He's back. You were surprised, right? Everyone was surprised.
Well, I was surprised. I'm not surprised that he's back. I was more surprised that there was he might actually play in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
That would have knocked my socks off.
I don't think that was ever realistic. I'm not even sure Black Friday is realistic. I think that this 3-week window was intentional, strategic, and smart. If he does come back in 21 days, which I think is faster than I think a lot of us thought he would anyway.
Oh, my gosh.
He's back for the Packers game. And you come back and you play the Packers that Sunday after coming off the designation. You practice for 3 weeks. The conditioning's got to be a factor. Contact is something you have to simulate.
He didn't have a preseason.
This is not a position that you can hide anybody. Actually, it's quite the opposite. You're on an island, you're exposed, and they will definitely attack you to see what you've got, Jalen Johnson. This is
incredible.
All that said,
the possibility.
It's fantastic news for the Bears. He's a difference-making cornerback. You can never have enough cornerbacks. And so as stunning as it was, the realistic possibility is there. And I would circle that Packers Day as the first time you'll see Jalen Johnson playing for the Bears. Maybe sooner, but I would be surprised.
A lot of money invested in him. There's a lot of money invested in all of these guys.
Yeah.
If you can get Kyler Gordon back, if you can get the linebacker back, are you kidding me? That would be extraordinary.
I'm not talking necessarily about a pick six or something like that.
Voice of Brad Biggs. Biggs time is 8 a.m. this morning. How much college football did you watch on Saturday, and what was your biggest takeaway, and which game did you spend the most time watching? What did you enjoy the most?
Well, I was fortunate to be in smack dab in the middle of Wrigley Field watching Northwestern and Michigan, and had very good seats, and it was a very fun experience, and I thought that the Wildcats were going to pull it out. Bryce Underwood, the Michigan quarterback, great athlete, not a great quarterback yet. Could be. Michigan, I don't think deserved to win that game. Northwestern had 5 turnovers, 1 on downs, 4 takeaways. Their defense played tremendous. They deserved better. But I give them credit for hanging in. That was a tough one to watch. Cats can still get to a bowl game. They've got to win next weekend and then maybe see what they can do against Illinois. That was the game I spent the most time watching. Caught up with Notre Dame, Pittsburgh. Dominant performance by Jeremiah Love, who was getting closer to being a Heisman finalist.
How about that spin move?
What a spin move. What an athlete.
Great play.
Obviously, Alabama going down was fascinating. Mully, you're going to talk about the Texas A&M game, which I think is worth a lot of people's time. But I had a lot of fun at Wrigley Field. Great venue for football, and it's just a cool thing to see. You're behind home plate, and you're watching a football game.
Thanks for the invite, David. That would have been a fun show event. We could have all hung out together, or maybe you could have bought. How much were the beers at that game?
A lot.
They were a lot?
A lot.
Because you remind us. How
it was
much
a last-minute thing.
The Blackhawks, right? The Blackhawks game, they were outrageous, right?
Yeah.
Were they similar?
Yeah, ish.
Ish, yeah. Revolution.
Listen, Brandon got a beer bad experience. Ask him.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, man.
I gotta renegotiate around here. You guys, big McGaffers. All right, here's the thing. College football was awesome on Saturday. It was really, really good. I kept it on Notre Dame for as long as possible, but then I wanted to see what was going on at Wrigley.
Yes.
And then, oh, by the way, South Carolina scores 30 points against a team that everybody said should be number 1, and then didn't score another point, and they come all the way back. Mike Elko and his new big fat contract.
6-year deal.
Wow. But the game that really back and forth, Oklahoma goes to Alabama.
Unbelievable.
And I know people get sick and tired of hearing about the SEC, but again, the SEC is so damn rugged. It is so hard that I do think there's that argument that the top 4 teams in the SEC probably deserve to be in the college football playoff in its new form every year because it's so rugged. Wow.
Oklahoma ran a stumble bum play in that game. It was pretty funny to see.
How about that?
It was crazy. I was telling David this morning, I don't know if you were in here, Dustino, we were talking about it. And what happened to me is I also was offered a ticket to the Northwestern game, but I turned it down because I really wanted to watch a lot of college football. So I got up. I should have gone to the game. I thought about it. I had turned it down the day before because I was it was right after I had been here and I worked out and I was exhausted and I thought I'm going to sleep and get up late. Well, I got up at 6 a.m. and I was down in front of all the college shows. You'd be proud of me, Dustin. I was doing my Dustin Rhodes impersonation, and it was cool to see them. I guess they hit batting practice on Friday, and so I watched
both pregame shows.
Both pregames were excellent.
Really good.
Yeah, and I watched all that, and then I was going back and forth between those, and then I was, really looking forward to the Northwestern Michigan game, but I wanted to watch Notre Dame because I thought that that the Pitt coach talked too much trash, and I just couldn't believe some of the stuff he was saying. I know he's like that, but then they crushed him, and they were crushing him. I get a text from a friend of mine, okay, who is he's a big sports fan. He's a good friend. He texts me and he said, with all of this gambling scandal stuff going on in every sport, can you believe that Texas A&M is losing 30-3 at halftime? And I thought it was a mistake. I didn't think it was real. I wasn't really monitoring that game, and I was switching back and forth so much, I didn't hear any reports on it. I tuned in that game and watched. That's what I watched. I watched the entire second half of that game. I watched their comeback. I watched them win that game 31-30, which was unbelievable. And they had a chance at the end. And, I got to tell you, it was an amazing game. And then I watched the Alabama-Oklahoma game because it's Alabama against Oklahoma. College football lived up to the hype like you read about. There is no way around it. All right, we got to get to a break. We will be back with another Bears question on the extra point. Next, it's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Bears win. Ben Johnson and the Bears stay hot with a big win over the Vikings, improving to an impressive 7-3.
To win it or lose it. Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback kid, Chicago Bears, do it again!
Stick around as all of our shows and Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside their locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they take on the Steelers at Soldier Field, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all of your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. And so tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. Yes, 30% profit boost tokens. That's right. You can get in on all of the action with 30% profit boost token this Monday night. Yes, don't want to miss Monday Night Football. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/score and bet on the game. FanDuel.com/SCORE. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Geno Smith has largely been a disaster this season, though he's eclipsed 200 yards. Only 4 times this year he should spin somewhat accurate spirals against Little D. Give me the Raider on the over! 245.5 pass yards. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Earn 6% APY tax-deferred with an annuity from Professional Life and Casualty. That's 6% tax-deferred with no fees. Visit plcinsurance.com. That's plcinsurance.com.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you had done it sooner. All the guys I know go to Synergen X at Low T Center for TRT. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The testosterone is pure, not compounded. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. Get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Gulf Mills Chevrolet's ready to rumble, and they've got the deals to do it. They're kicking off with 1.9% financing on new Chevys, and you won't make a payment till next year. Score big with $8,600 off an SRP on new Chevy Silverados, 1500s, 2500s, 3500s. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is dealing on all of them. Prepare to save thousands on job-ready work trucks, dumps, plows, box trucks, cargo, stake beds, service utility vans, and much more are in stock. Job ready and ready to rumble at Chicagoland's work truck leader. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is paying top dollar for trade-ins, trucks, SUVs, workhorses. If it runs, they'll take it. Trade up, gear up, and get to work in a new Chevy truck today. 1.9%, $8,600 off new Silverados, and no payments till next year. Chicagoland's work truck leader on Greenwood and Gulf Road in Niles.
With approved credit on select models. Off MSRP on select models, plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman. New season, now streaming, only on Paramount Plus.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Set up this extra point.
It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Are the Bears a playoff team in your opinion? Now that they are 7-3 through 10 games and atop the division, would it be disappointing if they don't make it?
Yes, it would. They are 7-3. It's not hard to find 3 more victories on their schedule. You get to 10 in the NFL, you typically are in. Yes, this is a playoff team. Yes, they are flawed. There are a lot of flawed teams who make the playoffs in the NFL. Parity reigns supreme. This is fun. Enjoy it, because it's been a while since we've been in November and the Bears have been this good. The Bears are good for your Sundays, bad for your blood pressure. Yes, they are a playoff team.
I feel like 10 is in the cards. Can they get to 11? But 10 will get you in.
This is fascinating because I got to be honest about it. I mean, can they get to 10 wins? Yeah, they can get to 10 wins. We are in what? Well, we're heading into week 12 because don't forget there's a bye in there somewhere. So it's just to keep track of it.
Yeah,
we're in week 12.
12th week of the season.
12th week of the season, and they have 7 wins, and that's pretty extraordinary. I think that as you look at them, could they get 3 more wins? Absolutely. Do I think of them as a playoff team? We talked about the guys coming back and how much better they can get. I think it would be a disappointment. We had a listener who texted in, and he said they're not lucky because we've talked about them being lucky. He said they're barely sufficient, and he used B-A-R-E-L-Y. Here's a T-shirt. Barely sufficient. B-E-A-R-L-Y. You just need someone to call them barely sufficient so you can make a T-shirt over it. I don't think a text would count, but that would be a funny text because that's kind of what they've been. They've been sufficient as the Bears are, and I think they might get better. So I'm going to say, yeah, I'm all on board with it. I do think it would be a disappointment if they don't make it.
I think there will be. Well, you
I
could
do.
rationalize it, and you will remember what the original goal was, but it's okay to readjust your expectations along the way.
Yes.
That's the fun part of sports.
That's a great part of it.
Yeah.
So they're on a roll. Whether you want to argue about it, it's all you are what your record says you are.
They're doing the same thing in Indy, in New England.
Yes.
They're in Chicago. You look at the surprise teams, even Denver, and all of them have one thing in common: great coaches.
You know, the difference in this is it's not desperate. They are not desperate. They are just being really good, and they're winning when they have to. You know, if they get to a point where they're desperate, we'll talk about it. But right now, they're on track to do more than anybody imagined they would.
No doubt.
312-644-6767. What do you think? Is this a playoff team? Why or why not? I defy you to tell me the not.
Olin Kreutz is next.
We'll talk to Olin. He's our guy. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Bears win. Ben Johnson and the Bears stay hot with a big win over the Vikings, improving to an impressive 7-3.
To win it or lose it. Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback kids, Chicago Bears, do it again!
Stick around as all of our shows and Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside the locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they take on the Steelers at Soldier Field, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, it's Mully. The holidays are huge for my family. I'm sure for yours too, especially I got a couple kids in college, a recent graduate. My wife likes to keep all the traditions going, and we like to keep the freezer stocked. It's essential. That's why I always hit up Wild Fork Foods. They are the greatest. And Chicago, listen up. Wild Fork is prepping you for a free tasting event called Flight of the Birds, and you can come and sample and select the perfect bird for your holiday meal. We'll talk in turkey, duck, and goose, all seasoned perfectly. Join them November 22nd in the West Loop or November 23rd in Oak Park. RSVP is required, so head to wildforkfoods.com and RSVP today.
Sunshine this morning with clouds this afternoon, high 48.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Hey, if your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks or a bad epoxy job right now, you can get 50% off labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer and Cross garage floor. Call them now because the 50% off labor and installation by the holiday is going to end soon. Here's the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer and Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement in years. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every single night. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, show, tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And they make it so easy. Comer and Cross employees are pros. They don't use subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you For 50% off labor and your new Comer and Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So, I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile! The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on Essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
The Bears move to 7-3 after getting a big win over the Vikings. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Devin Duvernay, 56-yard kickoff return in the final minute, sets up a Cairo Santos 48-yard walk-off game-winning field goal. Bears get the best of the Vikings 19-17 in Minneapolis. Good for first place in the NFC North. Bears host Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers Sunday, noon kick CBS. But Rodgers might not be in there. He is dealing with a fracture of the left wrist. The Lions lost in Philadelphia to the Eagles Sunday Night Football 16-9. Packers topped the Giants 27-30. Week 11 of the NFL wraps. Cowboys Raiders, News Radio 780 WBBM 7:15. The coverage begins 7:45 here on The Score. We've got Bulls Nuggets with an 8 p.m. tip. Bulls fell in double OT to the Jazz, 150-147. Kobe White and Josh Giddey back on the floor for the Bulls. Blackhawks hosting the Calgary Flames Tuesday night at the United Center. This hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards. And our segment with Olin Kreutz, sponsored by Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868.
Olin Kreutz, Score football analyst.
Bias towards offensive line. By that I mean find you an excuse of why an offensive lineman missed the block or why their job is hard.
Chicago Bears legend, 6-time Pro Bowl center.
You talk about one of the greatest leaders I've ever been around. From football to the weight room to life. Now he's in radio and he has the same passion.
Olin Kreutz, every week with Mully and Haugh. He probably doesn't like you, but he loves to talk Bears with Mully and Haugh.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670. The Score, always a delight to talk to Olin Kreutz, and he joins us this morning on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Olin, good morning. How you doing?
Doing good, guys. Good morning. Sitting here in first place, feeling pretty good about it.
And you called it. I was telling David this morning. It's pretty extraordinary. You've done that now. I don't know if you're just joking or if you really are seeing it, but it's happening, and it's happening in all these different ways. You know, whether it's a touchdown pass, whether it's a touchdown run, whether you're blocking a field goal or kicking a field goal. The Bears, Caleb Williams is the first quarterback. I know he didn't do much about it yesterday, but he's the first quarterback in team history with 5 come-from-behind wins, 5 game-winning drives in the end of the game. No one has done that before, and he's got 6 in his career. It's pretty extraordinary that they are stacking wins in a fashion like this with one-score wins.
Yeah, extraordinary. And the fact that in those one-score wins, I think they're plus 12, which is crazy, right? It's a crazy number to have that turnover differential and still be in a one-score game. But as far as Caleb goes, he has the ability to make plays at the end of games. He's got the arm. And I know you're talking about yesterday. Most of it was Duvernay's return and the O-line in the run game, getting in a position to kick the game-winning field goal. But the Bears are finding ways to win. I heard you guys talking about Ben Johnson and the way he runs that operation, the way they believe that they're going to win every football game. And when you're on the sideline for a team like that, it's like no matter what happens, you just keep telling each other, we're going to find a way to win this game. You almost smile in moments like that, like here we are again. But guess what? Somebody on this team is going to make a play. And that's what the Chicago Bears are doing right now. And you have to give them credit. And some of it is like, if you're from the outside looking in, if you're studying all the numbers, if you're studying all the stats, if you're watching the games, if you're looking at the teams that they have beat, of course you're going to question what they're doing. And you say, oh, man, what are they, plus 12 in those games in turnover differential? Why are they only winning by one score? You heard the Bears talk about yesterday, that killer instinct, finding ways to put games away, not being in these late games, not giving up leads, right? Not giving up leads to the Giants, not giving up leads to the Vikings, just finding a way to have a nice, comfortable win. But right now, guys, you got to give them credit for winning games, the games that they lost last year. And a lot of that is the fact that guys are making plays and they're good in situational football, and the coaches are putting them in positions to win these football games.
And I think when things get tough, you find out what the coaches believe the strengths of teams are. Yesterday, Bears fall behind. They protected it 16-10. They were one score in the fourth quarter, and the Vikings had come close, and the Bears responded by running 6 out of 7 running plays, Olin. And then when they get to the point where right before the game-winning field goal, they run 3 straight runs. To me, that says Ben Johnson believes the strength of this team is the offensive line, because that's what he trusted the most when the game got tight. Did you come away with the same conclusion, and how did you evaluate the offensive line?
I definitely thought that he was putting on the offensive line in the run game to win the football game and just try to get away on the road, right, in the division. Let's get out of here with a win, which is a huge win for the Chicago Bears. As you guys know, we haven't done that a lot around here in the NFC North. I think the offensive line has been playing good football. I think the running backs have been running well. I think some of that was why Caleb was a little frustrated, right? Why isn't the ball in my hands? And that's what you want from your quarterback. You want your quarterback to want the ball in his hands. But yeah, Dave, when you're watching it, okay, let's put the game away. Let's put the ball in our running back hands. Let's let the offensive line take over the game here. And obviously Duvernay's kickoff return helps, right? That game plan, it changes what Ben Johnson thinks he's going to do there. Cairo had already made a long field goal, 50-plus yards. We're closer in range here. Let's just put him in range and give him a chance to make it, even though he missed one already. But it's a good point by you when you go through the film and watch. You think, okay, even on one point down there, I think it was a third or 3 or 4 in the third or fourth quarter, and they ran a fake screen touchdown instead of putting the ball in Caleb's hands. Then they gave the ball to Travis Homer on a 3rd and 5, the one where everyone knows should have been a face mask and the ref missed it. But even then, it's okay, they're running the ball there. I know what Ben is doing. He's running it because he's thinking about going for it on 4th down. But there are a lot of situations in that game where you said, oh, man, should the ball have been in Caleb's hands, the way he moves around, the way he can make plays, the way he can use his feet to pick up first downs, but they went the other way and still won the game. If you're asking me, should the quarterback be frustrated at that point because he wants the ball in his hands? The answer is yes. He should be, but it was a good point by you, which way they went yesterday to win this football game. But when you're winning them and you find a way to win games and it works, then it solidifies what the coach is trying to do.
It's a great point. I think, Olin, as I look at that game and kind of evaluate it, I thought that this was another special teams blunder game. I thought letting the punt return go and then missing a field goal, I just thought, oh, man, this is just not working out. And then you see the post game, and other than the team president, Ben Johnson's giving balls to special teams players. The Duvernay return was probably the biggest moment in the game. And then obviously kicking the field goal is the deciding moment in the game.
Special teamers and special person.
Yeah, a special person and a couple special teamers. That's beautiful. Happy birthday,
Cairo
by the
had
way.
a special dance.
Yeah. Oh, David's going to perform it today. He's going to.
I can't wait to see that.
Yes.
I can't wait on
I'm
Twitch.
I'm loosening up. Yeah.
I would have to stretch before that nowadays. Also, but look, you go back to the Bengals game, right? The onside kick, the kickoff return for a touchdown, and then you're talking about giving up the punt that gave Minnesota their momentum in this game, and then the missed field goal also kept them in the football game. But they come back. That's what I'm saying about this football team, man. Like, don't worry about it, right? That's what the sideline is saying. That's what Ben Johnson is saying. There's going to be some mistakes in this game, but we're going to find a way to win this football game. And it looks like that's what they're doing. That's what they're believing in. And then they do, right? They find Duvernay hits that. I think Pat Manley on our post-game show did a nice job talking about he thought that kickoff return was a counter. We'll let Pat Manley discuss that and what he saw on that kickoff return, how the Bears set that up to hit a big one against the Minnesota Vikings. But yes, you're talking about, Mully, the missed field goal, the punt that kept them in the game, and then they make the plays to win the game. And that's really what the Bears are doing right now, which is, you're watching all these games, you're looking at all the stats, you're seeing everything that everyone else is seeing in the national media and saying about the Chicago Bears. Are they really that good? They're not that good. Wait till they play a good football team. But you have to give them the other side, too. And all that is true, right? But you got to give them the other side, the fact that they are finding ways to win football games and people are making these plays, right? Like they do beat the Bengals late. That's not lucky to hit Colston Loveland over the middle and him break the tackles. You saw him do that again yesterday, right? Where he caught a big pass, broke 2 tackles, and got a first down. So these guys are making these football plays to win these football games.
Olin, it's all about the quarterback, and so we're going to scrutinize him more than any other player. I'm curious what you thought of Caleb Williams' demeanor that was more obvious or seemed like it was this game over previous games, and how much credit do you give him for, on a bad day where he really wasn't sharp, keeping the Bears out of really bad plays? There's something to be said about escaping the rush, but also avoiding taking a sack and avoiding those bad plays that put you behind the chains.
Yeah, and the Bears, some of that, people are going to watch the film and say some of that is luck, right? Like the fumble, and Rome Odunze runs back there and recovers it. But then what happens right after that, we talk about making plays. Caleb throws a rope to him, right, for 24 yards. It's 2nd and 25. And Caleb throws a rope to Rome, and we're in a first down. After being in 2nd and 25, David, to your point of the fact that he is making plays, he is not turning the ball over, right? If you think about J.J. McCarthy yesterday, both his interceptions were on first down, right? To Byard, and then down there on the 30-yard line, he takes points out of his team's hands because he floats it, and Nahshon Wright makes an amazing interception, man. And what a catch by him. Credit to Nahshon Wright and McLeod and these guys for battling out there with all the injuries that the Bears do have in the secondary. But they are protecting the football. He is not taking chances with the ball sometimes. He like holds him. I think someone's open the flat for a short pass. He doesn't throw it, but he does throw it away. He doesn't take a sack, and he doesn't throw an interception. That's what's keeping the Chicago Bears in these football games. And he's coming out and he's battling. And look, he wants to win. He wants to put these teams away. He wants to score touchdowns, not get field goals. Right? They came out of the half. They had the ball. They don't score. They get field goals. They keep them in the game. Field goal, punt, field goal, punt. And all of a sudden they got the lead. But the Chicago Bears are in the game because there hasn't been the critical mistake, right? There hasn't been the mistake that you're like, oh man, there it is. That's what a bad quarterback does, puts his team in a bad situation.
This segment with Olin Kreutz is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency, call the plumbing professionals. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Olin, we talked in the postgame about everything. Have you had a chance to watch much of the game? Our guy, Dustin Rhodes, texted me when we were doing the hot and cold saying that Darnell Wright should have been cold because of allowing that sack. He kind of gave up on a block. I mean, it was right in the middle of the segment. I was going to mention it to you, and we have a laugh about Dustin. I appreciate his input, but
yeah, no, Dustin is good. It's always old linemen that no matter what happens, they should be absolutely embarrassed of themselves this morning, right? No matter what happens at any other position, it's just the offensive line. Dustin is that guy in the stands that doesn't know what the play is called at a high school game, but he yells no matter what. Come on, O-line, block somebody. Right? But listen, to Dustin's point, Darnell Wright did get beat a few times in the fourth quarter there from movement, head down, on the road in noise, but he also did make a few big blocks. He is just like the Chicago Bears team in a way where there's mistakes, but he does come back. He does make blocks. I don't think Darnell Wright should be absolutely ashamed of himself, but obviously Dustin does. But there was a few times where they were doing movement. The Minnesota Vikings had some movement in this game. Flores had a great plan. I think you guys probably talked about it, but he was almost up at 80%. Blitz rate. He was coming after the Chicago Bears, played 4 D tackles.
Yep.
Had a good plan against this offense, guys. And we were talking about in the pregame show that even the Giants look like they have caught up a little bit to what these Bears offense wants to do on the field concept-wise, no matter what they're doing with motions and formations. People are catching up a little bit to what Ben Johnson adjusted to after the bye week. So it'd be interesting to watch this offense come out against the Steelers. What can it change? Can it put the ball in the end zone? Because one of the reasons I thought the Vikings were going to win yesterday was what I did see on film from the Giants defense versus the Bears offense. The fact that it kind of looked like even the cornerbacks, they were used to the Bears' pass concepts, what kind of routes they're trying to, where Caleb wanted to go with the ball, how the Chicago Bears wanted to run the football. So it'd be great because we all know how good Ben Johnson is at calling plays and making adjustments. It's going to be real fun to watch him try to get this offense back going again, because I thought the struggle started, guys, against the Giants and has continued to the Vikings, where they scored 16 points and then had to kick a field goal just to get to 19.
Oh, and I didn't text this in yesterday, but I was listening when you had a point I wanted to follow up with you. I think it's very interesting to look at the Bears secondary. It's evolving. May get Jalen Johnson back in 3 weeks. Kyler Gordon might be coming back at some point. And I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson has been one of their better players the last 3 weeks. For the first 2 games, he was their best defensive player. You referred to him as an hourglass guy, or you said, and I thought that was very interesting because I look at him as, boy, he has done a nice job. He might be able to help them throughout the course of the season, maybe in the second half of the season. But what did you mean by that, and how impressed have you been with what he's been able to do in a short period of time?
I'm tremendously impressed with what he's been able to do in a short period of time and how he has adjusted to being in Dennis Allen's defense and playing that position that Dennis Allen had told you guys in August how important it was. The one guy he mentioned was Kyler Gordon. I can't wait to use him as a chess piece on my board, right? To blitz him, to bring him off the edge, to have him play run, to have him in coverage. And, even on the interception, Grady Jarrett gets their Byard's interception, but C.J. Gardner-Johnson's coming off the edge, and J.J. McCarthy feels him and has to step up into Grady Jarrett's pressure. So he was part, again, of another takeaway yesterday. But when you talk about a guy like him, I'd have to go back and study him more. But whenever you see a guy's leaving teams one after another and they have these histories, it's kind of like, okay, what was going on, right? Does he pop everywhere he goes, David, is what I'm asking. Does he pop everywhere he goes in the beginning? Do people notice him right away? He's obviously a good football player. That's why people keep giving him a chance to play that position. We know he can do these things. What has happened before now? He has spoken a lot about the changes he has made and going through his problems, and that is real. Like we all know nowadays that mental health and all this stuff that these players go through is real. Get them their help, try to get them to move on, try to get them to adjust, try to get them into your locker room and see if you can help these guys on the right path and continue their career. But I would just study him a little bit, make sure this isn't the story he tells at every building that he goes to, right? I'm sure the Chicago Bears are looking into that. And by hourglass, I mean, you get him out before the problems happen that have happened with him everywhere he goes. So it's not on me, right? I don't work in that building. I just, when I look, I see the NFL. I've been a part of the NFL for a long time. Just something the Chicago Bears want to take a look at because he has been through a lot of teams. If you look at Wikipedia, I think it's like 6 or 7 teams that he has gone in, and just this year has been 2 or 3 teams, one being the Ravens that moved on for him. So that was what I mean by that. Now, only the Chicago Bears know if he has changed, right? If he has made the change and they have studied him and know what's going on. But Kyler Gordon is coming back, and the way this locker room is moving, just something to take a look at.
It's a great comment, and it's
because reputations precede guys, and they whether they're earned or not.
Oh, you don't got to tell me, David. I'm an hourglass guy myself, in case anybody's wondering.
Well, Owen, I got to tell you, I was lying down to go to bed at the end of the day, and kind of going through different things in my head as one does, and I laughed aloud because I finally realized that when we were talking about Tom Brady's watch, you said, did he clone it? And that had not gone through my head until then. That was hysterical. It was a great line. I'll pay closer attention.
Tom did a great job yesterday, though.
He
I don't
did.
know about you guys. I thought he did good. Now, he doesn't watch the offensive line at all, right? You can tell, like, Theo Bennett is hurt. They don't even notice for the first, 2 minutes that Theo Bennett is down. But he does a nice job when you listen to him talk about quarterbacks and receivers and the running and the way they should throw the ball and taking some heat off the ball and what they have to do. And we called that route this. And he talked about, early in the game, Caleb Williams missed Roma Dunze and DJ Moore on 3rd down, right? And those could be big plays. But he talked about, they called that the cheetah snap count, right? Obviously a quick, fast snap count. And just the amount of information he gives, and his clone watch and his clone dog. And we don't even know if that's Tom Brady. I don't even know if that's
Olin, we don't get you the rest of the week, so I want to get ahead of this, and even though it doesn't have much to do with yesterday. But moving forward, Steelers coming to town. Do you have an opinion on whether or not you would like to see Aaron Rodgers play or not? We know he has a wrist injury. His status is iffy. It's unlikely that he's going to play. Do you have an opinion?
He loves Olin.
You guys set me up. You guys asked me how I felt about that, and I said I would have felt like punching him, and everybody just blew up. But listen, as far as Aaron Rodgers goes, I guess, David, I'd like to see him, but more than I'd like to see him, I'd like to be 8-3. Even more than I'd like to see Aaron Rodgers on the field. I'd like the Chicago Bears to be 8-3 and moving on and just keep stacking wins and get to these playoffs, because you need those experiences with the young quarterback, with the young guys that you have in your locker room, and with the culture and what they're trying to build there at Haugh. Getting the experience of preparing for the playoffs, playing in playoff games, those are huge to getting this franchise turned around from where we've been for so long. And we mentioned so many times, right? Like their last win in a game, I played in that game. You see how old I am. So I know I'd love to see them beat Aaron Rodgers, but even bigger than that, I'd like to see them win a football game.
Great stuff. Thank you, Olin. Always fun.
Thanks, Olin.
Appreciate it, guys.
That is Olin Kurtz. That is so funny.
Good stuff.
Yeah. I always felt like maybe I did set him up. I always felt bad about that because he became a big story. I asked him, hey, how did you feel when he said that? He, pretty mean on my part. I apologize.
Well, yeah, it's just work on that maliciousness.
You know how I roll.
Yeah, I know.
It's Mully and Haugh, 312-644-6767. We're getting to your calls next. It's
a lot of reaction, a lot of things to pick apart, a lot of fun to have.
You're listening to The Score.
Coming up at 10 with Rahimi Harris and Grody. We share our takeaways from Bears-Vikings on a football Monday. Anthony Herron breaks down the game at 11. Plus, The Athletic's Dan Wiederer joins us with his take on how things went down in Minnesota at 1.
Rahimi Harris and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show brought to you by IHOP.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
This segment of the show brought to you by almostfreeteeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Also brought to you by Jewel Osco.
Shop Jewel Osco for Jenny O frozen whole turkeys. 10 to 26 pound average at 69 cents a pound. Limit one with a $25 minimum purchase. Plus, Jewel Osco will match any competitor's price on Jenny O frozen turkeys. See store for more details.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Getting engaged soon? Engagement ring shopping is harder and riskier than ever before. Diamond shape, diamond size, ring style, even the cut of a diamond can affect its value by 40 or 50%. Listen, make it easy on yourself. Go to Rasny Jewelers. They'll teach you how not to make a mistake. They are the diamond experts, and they got 4 Chicagoland locations. Rasny Jewelers is family owned. They've been serving Chicagoland for 75 years, so they know how to make the process stress-free. Their diamonds are the best out there. A Rasny diamond is one she will be proud to wear. So before you try and buy a diamond online or go to one of these corporate chains, visit any Rasny Jewelers location. Let them teach you how to buy smart. Rasny Jewelers, Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and on Chicago's Gold Coast. Online at rasny.com.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
Busey Bank. Building business, growing wealth since 1868. Proud to be the official bank of the Fighting Illini. Member FDIC.
Surprise Chicago! Wayfair's Black Friday sale is here early. In-store at Eden's Plaza. Right now, get up to 70% off everything you need for the season ahead. Save on kitchen and dining, bedroom furniture and mattresses, holiday decor, and way more. All at the Wayfair store. Now is the time to score big on home finds in every style. From seasonal must-haves to favorites you'll use all year long. Shop early Black Friday deals now at the Wayfair store at Eden's Plaza in Wilmette.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. North Texas has waited 66 years before returning at long last to the Associated Press Top 25. The 9-1 Mean Green are ranked 22nd in this week's poll after beating UAB to continue their magical run. Another unexpected result came in women's basketball yesterday when the Division III Scranton Royals shocked the Division I Pitt Panthers 69-63. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Proud of the guys. 7-3. It's nothing to scoff at, and as ugly as it can be at times, this group's just proven time and time again that when it's close there in the fourth quarter that we're capable of finding a way. So first division win on the road, and really proud of the guys for how they fought there at the end.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That's the voice of Ben Johnson. That is him talking about the bigger picture, which is 7-3.
7-3.
All that really matters.
We talk about his halftime adjustments. There's no bigger adjustment that he makes than going from good, better, best Ben in the locker room to post-game coach Ben at the microphone.
Yeah, that
guy's very calm.
It's a transition.
Yeah.
And he doesn't look that calm. He doesn't look that happy when he is on the field. And the way that all went down. And as I said, the quarterback looked like he had a scowl on his face. He just looked miserable. And yet you won the game, but you didn't come out of it. You had these multiple opportunities to kind of load up on some points to get some things done, but you did just enough to win another game by the skin on your chinny chin chin.
You showed again that you're learning how to win, and you're no longer are that team that finds a way to lose.
Yeah.
And that's as important as anything for a young team with a quarterback in his second year and a head coach in his first season. These are the traits you want to develop, the culture you want to create. And it's palpable, I think, on the sideline, Mully, and it has to be something that is hard to describe or quantify, but you know it because you're seeing it. The Bears believe that they're going to win these close games.
312-644-6767 is the number. Don is on the west side. Hey, Don.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah. So, I feel like, I'm loving the winning, and I hate the critique, but I just think that, winning teams have to be opportunistic, and I think our team right now, we're relying on being opportunistic. Good teams sometimes take opportunities away, and I want to see us win when the other team is not making more mistakes than we are or being more inept than we are. So I guess I want to say before I get too happy, I want to get that signature win down, guys. Caleb has to work on his downfield accuracy. It's been a problem since he's been in the league. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Yeah, it's a good assessment.
I think they've had signature wins, though.
Yeah, they have.
I think they've won big games on the road. And yesterday, if you want, how much deeper of a mark do you want to leave than beating a division opponent in their building, which is known as one of the more hostile environments you're going to play in? Here's what I think is interesting about the Bears. There's a lot of things that are fascinating, but Mully, this stands out as well.
Mm-hmm.
They have been outscored this season. Like they have a negative. They have given up 264 points, and they have scored 258, and they're in first place. 7-3. They're the 3rd seed.
They lost by what was the?
I know.
I'm just saying
that's the Lions game.
That was the one they got blown out in, and boy, the Lions, all the people that were chanting at Ben Johnson, I bet they're like, "Come back, please come back." I bet the traitor chant has turned into "Please return,"
because that game, I think, underscores, and it's a good reminder to see that point differential.
Yes.
It's a good reminder where this all started. This comeback, if you want to call it that, this revival, if you want to refer to it that way, began by getting embarrassed against the Lions, by Ben Johnson being mocked and booed, all those things at Ford Field, because they have been a different team since then. They started 0-2. They've won 6 of 7. And that's just something that you just did not expect to happen. And you look at their season moving forward, and now all things are possible. Yeah, okay, so you're right. You alluded to the Lions. What's the biggest problem in Detroit right now?
Play calling.
I know.
I mean, honestly, they looked like they couldn't call. Dan Campbell is the play caller. That's the biggest problem. They don't have anyone that really knows what they're doing with their play calling. They haven't been in that position before. He's taken over play calling.
He took the duties away from John Morton,
Yes, he
who
did.
replaced Ben Johnson.
Yes.
Last night against the Eagles, tough environment, but you're going against Vic Fangio, and you were 0 for 5 in 4th down. You lost a game by a touchdown, a one-score game. Do you think a couple of those field goals would have been handy at the time?
Yeah, but I think he's always the guy that's been the go-for-it guy, right? I mean, listen, the Bears, when we talk about the Bears defense, we've said 2 things. That is, why don't we ever criticize Dennis Allen? Well, because they are really good at a couple of things. They're really good at getting takeaways, which everyone knows is a difficult thing to be good at, and everyone suspects won't last if you're good at it. It's not like you can expect that on a regular basis. The other thing is 3rd downs. They are very efficient on 3rd down defense. They held the Vikings were 3-11. That's 27.3%. That's worse than they were. That's better than the Bears were coming into the game. But they did give up a 4th down conversion, a 4th and 4. So that's kind of how the Vikings got back in that game. But the Bears are doing a good job on 3rd down.
Well, I think they are doing a good job statistically on 3rd down.
Yes.
So you look at that as it helps define your defense and gain some respect.
Yes.
Big picture-wise, I think the reason Dennis Allen has maybe people have been reluctant to criticize or scrutinize as much as maybe your typical defensive coordinator, people understand that he's trying to do more with less.
Yes.
And I think they respect the fact that you take away 3 guys that we mentioned who could be coming back in December to help the cause, 3 of their guys they really have committed to contractually. In the offseason, Kyler Gordon and TJ Edwards got contract extensions.
Yes.
They haven't really been available.
No.
Jalen Johnson was your big-ticket item in the secondary, the guy who was your number 1 cornerback, your all-pro, your best defensive player probably when healthy, and he's not been healthy. So when Dennis Allen's been able to create this takeaway mentality and expectation without those 3 guys, you're like, he's doing something right.
Yeah. No,
he's doing something right.
I mean, I'm not criticizing him. I'm saying we asked a question last week, like, why is he not getting any criticism? That was just one of –
I know.
And I'm glad we do that sort of thing because
You've got to see both sides of the equation.
It's worth looking at and talking about. And as Big Z was talking to us, they've got some exceptional statistics. And guess what? 17 points on the road against the Minnesota Vikings. You take that and run like a thief in the night.
Every time.
That's what the defense wants.
With 2 takeaways.
Yes.
So let me ask you this. I asked Olden this. I wonder what you think. Do you believe, is this a no-brainer even, but is the strength of this team its offensive line? Is there any doubt about that after yesterday or 10 games into this season?
You know, I mean, you're asking the wrong guy. Get the guy screaming at the high school
Dustin.
games.
He's on the phone taking calls. We got some callers lining up.
The block somebody.
But I think yesterday, didn't Ben Johnson basically tell us that without telling us that?
Oh, he did. He told us that because what did they do at the end of the game?
Game got tight.
They relied on their running game. They felt more comfortable about the certainty that they were going to get from blocking people and having runs than they did about trying another play action pass,
Yes.
Caleb running around. He didn't want that anymore. He wanted to run the ball, and that's what he did. And he did it when they had 53 seconds, whatever it was left. That's crazy.
I thought it was
frankly.
crazy.
Yes.
I thought it was.
Yes.
I thought it was maybe
It also
a
worked.
tad bit conservative. It worked, so it was the right way to go. But we would be sitting here this morning if Cairo Santos had missed, and because we didn't have enough leg,
And we'd
we'd
be
been
wondering
saying,
why didn't they go down the field 30
Ben
yards?
Johnson, why'd you
Yes.
lose your nerve?
Yes.
And that's what I thought watching in real time.
See, but I don't think he lost his nerve. I think that he realized that Flores was dialing up all these blitzes, that they were figuring something out, and they were using their numbers to go after
Oh, I
Caleb.
think it was the right call.
Oh, it definitely
because
was.
you know what? Exactly right. Bad things can happen when you think that you're going to beat a blitz and you never quite know how to. Brian Flores was going to take some chances if you drop back to pass.
Hey.
And he figured that even if a quarterback that protects the football in that situation might have a harder time protecting the football.
I was just going to say we should get to maybe we'll do that a little bit later, but we'll do that next. We should get to his comments on Caleb in the postgame. Fascinating to me that he didn't have a comment. 312-644-6767. John's in Joliet, our buddy John. Hey, John, how are you, bud?
Hey, John.
Good morning, Mully and Haugh. Wow, man. Wow. It's easy to just sit there and just pick things that are wrong with this team. But for 6 years, we've been doing that since 2018. And I understand he overthrows the guys deep. And it's just, but there's a process that I'm watching with this team. And it seems like every week they take a step to improve. I want to stay positive. I want to stay highly motivated, truly dedicated, never be duplicated. And I can't wait to be there Sunday for the game. Let's beat Pittsburgh, baby.
And, John, your calls can't be replicated.
No, he does an incredible
Nice job, John.
Yeah, always.
Bringing it
always, buddy.
every week. Yeah.
Let's move on. I believe we have Vince in Gurnee. Hey, Vince.
What's up, Vince?
Good morning, guys. Loving the show as always. Happy Bears Monday. I was calling to try to show some love to Nashawn Wright.
Yeah.
I've had like a real love-hate relationship with that guy, but I mean, stepping in for a Jalen Johnson injury and having to pretty much guard some of the premier receivers in our league. And I mean, he's just been showing up game in and game out. He does give up a couple plays here and there, but again, he's giving them up against, some great receivers. So I really just want to call and give him some love specifically. I know that he was dealing with a lot with his coach and that whole story. But I'm just, I really just want to call and shout him out specifically because this week I think he really deserves some love because he could have been out there getting beat almost every week. So that was my only comment this morning.
Vince, that's a great call. John Beam, his college coach at Laney College in Oakland, was killed last week. So Nashawn Wright was playing with a heavy heart and took the field. And you saw his reaction after the interception, which was tremendous.
Yes.
He high-pointed that one like the
great-
receiver that he used to be.
Great pick.
And then he goes down to one knee, and everybody knew what he was going through. So you feel good for somebody who rose to the occasion under those circumstances. But Mully, from a football perspective solely, he has been a surprise contributor in a big way. He's got 4 picks now. He had J.J. McCarthy. That's the second time he picked him off. Remember the pick 6 in the opener?
Yes.
And this guy has stepped forward because of Al Harris, perhaps, because of this is his time. But he, in a building that he knows well from being a former Viking, he was as important as any DB yesterday.
He was in the known.
He was in the known. He was living in the known, Dustin. Yes.
The Full Weather Network decided to do a segment about that as well.
How about that?
Let's get to we got to get to a
We'll
quick
get to a break.
timeout,
Come back
but
and listen to
We'll hear what Ben Johnson, how he assessed Caleb Williams. Very important.
Very interesting.
A lot a lot not said that you got to kind of read into what was said. 312-644-6766.
We got to be in the known.
We'll be back with your calls, and we'll be always in the known. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Bears win. Ben Johnson and the first place Bears stay hot with a big win over the Vikings, improving to an impressive 7-3.
To win it or lose it. Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback kid, Chicago Bears, do it again!
Stick around as all of our shows and Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside their locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they take on the Steelers at Soldier Field, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeart Radio apps.
Hey, if your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks or a bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer and Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor and installation by the holiday is going to end soon. Here's the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer and Cross garage floor is going to be your favorite home improvement in years. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every single night. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And they just make it so easy. Comer and Cross employees are professionals. They don't use subcontractors. They're in and out in a single day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly, and they even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer and Cross floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
When it comes to cancer, expertise matters. Loyola Medicine offers leading-edge treatments and a team dedicated to your whole health. From prevention to advanced therapies, we're here for every step. Discover more at loyolamedicine.org/cancer.
Hey, Chicagoland, get with a winning team. The all-new Toyota on Edens, one of Chicagoland's fastest-growing Toyota dealers. Score big savings on our fresh line of 300 new 2025 and now 2026 Toyotas. And servicing your current Toyota has never been more convenient with extended service hours, including Saturday service, plus Uber pickup and drop-off. The best way is right off the expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
Every soda next to Mr. Pibb got something to say. The classics reminisce about the glory days. The doctor's giving a dissertation. The prebiotic bubbles giving TED Talks. Then there's Mr. Pibb. Sweet cherry up front, bold fizz on the follow. No pitch, no promises, just bold cherry bringing the flavor. Some sodas talk big. Mr. Pibb backs it up.
Bold kick of cherry. Hey, yo, Mr. Pibb.
Within the cities we call home, Busey Bank is more than a name. It's a commitment to your dreams. With Busey, trusted guidance is tailored to empower you every step of the way. Whether it's seamlessly managing your finances or planning for your future, Busey is dedicated to your financial success. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up, you get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP limited edition collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
It's time for the Chevy Drives Chicago Bears Rundown. Week 11, Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, and the Bears were looking for revenge and their first division win as they took on Minnesota. The first three quarters swung the Bears' way as far as momentum goes, but the Bears couldn't really capitalize. Middays, clinging on to a 6-point lead in the fourth quarter. Minnesota QB J.J. McCarthy struggled with accuracy all game, but threw a touchdown pass with just 50 seconds on the clock to take the 1-point lead. The comeback Bears answered back with a huge kickoff return by Devin Duvernay that set up Cairo Santos for a 48-yard field goal win. Bears 19, Minnesota 17. On the road or off-road, Chevy Silverado is built for tough performance. Now, during Chevy Red Tag, get 0% APR financing on a 26 Chevy Silverado 1500 pickup. Go to Chevy Drives Chicago for details. Chevy Silverado, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming, only on Paramount Plus.
It counts for the ability to come back and win these games. It's not always the offense, it's not always the defense. Today it was special teams help. Like, what accounts for everyone being able to do that?
Yeah, something that I've spoke about before, living in the know. It doesn't matter when, it doesn't matter how, it doesn't matter who, it doesn't. We got the guys, we got the coaches, we live in the known. And so when our moment comes, when their moment comes, whoever it is on the team, we'll make the play. And so, like I said, we gotta get better throughout the game. But you know, when it comes down to it, we know we're gonna make the plays at the right moment, the right time, and we're gonna go win the game.
And how do you evaluate Caleb's performance? Hard to say. I got to look at the tape.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Very interesting comment by both people. That was Caleb Williams first, living in the known.
Living in the known.
But the idea that the coach doesn't know the known because he hasn't looked at the tape.
Well, if he were living in the
fascinating.
known, he would say what he didn't want to say without looking at the tape, and that his quarterback had a mediocre day.
Yeah, the quarterback was not good.
He completed 50% of his passes, and we know what that means in Ben Johnson's
exactly the same
world.
number as the opposing quarterback.
J.J. McCarthy's two
was
picks
awful.
was awful.
Yes.
Made
Yes.
it awful. J.J.
Yes.
McCarthy had one good drive. He got hot at the right time. Caleb Williams was not sharp, and his biggest asset yesterday was his escapability and keeping the Bears out of bad plays. I think also yesterday you could make the argument that he was strong in the leadership category. You saw examples of that, whether they were focusing on that with the Fox cameras or not, but he seemed to be more animated on the sidelines. He seems to be more in command of things. I love the way that you see shots of the huddle where his projection seems a little bit more in charge than maybe a quarterback 5 games ago. Certainly last season, you see the growth in that department as well.
Caleb Williams completed 16 of 32 passes. That's 50%. For 193 yards. He was sacked twice on consecutive plays, a loss of 13 yards, and he had a 68.9 passer rating. That's not good.
That's not good enough. It's not good enough.
J.J. McCarthy?
Yeah.
He was worse. 16 of 32. That's exactly the same 50%. 150 yards passing. That's not very good.
Mm-mm.
He was not sacked. He did throw for a touchdown, but as you mentioned, 2, not 1, 2 picks, 47.7 QB rating.
His incompletions were often non-competitive throws. They weren't even close. So he kept his team from being a threat offensively in the passing game with one of the best receiving tandems in the NFL. Now, that said, Jordan Addison did have a drop.
Yes, he did.
They had another drop that cost them.
They had about 3 drops or 4 drops. So did the Bears. The Bears had some drops.
DJ Moore had a drop.
There.
Yeah, DJ Moore had a bad one.
Yes,
that was
off the fingers,
off his fingertips,
and he never does that.
Yeah, that was a very strange one.
Yeah,
and he also got him a big first down. Talking about DJ Moore out of the backfield. That was a nice run.
I
was
wild.
a little skeptical of the call.
Yeah,
didn't love it, but I think all's well that ends well. J.J. McCarthy, though, kept the Bears feeling like they could win that game because you never got the sense that he was going to get going like he did. And they let them back into the game with a special teams breakdown on a punt return. And you look at that almost being a game where special teams cost the Bears. As it turns out, the special teams were truly special when the Bears needed them to be. Devin Duvernay had that 56-yard return.
That was incredible. And now I want to talk about what Pat said. So
tell me about the reverse thing or the counter thing.
What he was saying was they had 3 returns in that game. I believe the first one was Blackwell, Josh Blackwell, but he did have that block. Josh Blackwell had one. Roshan Johnson had one where they went to the left side. And then the last one was the one that won the game effectively. Duvernay caught that ball and looked like he was going left again, and then
boom,
then he went right.
Change field, change
and that's
directions.
where he turned up, and it looked as if they had overloaded the left side a little. So Pat was wondering if they set that up, and he said he had to go back and see the first couple of kicks.
I'll be curious to see what he has to say about that.
I agree.
Because I did think he changed directions, but I thought it was just because as instinctive as kick returners are, he was running to daylight.
I agree with you.
And there was plenty of daylight. How about the sunlight there in that stadium?
Yeah, we were talking.
Blinding almost,
we talked about
like a
that
baseball
little bit.
effect.
Yeah, maybe that explains some of the drops. I don't know. I'm just saying Pat and Olin never played in that stadium, and we did not have. We did have a
conversation. That's as plausible as any theory that I've heard about why there was a drop.
I mean, it's
ball was being thrown too hard, maybe.
Yeah, maybe that's it, or maybe the sun.
That's what Dustin said.
And let me ask something: with those windows, is there sort of a magnifying glass effect? Like, did the ball actually pop when someone was trying to? All right, that's crazy. Bigsy is next. It's Biggs time. We'll talk to the Tribune football man, Brad Biggs, next on The Score.
Yeah, whatever.
You're listening to Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. They say defense wins championships, and that's true for your retirement plan, too. Inflation, taxes, and market volatility are like an aggressive pass rush. If you're not prepared, you will get sacked. Trajan Wealth builds your financial defense first, protecting what you've worked so hard for, while designing an offensive strategy to grow your wealth responsibly. Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors don't push products. They design custom plans that align with your risk tolerance, your goals, and your timeline. And as a veteran-led firm, CEO Jeff Jr. knows what it takes to achieve true financial independence. So don't wait. Call Trajan Wealth today. 630-320-2100. Again, 630-320-2100. Or visit TRAJANWealth.com. That's TRAJANWealth.com. One more time, TRAJANWealth.com. Strong defense, smart offense. That's the Trajan Wealth game plan. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you had done it sooner. All the guys I know go to Synergen X at Low T Center for TRT. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The testosterone is pure, not compounded. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. Get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Hey everybody, it's Spiegs. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who's going to win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. tonight. FanDuel is going to give all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% PBT for this Monday night's game. Monday Night Football, more fun, especially when you hit with a PBT. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Matt to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Gulf Mills Chevrolet's ready to rumble, and they've got the deals to do it. They're kicking off with 1.9% financing on new Chevys, and you won't make a payment till next year. Score big with $8,600 off an SRP on new Chevy Silverados. 1500s, 2500s, 3500s. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is dealing on all of them. Prepare to save thousands on job-ready work trucks, dumps, plows, box trucks, cargos, stake beds, service utility vans, and much more are in stock. Job-ready and ready to rumble at Chicagoland's work truck leader. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is paying top dollar for trade-ins, trucks, SUVs, workhorses. If it runs, they'll take it. Trade up, gear up, and get to work in a new Chevy truck today. 1.9%, $8,600 off new Silverados, and no payments till next year. Chicagoland's work truck leader on Greenwood and Gulf Road in Niles.
With approved credit on select models. Off MSRP on select models, plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick promise.
Save big money on your kitchen update at Menards. Transform everyday spaces into gathering places with custom craft countertops from Menards. Countertops are the center of the home, and we offer stylish options with durability that will last for years to come. Check out our kitchen showrooms in-store or visit menards.com and get a free design estimate today. Plus, view our weekly flyer for many other great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
This segment is sponsored by Duke Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
After the big win over the Vikings, the Bears are sitting in first place in the NFC North. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studios brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. A Bears win and a Lions loss, and your 7-3 Bears are in first place in the NFC North. The Bears walked the Vikings off 19-17. We've got Brad Biggs up next. The Bears next have Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers Sunday, noon kick CBS, but Aaron Rodgers may not be on the field dealing with a fracture of the left wrist. It is minor. More information on that coming up. Bears -3 total 7:45. We mentioned that the Lions were stopped by the Eagles, 16-9, the final on Sunday Night Football. Tonight, Week 11 wraps, Cowboys-Raiders, coverage on News Radio 780 WBBM beginning at 7:15 because the Bulls are at the Nuggets, and that's a 7:45 pregame with an 8 o'clock tip. Bulls falling in double OT to the Jazz last night, 150-147. The Hour is brought to you by Busey Bank, building business, growing well since 1868. And the segment with Brad Biggs is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the Plumbing Pros. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911.
Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggs. With Mully and Haugh. Biggs time. The Biggs Report with Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggsy. His name is Brad Biggs. Brad Biggs talks football with you.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Brad Biggs, the football man of the Chicago Tribune, a longtime contributor to the station and a valued friend, and he joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Biggs A!
Morning, Brad.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, you got the story. You are on the biggest story in town. The Bears, they don't have to be great. They just have to remain unbeatable, and that's what they've looked like of late with the 5-1 record now in one-score games. Pretty unbelievable to be the leaders of the North.
Yeah, I mean, the fifth time that they've gotten the go-ahead points in the final 2 minutes of a ball game since the Week 4 trip to Las Vegas, where they got the Swift touchdown and then sealed it with the blocked field goal. They're coming up with different ways to create success. So you've got a growing list of guys who are responsible in crunch time for wins, with Devin Duvernay adding himself to the list. Yesterday, obviously the kick by Cairo Santos at the end, and the Bears prevail on the final play in a game which, if you look at some of the statistics, that probably should be a two-score game, but they're not going to apologize. And they move into first place in the NFC North. Who would have thunk it when this season began?
Brad, what was the most impressive element of yesterday's victory to you?
Boy, that's a good question. I mean, offensive line continues to, I think play pretty well. Caleb certainly faced some pressure, and there were 2 sacks yesterday. But when you've reached the point that you're talking about the Bears and you say, wow, there were 2 sacks, I think that lets you know how far they've come. They ran the ball effectively enough to get 39 carries, so they were able to remain committed to it, and they certainly got, I thought, a really good push from some of those guys in those final moments where they're starting at the 40-yard line, and you realize, hey, they probably got to get close to a first down anyway to feel good about the kick situation, and they did just about that. So, to me, offensive line continues to stand out because, defensively, they didn't sack J.J. McCarthy, and he's been taking sacks left and right. They weren't great stopping the Vikings run, and Justin Jefferson only has 61 yards, but by and large that's because it was a lot of ball fours handed out by McCarthy yesterday.
Brad, the Bears for the first time this year failed to score on the first or second drive. They actually opened with 2 3-and-outs, which usually they're usually excellent because the play caller has the first 15. They usually look awful good early, but they did have a big drive. They trailed 3-0, but they had the 15-play, 74-yard drive for a touchdown. That was a huge turning point. That was an excellent drive. Why were they struggling as much offensively as they managed to in that game?
Well, those first 2 drives, they got themselves immediately in third and long situations. I think they were both 3rd and 9.
Yep.
And Caleb had opportunities on both of them. On the first one, he went deep for Roma Dunze. It throws right on the money. It's a huge play. Would have taken certainly a high-level throw. On the next one, DJ Moore was by NFL standards wide open, and the ball sailed. If I'm recalling correctly, it was really overthrown. Another chance for a huge play. I mean, a flip the field type of play. So those some of those deep passes, especially on the 7 routes, those are things that Caleb probably still needs to get better at. But Minnesota did a nice job of preventing the explosive plays. The Bears really didn't have a whole lot of those, and so when your quarterback doesn't have many explosive completions, and then the completion percentage is way down. I mean, he was at 50% yesterday. That's when it can turn into a little bit of a tractor pull. I think they get 5 possessions where they got inside the Minnesota 40-yard line, and you come away from the game with only 1 touchdown. That's why this should have been like a 2-score game when you look at time of possession, when you look at the fact that the Bears ran 19 more offensive plays, when Minnesota was paltry 3 for 11 on 3rd down, and the Bears were +2 in turnovers. This needs to be like a 10, 13, 14-point game.
So, Brad, Duvernay has the 56-yard kickoff return. You explained it well in ChicagoTribune.com in your 10 thoughts. There are 42 seconds left. The Bears have the ball at the Vikings 40. They've got all 3 timeouts and a kicker that just missed a 45-yarder. They run 3 straight running plays. What happened to Ben Johnson on that drive? Was he asked about that post game? And what did you think about how conservative he was?
I think they put faith in the O-line there. I kind of mentioned that earlier. I think they felt like if they got about 8 yards, they'd be in pretty good shape, and so it's a high level of faith in Santos. It's knowing that the quarterback was 50% yesterday on completion percentage. I mean, for the season, he's under 60% now. So I think they felt decent about their ability to move the ball there on the ground, and they end up picking up 9 yards. They had the gain. They lost some yardage on 2nd down, and then Swift got him 7 yards on that 3rd down play where it's 4th and 1, and you're like, okay, well, he's got to kick it here. You got to win the ball game. But I mean, it's a fair question. I wonder if it'll come up today. But I mean, to me, that's him saying in that moment he probably felt best or better about his O-line than he did anything else.
Brad, they're 7-3. They're leading the division. They've now won a game in the division. It was on the road. They're clearly improving as the year has gone on. Do you see them as a playoff team? You figure they got to win 3 more, right?
I mean, I mean, at minimum, you figure they got to win 3 more because 10-7 wasn't good enough for the Seahawks a year ago. You watch how some of these other teams are beginning to stumble. Like, is something more amiss with the Packers than just missing the guy who was kind of the linchpin of the passing game in the tight end, Tucker Kraft? Like, and I don't know. I'm asking the question because I'm not going to pretend to have studied them in depth at all this season. But if they're really struggling, that's going to create an easier path for the Bears. Not that any path is going to be easy. They've got one team remaining on the schedule that's currently below 500, and that's the Browns. And the Browns defense is going to give the Bears a formidable test. Is that going to be a 9-6 game? I don't know. The Bears have a shot here. You look at the 49ers. 49ers schedule's a little bit easier the rest of the way than the Bears. You look at the Lions situation. I think the Lions have got 4 of the next 5 at home, guys. The Bears are certainly it's right there in front of them. Like they can go out and grab it with their own performance here in the next 2 months.
Brad, the Bears did not have a sack, yet Montez Sweat, I thought, had a nice deflection that was key. Grady Jarrett forced a bad throw. He had pressure up the middle at times. And Austin Booker played 51 of the 55 snaps, so I think he was making his presence felt. You saw Dominic Robinson with a tackle. How would you evaluate the defensive line? Despite no sacks, was the pressure good enough?
The pressure was good enough against J.J. McCarthy, who in career start number 5. I don't think that's going to be good enough if you're at Philadelphia in less than 2 weeks now on Black Friday against Jalen Hurts. Like that's not going to work against him. The Vikings did a decent job on the ground too. I think they averaged about 5.2 a carry. They only got 22 carries because they couldn't stay on the field. They could not convert third downs. Like McCarthy was missing stuff by wasn't even close. I joked on Twitter you need to bring back the late great Bob Uecker. I mean it was so outside. It was awful. Yeah, that D-line performance, it'll need to be better against a quarterback that presents a more formidable challenge.
This segment with Brad Biggs is sponsored by Estwing Professional Tools, made in the USA for over 100 years, estwing.com. You can't help but think about the future and what could happen for this team this year. Jalen Johnson coming back to practice on Friday was pretty extraordinary. The 21-day window opens up, but he's already practicing with his teammates. We'll see how he feels, how things go, but that's got to be a great sign. I don't think I ever expected that he would be back ahead of Kyler Gordon. How far away is Gordon? How far away is TJ Edwards? Like, we look at this defense and we see there are some issues, but will those be healing as the year goes on, and will that make all of the expectations raise a little bit?
I don't know that it raises expectations. It would certainly help, and we'll see if Johnson indeed is back in game action before Kyler Gordon. Like, I don't, who knows if that's the case? They could start the window for Kyler Gordon any day now. Yesterday was the 4th game that he's missed. He's missed 8 out of the 10 regular season games. Jalen Johnson's been available for a grand total of 20 snaps back in that week 2 game at Detroit. So I think they will probably operate on the cautious side with both those guys in terms of trying to get them in a position where they're in football shape and ready to go out and compete and hopefully not have to worry about any kind of setback, because the setbacks is what's happened really with both of them. Jalen got hurt right before camp started, and they started getting him going right before the start of the regular season. And remember, it was a question of would he play in week 1? Well, the answer was no. He was ready for week 2, and he was out there for 20 snaps. Kyler hurt in the first week of August. I think it was August 6th. Starts getting ready to go before the start of the season, and winds up as a late add to the injury report on that opening weekend when the Bears were playing on Monday night. So it's just been kind of setbacks for both those guys. So again, I think they'll be sort of conservative, trying to get them both ready. TJ Edwards, you would hope that maybe this could be the week, but if after missing the time that he's missed, you figure he's got to be. You would hope he'd be limited on Wednesday in order to get him moving in the right direction for Sunday. So let's reevaluate this a little later in the week.
Ben Johnson didn't want to address his evaluation of Caleb Williams right after the game. Wanted to watch the tape, as he said. After he does that and addresses reporters this afternoon at Haugh, Brad, what do you think he'll say about the performance of his quarterback?
Yeah, I'm sure I'll look for ways to kind of spin it positive, right? I mean, that's a topic that they always want to be relatively sensitive about, although he has also been transparent. A couple of those incompletions of the 16 for 32 were situations where he's wisely throwing the ball out of bounds to because nothing's there. Avoid the sack, get rid of it. On how many of those, and I don't know, was there a check down earlier in the play that maybe you get the ball out and you got 6 yards, you move on to the next snap? I don't know. I haven't watched it yet. I don't know the answer to that. But he was also, like I said, errant on some of those deeper shots downfield. I thought he did a really nice job of avoiding pressure. That was he took 2 sacks with what the Vikings threw at him. Other quarterbacks, probably the number would be more like 5. And protected the football once again, which helps the Bears go +2 in turnovers. I believe I looked at this the other night. I think it's the second time in the last 12 meetings the Bears have been 12 meetings with Minnesota that the Bears have been positive in the turnover margin. Like they've had the hardest time finishing a game plus against the Vikings, and they certainly accomplished that yesterday.
They've had a hard time in the division. Let's be honest. They've really what were they 3-17 going into
3-18.
3-8. I'm sorry, 3-18 going into that game, and to win on the road as their first division win is laudable. And you're right. I would imagine, given all the things that were thrown at him, and given 2 sacks at the end of the game, and maybe they were a little wary about him just being protected, trying to, they were concerned about negative plays.
That last series says that.
That's what it says.
That shows the concern they must have had.
But they also ran the ball fairly well.
Both things were true. They trusted their offensive line, and they were scared of their quarterback.
Yeah, well, and I mean, that's fair.
A little bit at the end. Yeah, so, but it's all stuff that's much more comfortable for them to dissect and try to build off yet another win. Like this has been a remarkable run for them after the 0-2 start to be where they're at right now. They're not winning pretty, but that doesn't matter. I mean,
how surprised are you?
If you thought this team was going to be 7-3 going into Week 12, you know what? You thought they were going to be a playoff team a year ago, and you thought Justin Fields was going to be a star for years to come with the Bears. Like, so,
come on now,
yeah,
you don't have to do that.
Well, no, I'm just like if you legitimately thought this was a 7-3 team before the season, and after those first 2 weeks of the year, I mean, like, you got one right.
7 out of 8. Yeah, that is impressive after the start that they had. No doubt
it's
about
unbelievable.
It. Yeah,
it really is.
It really is.
It's a great story, and there's a ton of football left. Like people start focusing on the playoffs, and I'm like, and there's 7 games to go. That is a ton of action ahead. A ton.
What'd you think of the game balls Ben Johnson gave out yesterday?
I mean, Duvernay certainly deserved it. I think Santos pulled that one left, right? It just missed it after he nailed that 54-yarder, which I think is as long for the season. I'm willing to bet that thing would have been good from 60, and he was fantastic on the kickoffs, right? They had Miles Price on the run on those kickoff returns. I believe the Vikings' average starting field position off of kickoffs was their own 23-yard line. So to bounce back from the miss at the beginning of the fourth quarter and hit that, and being a guy that is so well liked in the locker room, you can see why he would be deserving of one in that situation.
And they gave one to Kevin Warren. I know happy birthday is what we have to say and what we say heartfelt to him. It was great that he was back in that building he built.
I'm not sure that Kevin Warren got that building built for the Vikings, but he worked there a long time, got a lot of relationships with people in the Vikings organization, and you certainly understand why the rivalry game against Minnesota is extra special to him.
Thank you, Senator Biggs.
That was great. Thanks, Brad.
Have a great day, guys.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. We'll be right back with your calls. 312-644-6767. It's Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Bears win. Ben Johnson and the first-place Bears stay hot with a big win over the Vikings, improving to an impressive 7-3.
To win it or lose it. Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback kids, Chicago Bears, do it again!
Stick around as all of our shows and Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside their locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they take on the Steelers at Soldier Field, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, are you getting engaged soon? Well, engagement ring shopping is harder and riskier than ever before. Diamond shape, diamond size, ring style, even the cut of a diamond can impact its value by 40 or 50%. So if you're not careful, you can really overpay. Listen, make it easy on yourself. That's the way to do it. Go to Rasny Jewelers. They're going to teach you how to not make a mistake. These are the diamond experts for Chicagoland locations. Rasny Jewelers is family-owned. They're not another corporate chain. At Rasny, they respect you, your budget, and they offer the personalized service that you deserve. They've been serving Chicagoland for 75 years, so they know how to make the process stress-free. Their diamonds are the best out there, cut to perfection for maximum brilliance and symmetry, hand-picked with no middleman markups. The diamonds they reject are the ones you're going to see online or at big chains claiming rock-bottom prices. A Rasny diamond is one she will be proud to wear. And you'll love the engagement ring settings at Rasny, both trendy and classic. So before you try and buy a diamond online or go to one of those corporate chains, visit any Rasny Jewelers location. Let them teach you how to buy smart. Rasny Jewelers in Hinsdale and Addison, Highland Park, on the Gold Coast here in Chicago, online at rasny.com.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. New teeth, new smile, new you. Tired of hiding the smile? Well, at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, we make full mouth implants affordable. Save up to 95%. Get your confidence back at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
At Busey Bank, we build meaningful financial partnerships with our clients that span generations. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply, select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
This holiday season, Target has your back with irresistibly cool gifts for everyone on your list. For the trendsetter, start with affordable beauty kits and gift sets. Need something the whole fam will love? Grab snuggly matching fits in every size and style. And for the thrill seekers, don't forget the hottest toys and tech of the season. Target's got you covered with the best deals for endless fun. Shop in store or online. And step into the holidays with Target. Restrictions apply.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Hall of Famer Elvin Hayes, a durable, dominant 6'9" forward center for 16 seasons. The 12-time NBA All-Star recently marveled at how much freedom today's versatile big men are afforded in the modern positionless game. Back in his heyday, the Big E recalled coaches would be like, "Don't be out there handling the ball." Happy birthday, Big E. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit BigLou.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
One-man rush. McCarthy going deep. Florida. End zone. Intercepted. Nashawn Wright, who had a pick 6 against McCarthy in week 1 with a terrific pick.
He meant the world to me. When my dad was killed, he came to my house and got me out the bed, and someone I can confide in, someone that I love dearly. We talk once a week easily. Really at loss for words. When did your father pass? My dad was killed in 2017. Beam stepped in as a father figure, a father role. He did a lot for me and my brother, my family. He's been there every step of the way, and it won't stop. I gained the angel, so for sure.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670. The Score. That is Nashawn Wright, who had an interception in that game, talking about the loss of, well, he's talking about the loss of his dad and the loss of his father figure, John
Beam.
John Beam.
Yeah, from Laney College in Oakland.
Yes.
He was, I don't know if people remember the Netflix series Last Chance U.
Yeah.
He was the coach who was part of that and featured. He was still involved with Nashawn Wright to the point where before the Saints game, he visited Chicago, spent some time with Nashawn Wright before the game. I believe he was still the active athletic director at the college in Oakland. Shot down, killed last week.
Unbelievable.
And what grief that must have created, and certainly he's processing. And he had a big game and a big moment, another one, because that was his 4th interception. And Mully, you could see the emotion. He dropped to a knee. He said a prayer. You could tell that. Kevin Byard spoke afterward about how much he was proud of him. You look at that defensive secondary, without Jalen Johnson, without Kyler Gordon. Kevin Byard had a pick as well. He leads the NFL with 5. Nashawn Wright has 4. Tremaine Edmonds has 4.
Yeah.
The Bears have 3 of the top 5 interception leaders in the NFL. You talk about a team that is opportunistic defensively. They give up some yards, and they're not the most complete group. They didn't have a sack yesterday, but they take advantage of their opportunities when they come. Of the top 4 interceptors, the Bears have 3 of them.
You would not expect that to be the case.
No.
That is the case. And, I mean, you love the fact that they're still getting these takeaways. They're still winning the turnover battle. They've made it sort of a signature of their team. And Al Harris, the secondary coach, the DB coach, has made it. I think he predicted 4 yesterday, but he's made it a point. They're concentrating on it, and they've done an unbelievable job.
And they make it a point to reference him whenever they get a chance. Yeah. The defensive backs clearly have a good rapport with him because of maybe his history as a player, maybe the way he connects with these players. But from Tyreek Stevenson, who has mentioned it, Nashawn Wright again, Kevin Byard has. Al Harris has made a very big impact as a positional coach this year with the Bears in his first season. And that secondary has, I think, last week it was Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. This week it's Byard and Nashawn Wright. Every week it's somebody different, it seems. And collectively they are playing a high level of football. They're giving up a lot of ground sometimes, but they get it done when they need to.
Who needs Jalen Johnson? Is that what you're saying?
What game do you think he comes back? No, I'm not saying that.
No,
you can always use corners and edge rushers.
I think that just talking to Biggs there, I think he definitely, they brought him back on a Friday, so this is the first game. Mm-hmm. I think he misses the next game. He's not playing against Pittsburgh, and in my mind, they do not use him on Black Friday. I think that's the Eagles game.
Yeah.
So I think it would be he will miss those 3 games, and then he'll probably play the week after that. That gives him another 10 days, basically, if you don't play him on Black Friday.
The Packers game.
Packers.
I was looking at that as well. That makes the most sense.
Yeah.
It also is strategic in activating his practice window on Friday, gives him that time to prepare. If he comes back on Black Friday and is able to help against Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown,
that would be
tough
great,
challenge,
but I think it's an easier challenge to come back against the Packers. I think you got to keep that in mind too. Now, again, I don't know enough about his health status. Would he be ready to come? I know he hasn't had any preseason. He couldn't play in a game. He was injured in the offseason program. He was injured before they had the offseason program. 20 plays is how long we've seen him this year. So
not enough.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And this could be a good conditioning time. I think he's such a good player, and he's their best defensive player, that you bring him back when you can. But it's not a get him back as soon as you can, because you want to get him back for the rest of the year.
I don't think it is either, and I don't think they're in desperate straits right now, because you look at what I just talked about before getting to Jalen Johnson, their secondary, if healthy.
Now,
Tyreek Stevenson, that's a big if.
That's a big if.
Because the drop-off between him and the backup there, McLeod, is significant.
You had McLeod on the field, Dustin's guy, on the field at the end of that game.
You might say McLeod is on an island, and they're going to target him if he's there again. If it's Aaron Rodgers on Sunday, or if it's even Mason Rudolph on Sunday, that if Nick McLeod is the corner opposite Nashawn Wright, they're going to exploit that. They're going to expose him.
I know Rudolph's a fairly big game. I believe he has a very bright nose.
Well, it is the time of year, Mully. I don't know if you noticed walking into Prudential Center today how the Christmas decorations are festively already
hard to believe it's already upon us. 312-644-6767. We'll start with Mark. He's on the south side. Hey, Mark.
Hi, good morning, guys. First time caller.
Bless you.
Just like the gentleman said, it's good that the Bears are good, but I won't be satisfied until the Bears beat Green Bay in Green Bay. And I won't be surprised Aaron Rodgers would play with a fractured wrist, because he owned the Bears. And my question is, how come the Bears don't utilize Loveland or Kmet those two good tight ends.
They were
Thanks,
they
Mark.
were
Appreciate
great.
the phone
they
call.
were
I would
great
say,
yesterday.
Colson Loveland and Cole Kmet both had strong games.
He was beating the
Cole
heck
Kmet
out of people. He
targeted
was,
5 times. He had 5 catches.
and he was running people down, and he knocked their corner.
It might have been his
out
best
of the
game of the year.
Oh, he was fantastic.
And Loveland, you just have a sense that when he catches the ball, he's going to have somebody bouncing off of him.
I would like to see more Loveland in the red zone.
Yes.
I think when I look at the Bears in the red zone and we argue about what they have to do, they have to score touchdowns. And when you get in the red zone, that guy's like 10 feet tall. And you're right. He's a big, strong man.
And I like the way they used Kmet yesterday.
Kmet
I
was
respect
great
the
yesterday.
way Cole Kmet has handled his business this year because he's not been a part of the offense, and he has not been a distraction either.
He was like Gronk yesterday. He was just like, he just looked like, he looked so powerful. I think he may.
Like he's been spending more time in the weight room?
I think it looked like he'd been doing like a lot of bicep work before that game. His arms looked so strong. And again, he ran a guy over.
He looked imposing.
They both ducked their helmet. I thought it was interesting.
I like that.
They had the argument about whether who had the lower helmet. Was it helmet to helmet, and who's that on, and why didn't they throw a flag? You know why? Because some guy's coming to hit you, so you protect yourself, and they both put their heads down and they collided.
Yeah, so I don't think this is a morning to call out the tight ends. They were very effective.
They were
And
excellent.
as for winning in Green Bay, they won last year at Green Bay, and they had a miserable season. They can win this year at Lambeau, and I think when we look ahead, right now, you're looking at a 7-3 team. We're talking about the race to 10 victories, finding 3 more on the schedule. Not hard to do that if the Bears continue to be consistent and don't squander this opportunity. Can they handle success?
Okay, the opportunity to get the flower fired is out there for you. Bears sweep
That's
that team.
mean-spirited.
It's a possibility.
It's a possibility. It is.
If they lose 2 to the Bears
Yeah.
and they play like they've been playing,
But then who will Ben Johnson name check when he says he looked forward to beating Matt LaFleur twice? He can't do that next year if he's fired, unless he goes to the Giants. You know, Matt LaFleur.
So you can only beat him once.
Look, Matt LaFleur is going to get another job.
Oh, Matt
if he gets
LaFleur is
fired.
fine.
But you're right about the job jeopardy.
Well, I mean, his name has come up like that. If they could sweep Green Bay, you know what that would do to the fan base? You know what that would do? I mean, it would be unbelievable. And I'm not predicting it, but wouldn't that be something?
They have to play him 2 times in 3 weeks.
That's what I'm saying.
It's going to be difficult, frankly, for either team to sweep the series.
It's like a
because of that.
doubleheader? Is that
I
what
think
you
it's
think?
difficult because,
Okay.
yeah, it's like a doubleheader.
Yeah.
You sweep a doubleheader, something seems a little bit amiss. If you win both those games in a 3-week period, I don't know. It's tough.
That could reflect poorly on
So
the
look,
flower.
let's say they split with the Packers, 1.
Okay.
They're going to beat the Browns 2.
Yes.
Mason Rudolph cannot come into Soldier Field and win a game 3.
It's
I'm a 10.
It's his time of year.
What
about?
But it might be a foggy night,
about
Mully.
Detroit?
It might be a foggy day.
What about Detroit going for it? Oh yeah, he would lead that. They could see everything with him. What? Jason is on the west side. You got to take that guy seriously. Stop it. Hey, Jason.
Hey, Jason.
How you doing, guys? Good morning.
Good
Getting silly.
Good. Just raising a point. I know earlier we were talking about Caleb's play and how he needs to improve. I do think he needs to use his outlet more, but I also got to give some credit to that Minnesota defense. They're no slouch, and they blitz something
They're
like
tough.
75% in the first half.
Yep.
And so, I don't know if that number held in the second half. I didn't catch the stat on it, but they blitz Caleb quite a bit. And so, he's got to use his outlets. I agree on that. But for a second-year player, when you get blitzed that much, they and didn't turn the ball over, you got to give him a little bit of credit. I gave him like a C minus because he didn't get down in the red zone and score. But you got to give him something for not turning the ball over and handling that blitz.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair, Jason.
It's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll be very curious to hear what Ben Johnson has to say about it today, because I think, and we have talked about this repeatedly, and we got to get to a break because we got a lot of show left. But here's my thing. I keep waiting for elements of that Detroit offense to pop up, and by that I mean a crossing route that is caught in stride, and then
the deep crossers where you have schemed a guy open because of the way you protected the passer and waited for that to open.
And then
Absolutely.
and then he runs and does the magic.
You haven't seen that as much.
I thought we'd see more of that.
I did too.
Yeah.
I did too. And as for the blitz, Brian Flores came in. The Vikings were blitzing 42% of the time. I think that was a league high.
League high.
Have to check out what it was yesterday.
Oh,
Not sure
was
yet,
over
but it had to be
50.
over.
Yeah, no
had to be
doubt
more
about
than
it.
half, it seemed.
Yeah, I agree with you. We'll get into it. 312-644-6767. Back with your calls on The Score.
Bears fans are reacting after the first-place Bears beat the Vikings in dramatic fashion.
Mark, he's on the northwest side.
One thing's for sure, it's a lot of fun watching this team win ball games week after week.
Johnson Joliet.
I understand he overthrows the guys deep, but there's a process that I'm watching with this team, and it seems like every week they take a step to improve.
Tony's on the road.
Guys, when this game started, I was 20. I'm now 42. I can't take it anymore.
Keep it here for more reaction to the Bears win over the Vikings on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, the holidays are going to be here soon, and whether you're searching for the perfect gift or you hope someone's shopping for you, maybe they ask you what you want, Flag and Anthem has you covered. They got the best looks, period. For the casual guy, you can't beat their hero stretch flannel shirt. Those babies are beautiful. They got the look of a button down, but feel like a sweatshirt. For that office commuter, the Journey stretch shirt has an insane amount of stretch for comfort, and a huge bonus, it never shows sweat. And the best part, it's a game-changing combination of comfort and style, and you already know the jackets are an absolute holiday staple. You can't go wrong with a Flag and Anthem Chapin flannel lined quilted jacket. They are so comfortable, you won't believe it. It's my perfect go-to, layering pieces for both comfort and warmth, especially during this time of the season. These things are all about bring your comfort to the office and versatility to your everyday during this holiday season. You don't want to get your shopping started. Don't wait. Get it started today. You're always going to save 25% off with the code WSCR at flagandanthem.com. That's WSCR, Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Bulls fans, Chuck Swirsky here. Join Bill Weddington and me for all the high-flying action of every Bulls game on 670 The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts.
Bulls win! What a ball game!
See red, Chicago.
It's David Haugh for Revolution Brewing. Anti-Hero IPA from Revolution Brewing is your game day hero, bringing you a bold hop bomb with unwavering quality, and it was good and delicious this weekend. A lot of football, a lot of Anti-Hero IPA. Canned fresh every Monday. Bold citrus, floral, and pine aromas. Flavor notes of grapefruit and orange marmalade. Anti-Hero IPA has commanded the title of #1 selling IPA in Illinois for 11 years. Show your hometown pride with an Anti-Hero IPA. Proudly brewed only in Chicago by Revolution Brewing. For more information, visit revbrew.com.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostReteat.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
This is the Our Idea is Ready to Launch vision. This is the Create Great Jobs vision. This is the We Need More Space vision. This is Busey, where your business visions become realizations. Through securing capital for growth and comprehensive strategies that ensure a prosperous future. Because thriving businesses mean thriving people and thriving communities. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown's disappearing. Maybe hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. Well, I've got good news. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with the monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have. But what about regrowing your hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and I personally recommend them. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or go to AdvancedHair.com.
It's about time pros had one partner for every part of the job. Simple ordering, fast delivery, continuous support, all from one partner. The Home Depot delivers supplies on your schedule. Our pro team helps you plan ahead so projects run smoother. And with Pro Extra benefits, you can simplify ordering, track spending, and save time every step of the way. Because with one partner, you get more than materials, you keep your job moving. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36 plus. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
Cairo Center!
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. David has been practicing all morning to dance like Cairo.
No, I have not.
Nobody
needs to see that.
Dance like a Brazilian kicker.
I would need a half an hour to stretch, and then I would have to
We'll get you a bowl of fruit. You
dance
can
like a Brazilian
on your head.
Yeah.
Dance like a Brazilian kicker.
Hips don't lie, as what Shakira said.
That's right. That's right. She'd know.
She would know.
Where is she from? Is she Spanish or is she
from? She's from Brazil.
Are you sure?
I don't have
Shakira? Can somebody look that
Shakira?
up? I don't know anything about her. I know she was once locked up with a Spanish soccer star for many a year, but I think that ended badly. They might have some kids.
Colombia.
Colombia.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, I think that Cairo Santos deserved to dance. He deserved to do whatever he wanted to do. He was the hero of the game.
Speaking of Spain, though, was the first game of the day was in Spain, first ever NFL game. You probably know, you maybe knew this already, but I was fascinated by this because, of course, the field at Soldier Field is always in question, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did you see that whole thing about that field? It goes underground.
No, I did not know that.
When somebody's not using it, it goes underground. There's like a lamp, green light treatment. They lower it. It gets fertilized, aerated.
What stadium
water.
was it?
It's where like all the big events. It's like by football being played there. It has a designation of a field and a stadium that's hosted just these events. Like it's hosted more prestigious events. Frank Sinatra played it. Bruce Springsteen played it. There's a big soccer match, football that's been there. They had a big league championship thing. And the fact that it's really cool, the science behind it, like seeing El
Clasico was played there. That's
the
Barcelona, Madrid.
The turf going underneath the ground and then being taken care of was unbelievably
was
interesting.
doing the pregame, so I didn't get to watch enough of it.
No, that's not where I was going with that, but I think it's an interesting diversion. That's okay.
No.
I just thought we were going to talk about Cairo Santos talking to Tom Brady or Tom Rinaldi after the game, but I think it's fascinating to talk about the field in Spain.
It's a pity that they cut to the other game right away, which prevented you.
Yeah, Chicago
from seeing...
missed this exchange
Yes.
between Tom Rinaldi, Caleb Williams, and his kicker.
You could call them the cardiac comeback Chicago Bears right now. Third straight win in the last minute. What did this one take?
Yeah, it took everything. It took all 60 minutes, as you saw. And we have a hell of a team that fights. Even when adversity strikes, we always come through in the end. And that's what he showed today, and that's what we showed as a team.
I knew you wanted to do this with this man by your side. What goes through you? You had the miss prior to this one. You know it's all on your foot, Carl.
Yeah, I was frustrated to miss that kick. I was having a great game, but in the NFL, you got to have a short memory and bounce back. And I'm inspired by what this guy does every week, help us win games. Had no doubt he was going to be able to drive us to field goal range, and I had to make it right for the whole team, especially for this guy here.
Caleb, you told us this week it's about belief, the belief in coaches and players with each other. Where is that belief with this group right now?
Yeah, I think it's steady growing. But right now, with where we're at, we're happy with where we're at. We understand where we're at. We also understand we got a lot to grow. And so the belief is in that, the growth.
Appreciate it. Yep. Go celebrate this one. Great win.
The Bears. Cairo Santos!
That was pretty cool. That was pretty good.
That was great.
I like the way that Caleb, according to Rinaldi, did not want to do the interview without Cairo Santos.
Right.
And when you're talking about how you ingratiate yourself with teammates, and that's a nice gesture. It's a good thing.
Yes.
Yeah, it's growth.
No, it's a good thing. I wonder about the whole thing. I just wonder about Caleb, whether we're seeing him before our eyes develop into a good leader, or whether he's chirping and barking because he's encouraged to, and that isn't necessarily leadership. I'd just be very curious how the veteran offensive linemen feel as he's on the sidelines trying to fire everyone up. I'm not saying they don't like it. I'm not saying he's not doing the right thing. I'm not saying he's not being encouraged to do that. I'm just wondering if now that he's doing it, it bothers anyone.
I don't think that it should or could if they view him as the leader of this team. And why would they not view him as the leader of this team?
I think he is the leader of the team.
Yeah.
But it was weird that he was as talkative as maybe we've ever seen him. And then when the coach was asked how did he do, he said, well, I'll let you. Like, he basically declined comment on it.
Right.
He could have said something like, I really thought Caleb's leadership is getting better. He didn't acknowledge anything to do with the quarterback.
That's a good point. It's something to keep in the back of your mind. Before we break, Dustin, you're right. Real Madrid rebuilt the stadium.
Yeah.
They rebuilt the stadium with a futuristic system that stores the entire grass field underground in climate-controlled trays. It's not the NFL-specific retractable solution built into Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, but it's close enough to where the league could adapt to it.
And what's the name of that stadium?
Bernabeu.
The Bernbau.
Bernbau?
There you go. That's
Bernbeu?
right. Yep.
How would you say it in Spanish?
I don't speak enough Spanish, but yo no tengo dinero. That's pretty much all I have. Una cerveza, please. Una cerveza, por favor.
Maybe Clay Harbor knows.
But no tango dinero. We'll bring Clay in next. It's Mully and Haugh. We should let you know the Bulls are playing tonight, okay? And you should know this. Tonight, the Bulls' road trip continues in Denver against the dreaded Nuggets. And the pregame coverage starts at 7:45. Tip-off is at 8. And the Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network is powered by Heli Forklifts. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Great Clips on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, does this sound like you, where every step is a reminder of what hurts, of what you're not able to do, and how far you've actually drifted from the life you used to live? Well, I got good news for you. Relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel. At QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli and her team tap into your body's own regenerative power, and and they do just a remarkable job of using natural healing factors to help restore damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. It's your body's comeback story. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery, just your body remembering how to feel alive again. Imagine swinging that golf club, hiking that trail, dancing again, dancing like a Brazilian field goal kicker, as Mr. David will soon. That's the freedom that QC Kinetics helps people rediscover. Don't just mask the pain. Let QC Kinetics help you regain what pain took away. This Veterans Day, they're giving back. Veterans get $500 off treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. Call QC Kinetics today for your free consultation. Call 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP limited edition collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you had done it sooner. All the guys I know go to Synergen X at Low T Center for TRT. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The testosterone is pure, not compounded. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. Get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey everybody, it's Spiegs. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who's going to win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is going to give all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% PBT for this Monday night's game. Monday Night Football, more fun, especially when you hit with a PBT. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Matt to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Gulf Mills Chevrolet's ready to rumble, and they've got the deals to do it. They're kicking off with 1.9% financing on new Chevys, and you won't make a payment till next year. Score big with $8,600 off an SRP on new Chevy Silverados. 1500s, 2500s, 3500s. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is dealing on all of them. Prepare to save thousands on job-ready work trucks, dumps, plows, box trucks, cargo, stake beds, service utility vans, and much more are in stock. Job ready and ready to rumble at Chicagoland's work truck leader. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is paying top dollar for trade-ins, trucks, SUVs, workhorses. If it runs, they'll take it. Trade up, gear up, and get to work in a new Chevy truck today. 1.9%, $8,600 off new Silverados, and no payments till next year. Chicagoland's work truck leader on Greenwood and Gulf Road in Niles.
With approved
credit on select models. Off MSRP on select models, plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
After the big win over the Vikings, the Bears are sitting in first place in the NFC North. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeat.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. 48-yard walk-off game winner for Cairo Santos as time expired. Bears take care of the Vikings 19-17, and they improved to 7-3. Combine that with a loss by the Lions on Sunday Night Football, and your Bears are in first place in the NFC North. The Bears will host Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers Sunday. It's a noon kick on CBS. Rodgers may not be under center, dealing with a wrist injury. There'll be more on that throughout the day. If the fracture will keep him out, stay right here for the latest. Bears are -3, the total 45 right now in that one. Week 11 of the NFL wraps tonight over on News Radio 780 WBBM. Coverage beginning at 7:15 as the Cowboys are in Vegas to take on the Raiders. Tonight on The Score, pregame 7:45, tip at 8, Bulls at the Nuggets. Bulls will not have Kobe White in this one after he made his debut last night. Ended up playing 30 minutes in a double overtime loss to the Jazz, 150-47. The Hour brought to you by AlmostFreeTeat.com, affordable implants, life-changing smiles. In our segment with Clay Harbor, also brought to you by AlmostFreeTeat.com. Save on dental implants today.
What times? I actually saw a clock over. Oh, time for
Clay Harbor.
Handle it with poise and class, befitting a veteran.
Football analyst for Chicago Sports Network. Former NFL player.
Not a quarterback. I'm a tight end, but I've watched a lot of tape. I've been in meeting rooms with Tom Brady. I've been in meeting rooms with Drew Brees. I've been in meeting rooms with Michael Vick. Quarterbacks know what they can do and what they can't do, and I know what a quarterback can and can't do and when you're supposed to expect them to be able to be successful.
Clay Harbor with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always great to have Clay Harbor come in. Really fun after a game. Clay, of course, working with the Chicago Sports Network with David on the Pro Football Show. Always a must-watch. And Clay, the Bears have done it again. I don't even know. You get to a point where you just cannot believe that they're winning in the fashion in which they're winning, and they fall behind at the end of that game. And, you actually feel, well, there's 53 seconds left. Of course they're going to win the game. They get the big return. Next thing you know, kicking a field goal, winning the game, and now they are 7-3, 5-1 in one-score games. Really interesting stuff.
Yeah, good drinking game for you guys. Take a drink every time you hear we won't apologize for a win this week.
Right.
Okay, but, I mean, there is something to that. The Bears, it's like you want to give them credit for coming back at the end of the game, but it's like you're giving them credit for cleaning up their own mess. Like, the next level of this is you're up 16-3 in the fourth quarter, and you let this team come back and take the lead on you. Like, that's got to be your first order of business. You got to have that killer mindset. And I know you're 7-3 and everything's looking good right now, but you are playing against some teams that are not the best, the best teams in the league. We're talking a 27.279 winning percentage. These aren't teams that are winning games, but you can only beat who you're playing against.
But in some ways, isn't that like the perfect storm for a coaching staff? Because you have a season that is considered a transitional season. You have a record that says you're on your way to the playoffs, but you have the reality of the opponents you've beaten. They don't have a winning record, so you're going to have a captive audience every film session, and you're not going to have to worry about overconfidence because, as you say, you spend a lot of the game cleaning up the mistakes that you made. So you're winning and you're coaching and you have something to play for next week.
No, it's a perfect situation because Ben Johnson knew coming in here that it was going to be a process, and obviously we can see it. The offense still has a way to go. They're not the running game looks really good. I haven't been on a ton of teams that can just run the ball in these scenarios to where it's 3rd and 7 and you need to get 7 yards and you run the football. I mean, this running game, this offensive line is extremely talented, and that's going to keep you in a ton of football games. This O-line is really good. There was a couple mistakes here or there. They got to get more consistent in the passing game. I think they will. I think there was a couple drops. I think early in the game we saw Caleb overthrow a couple guys that were open, the DJ Moore corner route. You got to hit that. The Roma Dunze throw, you want to see him hit that. So if you just hit a couple of these plays, they're there. I think you can see the consistency start to come out in the passing game, and you can have a full team win. And obviously defensively, the turnovers, man. And these aren't lucky turnovers. These are turnovers that were schemed up by a mixture of Dennis Allen and cornerbacks and safeties reading the quarterback. So these aren't lucky turnovers. They are takeaways.
At the beginning of the season, throughout and early on, we talked about Nahshon Wright. We've talked about him before. Okay, somewhat of an unwilling tackler. He's not going to be the most physical guy, but he has made plays now consistently. Clay, we're midseason. We're past midseason. He's got 4 picks, and he has been a difference maker. How surprised are you at his overall improvement level, and what do you do if Jalen Johnson does come back within a couple weeks?
Well, if Jalen Johnson's healthy, obviously Jalen Johnson's a guy, but I've been very impressed with Nahshon Wright, even going back to training camp. When I first saw him, I go, for a guy that's 6'4", to be able to guard these receivers, like Jalen Johnson probably doesn't intercept that football thrown up to Jordan Addison. You're 6'4", you got long arms, you go up there and get that. There's something to be said for that. And receivers are used to, just like I was as a tight end, you're used to playing against a specific type of player. When you see Nahshon Wright out there, you go, okay, who's this guy? What's he doing across from me? And obviously you watch the film, but it's just a different style. He's long, he's lanky, he can stab you. And even the touchdown he gave up at the end, he's trying to help on Justin Jefferson. That was a great pass. It almost felt like he was trying to bait him to throw the ball, J.J. McCarthy, and he didn't think that he would be able to throw a laser in that perfect spot from what he'd seen all game. Mm-hmm. And he was just a step slow, and I know he gave up that touchdown, but I see what he was trying to do there.
But that's zone. He's in zone. He has to cover the best receiver on the field.
Yeah.
Right? General, I mean, it's just, you're right. And I'll tell you what, if he was one step over, he would have been able to. He might have been able to knock that ball down.
Oh, it was so close. That was bang, bang. And I like what I've seen him. I think Dennis Allen really likes this guy. And for him, I know playing against a team that cut him from the practice squad, obviously with his former coach and everything going on there, getting shot, like it had to be a very overwhelming emotional game for him. And for him to step up in that scenario, former team that cut you from the practice squad, not even from the active roster. They didn't think you were good enough for their practice squad, and now you're on the field playing against Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison, holding your own, getting another interception. After this happened to your coach, like, hats off to him.
Bears controlled the ball at the line of scrimmage for 36 minutes and 59 seconds. 37 minutes they held the ball. They ran the ball 6 or 7 times when they were trying to get in a position to respond to the Vikings making a one-score game. They ran 3 straight plays to set up basically they relied on their offensive line all game long. This is who they are. Is this the identity of the Bears? A power running football team that uses, hopefully their quarterback makes some big plays down the stretch. Is that who they have become?
They are a power running team that relies heavily on play action. And I think that's the perfect recipe for this team. And I think you see Caleb Williams he's ups and downs. Like yesterday wasn't his best game. There was a couple drops. There was a couple plays there. Obviously, the All-22 hasn't come out yet, so we haven't seen exactly what he's looking at. He did miss a couple throws.
He's throwing the ball away a lot because he's rolling out. They're coming at him, and he's like throwing it. If you're getting rid of the ball, I don't consider that like a really bad play. That's living to play the next down. And he had to do that a lot more often than I thought. And honestly, they were blitzing like crazy.
They were, and it also shows, I think, a growth in that he's not trying to force the hero play.
Yes.
And he's willing to live to see another down, throw the ball out of bounds, get back to the line of scrimmage, and just kind of reset.
Yeah, according to Next Gen Stats, Caleb Williams was blitzed on 24 of 36 dropbacks, 66.7%, the highest blitz rate of any defense in a single game this year.
That's
the first time he faced Caleb Williams, per Next Gen Stats, they only blitzed on 36% of the time. New wrinkle, they heated him up all night long.
2 out of every 3 passes.
2 out of every 3 passes, you are sending at least 5 guys. Some of them they're sending 6 or 7. They were blitzing him, but I thought Caleb handled it fairly well. He's got to get more clean with it, but when you got a running game like the Bears got, it's surprising to see a team blitz so much. There's obviously run blitzes and there's pass blitzes, but when they're running a lot of these pass blitzes, if you get past that first level defender with the way Swift was running yesterday, I thought was very impressive, then you're in trouble defensively.
He went into that game with a 112 passer rating against the blitz, Caleb. And I'm sure it's a lot lower today.
Yeah. Yesterday was a long day as far as that goes.
Yeah.
Probably, dropped considerably. Clay, when they're rushing Caleb Williams, the edge rushers, the really good ones, can they do anything to start to prepare for his patented spin move out of trouble? Because you see the way that he does that, and he does have the escapability that they referred to often, very often, on the broadcast, and we've seen it a lot. It's been termed the Houdini move. But do edge rushers, can the best ones adjust to that eventually? Is he going to have to learn another trick? Is he going to have to do something different? Because he's escaping pressure, and that's really great. But will the league adjust to that ever?
I don't really think there's an adjustment factor for us. I've told you this. Like I played with Michael Vick, and I saw him for 3 years. He wasn't good at some parts of his game, like they're up and down, but for 3 years, I saw him do stuff like that on a weekly basis, and I'm like, man, these guys just never learn, do they? They're just going to keep trying to hit him right there. And Caleb has this sixth sense, so to speak, and some quarterbacks have it. Obviously, some athletic quarterbacks, like I said, Mike was a guy that was very small. Like he was probably 5'11", 200 pounds, probably listed at 6 foot, 6'1", but the small guy, but he just had this awareness in the pocket to where he could spin out and get on the edge and really create some plays. And it seems to me that Caleb's got that same deal, and he's more compact, he's stronger. It's just it's difficult to take a guy down like Caleb, maybe 6'1.5", maybe 6'1", if he's really stretching his neck, like to get up there, but he is a compact, strong guy, and I think that's not necessarily a negative thing to be 6'1", 225, 30 pounds. You're going to be hard to take down. It's almost like a running back build.
His legs are so strong.
Yeah.
Like that one play where it was like I thought he was down. It was like a pile on top of the guy. He just pulls out of it. Like that is a very rare thing to be able to do. But I think you're right. I think he was low enough and his legs were strong enough that he could do that. And I'm not sure there are many players that can do that.
It's like a Jalen Hurts type thing, man. These guys work out. They got that same body type. And just one more thing on Caleb, like his comebacks, like if you guys think this is uncommon, it is. Like to be down with 2 minutes to go, he's tied for the NFL record for the most fourth quarter comebacks by any quarterback in their first 2 seasons in the league history. He's tied with? Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck, and Jake Plummer. I don't know where Jake Plummer comes in there.
Jake Plummer was a clutch guy.
He was
who really
Jake
was
the
a
Snake.
surprise.
Jake the Snake. Yes.
But those first 2 guys, and that the comparison to Andrew Luck was he was the best first overall pick since Andrew Luck, according to the talent evaluators at the time. I think that's just one of those things, Clay. Like yesterday, he gets credit for that comeback, even though he handed it off. But still, they all count because you know that he'll end up getting not credit for something he creates. So I think that's a great stat. The question is that, though, like, then how infectious is that? And what effect is that having on the rest of the team? Because I think the Bears basically lead the league in belief. I mean, this is a team that is confident, and I think that starts with the quarterback.
I think the bigger story here was the fact that they beat the Minnesota Vikings. I mean, this is Ben Johnson's first win in the NFC North.
Right. Yeah.
It's Caleb's second win. The first win, he beat the Green Bay Packers when Jordan Love was on the bench.
Right.
This is Ryan Poles' fourth win in 21 tries in the NFC North. Now you're winning NFC North football. As a player, these games mean more. You're going out there, I'm with the Eagles. I know I'm playing the Cowboys or the Giants. Okay, these games are important. There's more pressure on these games if you want to be a chance to win the division. Every team in the beginning of the year, you set your goals. You go, the first goal is we want to win this division. This is our division. We're in the NFC North. This is what we're going to do. And how do you do that? By winning divisional games, and especially against a defensive coordinator like Brian Flores.
I mean, they were 3-18 over the last 5 years. I'm just saying that means the division is beating you like a drum. And it's great that they won that game last year in Green Bay, but you've got to be able to win games in your division if you actually think you're going to not just win the division, but make the playoffs, do anything. So we're sitting here now. They got 7 wins. They're on top of the division. They've got to split with Green Bay. They've got to be very competitive, maybe beat Detroit. Detroit still worries me a little bit, but at least it's here. I just think that you can't win divisions without doing well within it. You can't get to the playoffs if you don't win in your division.
And this division isn't what it was last year. Detroit is not the Detroit that we remember. I know they beat the Bears early in the season.
They missed the play caller.
They do.
Dan Campbell, they missed their play caller. Dan Campbell is not Ben Johnson with an offensive play sheet in his hand. And you saw that yesterday watching the Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly. I know David was saying it all night long for the Bears, of course. But Dan Campbell's plays at times, like you could even see, this didn't make sense. He doesn't have the same understanding of when to call certain plays as Ben Johnson. They are missing their offensive play caller, and it couldn't be more obvious.
So you've been on a lot of special teams. You've been on every phase.
Core 4, baby.
What's that special teams meeting like today? Because you've got the punt coverage team, which has got to be like, oh gosh. But then you have the kickoff return team who's like, oh man. And you have Richard Hightower who's presiding over it all. How would you describe overall how good of a day or how bad of a day it was for the special teams?
Yeah, I'm a Core 4 special teamer. Every year, I'm on every special team. If I'm not starting on a special team, I'm making a special trip up to the coach's office to say, why am I not on this special team? But that meeting room, you're obviously going to be very critical. It's easier to be critical in a win, right? The special teams coach is going to be a little tight, and you're going to be happy about the kickoff return from Duvernay. You call the counter at the right time. That's something that's called. You see him overplaying something a certain way. We're going to call it a counter bounce.
We asked that question
100%. That's a setup. Okay. That is not just Duvernay running and bouncing it out to the outside. That's a counter. That's a basic call when they're showing you something on film, the way they line up, you're going to bounce it, right? And it works out sometimes. Sometimes you think it's going to work out. You watch on tape all week and it doesn't work out. You get 10 yards. But that one worked out. But then again, the punt return unit, the punt block unit, like you got to do better there. And then the punt team, you can't give up a 50-yard punt in a crucial situation in the game. And then obviously Cairo Santos came through when it mattered, but that miss
is terrible.
You
got to make that. That was 48.
Ices the game.
Was that what it was?
40? He missed from 45. He hit
45.
From 48.
He hit from 48.
So when they lined up from 48, you had no confidence.
And he hit a 54-yarder.
Yeah.
Just saying.
It's an odd day. 4 out of 5. I mean, he ends up dancing, but I don't think it was that obvious.
When I heard you're going to do the dance.
I'm not doing the dance,
He's vowed to.
I would do it, but I'm so sore right now. I would probably fall on the ground. It's impossible for me. Sorry.
Oh, that's so good.
All right, so stick around for another segment. We'll come back and talk about some more things that happened.
It's Mully and Haugh. It's Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Bears win. Ben Johnson and the first-place Bears stay hot with a big win over the Vikings, improving to an impressive 7-3.
To win it or lose it. Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback can. Chicago Bears do it again.
Stick around as all of our shows and Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside the locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they take on the Steelers at Soldier Field, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all of your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win the game. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. And tonight, Monday Night Football, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. Yes, that's right. You can get in on all of the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/score to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
This segment of the show is sponsored by IHOP.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
This segment sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Estwing, your go-to tools for tough jobs. Trusted around the world for unmatched comfort and durability. These USA-made hammers are built to last. For a century, Estwing has supported American workers, delivering reliable tools to get the job done right. Experience the power of American craftsmanship with Estwing's brand new titanium hammer. This new 14-ounce titanium hammer offers our superior shock reduction grip and all-steel face. Choose the tools the pros use. Estwing, made in the USA for 100 years. Learn more at Estwing.com.
Jewel Osco is cooking up some great savings on holiday favorites during their huge Thanksgiving sale. Get hot deals on everything, from versatile Kemp's whipping cream for all those classic recipes, or pick up some Dean's Country fresh vanilla ice cream to help polish off that apple pie.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, SAG Master, and now your host of Free Reign. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Save time every time for a great haircut. Just download the Great Clips app or check in online at greatclips.com. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Cowboys visit the Raiders in tonight's Underachiever Bowl. Geno, 11 picks. Smith leads a Vegas offense that has been brutal and mistake-prone. Now, he'll face Dallas's new-look defense featuring defensive tackle Quinnen Williams and linebacker Logan Wilson. I expect a real surge from the Cowboys tonight. I like Dallas 24-17. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I love seeing the old gang at these reunions.
Did you see Brian? He's in better shape than he was 25 years ago. How is that even possible?
Yep, I ran into him a few weeks ago and had to ask. He told me he started taking Nugenix Total T.
The testosterone booster?
Yes, it really works. I started taking it right away and I'm already seeing results.
I was wondering what you were doing. You seriously crushed me in that pickup game last week.
Yep, after 40, energy, strength, drive, it all starts going downhill. But with Nugenix Total T, I feel like my old self again. Stronger, leaner, and my energy is way up. My wife even noticed a difference in the bedroom. They're giving out complimentary bottles right now. Just send them a text.
Text HEFTY to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster. Text now and you'll also get a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator. That's HEFTY to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Absolutely sucks. Gut-wrenching loss for us. You know, got to give credit to our opponent. They had a great game plan. They played really well in all three phases, and I need to do a better job of my decision-making. The accuracy, it needs to change. I need to be better. And the overall execution of the offense, I need to be better on just, you know, doing my job at a higher level.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of J.J. McCarthy, local guy made good. We love the local guys. You cheer for him, but you remember also that he played his college football at Michigan. He won a national championship at Michigan. He didn't throw a lot at Michigan.
No, he did not.
And then he was injured last year, his rookie season. He didn't throw a lot. It's hard to throw a lot when you blow your knee out, you don't have your legs under you. And this is his basically first year in the NFL. And he hasn't thrown a ton, and he hasn't thrown accurately enough. And he did not play well. And I got no problem saying it. And his numbers were incredibly close to the same numbers.
Clay, his fifth
Caleb
NFL
Williams.
start, and he was 16 of 32. What did you see in J.J. McCarthy?
Okay, I see him getting blasted all over national media and everywhere he goes, and it obviously wasn't a pretty game. The first things you got to say is the two things that stuck out between him and Caleb Williams. JJ had 2 interceptions. Caleb had none. Caleb took better control of the ball. But let's look at JJ's game. This guy had 6 drops charted by Pro Football Focus. 6 passes dropped?
Right.
That should be in a 6-game span.
Right.
These guys were batting the ball down like they had boxing gloves on. I don't know what was going on out there. I wasn't complaining about it. 30% off-target throw rate, which would have been the 6th worst by any quarterback this year, according to Next Gen Stats. He did have a lot of off-target throws, but he did have a lot that were dropped. I'm not looking at the Vikings and saying, oh, I'm glad they have J.J. McCarthy because this kid is never going to be anything good. He threw some good balls. He made some good reads. He had a lot of drops. Yes, he threw a couple interceptions, But he did not play well enough this game to get the W. Third down, like we said, the Bears held the Vikings to 1 of 9 on third down after their opening drive.
Right.
That's a difference in the ball game. You can't keep drives going. You got to have a good third down plan. Got to have a good understanding. Hats off to Dennis Allen for that. But JJ, I think, will continue to get better. It's his 5th start. He just turned 22.
Right.
So I'm not out on JJ McCarthy.
Had they won that game, the 4th down play would have been the one. Because the Bears totally stymied them on third down, but then they convert that 4th and 4. And from that point, all of a sudden, there was like a rhythm to what they were doing.
Confidence.
Yes.
Or just he's a streaky young quarterback.
No question.
Which is what happened in the opener. The 4th quarter, he caught fire, and he was the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. So the Bears did not create a lot of pressure. I don't know if they... I'd be curious to check their blitz percentage because they didn't get it with 4. Grady Jarrett had 1 good rush up the middle. Montez Sweat had the deflection, but they didn't have the blitz pressure that they typically have gotten from Dennis Allen.
No, they did not have the blitz pressure, and that was something you really wanted to see, especially going against a young quarterback. You thought Dennis Allen, you pressure him, you make him make some mistakes. They got him to make some mistakes, obviously without that, obviously the interceptions. The second team in the 21st century that has 3 players with 4+ interceptions in one season, the Chicago Bears. Second team in the 21st century. This is also something that's uncommon. When you see Nashawn Wright, when you see Kevin Byard, when you see Tremaine Edmonds.
Is that the 85 Bears? Is that the other team?
I'm not sure. This was just on
I think that was the 85
ESPN.
Bears had 4 guys, right?
Yeah. Four players. So
yeah, Byard leading the NFL, and you got Wright and Edmonds with 4.
Wright and Edmonds with 4. It's second time it's happened this century. So very impressive. But JJ, down the stretch, he completes the 4th down. Then you see him with a nice out route to Naylor. Then you see him obviously in the back of the end zone. That was Jordan Addison, the one on Nashawn Wright. And the difference in this team is, guess what? First week of the season, the Bears crumbled and they lost the game.
Right.
Now they have a belief. I know it's a big-time return. They're finding different ways to win the game, but they believe they are winning the game. And I know a lot of people are talking about this esoteric living in the known type thing. But when you believe in your coach and he's telling you stuff like this, you are fully bought in. You're saying, heck yeah, we know we're going to come back. And it's like, is it the chicken or the egg first? Do you believe first? Does it happen first? And I think that this has all happened at the same time. And these players on this team really believe that they are going to win these games. And that's why it's so different from the first week when J.J. McCarthy scored that touchdown, the Bears lost.
What was your take on Caleb's response at the end of the game, Clay? He seemed unhappy. Even when they kicked the game-winning field goal and he walked off, he didn't have a smile on his face. He didn't. He then composed himself, said some goodbye to people, but you couldn't help but watch him and his reaction to that.
Look disappointed?
And think that maybe he was disappointed that the ball wasn't in his hands and he couldn't be the hero. I don't want to say that, but I felt that way.
I'll tell you guys this. And this is, I'll say it's 95% of all NFL players. If we go out and I'm with the Jaguars or the Eagles and we win a big game, but I play like not up to what I want to play like. I play like, dog poo or something. I'm just out. I miss a couple blocks. I drop a ball. At the end of that game, we win the game. Yeah, I'm like, we won the game. But if I do that a couple more times, I ain't going to be here.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not happy. All NFL players have the same feeling. When you win a game and you don't play up to your ability, it's glass half full. It's like you don't feel really good about it, right? When you play well and you win, that's when you have those feelings of, okay, let's do this. And I know Caleb also, with situation could be, you're a big-time player. You're the quarterback. You want the opportunity to throw to get the ball closer, to throw to score. You have 3 timeouts. Let's throw the football.
Right.
Why are we playing so conservative?
So that's what tempered his enthusiasm, you think, is because they didn't ask him to do more. They won. He's relieved, but he also feels like he could have done a little bit extra.
But you have 3 timeouts.
It makes sense to me the way they did it, David, mainly because they won. But you are so right. Had they missed that,
I just think
we'd be talking more about the kicker.
It was a 48-yarder. If Santos was short or missed, I think that we've been talking about why didn't Ben Johnson take a couple more shots down the field.
Yes.
Or at least
why was it
safe
a
pads.
43-yarder or a 40-yarder?
What a risky call.
Oh, I know.
You just get stuffed in the backfield for a run and you run it again? That was the biggest run of the game, the 7-yarder.
Yeah.
If you get stuffed again, you just ran a counter, you get penetration, you get stopped for a loss.
Which brings us to DeAndre Swift, 21 carries. We haven't really talked about him. He has gotten better at running. It seemed like getting the hard yard, getting the tough yard. Now, Monangai ran hard and ran over people.
Yes.
But I think
tough.
Swift was even a bigger impact in the running game. That's a very potent 1-2 combination.
Swift reminds me a little bit of LaShawn McCoy, and I know I might be overstating here, but a guy I played with for 4 years in Philadelphia. Theo Riddick, I played with him in Detroit. I mean, these guys are just, their vision is what sets them up. You run zone, you run outside zone, and most normal running backs, they don't have the ability to cut it back to the backside if you're running a wide zone scheme.
Right.
Swift can stick his leg in the ground and he can get backside.
Is that his best strength, his vision?
His vision is his best strength, and the fact that he's going lateral and he can stick his foot in the ground and get vertical, and he's not creating these huge collisions, but he knows how to take on half a man. When you're getting tackled, if you do a little wiggle and you take on half a man, you're going to get a couple extra yards. If you hit somebody down the center, they can stand you up and stop you there. I remember talking to Gronk. You know, I want to know how this guy breaks all these tackles. Like, he's strong. He's not the strongest guy. He's big. He's not the biggest guy. He's like, yeah, man, I just always, do the old take half a man thing, You shake him up and then you got to take half a man. So, I mean, it's a real thing. Like, that's what Gronk's thinking. When you see these plays, he's thinking, I'm going to run through half of you.
So nobody ever gets a straight shot at you.
Nobody gets a straight shot. You're taking on half their strength.
Was it Rome? Who was it that went down, jumped back up, and
Rome.
got about 6,
That was a
7 more?
doomsday. Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
It was.
That was an
He's tough to
amazing
bring down.
play because it got them the first down, which is what he was after, and he got about 4 more yards after that.
Huge. And I loved what I saw from Colson Loveland in the clutch again. Like, this is the second week in a row that he's come through in the clutch. He had 4 targets, 3 catches for 40 yards. Cole Kmet had a good game. 5 target, 5 catches, 45 yards. You talk about tough. Cole Kmet showed you how tough he is, too.
Totally agree.
And I think getting those 2 guys involved, I mean, that's going to be a tough tandem to stop just because of everything they can do in the blocking game and the receiving game. And I think you can start really mixing up some different personnel groups and formations to keep the defense off balance.
You almost feel better about their tight end tandem than you do about their overall receiving core at times because of the way that they could use, again, coming into the year, what did we say about Loveland? He could be a mismatch machine and be the guy that could be your top target in the passing game.
Red zone.
Right. You need him in the red zone. Cole Kmet, not only is he caught all 5 of the targets yesterday, but he's still blocking at a high level. You've got to love that.
Yeah, but Cole Kmet's blocking at a high level. Colson Loveland's blocking at a high level too. But Kmet, for a guy that was the number 1 tight end, for him to be completely okay with this new spot he's on says a lot about Cole Kmet. He's going to go out there. He's going to play hard.
It might say a lot about being from here and wanting to play for the Bears. Do you know what I mean?
And understanding how good of a year this is and enjoying it and savoring it because he knows how rare they are.
He knows.
He's been excellent.
But he's one of my favorite tight ends in the league because, like I said before, like there's not many guys that can catch a football down the seam that you can put on the front side of plays, the front side of zone, and you know he's not going to get pushed back. Cole Kmet is that guy. Colson Loveland's a guy you can put on the backside zone. He can cut off. He can maybe motion him and send him back on a sift block. But Cole Kmet is really dangerous because he can hold up against a 270-pound defensive lineman. I see it every week. People don't understand that's not common for a tight end to be able to do.
Do you know, I've been thinking about this, and I felt going into this game that it was going to be more inside run needed than outside. We talked to Coach Wanstead. He was saying that the outside wouldn't be open, and I thought to myself, well, then it's going to be Kyle Monangai in the middle of the field because that's not what Swift does. But he kind of did it in this game.
Yeah.
And it was almost like he had something to prove about that because there's somebody else that they're using as the inside guy. So I wonder if that motivates a player seeing a young guy doesn't matter what round he's taken in. I think Tom said he was a 6th-round pick. Tom's just identifying with him. He's a 7th-round pick.
He did call him a 6th-round pick.
He did, yeah. I thought it was funny. But is that helping or forcing Swift to be a better inside runner and to do that in a different way than he had?
Absolutely. When you watch the film versus the first Minnesota Vikings game, it's tough when you got to run wide zone, when you got interior guys that can create pressure, right? They can get penetration.
Yes.
And now your cutback lanes are all thrown off. There's no cutback lane, and the next thing you know, the backers are flowing over the top. You get penetration, and everything's just a mess. I mean, that's tough. Those are teams you hated playing against when you're running a lot of wide zone. And Swift, you obviously got to go back and watch all 22, but you saw inside zone, not only inside zone, duo, which is more of a straight downhill run. You saw some ISO, which is basically double teams up front, downhill run. You saw some power, which is kick out, everybody blocked down. You pull the guard, and then you do have an A gap track, but realistically, it probably hits in the B or C gap, but always think A gap trap. And you saw Swift running some of those things. And against a defense like the Vikings that get penetration, it's almost like the power run, which you wouldn't think. You think the zone would be good because you're running outside the wide zone. But no, when you run straight at some of these penetration, it gives you more of a chance to hit some of these runs, to split these defenders. And then Swift, with his vision, was just incredible. I know he only had 90 yards. Didn't it seem like he had more?
Yeah.
Seemed like he had more yards.
We got the news Friday just before the Big Pro Football Show about Jalen Johnson opening the practice window. And I just wonder how you view that from an ex-player's perspective, from number one, the recovery time, if it's much faster than you anticipated, and secondly, how long it would take somebody who hasn't played all but 20 snaps this season to get back into game shape where they would trust him to play the position he plays.
Well, I feel like the Bears training staff at this point would trust me to go out there and play a game. Like, you let TJ Edwards back on the field, like he gets re-injured. Like, I don't know what's going on over there. Kyler Gordon goes back after having an injury. He's re-injured. Jalen Johnson goes back out there. He has an injury. He gets re-injured. So I think you need to kind of look at your process there. When one guy happens to it, okay, maybe you chalk that up as an accident. Two guys, we might need to look at 3 of your star players that come back and then leave with a similar or the same injury. There's something going on here.
It's not good.
We're missing something. Yeah. But Jalen Johnson, I've had bilateral adductor surgery. I'm pretty sure he had a groin issue.
Yeah.
It's not the fact that you can't run. The problem is getting your explosiveness back and making sure you are game ready. So, I mean, you would definitely want to see him on the field, see how he's doing. Is he explosive enough? Can he be physical? Can he make these tackles? Because it's a process. I've experienced this before myself with a lot of groin and hip stuff, and it's an interesting injury because sometimes you do feel like you're okay, but you're just a step slower, and then next thing you know, you're re-injuring something, and then you're out again. So it's a tough deal. But if he looks good on the practice field, he's got 3 weeks before his window is closed. It's open now. So then, yeah, you definitely want to bring him back.
Yeah. I mean, the worst thing that could happen is, as you say, getting re-injured. And this guy had no training camp. He hurt himself in off-season workouts. I mean, you think about how long he's missed. He came back, 20 plays, he goes down again. I mean, it's not good the way it's been handled up to this point. And I would not, I mean, I know Tyreek Stevenson got hurt, and I don't know what his status is. And we've had a couple people check in. I would imagine we'll find out on Wednesday. They're not going to give you anything today unless it's really bad. So that would be great to learn on Wednesday. But I would never rush a player back, especially one that's as good as him, because you're down another corner. They could be in trouble against the Steelers. So
It could be tough, and I think obviously we want to hear, like, is Kyler Gordon ever coming back? Is he a guy that maybe can play outside if Tyreek's down? Obviously, hear what's going on with Tyreek. McLeod didn't have a great game there at the end. Obviously, everybody looks at the 1 4th down reception that he allowed to Justin Jefferson. Yes. Tough play. That's a little option route. Justin Jefferson runs right behind the receiver that's running the out, and he just kind of sits there. He played it a little deep, but coming into a Steelers game when Aaron Rodgers is most likely out, unfortunate, by the way. Aaron Rodgers 25-5 against the Bears. And, I still own you, Chicago. It would be fitting to send Aaron Rodgers out with a loss to the Bears. But Mason Rudolph is not a gimme quarterback either. But I think he's a guy that you could survive with Dennis Allen having a second-tier level of cornerbacks and still get a W, right? The offense, this Steelers defense is not the Steelers defense of old. They're the highest paid defense in the league, but they have been giving up points like crazy. And I know this last week was a good week for them, but I think there will be holes for the Bears to exploit.
Great stuff. See you tonight at Big Pro Football Show.
Clay Harbor. Thank you, Clay.
5:30.
Appreciate it, guys.
Yep, see you then.
You're the best. That's fun stuff. All right, we got our colleagues next. Do we have a full house? I believe we do.
Yes, Layla, Marshall, and Grody.
Yeah, and we'll talk to them next. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on the Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, if your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks or a bad epoxy job right now, you can get 50% off labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor and installation by the holiday ends soon. The number 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to be your favorite home improvement, and it's like pulling into a new car showroom every night. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And they make it so easy. Comer & Cross employees are pros. They don't use subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer & Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Call it now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
Earn 6% APY tax-deferred with an annuity from Professional Life and Casualty. That's 6% tax-deferred with no fees. Visit plcinsurance.com. That's plcinsurance.com.
This is David Haugh for Revolution Brewing. Anti-Hero IPA from Revolution Brewing is your game day hero, bringing you a bold hop bomb with unwavering quality. Canned fresh every Monday, bold citrus, floral, and pine aromas, flavored notes of grapefruit and orange marmalade, delicious, crisp, refreshing. Anti-Hero IPA has commanded the title of #1 selling IPA in Illinois for 11 years. Show your hometown pride with an Anti-Hero IPA, proudly brewed only in Chicago by Revolution Brewing. For more information, visit revbrew.com.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
What defines tough? It's a brain tumor that steals your control, but never your courage. What defines tough? It's a surgeon, steady and exact, navigating neural pathways, removing a mass to restore fine muscle control. What defines tough? At Loyola Medicine, it's more than what we do. It's who we are. Visit loyolamedicine.org/tough to learn more.
Since we opened our doors in 1868, Busey has fostered deep customer relationships and vibrant communities, embodying a legacy of partnership and progress. With multiple lines of business, we provide a range of financial solutions tailored to your needs. From digital banking to planning for retirement, Busey is here to help you achieve your financial goals. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
For 75 years, one Chicago family has turned moments into heirlooms and clients into family.
I cherish when I see in the store that somebody that my parents took care of. But when my kids are waiting on great-grandkids, that's the future.
At Rasny Jewelers, that's more than tradition. It's a family promise. And that feeling extends far beyond the showroom because every diamond, every detail is hand-selected by the Rasny family.
It's a diamond that's been hand-picked by my my daughter, who's a gemologist, myself, we're going to the source. We're eliminating all the middlemen.
When you come to Rasny to buy an engagement ring, you already know that the quality of the diamond is going to be far superior than anything you can find anywhere else.
Family-owned, Chicago-born, built on 75 years of trust. Rasny Jewelers, where your story becomes part of ours.
And that's what our customers are, part of the family.
Shop suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago's Gold Coast, or online at rasny.com.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Target brings more taste, more flavor, and more deals to your Thanksgiving table. Save big on affordable holiday crowd pleasers, like select elevated sides and appetizers from Good & Gather for only $4.99. Favorite day pies for a sweet finishing touch, also just $4.99. And don't forget, great tasting turkey for only 79 cents a pound. So many cravings, so many ways to save. Step into the holidays and elevate your Thanksgiving today. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy rinse tonight, and I need it more. Like can't rest the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do. I'm always in the dark. The sweat and dead short smells like a dog park. Downy rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Now we're in a transition a little bit.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We are broadcasting live from... Oh, go ahead.
No, we got to broadcast live from the Hyundai Sports Studios.
That's right.
And we have a giveaway. We have a couple tickets to Leonard Skinnard. 6 caller to the Scores contest line. 312-540. You're going to sing and I'm going to dance, right?
Yeah, you're going to dance.
312-540-0670. Leonard Skinnard with Lover Boy and special guest Six Gun Sally. Saturday, August 15th, Credit Union 1 Amphitheater in Tinley Park. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Tickets on sale Friday, November 21st at 10 a.m. 312-540-0670.
All righty. Yeah, we are broadcasting live from the Scores Hyundai Studios. Want to thank them. Want to thank Jacob Stutz for getting us twitching away this morning. And thanks to everybody for calling and texting and emailing.
Also, thank you for listening on this Monday.
Thanks to our executive producer, Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
Dustin is good. It's always old linemen that no matter what happens, they should be absolutely embarrassed of themselves this morning, right? No matter what happens at any other position, it's just the offensive line. Dustin is that guy in the stands that doesn't know what the play is called at a high school game, but he yells no matter what. Come on, O-line, block somebody. Right? But listen.
This is a very accurate portrayal of him. No, I mean, it's
in
just how he
retrospect,
rolls.
that was a rough shot by Olin.
I thought it was spot on. Thank you, Brandon Fryer, for your wonderful, wonderful work.
And the last thing, the most important piece, is we're going to take the North and never give it back.
All right, they've taken it.
They've taken it.
Will they never give it back?
For now.
We'll find out. Very exciting stuff. Marshall Harris is here. Layla Rahimi in the house. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we haven't had a chance to chat yet, but Grody time! Mark Grody! Or, in the immortal words of Olin Kreutz, Grody!
I gotta tell you guys, I'm a little emotional right now, having heard the Ryan Poles famous quote of "We're going to take the North and never give it back." Our podcast finally has meaning.
Yes.
The title makes sense. For 1 week, Dan and I won't get sarcastic comments about "Take the North." The Bears are in first place, and as far as I'm concerned, there is no reason to give it back.
I think you'll still get sarcastic comments, but
Probably.
maybe they'll be different.
Probably. And they're mostly hilarious, too, because it is hilarious. The name of the podcast being Take the North. And since Take the North started, you know this, David Haugh is one of the founding fathers of Take the North. They have had 2 10-game losing streaks.
Yes.
In the last 3 years. But things look pretty nice right now through 10 games. The Bears have played 10 games. That's amazing.
5-1 in one-score games. That's good.
It's the opposite of last year.
Yes.
Right. We don't have to do the whole, do they know how to finish? Do they know how to win? They just don't know how to stomp teams away.
5
That's
fourth
all.
quarter comebacks, though, that tells you a team knows how to win, and they, more importantly, have forgotten ways and finding ways how to lose. So
that part.
That's the biggest difference between week 1 and week 11 is you went from finding a way to lose in week 1 to finding a way to win in week 11 to just go ahead and say, we can't just do this once. We could do it all the time now. And the fact that the 1 in 5-1 is back at the beginning of the season is a great sign.
Also, on behalf of people who yell at high school football games, I would like to join this club because I was already a member. So when I heard Olin say that, I was like, yeah, you know what? I get that. Like, I would have the same moniker, so
you're on the attack of Dustin Rhodes as well.
No, I support actually. No, that's what I'm saying is I'd be part of that accusation.
Block somebody.
You'd be with Dustin. My bad.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good for Dustin. Dustin needs that.
Solidarity via confession.
It's a glorious day, for God's sake, other than the Bulls losing in double overtime. How are you going to handle it?
Well, we will address that in 5 on it. That's always at noon
How
for
about the
us.
Hawks winning Saturday night?
At home,
that?
no less.
Big game.
Did Bedard score?
Pay attention, Grody. Miss a little, miss a lot.
Hey, I think we have to ask the quintessential question at this time. Are the Bears good? So we will examine in many ways how they were able to do so and the fact that, frankly, they did squeak out a win in Minnesota. And we will examine the rarity of an NFC North win and the history that is pretty sad and funny at the same time. We'll take your calls at 10:45. 312-644-6767. Anthony Heron joins us for 2 segments starting at 11. Marshall was part of a viral moment over the weekend. We also want to examine what it's like to be in first place. And Dan Wiederer of the Take the North podcast, TTN, will join us at 1.
Have a great show.
All right, guys, have fun.
Bear.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Chicago, get ready. Real American Freestyle is hitting the mat. Saturday, November 29th, RAFO3 takes over the Wintrust Arena for a night of world-class freestyle wrestling. MMA legends, NCAA champions, Olympians, all hit the mat for one night. See MMA stars like Chad Mendez, Michael Chandler, and Clay Guida. Chicago natives Austin O'Connor, Austin Gomez, and Kennedy Blades. And nationwide high school phenom, Bo Bassett, making his first professional debut. Be a part of the most electric night in wrestling. Tickets on sale at realamericanfreestyle.com or stream exclusively on Fox Nation.
It's that time of year again, hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo. Offering year-round performance, all-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer.
Losing my dad, a Chicago police officer, was the hardest thing my family ever faced. The holidays felt impossible, but then in walks Santa and Mrs. Claus, alongside the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation. They brought gifts, cheers, and the promises that my dad's sacrifice will never be forgotten. This December 6th and 7th, they'll visit 24 children. We know what that day means to those families. Help us keep that promise. Your generosity brings them a much-needed smile.
Learn more at cpdmemorial.org.
I'm the guy that never gives 5 stars because I never believe that anything is perfect. But I would give them 20 stars if I could.
Ernest Stellar Review belongs to QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments. They came through when he badly needed relief for his aching knees, and doctors had told him that surgery was the only option.
What they're doing is cutting edge, and it really helps. And I'm a tough sell.
QC Kinetics is led by National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a pioneer in this field. With 20 years of clinical work, tons of research, teaching, publishing in non-surgical natural pain treatments. These are the medical pros to trust.
I'm living my life basically pain-free from what I was dealing with, so I'm a happy camper today, no doubt about it.
QC Kinetics. Call today to see if you're a candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
After the big win over the Vikings, the Bears are sitting in first place in the NFC North. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grody may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, 10-2 on 670 The...
Yeah, 27-24 Bears. Begin the music.
I got the Bears winning this game 27-17.
I think this is going to be a win for the Vikings. I'm sorry, this ends the magic for them. Vikings 28, Bears 24.
I am drinking the Bears Kool-Aid.
Oh, yeah.
27-24, but victory for the Bears.
The Bears are going to get 3 takeaways in this game. I think the Bears take this game 28-26. I think it's going to be one of those wins where Mark comes in here on Monday, and remember, he thought they were going to win by 10. He's going to be like, yeah, Mark, is that the kind of sustainable win you were looking for?
I don't know.
And he's going to be very upset.
Begin the music.
First and goal. Another guy gets it and walks in. Touchdown, Chicago.
This 6th-round pick, Monunga, has added a lot.
What? McCarthy steps up, throws, and it's intercepted by Byard. The 5th interception, the league leader. McCarthy going deep. Florida, end zone, intercepted. Nashawn Wright, who had a pick 6 against McCarthy in week 1 with a terrific pick. It's a field goal try from 54 yards out from Santos. And this kick is up, and it is good. So Santos good from 54. That's his season long. The Bears are back, baby.
Not so fast.
It's Price. Returnable. Price to the outside. Look out! Miles Price inside the 20. Stick with the run. It's Mason. That's the tackle. Jordan Mason. And touchdown, Vikings. Santos from 45 yards out. Kicks it up. And it is no good. He missed it left. In firing end zone. And caught! Touchdown! Addison.
Oh, no! We
It's on the foot. Cairo Santos to win it or lose it. Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback kid, Chicago Bears, do it again!
Never let it rest! It's going to get better! It's going to get better! Everybody get better! It's going to get better! Bears on 3, 1, 2, 3,
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Whoo! You got all that? That game played out like a movie, played out like the Open, played out like Robbie Triano just crushed it. Nicely done. That Bears game was quite the roller coaster, as they have tended to be. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. Happy Football Monday. And I can't believe we're asking this. On November 17th. Are the Bears good? They're in first place. How do you like them apples? Somebody scream it from the top of a building. Bears.
Bears are winners. That's what the Bears are. Are the Bears good? I don't know if the Bears are good.
I have no
but
idea.
They're a winning team. They're a team that gets turnovers. They're a team that can run the ball. They're a team that can win in the fourth quarter. I don't know if they're good, but they win. They're winners, and we should act accordingly.
So hold on. On a scale of Bears confident, I think Bears confidentiality, like if you're saying this in a certain way, the Bears confidence index, is it Bears or is it Bears?
Oh, wow.
Or is it
Well, it was Bears on Friday, if you ask Mark Grody. I remember that.
No, it was definitely
Me too.
Bears.
Me
And
too.
I will say,
I also thought Jalen Johnson was coming back. Tough scene.
I also thought the Bears should have won by 10. And I know you thought I was getting carried away, but don't sit there and look at me and tell me that you think the Bears should not have conquered that game when they were up 16-3 and should have just run away with it.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. How about
shoulda,
that?
coulda, woulda
Yeah.
is right. But I shoulda, coulda, woulda been right when I was sitting in here today.
And I knew you were not going to be right. Based on, there was no evidence to say that the Bears were all of a sudden going to be this dominant team that learned how to curb stomp an opponent.
Well, that's true. That's true. And they had their opportunities to do it. But what I did get right was pick the Bears because their quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, not particularly good. Now, I didn't know he was that bad, having not seen every single snap that J.J. McCarthy has taken when he has struggled in the handful of games that he's played
Fifth
now
start
in his NFL career.
5.
But my God, I'm pretty sure about that. Well, J.J. McCarthy's bad right now.
I have an answer to Layla's question. The question was, are the Bears good?
Yes.
The answer is very simple. They're good enough.
That's
They're
it.
good enough to be 7-3 through 10 games.
They
They're
win.
good enough
They're
to
winners.
be in position to say, hey, we're in first place all alone in the NFC North. And the way the schedule lays out, we will determine our own fate with 7 games to play.
Other people will have a hand in that fate, but yes. And I said this last night. I do a post-game video. It's basically the digital version of the Bears notebook because the notebook is now a Google Doc that takes I do about 8 pages per game.
Check her out. Where are you on Instagram, by the way? We never give out our
At Layla
Instagram.
Rahimi.
Watch it.
Yeah.
Watch it right now.
Or
and,
like
then, and
YouTube
then come
or
back
TikTok,
to us.
whatever else.
She does her raw emotion because you do it right after the game, right? So it's like
this time it was a couple hours because I had a couple phone
okay,
calls.
fair enough.
But
That's Take the North, same thing.
But
We wait a couple
it's also
hours.
like my cheat sheet for this week. But, they say good, better, best. That wasn't this game. This game was did just enough. Cool. It was much more Layla style than Ben Johnson style. I'm like, did just enough.
Here's why it was good, better, best. They were good enough to win because they were better than the Vikings, and their best was better than the Vikings' best on a day where neither team was very good on offense.
It's also a tale of life comes at you fast. Kevin O'Connell was coach of the year. Let's not forget how we talked about this division last year where 15 regular season wins was going to have to win the NFC North. And the juggernaut matchup between the Lions, who lost last night to the Eagles, thanks Philly, the alliance is complete, and the Vikings were going toe-to-toe over who was going to be the best team in the best division. And that was going to then unfold with a road of flowers and yellow bricks and rainbows to the city of Oz. There was no Oz. Neither team ended up advancing far as they wanted to in the playoffs, and then we saw what happened. Now, the Bears are at the top of the North. They're 7-3. The Packers are next at 6-3-1. Something's up with Jordan Love, as we know. He had to go to the injury tent during the game. The Lions 6-4, and the Vikings are now 4-6. But to actually get a win on the road in the division, congratulations to Ben Johnson on your first division win. You get a real clap. Congratulations to Ben Johnson on your first road division win.
Very nice.
The previous head coach had one to his name because Thomas Brown owns the one against Green Bay.
Also, congratulations to Ben Johnson on your 4th road win. Oh, by the way, the previous head coach, he had 3 road wins in 22 games.
What's that?
I lied. There's still also a version of the notebook that exists, and I write things down in
The
there.
Bears are winners. That is what they are. We don't know if they're good. You know why we don't know if they're good? Because you guys can't answer this next question. Actually, I can. Are the Bears good enough to win a playoff game? I'll say no right now. That I don't think that this is a team that there is enough evidence collected to say, yeah, that's a team that can win a playoff game. Because that's where we are, guys. The Bears are 7-3, as you said, all alone in this division. They're going to go to the playoffs. The question is, are they good enough to win a playoff? Can they get to the point?
That's a different topic.
Did you just say they're going to the playoffs?
Certainly it's a different topic.
Did you just say they're going to the playoffs? That's a fact.
I'm pretty sure the Bears are going to the playoffs.
You heard it here first, kids.
Yes.
I'm
not going to do like a Cubs thing that the
No,
division is
don't
over.
even mention
You just
them.
did it when you said
No,
I
the
did
last
not. No, I
time-
did not.
For those of you who don't know, the last time this happened, Mark declared the Cubs the winner of the division.
I still think
in
that
May.
the Cubs take this thing and they clinch the division essentially today. Congratulations to the Chicago Cubs, 7.5 game lead. See, now I don't have...
What month was that when you said that?
It was May.
I don't have that
It was
kind
either
of...
May or June.
I don't have that kind of confidence, but you don't think the Bears are going to the playoffs? You don't think they've
I
got
think they
3 more
can
wins
go
in
to
them?
the playoffs.
You don't think they have 3 more wins in them?
I love the people who keep sending us to the picture that I guess is floating around on the Bears Discord, which, as far as I understand, is a series of tubes. But it's the meme that we were talking about that said from Pirates of the Caribbean, "You're without a doubt the worst," and then they Photoshop over 7-3 team I've ever heard of. And somebody put a Bears hat on Jack Sparrow,
Which looks really good.
It's so
You are
fun.
without doubt the worst pirate I've ever heard of. But you have heard of me.
So picture Jack Sparrow wearing that hat, and that's the vibe.
That's amazing. That's actually amazing.
It's so good. I posted it on our Twitch chat, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score.
It is a glorious day today. Like before we get into the minutia of what happened on Sunday, I just want to take a moment and acknowledge the end result. The Bears have won a division game, as Layla pointed out. They are all alone in first place. They are well ahead of schedule of what anyone was predicting for this team. I hope the city of Chicago, the fan base for the Bears, can just have this day, just like Ben Johnson talks about, a Victory Monday. We're going to celebrate for 24 hours. I hope everyone really just takes this in. It could be fleeting. It could be. They could lose Sunday at home to an Aaron Rodgers-less Pittsburgh Steelers team. But right now, the focus is on the fact that the Bears are in first place all alone.
No doubt. And there was good along the way, too. I'm not acting like there wasn't a 15-play, 74-yard, sick drive to put the Bears up 7-3 at one point where you're running left and right, where Caleb hits Burden, Kmet, and Loveland. And I think you mentioned it backstage, Marshall. I think it was on that drive where you had the 6-spin move on the safety blitz by Jay Ward. Like, that's the best quarterback move of the year, I think. Caleb eluding that sack.
He did it several times, again, because this has become kind of part of his tool belt, if you will, his Batman-like utility belt. I'm just going to pull this out. And where did he go?
Unbelievable.
Where did he go? You know the thing where people are like talking to Batman, they turn their back to Batman, and Batman's gone?
Poof.
That's what Caleb Williams is
What
right
about
now.
the Spider-Man meme where they're looking at each other? Do I have to explain that to you again?
Is this us living in the known? This segment of Rahimi Harrison Grody is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today as we continue to talk about this Bears win. So I did some research in my real notebook.
She's got the notebook out, Marshall.
It's a diary.
I can see it.
Read to us, Layla.
Yes.
I shall now read to you from my diary.
So,
I am Layla Rahimi.
how rare is an NFC North road win for these recent Bears?
Leather-bound book, by
It is.
the way.
It's got stickers on it. One of them is Kevin from The Office. I love Kevin.
Please read to us.
The last win, as we know, on the road was in to end the 2024 season, but it was on the 5th of January of this year. That was the 24-22 win over Green Bay on the road, which I needed, mercifully stopping the 10-game losing streak. The one before that was in the very building that they just won. It was at Minnesota, a 12-10 barn burner, where the Bears improved to 4-8 on the season. That was the game where Josh Dobbs was intercepted 4 times. Do you remember that, when they needed Josh Dobbs to back up Kirk Cousins?
Wow, that's right. And I want to say DJ Moore scored the game-winning touchdown in that game. Do you have that in your scribbled down in your notes?
I don't.
Too?
I was just like, Josh Dobbs.
Okay.
Dang,
Yeah,
that takes me back.
Dobbsy.
And then before that, you have to go back to 2021. At Detroit, 16-14 Thanksgiving win. And who kicked the game-winning field goal? Cairo Santos. A 28-yard field goal. And that win stopped a 5-game losing streak.
And that was in what year? I'm sorry, 2021?
Yes. And 4-7 was the record that they improved to then. And the lead from the AP is this from that story. Matt Nagy still has a job, and perhaps his team has a shot to salvage the season.
They did not salvage the season.
They finished 6-11, and that was the last season that Matt Nagy coached the Bears.
Yet another cautionary
And that's
tale.
it. That's the tales of the Bears divisional road wins.
Is that not cautionary, too, when you bring up Matt Nagy, who was coach of the year in that 2018 season? My hope is, and I will say, I believe this, that Ben Johnson, in all seriousness, because we're all going to struggle to define what this Bears team is all about. The difference, I think, in the 2018 year, the 2001 year, where you had great, thrilling regular seasons and it didn't take, is the head coach and, dare I say, infrastructure that the Chicago Bears have, and them understanding more than his predecessors. He said it in the post-game rah-rah speech. I can't wait to look at the tape, paraphrasing this man, because there was a lot that stunk. He didn't say that, but
Said a lot to clean up.
A lot to clean up. Those are the words that he said. This coach, not that those coaches didn't understand that a lot of it was magic in 01 and 18. Those are the years I always just love to throw around. But Ben Johnson seems to understand it during the game, right after the game. He'll probably say it when he speaks to the media later on today. There's a lot we got to clean up, so you have a better coach who understands it better. That's why I feel better about this team and the sustainability of it.
I think part of the reason why he's been so effective, Ben Johnson, is that he's communicated so clearly, both in the building and with those of us outside of the building, what the goals are and just how far away they are from reaching the goals and that potential of what they could be. But I'm telling you, as long as he keeps the focus on what they need to improve, there's no one under the illusion that they are good enough to as you put it, Grody, beat a playoff team.
Right.
You know how I know that? Because if you look at the current playoff picture, they've only played one team that's in it, and that's the Lions. And we remember what happened back in week 2.
Well, Philly took care of that. The enemy of our enemy has now become our enemy.
Again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Philly took care of being able to go 3-0 in the division, and the Bears, for them, took care of being able to go 3-0 in their division. And now they square off on Black Friday. That's not the promo that Amazon wrote, just so you guys are aware.
It is not.
That didn't do the job.
Theirs is sexy. Their Black Friday promo is sexy.
It's Rolling Stones, and then they're like, the world's going to see this. And then I was like, maybe that's a bad thing. And now I'm like, oh, maybe it's going to be a little bit better than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of spot on with that. But yeah, that is a Black Friday 2 p.m. game that day.
There's an important question here from 630 Mark Grody. If you want to text us, call us, you can. We're going to take your calls at 1045, 312-644-6767. 630 asks, how many Bears does Ben Johnson get for his first division win?
0.
What?
I need another division win. I can't be giving out Bears frivolously for one divisional
I
game.
just told you how rare they are.
No, I understand, but I have higher standards for Ben Johnson.
Tell her.
I have
tell about your
higher standards than those guys. Like, that's Loserville stuff that we're talking about there. Like, going back to like...
But you have heard of me.
How far we've come where Mark Grody's telling you his standards are way too high to be giving acknowledgement to a division win.
I'm sorry, I can't do that kind of stuff here. Like, this Bears,
Proud
right?
of you.
Bears, Chicago. I can't just give out a bear for one. Like, that's kind of embarrassing, isn't it? TTN. It reminds me a little bit of, you ready? This is a stretch of a comp, but back in the day, I remember when the Bulls, when they were sucking really bad post-Jordan years, and then they came out with the Jamal Crawford Tyson Chandler, Eddie Curry year, and they were 4-2, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, yay! The Bulls are 4-2. This is so exciting." And that's a bad look for Bulls fans, which went through 6 titles in the 90s, and even the national media were like, "What's up with Chicago celebrating a 4-2 start? Isn't that fan base
I'm not
better?"
here for this Tyson Chandler slander.
Well,
I'm not going to do it.
I'm sorry. I thought that team was going to be something. I was there. I covered that team. I thought they were going to be good.
You were wrong.
Well, they got better. They got the baby Bulls after that, and that was good.
Yeah, well, it became better, but we never saw Eddie Curry be Eddie Curry. Tyson Chandler certainly had an excellent NBA career.
Yes,
unfortunately,
he did.
not with the Bulls. Jamal Crawford had an excellent NBA career, not with the Bulls. He had all his 6-man awards elsewhere.
That's the voice of Mark Grody. Marshall Harris is here, too. I'm Layla Rahimi. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody as we broadcast live from the Scores Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. When we have breaking news on the Score, it is brought to you by Wildfire. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 30 years of serving delicious food and creating memories. You heard Robbie Triano with that theatrical open that he produced. Ray Diaz is here as well. We have Brandon Fryer helping us out. You can join us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score, or our YouTube stream. What's up to our YouTube crew? Our video team is Connor O'Donnell, Max Curtis, and Jacob Stutz. And you can call us and text us, 312-644-6767. Coming up next, I think it's important to listen to how Ben Johnson also talked about Caleb Williams, not just after the game on the podium, but during the game to Fox's Tom Rinaldi. So we'll examine that as we continue to just ask this simple question. Are the Bears good? What do you think? Let us know next.
Bears win. Ben Johnson and the first-place Bears stay hot with a big win over the Vikings, improving to an impressive 7-3.
To win it or lose it. Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback can. Chicago Bears do it again.
Stick around as all of our shows and Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside the locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they take on the Steelers at Soldier Field, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by IHOP.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it can be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing,
T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
Save time every time for a great haircut. Just download the Great Clips app or check in online at greatclips.com. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get 1 free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
More Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Browns rookie Shedeur Sanders made a rough and rushed NFL debut against the Ravens yesterday after starter Dylan Gabriel left with a concussion. But it's hardly a fair judgment on Shedeur considering he's taken 0 first-team reps. What's getting lost in the reaction, though, is how strong Cleveland's defense remains, keeping the Browns in games despite constant quarterback turmoil. I'm Maggie Gray.
The Rahimi Harrison Grody Show. Middays 10 to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
And the Chicago Bears are 7-3 and in first place in the NFC North. Wow.
7-3. All right. First division win. All right. Man, we have got so much to tighten up. I can't wait to watch this tape with you guys, but it's going to be after Victory Monday.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. The Bears are in first place. Savor it. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. Did you just get your baseball bat?
Gotta beat up that copier.
You know what I thought of when
Office Space.
Oh, wow.
Feels good to be a gangster.
That's a great scene.
It
is
is
a great and outstanding movie. Speaking of outstanding movies, you know what I thought of when I heard him say that? The tighten up part. I went back to Knocked Up, where they're tearing Katherine Heigl's character.
We don't want you to lose weight.
We just want you to tighten up. That's literally what he's saying. It's like, you guys aren't fat, but you could stand to lose a few pounds.
It's a great way to describe stuff, like just in general, not just in football. And like we could all afford in some way, in some way, shape, or form, not get skinny, not be less. Just tighten up. Just tighten it up a little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah, that's $1 billion industry. Dare I say multi-billions of dollars.
It is definitely multi-billion.
Tightening up. Yeah.
Big tighten up is really kicking it these days. Okay, so We asked the question, are the Bears good? And I feel like we talked about a few of the metrics. The rarity of the road divisional win, for example. And then I guess Mark and I shared a sports thought when I was like, man, listen to them boo J.J. McCarthy. And then I was like, they're booing opposing quarterbacks. They're firing coaches over the Bears. What next?
See, the problem with that is I think that's not an indication that you're good. That's an indication of a team's fans telling you they're not supposed to be able to do this to us. They're not as good as what, they think they are. That's why you get booed. You don't necessarily get booed if you perform poorly. You get booed if you perform poorly against a team your fans feel like you should be better than.
Well, since the Bears were on the other side of this, I'm taking it.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right to anytime the Bears can do something that makes them look like a normal team, you take that and run with it because we've seen abnormal the last couple of seasons, Mark.
Take that!
It was the speaking of the booing, it's the point at which the fans are the crescendo. They're really hitting hard. The reports out of Dan Wiederer and everybody that was in Minnesota, they described it as probably even more than you are getting over the television with chant like JJ sucks chants going and things like stuff like that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's my understanding of what was going on there. So that's the point at which and we talked about this, Layla, that's the point at which if you're the Bears and at that point it is 13-3, the boos are coming in heavily.
Yep.
You take over the game and score a touchdown right there, and you get that 10-point victory that I promised here on Friday. But instead you get a field goal to make it 16-3, and that's the point, honestly. Like, you could probably follow my timeline on Twitter at Grody Sports, and you could see where I'm angry that they're not putting this team away at that point. And that's the point at which I knew this game was going to be reckoned with in the fourth quarter, unfortunately, even though it should not have been.
Was there deja vu?
I thought about that. There were similarities to game one, as we've discussed. The Vikings made just enough adjustments, and they really took advantage of where the Bears were not tight or locked in or whatever you want to say there.
Tighten up, Layla.
Locked in is good, too, because then you're not implying anybody's physical appearance.
Yeah.
But the point is, whatever you want to say, it wasn't the ideal outcome. And the Bears get 6 trips inside the Vikings 40 in the game. And they come away with 1 single touchdown. We know that's something that Ben Johnson said he didn't want. He wanted this team to be able to score more touchdowns. For the first time this season, the Bears go an entire quarter without scoring. That hadn't happened in the first quarter this year. They had not had a first quarter where they hadn't scored this season leading up to it. This is week 11, so that's significant. Unfortunately, they had 5 field goal attempts, 4 of them hit. That's why I'm not willing to say that I'm thrilled with special teams. You aren't even Steven in my mind. You still have a lot of work to do to dig yourself out of that hole. I say all of that to say it's a good thing that they still won the game, but we know that there were a few inconsistencies. The passing game was really inconsistent. The completion rate for Caleb Williams was nowhere near up to what Ben Johnson thinks is quality. And I want to go back and listen to what he did have to say about Caleb Williams in the passing game after the game. So let's listen to the question and then Ben Johnson's very short answer.
And how do you evaluate Caleb's performance? Hard to say. I got to look at the tape.
That's it.
Well, let me give you some numbers here outside of the box on Caleb Williams if we're talking about Caleb Williams. And this comes from our friend from The Athletic, Kevin Fishbane, tweeted out the following. Caleb Williams had season low marks in completion percentage, 50, and yards per attempt, 6. Also, first downs, 6. His EPA/dropback, the statistic that Ben Johnson has invited us to look at and take seriously, was negative 0.07, second lowest of the season. And Fishbane also points out that the Vikings also blitz Caleb 66.7% of the time. That is per True Media Sports. So they were bringing the pressure, but those numbers will show you how sort of ineffective Caleb was relative to some of his other games.
Well, and the overthrows. So many times they wanted to take a shot downfield, and we talked about this. We want the Bears to take a shot downfield. And the overthrows were bad. They were yards ahead of receivers.
It's not just the overthrows, though. It's the fact that if you're getting pressured 2/3 of the time when you're in a pass situation, and we've seen how dangerous he can be with his legs. It's like Brian Flores said, okay, we're going to take this away, but also we know you can do this when you are under pressure. The fact that he only had 4 carries for 26 yards, he had one good one, the 16-yard carry. But outside of that, if you take that away, that's 3 carries for 10 yards. I think they did a great job. And you have to give Brian Flores some credit here. Even though he didn't have all his weapons on defense, they did a good job of making sure that Caleb Williams did not beat them. And part of that is on Caleb Williams. I'm sure a portion of that is on Ben Johnson and his play calling, which we know he's very self-critical and self-aware about what didn't work and maybe other options he could have taken. But I think at the end of the game, you look up and you still see that they had 140 yards on 39 carries as a team, which isn't great when you look at a 3.6 average, but it's sometimes you just got to escape with a win. And they did enough late. Again, special teams was highly involved, but they did enough late. But you're wondering, after 2 straight games of not getting to 25 points, which is below your average, how correctable is this stuff?
Well, and I think they just aren't playing up to Ben Johnson's standard for this team, even at this point in the season with this talent. Listen to what he said. At least Tom Rinaldi was able to relay at halftime. This speaks to what Ben Johnson said after the game. There's a reason I wanted to point these 2 things out.
We're coming out at half. Ben Johnson started, of course, with the takeaways. Really pleased with those. It said defensively, so effective against that run game. Just what Tom Brady mentioned. Offensively, he said, yeah, we need to find more consistency with completions for Caleb Williams. As for that incredible escapability that he flashed throughout the first half, he said, I find myself thinking, just throw it away and live for the next play, and then he makes a play. We'll see if he does it here again.
That was Tom Rinaldi. That was courtesy of Fox Sports. This is Rahimi Harrison-Grody on a Football Monday, a Plumbers 911 Football Monday, presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. But finding consistency for more completions. He knows what he's saying. I think we know what he's saying too. But sometimes there is a responsibility that you have to put on your quarterback. There were also drops again. Mm-hmm. You know, this is the second week where they had a lot of drops with people who you don't typically see dropping the football. Like DJ Moore had a drop. He also caught that one ball with his legs that was incredible.
Oh, man, that could have been a drop, too.
But there were some balls that were thrown between the numbers on guys.
Burden had a drop.
Yeah. And you saw uncharacteristic behavior with some of the drops. I also think this. I think taking Olamide Zaccheaus' snaps and limiting them created more targets for everybody. The offense seemed a lot more diversified yesterday.
Interesting when you look at the numbers, though. Like, if you were just watching this game from a statistical standpoint for the receivers and those catching the ball, Cole Kmet. Would you have guessed? Would anybody guess who led the Bears in receiving? Cole Kmet, 5 catches for 45 yards. Roma Dunze, 2 for 41. Colston Loveland, 3 catches for 40 yards. Luther Burden, 3 catches for 27 yards. So it was kind of a weird statistical day. And I will just say this about Caleb Williams' day. Not the usual number of explosives that we have gotten used to with him. There were only 2 that went down as explosive plays. The 24-yard pass to Roma Dunze after the weird Swift fumble where Swift was like, you really handing this ball off to me right now? I'm about to lose it. And then the 24-yarder, which even though it didn't lead to anything to Colston Loveland, it's still nice to see that connection continuing to grow.
Well, it led to a first down. And just to put those comments that Ben Johnson said to Tom Rinaldi at halftime into some context here, I think the plan was to have a way more diversified offense. And I think Olamide Zaccheaus was being, I don't know if the word is punished, but he was definitely moved down the chart, because if you look at what happened in the first half of that game, understand this. There were 33 offensive plays. They gained 128 yards on those 33 offensive plays. That's not good. They only had 3.3 yards per carry in the first half. Also not good. And Caleb Williams, this is what Ben Johnson was talking about when he talked to Tom Rinaldi. He was throwing under 50% at that point, and the only explosive play they had was the Roma Dunze play. And to know that Cole Kmet, Colston Loveland, Luther Burden, and Roma Dunze were the only ones with multiple targets in the first half kind of tells you what the plan was. We asked, when will Colston Loveland and Luther Burden III be elevated in terms of what they're trying to do? I think they were this week. It just didn't work out.
Well, I mean, here's another point that's different from last year to this year, is that how many times do we hear Matt Eberflus say, oh, you got to love football if you want to be on this team? You've got to love football. And then Chase Claypool appears thanks to trading pick number 32. Yeah, and there were so many inconsistencies. Oh, yeah, if you have loafs, you're not going to play. And how many times did we see loafs in a game? And in this, Ben Johnson has one edict, and that is no block, no rock. And after we talked to Tim Jenkins last week, and you really looked at the tape from Olamide Zaccheaus, did you think that he was going to get the rock as much this week?
Not if the coach was true to his word.
I mean, it's probably not coincidence, but we do know that the idea of this year, so much of it is developing players. So you were going to see increased play from Luther Burden no matter what, but it does seem pretty convenient that all of a sudden Burden was getting more than Olamide Zaccheaus.
I also just don't want to take away this. Ben Johnson said this after the game last week, and it's something that we should probably revisit because it talked about how he figures out who gets targeted and who doesn't. It really is about physical mismatches. And when you saw Cole Kmet and Colston Loveland and the big body mismatches that they were put in thanks to a lot of this play design, it's easy to see why they were targeted more. Unfortunately, some of them resulted in some scary moments. You know, there was the helmet to helmet, but the reason it wasn't called was because Kmet wasn't defenseless.
Correct.
And unfortunately, thanks to that massive body that Cole Kmet has, 6'5", like, you know, he's able to take on that kind of hit. And his forward progress led to the defender there getting shaken up. This, once again, is a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. We want to take your calls next. That's what we do on Mondays, 312-644-6767, as we continue to ask the question, are the Bears good? Also, we have something for you. I can't do the sound effect. Look at this. Keep listening for your chance to win 2 tickets. It's us doing
the
Eagle Man
commercial.
Okay. That's how bad it was. Grody doesn't even know.
I don't even know.
Keep listening for your chance to win 2 tickets to Spiegel and Holmes' live broadcast from 2 to 6 p.m. on December 4th at the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois Performance Stage with special guest Matt Forte. Matt Forte will also host a signing for his new book, Stay in the Game, Making the Most of Every Season. So keep listening and call us next.
Mark Grody, part of the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show on The Score.
For a lot of us who live the 85 Bears, that team was like a drug because we've been wanting to get some version of that back since, and it keeps Bears fans coming back. That's the little part, like, you don't know how great this can be if it really gets great again for the Bears.
Mark Grody, lifelong Chicago sports fan and longtime Score guy, talking Chicago sports every day, 10 a.m. to 2 on the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show. Right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the Black Friday Now sale at Grand Appliance for Black Friday prices all month long on top brands like Cafe, GE, and more. Visit grandappliance.com or your local Grand showroom for complete details. That's Grand Appliance, appliance expert since 1930.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up, you get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply.
Within the cities we call home, Busey Bank is more than a name. It's a commitment to your dreams. With Busey, trusted guidance is tailored to empower you every step of the way. Whether it's seamlessly managing your finances or planning for your future, Busey is dedicated to your financial success. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're gonna leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
You're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians. Something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced team. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one in Chicago can offer anything like the Advanced FUE offered by the world-class team at Advanced Hair. It starts with your free consultation. Call 872-217-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 872-217-HAIR or AdvancedHair.com.
Winter is coming, Chicago. Atturo Tire is your hometown tire and knows this climate. Check out their new all-weather tires at your local independent Atturo Tire dealer. To learn more, visit Atturo.com and find performance within reach.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
Hey, it's Brian Baldwin here. Makita knows that pros never settle. Get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. When you shop Makita at the Home Depot, these tools don't just meet expectations, they redefine them. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly designed to deliver precision job after job. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
I've got something for you.
How about these Bears? Trying to win their 3rd consecutive game with a last-minute comeback win. Now it's on the foot of Carlos Santos to win it or lose it. Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback can. Chicago Bears do it again!
Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady on the call for Fox Sports. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score, and we're taking your calls, 312-644-6767 on a football Monday. We go to Anthony in D.C.
Yo, what's up, team? How you doing? Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you? What's up, Tony?
I'm chilling, man. Good to see, good to hear you guys. I ain't gonna take up too much of your time. Hey, Marshall, I heard that slight about Aaron Rodgers list team. We're not gonna do that. The energy is real right now, bro. Come on.
What was the slight? Come on, man.
No. You know how I do. You know it's me and you, Marshall. Come on now.
Yeah, but what? Like Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers. Last I checked, he was like, I own this place. He's the landlord. That's what I call him.
We'll worry about it. We'll worry about Steelers Sunday. But I just got a few factors, if I could, real quick, if you guys can hear me out. The Bears are a good team, and I'll say this. This is why I say this. Because what is a good team in the NFL right now? Like, bad teams are going neck and neck with so-called good teams week in week. Like, we just seen it again this Sunday. So what I mean by that is this. Bears are winning games that they usually would lose, right? And we're doing it with a depleted defense. Well, let's take, for example, the Aaron Jones play, the fade where he beat Sewell week 1 for the TD. We got that out of the way this week. So we're improving where we need to improve, and this is the first time, Coach. This is the first time that we're having the team that we have with everything put together. This is a good team going in the right direction. We just got to get guys back on defense, and we just need to do what we need to do because the records don't even matter. When these so-called teams have all these 14 wins and 13 wins, and when they get to the playoffs, they get spanked. It's about who shows up on the Sunday that you need to show up on. And if Bears do what they need to do with everything that's in the circumstances of a first-time head coach and a first-time offense together and everything, we get some guys back on defense, we'll be good. We just need to show up on the Sundays that we need to show up on. The wins will help us get to the playoffs. And once we get to the playoffs, we'll see what's really going on. But we are a good team.
Just hope to God by the time the playoffs come that you are better, right? I mean, that's the truth of that call.
Well, they are better.
Yeah, I think I like what he had to say about like focusing on what we're doing today and what happened yesterday. I
Sure.
think the difference becomes, and your head coach knows that you can't get away with so many field goals when you have your red zone attempts. You've got to be able to come away with more touchdowns because another team isn't going to stall out on drives like Minnesota did. They may not turn the ball over as much. J.J. McCarthy threw 2 interceptions. That might not happen. So I think both can be true. Next up, we go to Frank in Oak Park. Frank, you're on with Rahimi Harrison-Grody. Hey, Frank.
Yeah, boy, that was sort of a throwback. The coach is not passing up field goals. I thought I was looking at a game from the 70s there. But I want to expand a little bit on the first call. Yeah, the Bears' talent is kind of nodal. There's a few like really, really good guys, and then where you don't have the talent, you're kind of worried because the performance isn't that great. But I'm seeing stuff level up, which is a real positive. The defense only allowed 265 yards. And normally, if they can do that the next 4 games, they'll probably win like 3 of those, particularly if they got 2 takeaways on that. Byers and Wright made picks, and Wright was a guy you were thinking, oh, geez, we're going to have to be starting this guy because of injuries. He's got 4 picks, and the pick that he made was like a really fantastic one. And he had the challenge of having his JUCO coach murdered earlier in the week. So he was like real emotional stew going on there. Booker seems to be improving against the run. And going back to the thing about the pass attempt, when they tried to exploit Sewell through the air like they did in the first game with Jones, the coverage was tighter and the pass was incomplete. But, you got to face it. McCarthy right now is a bad QB. If you had a healthy Kirk Cousins from a few years back or Sam Darnold, despite that Ram stinker, still behind center for the Vikes in that game, the Bears lose. But I'm not going to begrudge our team when the other squad's front office pulls a move that has their fans hitting their foreheads with their hands. On offense, the run game was good enough. The Minnesota defensive backs and linebackers did a better job in coverage than teams the Bears have faced the last few weeks. And you can probably have expected that from the stats going into the game. But if the Bears are to defeat the dark cloud that is Putin's QB, Aaron Rodgers, next Sunday, they'll need good defense, offense, and maybe a special return from the third phase. and some stress from the rush that would test the integrity of that splint Rogers of sport on his left wrist might be nice as well.
Thanks, Frank.
Thanks for your call. The only thing that the obvious first thing that may beat Aaron Rodgers is the, quote, slight break in his wrist, end quote.
Left wrist, by the way.
Yeah, but like slight break? It's either a break or it's not.
You know how they do
They
with
can do
these
a
injuries.
hairline fracture
Right.
versus the outright, hey, my bone is sticking through my skin. Those are two different things.
Sure, but it's still broken. That's the point I wanted to make.
I want to make a point about DeAndre Swift, too. You said the running game was just okay, but I thought Swift played really well. 21 carries, 90 yards. He looked decisive. Didn't catch a pass, which is weird because so many other guys did, but I thought like low-key Swift played really well yesterday.
Yeah, he did. I think they also decided to run Monangai to the right at times where I was curious as to why. Let's go to Tony and Joliet. Tony, you're our last caller that we can take while we still got time. I'm Rahimi Harrison-Grody on The Score.
Hey, love being the last caller. Love hearing the other guys. Love hearing Frank. I got to tell you guys, it was another week. All my friends and I going crazy at the end of the game in my house. And not out to you guys. I did homemade McRibs, and they were killer. But as far as the question goes, yeah, you guys, I thought about that last week. I'm like, I could do that homemade, and it would be 1,000 times better than it was. But anyway, as far as the question, the Bears are good because of their record. They will be better when they clean up some of the mistakes, drop balls, the penalties. But to piggyback what Grody said, the Bears went into the game with 78 explosive plays, which led the NFL. Last year, they only had 82 all year.
Right.
I'm not talking about the 10-yard-plus runs, the 20-yard-plus passes. That's what got us there. Once Caleb starts hitting the explosive plays and hitting those 50-yarders that are going to go for touchdowns, once that happens, we will be the best. So, guys, love you. Have a great show.
Thanks, Tony.
Love you, Tony. Bears.
The goods. Tony's the goods.
He is. We will take your calls again at 12:45 if you miss this opportunity. 312-644-6767. We got to make room for Anthony Herron. We talk to Ant every Monday. We will do the same next on Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBT. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up and present in Illinois, opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Chicago, get ready. Real American Freestyle is hitting the mat. Saturday, November 29th, RAFO3 takes over the Wintrust Arena for a night of world-class freestyle wrestling. MMA legends, NCAA champions, Olympians all hit the mat for one night. See MMA stars like Chad Mendez, Michael Chandler, and Clay Guida. Chicago natives Austin O'Connor, Austin Gomez, and Kennedy Blades. And nationwide high school phenom, Bo Bassett, making his first professional debut. Be a part of the most electric night in wrestling. Tickets on sale at realamericanfreestyle.com or stream exclusively on Fox Nation.
Truck drivers, the holiday rush is here. Take advantage by becoming a Schneider driver. By driving for one of America's busiest carriers, you'll stay busy during the holiday season and throughout the new year. Plus, as a Schneider driver, you'll have access to top quality driver support and newer equipment spec'd with the latest safety and comfort features that drivers want. Don't wait. Get a jump on 2026 by exploring jobs in your area today at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
It pretty much hurt doing anything. I couldn't ride a bicycle. You don't have your life because you don't have your mobility.
So when Patrick heard about QC Kinetics and their non-invasive regenerative treatments for pain, no waiting, he called them immediately.
There's no downtime. There's no rehab. That was the tipping point for me. I didn't have to take any drugs. I didn't have to rehab.
Before considering surgery, check out QC Kinetics all-natural treatment options that restore and repair damaged joint tissue in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back.
If you have knee replacement surgery, and then the knee is not yours, and there's no guarantee that that's going to be successful.
QC Kinetics. Patients around the country are raving about the results. They're getting back their mobility, taking back their lives with no downtime, no drugs, and no surgery. Don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
Sunshine, few clouds this afternoon, warm, high 64.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Hi, I'm Nick. And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box so that family memories would be safe and could always be enjoyed together.
And starting now, we're offering listeners early access to our best deal of the year during our $9 tape sale.
1 million families and counting have trusted Legacy Box to convert their aging media because Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your videotapes, film reels, and photos aren't protected unless they're on a digital format.
With the holidays approaching, don't wait. Simply fill your Legacy Box. We'll take care of the rest.
It's the most meaningful thing you can do this holiday season, and the perfect time during our best sale of the year.
Visit legacybox.com/value to get early access to our Black Friday sale and digitize your memories for only $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value. legacybox.com/value.
After the big win over the Vikings, the Bears are sitting in first place in the NFC North. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
Anthony Herron, Score football analyst.
Deshaun Wright played wide receiver in college before switching to defensive back. Ball skills are there, and once he gets the ball in his hands, we've seen multiple examples this season where he can go into playmaker mode, Lou, and potentially put 6 on the board.
One-man rush. McCarthy going deep. For it all. End zone. Intercepted. Deshaun Wright, who had a pick 6 against McCarthy in week 1 with a terrific pick.
Former NFL defensive lineman and Iowa Hawkeye.
Anthony Herron receives credit for it. Tenacious job by Anthony Herron, number 99.
Mr. Hedden, I want to compliment you. You're doing a fine job.
Big and Herron on 670 The Score.
We love talking to Anthony Herron. We ain't never scared. This always gets me hype. Even this song could be 30 years old, and I'm still gonna be like, I'm gonna go in the club and never be scared. This is Raimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. Anthony joins us via the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa app today. Anthony, of course, an analyst, as you heard earlier, Fox 32. That was him talking to Luke Canellis, Cassie Carlson, and Tina Wynn about the Bears game. He also works with us on 670 The Score, and you can catch Big Ant tonight, 6 to 7:45, leading up to coverage of Bulls and Nuggets right here on 670 The Score. He's also with Big Ten Network. And what a day for the Bears yesterday. And once again, I feel like your pregame talk, your comments about the tight ends needing to be key in this game came through yet again. You told everybody on Fox, and lo and behold.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't consider myself a sayer of sooths, but yeah, we've been on a bit of a run with my matchup segments that we do during Bears Game Day Live, whether it was talking tight ends, talking the Darnell Wright, Brian Burns matchup, and what we highlighted yesterday. And I do one on Friday during our show Bears Blitz. And then I recap a similar version of the segment during Bears Game Day Live. And I was confident that, of course, Justin Jefferson was going to be a key cog in the Vikings trying to pass the football at a high level. But the other matchup, the other aspect of that, where Nashawn Wright has been one of the most consistent defensive backs on the Chicago Bears this season, and now the Vikings having Jordan Addison back in the lineup for that game yesterday, I was confident that was going to be an area that Minnesota would look to attack. And who would win sort of that fencing match back and forth between Addison and Wright? And each of them were able to make plays at different points, but I was really confident that was going to be a key in yesterday's game. And it was another one where something I was able to highlight beforehand ended up really, looking prophetic in some way. So, yeah, my shoulders are too messed up to pat myself on the back about it, so I'll just do it verbally.
I think you need more yoga in your life. That's what I'm going to say about your shoulders. But that's
maybe
okay.
A little PRP, a little more platelet-rich plasma.
Exactly. Get a few injections. Yeah,
roll it out.
You got this. You big money. You can afford all of that. Go to Europe, get yourself a treatment.
Anthony also joins us on Twitch from his big money abode, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score.
He is big money. This segment with Anthony Herron, sponsored by Busey Bake. Building business, growing wealth since 1868. That's Busey Bake. And let's talk about what we saw from J.J. McCarthy and what we saw from that Bears defense that you were just talking about, because I'm having a little bit of, I don't know if it's cognitive dissonance. I'm just trying to figure out, is this about McCarthy being bad? Is this about the Bears defense being good? I tend to lean towards this is more about McCarthy being subpar than it is about the Bears doing extraordinary things on defense.
Well, both were true in yesterday's game. J.J. McCarthy was sailing the football all over the place. And I know we get into a space, I'll use the collective we, where we very quickly want to make some sort of a definitive call on a young quarterback. And I'm not selling J.J. McCarthy stock, but certainly hadn't come to fruition yet. But he is a young and a talented football player. He's one of the few, and I don't know, I would struggle to think of another example. Maybe he's the only quarterback that, as Caleb Williams has taken the field against a contemporary, like someone in his draft class or older, I'd say, all right, that's a definitive experience advantage for the Bears quarterback. J.J. McCarthy just hasn't played a lot of football. And whether it was my draft evaluation of him coming out of Michigan, where, there's a lot of really exciting traits, both tangibly and intangibly, for what he brought to the table. But he wasn't asked to truly be a playmaking quarterback that often. A lot of Michigan's offense was J.J. McCarthy taking the snap from center and then handing it to somebody else to go make a play. Once he got to his final season in Ann Arbor, yes, they did ask him to do more with his arm, and he had a lot of impressive moments. But he wasn't one of these guys who was in a volume passing offense. He just hasn't had as much time on task to stand in the pocket, read the field, deliver the football with accuracy, timing, mechanics. Frankly, Caleb Williams still hasn't yet either, but he's definitely done it a lot more than JJ. And in a game where both quarterbacks looked out of sorts at times, Caleb's experience advantage over JJ McCarthy, that to me showed up for the Bears amongst some other things that we now have more data points on what Caleb does well, the mistakes he doesn't make. And JJ's accuracy was a big problem and has been a problem for Minnesota up to this point. I do believe he's going to turn into a quality quarterback at some point here. But the curiosity I've had about Ben Johnson for the first time working with an inexperienced QB, and that's something we hadn't seen on the Bears coach's resume before. Kevin O'Connell has had a lot of success with a wide variety of quarterbacks in the years he's been in Minnesota. It's the first time he's had to try and win with a youngster. And frankly, I think Kevin O'Connell is struggling with that in addition to J.J. McCarthy struggling. But I don't think that O'Connell did J.J. McCarthy as many favors as he could have with the Vikings' offensive approach.
Very interesting breakdown there. This segment with Anthony Herron is sponsored by Plumbers 911 Plumbing Emergency. Call the plumbing professionals, available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. What about Caleb Williams? What's your thumbnail analysis of Caleb Williams' day?
I love the fact that he continues to protect the football. And for a guy who draws that sort of fine line between very often looking to extend the play and seek a potentially spectacular moment to color outside the lines, he does that pretty frequently. But he's not a guy who puts the ball in harm's way very often when he does, whether as a runner or as a passer. And to come out of yet another game this season, and when the games are as tight and as hotly contested as they are, yeah, we're obviously watching it and evaluating it most closely from the Bears' perspective, but games all around the National Football League, there's not a lot of blowouts, like just legit blowouts, like Indiana Hoosier style, putting, 7-8 touchdown leads on somebody. That doesn't happen that often in the NFL. So protecting the football means so much. And to have a young quarterback who protects the football in the way that Caleb has, like last season, we weren't completely sure what we were looking at. Like, is it just because he's worried about his interception numbers? So is it almost sort of this pseudo-selfish thing where he looks inaccurate because he just doesn't want to throw it near anybody? Now the Bears are winning, and we're seeing Caleb make winning plays while he is still protecting the football as a passer and a runner. And think back to some of the spectacular moments that Justin Fields had with his athleticism and ability to extend the play. He also fumbled the ball all the time. And Caleb, as both a runner and a passer, he's protected the football. Some of it feels, fortuitous for the Bears this season where, the ball has been on the ground a couple of times, especially in yesterday's game. It's one where you respect the hustle of Rome Odunze darting in there to get it. And even Caleb, when the ball's on the ground on that botched handoff to DeAndre Swift, Caleb shoving guys out of the way going after the ball too. So part of that is tenacity, but then also in one of the sacks Caleb took, ball literally pops up into the air while Caleb is in the grasp of a defender, and it just pops right back into his arms. So, it's a season that has a few kind of pseudo-magical things like that are going in the Bears' favor. But Caleb sailed the ball over some receivers early. Caleb had some drops from some of his teammates middle and late in the game as well. So what last week, I think calling the drops from the receivers an anomaly. You get indoors. I know we talked about it last week and wondered a little bit, are we worried yet? I don't know. Luther Burden was in there. Now, as you know, I've been really excited about Luther Burden for weeks now. You got that glare, some of the expectations, that spotlight was on him, and, he looked a little bit rattled by it.
We're talking to Anthony Herron. He's with Fox 32. He's also a former NFL athlete, and he, of course, joins us here on 670 The Score. And I think what we saw, though, too, was also that because Olamide Zaccheaus, the most targeted Bears receiver in a lot of games, wasn't out there as much, we did see the offense get the ball more evenly distributed. I think we saw that a little bit. There were more even targets spread around. What do you think about that factor in all of this?
Well, because a number of drives, especially early for Caleb and the Bears offense, some of those drives where they went 3 and out a few times early or 6 plays and punt, they weren't running as much offense, as many plays as they had in some previous contests. And it really looked to me like the Vikings defense had not only Caleb, but I think Ben Johnson. This was a game I came away saying, you know what, Brian Flores, advantage Flores, just schematically and things that the Vikings seem to have a beat on with the Bears offense, both with their passing attack and their run game that, a lot of the respect that Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams were verbally paying to Flores and the Vikings defense going in, I think a lot of that played out. So the distribution of touches, the distribution of targets in the game, I agree. It was, fairly evenly distributed. And I do love the fact that even after Luther Burden had what I think were multiple drops, I don't know what the official scorecard ends up reading, but it's at least 2 drops in the game for Burden. But there's that 3rd and 13 where they go to the slip screen right between a couple of, kind of tight window sort of hands from the Vikings, and they trusted Burden to be that guy to make that play. So even though his performance looked a little bit hesitant or tentative in the most extensive action and the most expanded part of the offense that Luther Burden has been, he did look like a young guy kind of having some hiccups, but they continued to look to feed him. And on that 3rd and 13, that run after catch was really impressive, especially at the moment in the game that he did it.
It's right. That's right after the drop, too. I know you mentioned it, but that's like I circled that, too, because it's like, that's important, man, that he has the drop and they go right back to him. Not only does he catch it, but he makes the play right there as well. That was huge.
And, guys, there was one thing on one of the early targets to Luther Burden. When I reference feeling like, maybe there's a bead that the Vikings defense had on certain things, something the Bears have gone to pretty frequently this season, that whether you're talking the Saints defense, the Giants defense, and now the Vikings defense, they really seem to have a bead on situations in game, and I would need to look at some of the analytics on when exactly, but in my mind, I feel like it's some of the second downs, like 2nd and medium, 2nd and long, where the Bears will go to sort of that jet motion where the receiver is running laterally at the snap of the football, and you're hoping to gain leverage for your wideout. They most frequently do it with DJ Moore. They tried it with Luther Burden early in the game yesterday, and Vikings were all over it. And some of the sort of swing passes or now routes that Ben Johnson is calling were just, you want to get the ball outside the hash mark and hit one of your playmakers in space. And Vikings were all over that. And so, that's just one small wrinkle. I mean, Ben Johnson is obviously continues to be one of the top play callers in the sport. But there is some evidence that some of the opponents are getting a little bit of a book on the Bears, on Ben Johnson, how he calls this offense with this personnel. And there's certain things where, I'm getting, at least my read on it is I'm getting a little bit of a sense that some of the opponents are on top of some of the things that maybe the Bears were able to outflank teams with earlier in the season, where that's not happening as frequently or as easily as it seemed to for a while.
We are squarely in the back half of the season as we talk with Anthony Herron. He is a big-time analyst for us, 670 The Score. He's on tonight from 6 to 7:45, leading the Bulls-Nuggets coverage right here on 670 The Score. Also, Fox 32, Big Ten Network. And I want to go over some numbers with you and tell me if you are where I think we are, because we are in the second half of the season now.
True.
We knew that things would be changing. So here's the things I took away from yesterday. Olamide Zaccheaus on the field for just 13% of the snaps, 10 in total, while you have Luther Burden III, 33 snaps, 44% of the time. Colston Loveland, over half the time at 75% of the snaps, just one play short of Rome Odunze's 57 snaps. Cole Kmet, 59 snaps, 79% of the plays. But on the defensive side of the ball is where my eyebrow was raised the most, because the defensive lineman that played the most snaps was Austin Booker, playing 51 of the 55 snaps, his 93% snap count, more than Montez Sweat at 80%. Have we seen a changing of the guard over there? Montez Sweat is now being depended on for more than what we thought maybe he would be this season.
Or do you mean is Austin Booker being depended on?
Yeah, Austin Booker.
No. I mean, the numbers are obviously bearing that out for yesterday's game, but I don't necessarily take that to be the Bears like leaning on Austin Booker as their best defensive lineman with his one career sack.
Does it mean anything that he's on the snap for all but 4 defensive snaps?
Yes, it definitely does, Marshall. I think that for where the Bears are at in their defensive end depth, and comparing last week's game against the Giants with this week's game against the Vikings, I did like the leverage that Austin Booker was attempting to play with. And he got near the quarterback. I mean, that matchup with Booker and Darisaw, Darisaw is one of the more talented left tackles in football, and Austin Booker was able to get by him a few times, and he at least threatened the edge at different points, where the majority of the Bears pass rushers, including Montez Sweat, are power guys who are going to start down the middle of the offensive lineman. And even when they're brought on games, like if you watch Montez Sweat as a looper in some of the pass rush stunts that the Bears end up utilizing, he doesn't run in there. Like the difference, Grady Jarrett, there was a nice look, one of the interceptions, I believe it was the Kevin Byard interception, where Grady Jarrett, it wasn't even a called twist stunt, but just the veteran savvy of Grady Jarrett. As the pocket began to get chaotic, he saw a lane towards the A-gap, and he just sort of became a looper on his own and found a crease. But when Grady Jarrett got in there, watch it. Go back and look at the replay where he began to dip his shoulder. He did a quick chop over the top. And I think that it was good evidence that Grady Jarrett's knees are feeling good as well, because he really got under the leverage of the interior of the Vikings offensive line, where it's really hard, especially if you're an offensive lineman who doesn't know it's coming, to block down at low leverage. Grady Jarrett used a crease, found a seam. Austin Booker really good at using creases, finding seams. That's not Montez Sweat and really anyone else in the Bears defensive front. Virtually everyone else, a lot of power rushers. And so Montez Sweat, when he comes as a looper, he's running right through the teeth of whoever's in front of him and using those long limbs to kind of use what we call a stab move or a long arm to press the pocket back. But he doesn't win cleanly because of his frequency for doing that, whereas Austin Booker is kind of the main guy who really can threaten a crease or an outside third of a guy with speed, and that's a part of what can allow him to just kind of play with more energy and play more snaps, because the brand of football Austin Booker plays, similar to the great Max Crosby. Now, Austin Booker is not Max Crosby, but just in style of play, I'm drawing that comparison where they're just not running into people as frequently. So it's more of a cardiovascular exercise as opposed to a true grudge match style in the octagon. It doesn't sap your energy in the same way.
Well, at least it's not CrossFit. Anthony Herron, we have more coming up with him coming up next. Our segment with Big Ant brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. We want to get into, I think there's a couple of run plays that I want to ask you about, and we'll do a lot more with Big Ant Herron, 670 The Score's host, Fox 32, Big Ten Network, and he's on tonight. This is a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank, and great clips here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score.
Mark Grody, part of the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show on The Score.
For a lot of us who live the 85 Bears, that team was like a drug, because we've been wanting to get some version of that back since, and it keeps Bears fans coming back. That's the little part, like, you don't know how great this can be if it really gets great again for the Bears.
Mark Grody, lifelong Chicago sports fan and longtime score guy, talking Chicago sports every day, 10 a.m. to 2 on the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show, right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Bears. This segment is sponsored by Audi Exchange Highland Park. The season of Audi's sales event is here at Audi Exchange Highland Park and Audi Exchange St. Charles. Shop our huge selection of Audi's best, and right now, get up to $5,000 off select new Audi models. This isn't an event you want to miss. Shop AudiExchange.com.
When you're betting and find yourself constantly thinking about gambling and you're losing more money than you have, are you really winning? If you're spending too much time with the slots, or you can't stop betting on sports and you find yourself feeling overwhelmed, maybe lying, and probably losing more money than you can afford to lose, you're not alone, and you can get help. It's available 24/7 and it's confidential. When your betting has gotten out of hand, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.areyoureallywinning.com. Sponsored by the Illinois Department of Human Services.
Tomorrow night, join the Blackhawks for Military Appreciation Night, November 18th at 7:30 against Calgary. We'll honor active service members and veterans with a special in-arena shout-out and scoreboard tribute. Then be back Thursday, November 20th at 7 for a big matchup against Seattle. Joey DeCord versus Spencer Knight. And don't forget, hockey is better together. Grab group ticket packages with 10 or more seats and get those special perks. Doors open 90 minutes before puck drop. Get your tickets now at blackhawks.com/tickets or at blackhawks.com/groups.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of a game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911. Where they do it right the first time.
Save time every time for a great haircut. Just download the Great Clips app or check in online at greatclips.com. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Rahimi Harrison Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Alabama's loss to Oklahoma not only dropped them into a crowd in the SEC, it cut their college football playoff odds nearly in half. With only Eastern Illinois and Auburn left on the schedule, Alabama may need tiebreakers to decide their fate. And after missing the first 12-team college football playoff last year, the idea of the Tide missing for a second straight season is unthinkable, but suddenly very real. I'm Maggie Gray.
We're talking to play-by-play man Kevin Harlan. You're the best when it comes to play-by-play of life.
We're sending Marshall Harris to D.C. to run on the field.
Come on, Marshall. Bring it home, baby. We're ready for you.
The Rahimi Harrison Grody Show. Middays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
First and goal. Menunga gets it and walks in. Touchdown, Chicago.
And they know he's coming with that full head of steam. No way they're going to stop him there at the half-yard line. Impressive drive by the Bears.
This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. That was Tom Brady and Kevin Burkhardt on Fox Sports. And we have a little bit of breaking news with Anthony Herron. So, Ant, you get in on this too. Breaking news on The Score is brought to you by Wildfire. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 30 years of serving delicious food and creating memories. This is from Adam Schefter. The Jets are making the expected quarterback change, switching to Tyrod Taylor from Justin Fields, per sources, as Diana Rossini of The Athletic reported. So Change happening in New York for a guy we know well in Justin Fields and Tyrod Taylor.
Change gonna come. Oh, yes, it will. Yeah, I mean, I'm at a point as it relates specifically to this version of the Bears. And I referenced it, I don't know, maybe about a month ago, where when the Bears were first starting to kind of get a few wins in a row, and I said to you guys, this could get to the point where the development or how decisive we are about the greatness of Caleb Williams will be secondary to just the Bears winning and the Bears becoming a playoff team. And whether or not it's because of the quarterback or with the quarterback won't matter as much. Now, I certainly don't want to see a version of Caleb Williams where they're winning in spite of him, but that ship sailed. Like, Caleb Williams is a big part of the Bears winning games. That is obvious, full stop. But him looking like a top 5 QB one game to the next, I'm past the point of that being a big concern. Certainly not the chief concern of mine. I certainly want to see him develop down that road. But at 7-3 at the top position in the NFC North, winning 7 out of the last 8 games, this to me is a 2025 Chicago Bears story more so than a Caleb Williams story for this particular season. And I think it's a great spot for this team to be. I don't know if you guys are there yet with that. Is Caleb still kind of forefront of the cranium for you guys?
COE, baby. Caleb over everything. And here's why. Okay. And because I agree with you that this has become, if not a 2025 Bears story, certainly a Ben Johnson story more than a Caleb story. But if he doesn't have the quarterback he feels can do the things he needs to do to maximize this offense, there will be questions down the road. We don't have to answer those questions today. We don't necessarily even have to answer those questions at the end of this season. But I do think the Caleb over everything is still in play for me because of what you need to be able to be a championship team in the NFL. And that, more times than not, rare occasions, there are exceptions to every rule, you got to have a quarterback.
So I agree with the context of what you're saying, but I guess to my point is more specific to 2025. It'll benefit the Bears for Caleb to become truly elite consistently at some point. But Caleb as a sometimes passenger, like yesterday, Caleb's going to get credit, or already is getting credit for that being yet another comeback that he led.
Yeah.
He didn't have anything to do with it.
No, he did
in the last drive of the game.
Literally.
And that's fine. He had enough to do with it throughout the rest of the game. And you had another quarterback who was a lot worse than him. And so the Bears won the game. And 11 weeks into the season, they're in first place in the division. So I think Caleb over everything, big picture, still matters. But for me, in more kind of, I guess, micro-focusing on 2025, as long as Caleb is playing well and making plays, I feel like we're seeing the development, while not necessarily, I'm not as concerned with it every individual series or even every individual game. Like, Caleb didn't play that well yesterday, but frankly, I don't think Caleb or Ben Johnson were that great yesterday. But Ben Johnson, when it came down to what do we need to do to win, we're going to slow down the pace a little bit. My defense has that young quarterback befuddled enough, and when they don't have him befuddled, he's throwing it into the 10th row anyway. Let me go lead week with the game on the line on 3rd and long and just put the most accurate kicker in Bears history on the field so we get out of here with a dub. But, like, Ben didn't have some kind of, offensive mastermind game where he was able to get the advantage on the Vikings defense. He coached enough to win. Caleb did enough to win. And for this 2025 version of the Bears, I'm good with that for now as we just watch what's maybe a more methodical development than one might have thought with Caleb as number 1 overall pick.
So if you're just zeroing in on 2025, the question for you is very simple. For me, can the Bears win the NFC North?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, do you disagree with that?
Oh, I said get to 11 wins. You win the division. 11 is still in play.
Okay. I mean, and it's the Green Bay Packers have been a roller coaster ride. The Detroit Lions don't seem to be the team that they were during kind of the second month of the season. Now, everybody can have a finishing kick that is beyond the Bears, and we've only seen the Bears 3 games into the division right now. But can they win this thing? Yeah, because I think the Packers look gettable, the Lions look gettable, and the Vikings have been gotten already by the Bears. So I think they're in really strong shape to make that happen. They're at the top of the division for a reason here. Now, the schedule, of course, gets more formidable, but the beating teams with losing records, everybody who ends up with a great record in the NFL has to beat the teams with losing records, and the Bears have done that at a really high level. Now they'll get more cracks at teams who at this point, this deep into the season, we're into the second half of the year, they'll get more bites at the apple of teams with winning records. I would imagine most of those games will be close, and it'll come down to some critical play late. And in every phase of the Bears game, offensively, defensively, and special teams, we see them capable of making those critical plays late. So can they win this division? No doubt.
I want to jump in on this conversation about what it's about now. It's about Caleb. It's about winning. And I think through – this is where I'm with it, Big Ant. Like the Bears have played 10 games this year. I was very loud about the Vegas win, that's not a good win because you gave up 240 yards. That's earlier in the season. The Bears have played 10 games now. They're 7-3. The Bears are winners. They are winning these games. And I even have had to be like, because I don't like the whole they're finding ways to win. Well, they are. And this is what they are. And they are winning games now. I think we all understand that it's in the future. Like this year, it's sustainable. In the future, if you don't have a better quarterback, if you don't have a defense if you don't have a better defense, because you can't depend on turnovers every single year. I think this year you can. That's part of the Bears' story this year. All of this is part of the Bears' story this year. But that's not going to take or last if other parts, including the quarterback, including the receivers, if they don't all get better. The good news, and my take on all this, Big Ant, is that they know that this team knows that, and moreover, most importantly, this head coach knows that, and he's saying it immediately after the game that it's got to get a whole hell of a lot better than that, or else this team is going to be in trouble. And I think that his predecessors knew that, and some of these other Bears teams knew that, but maybe not to the point that this team knows that next year ain't going to be as nice if they play like this.
I was going to pause for a moment just because is it Caleb over everything versus just win, baby kind of vibe?
But I've accepted that.
I'm in the department of just win, baby.
I kind of am too.
I wanted to hear Layla's thoughts on that.
But real quick, I want to make myself clear here. Like, I have come to that point. It's too late in the season for me to be sitting here and completely picking apart wins. Like, that was for early. We're 10 games going on 11 games into the season.
Enough.
I want to respect the Bears. You know what I mean? Like, more than anything,
there we go.
I respect that they are winning
They've
games.
Earned it.
They've
at this
earned
point,
that
right?
respect.
If they were 3-7, then let's microanalyze
Absolutely.
every drop back. Let's microanalyze every decision.
And we'll still do that to some degree. And we'll still be critical of Caleb Williams when he doesn't make a play. But the narrative has changed. It's a fluid situation before our eyes. It's a slow-moving ship. And we've gotten to the point now where Bears are 7-3, 10 games into the season. They're winners. It's got to get better, but they are winners, and I am looking at it like that right now.
And for me, if the Bears offense, if Caleb specifically, if he goes out and plays awful, then yeah. But point out he played awful, that makes all the sense in the world.
Right. I mean, that's a problem ultimately, but for this year now, for
where they're at, like to me, living in the known. Yes. And I don't know, have we reached the bottom of that yet? Have we gotten to where that is?
No, it's been picked up by everybody. That and Houdini were the buzzwords this week for the national broadcast.
Maybe we just landed on it. We have come to the known. We know that the Bears are winners. This is a winner team.
That's a good point,
What
Brody.
the degree of level of winning they are going to be, I don't know, but they deserve the respect of being winners this year.
I've been listening to you guys kind of delve into this a few different times, and Grody, as much as you and I are in kismet right now about the team and the discussion, the living in the known thing, I do think you're overthinking that.
Oh,
quite
really?
a bit from what I've heard. Yeah, because it's just about confidence, man. It's about
it's
going
confidence
into,
now. That's the 19th different answer I've gotten. Go on.
Well, it's
that's my point.
Semantics, I suppose, is what it comes down to, because there's different versions of a word that would associate with confidence. Because any moment that you step into a competitive situation, are you going into that moment knowing you're going to succeed? Now, no one knows the future. And so, like I'm talking about myself being a soothsayer earlier, sure, I didn't know for sure that Nashawn Wright and Jordan Addison was going to be the definitive matchup that really decided the game. But I was pretty confident because I'd put the analysis hat on and I was into the film. And I felt like, yeah, that's going to really have a key role in the game. And it did. Nobody knows for sure with any certainty how things are going to play out. But when you step into that competitive endeavor, when you're in the octagon, when somebody else who's highly compensated and highly trained is trying to get an advantage on you, to do so with confidence, to do so in the known, like with what essentially has to be a knowledge that you're going to succeed, that just enhances your chances at success. That's, to me, all I hear when I hear living in the known is knowing that you're going to succeed.
Okay.
Let's play a game with Anthony. Would you like to play a game?
I would love to play a game.
Will you sing?
This is he might.
Oh, let's see.
Yeah, that's this is a dangerous path we're charting. I just want to do a brief game. Have you, as a professional athlete, had games where you and the team knew we would have to play perfect in order to win this game this week?
Ooh, perfect?
Or at least you knew you couldn't couldn't
really
have any
well?
mistakes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you had games where you knew based on the knowledge of your opponent and what you guys were doing at the time that you had a really good chance of winning if you did what you were supposed to be doing?
Yes.
Okay, that's the difference here. And Mark's not even listening.
Sorry.
That was important. That was actually well put, Layla. That was
I know,
well put.
and then
well stated.
I tried to explain it and illustrate it, and Mark's
I'm
over
sorry.
here distracted by shiny things.
The one person who needed to hear what you guys were
squirrel
saying.
ran by and he didn't even hear me.
I'm sorry.
He's tuned this whole conversation out until he's confident.
You guys multitask too. I've seen you. I've seen you typing over there, Layla.
Yeah, but
I was replying to our Twitch chat.
I thought you were having a convo with Big Ant.
No, it was for your benefit. We all
sorry.
understand it. You're the
Okay.
only one who wants to be obtuse about this in the known
Okay,
thing.
okay. So what did you say?
Enveloped.
Oh, man.
So you say
I may
he's
not have
out?
kids,
He's
but
out?
I got some mom eyes in the back of my head.
Oh, my
Yes,
goodness.
Justin. In summation, Justin Fields has been benched. That's what this all came down to.
No. Well,
Oh, that's what you guys were just talking about?
Yep.
Brody has no idea what just
I was
happened.
just waiting for you to sing. Sorry.
Living in the know.
Does it help it was a Bears text that I was
Living in the
dealing
know.
with?
Yes, it does.
Does that at all
That
help
does
in
help.
my
That helps.
okay?
Tell
It
your
was-
mom we said hi.
It was a bear. No, it was not my mom.
Gene would never.
And if it was my mom, I think that would be excusable too. Would it not be to
Yeah.
to tune out my teammates for 30 seconds?
My mom texted.
I'll
No,
second
I
that.
was
I'll
I was
yes and
replying
that.
to our Twitch chat usually when I reply or Midway. Oh, here you go.
Yes.
This is from Midway Jimbo, who's a popular listener of ours. And he did say he saw you Saturday at the Walnut Room, but didn't want to bother you and your family, and he loves your segments every week. And I said, hey, Jimbo, we'll try to pass this along. And that's what I was doing.
And you did. You passed it along. Great job.
Well, and if you don't know Big Ant, what his motto is, look, if I don't care if you come up to me, but not at the Walnut Room. Stay away from me. If I am at the Walnut Room,
This is my time.
yeah, keep your ass away from me. So
That is
that's
my well-known creed that I live by. Do not mess with me at the Walnut Room, man. They got great desserts. They got a chicken pot pie that is to die for. And
Who
I'm
doesn't love a
walking
chicken
up
pot
there.
pie?
But Texter says Grody is living in the unknown.
I love that. 312 is accurate.
Fair enough.
It's a very 2025 thing when you want somebody to listen
By the
and
way-
they get a text that is important.
One of the great games of DeAndre Swift's career. I'll be able to describe why in more detail later tonight because I know we got
I love a
run here,
tease.
but man, I was impressed with DeAndre Swift yesterday.
I agree with that,
Same.
especially to the left side. I thought that he was the reason the Bears were able to get back into the game outside of Devin Duvernay.
I heard that.
Yes. All right, Ant, we love you.
You can hear Ant tonight from 6 to 7:45. That leads up to the coverage of Bulls and Nuggets right here on 670 The Score. Ant, thanks for having fun with us, as I always do.
Thanks, Ant. We'll try to get Mark to listen to you next time.
Maybe.
My favorite three midday hosts in all of Chicagoland.
Aww.
I'm touched.
I want to believe that. I do. I really want to believe that.
Coming up next here on Rahimi Harris and Grody on 670 The Score, Marshall was part of a little moment that's going viral. Sometimes the moments come to you.
Yeah, I have fun with high school football, but you know what? I have more fun with animals.
Don't we all?
Yeah,
Aw.
they make everything better.
Nature visited Marshall.
Really?
Yep. We're going
I-
to talk about it next.
Good.
Sorry.
You're listening to Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Play of the day is Cowboys receiver George Pickens to go over his receiving prop of 64.5 yards. Pickens has gone over this number in 4 straight games and 5 of 7 this year. The Raiders are middle of the pack at defending the pass, and the Cowboys offense as a whole has been extremely solid, averaging more than 29 points a game. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
Hey, it's Coach Wanstead. You know I love the win, and that's why I love Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. This place is a total package. A gaming floor with your favorite slots and table games, luxurious hotel rooms, and incredible restaurants. My go-to is the Copper Rock Steakhouse. Everyone is treated first class, whether you want a weekend of gaming and entertainment or nonstop sports at the Sportsbook Bar. There's something for everyone to enjoy. Head to Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend, your entertainment escape.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy rinse tonight, and I need it more. My kid was the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. The sweat and dead short smells like a dog park. Downy rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
This is the Our Idea is Ready to Launch vision. This is the Create Great Jobs vision. This is the We Need More Space vision. This is Busey, where your business visions become realizations. Through securing capital for growth and comprehensive strategies that ensure a prosperous future. Because thriving businesses mean thriving people and thriving communities. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
If your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks or a bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer and Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor and installation by the holiday, it's going to end soon. So here's the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever, and they make it so easy. Comer and Cross employees are all professionals. They don't use any subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly, and they even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer and Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to Comer, COMER Cross.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, your new favorite team should be the all-new Toyota on Edens. Get aggressive pricing on over 300 Toyotas and state-of-the-art service with extended service hours, Saturday service, and Uber pickup and drop-off. Visit the new Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
Oh, hey,
welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile! The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on 670 The Score.
What time is it? It's halftime.
It's halftime here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. If you missed calling in, we will take your calls again at 12:45, 312-644-6767. We ask the question, as we tend to do, are the Bears good? Trying to examine what happened in the game against Minnesota, how rare a road divisional win is for this team, and then also listen to what Ben Johnson had to say about Caleb Williams, both to Tom Rinaldi at the half and then also after the game. Anthony Herron joined us for 2 segments, and he's on The Score tonight starting at 6 o'clock.
It's halftime.
So a little thing happened. This video that I got came my way because Marshall was calling playoff football for WCIU over the weekend, and a little surprise hit the field.
Well, it was, first of all, a great game. Number 1 in the state, Mount Carmel, taking on number 3, Lincoln Way East, a couple of absolute IHSA powers. And just to give you some background on this game, why it was such a big deal.
Behemoths.
It was a sellout at Mount Carmel. So, like, watching the game on TV was like a real only viable option for a lot of people who wanted to see this thing. And a couple of big players in this game, including a guy who, his last name is Williams. He wears number 13. And he's headed to USC to play for Lincoln Riley.
What?
Jonas Williams, the quarterback for Lincoln Way East. And taking on Mount Carmel, Jordan Lynch. 4 state championships the last 6 years, including the last 3 in 7A. They move up to 8A, Lincoln Way East. They've had their recent seasons ended by the team that had won the last 3 8A championships in Loyola. So you got Rob Zvonar for Lincoln Way East, Jordan Lynch, and this game has got all this momentum, all this excitement, and it comes to a halt with 8:34 left in the first half. Why does it come to a halt? Well, because a furry, cute, adorable rabbit just decides that he's going to take over the game.
Uh-oh, we have an animal loose on the field. That's the holdup. We've got a rabbit. Don't know if his name's Bugs, but he's out there, and they're trying to corral him, if you will. What kind of defense are you running against this offense?
I tell you what, you talk about run like a rabbit. He's got all the moves.
And he's going for the end zone now. Oh, steps out of bounds at the 3. We've got players applauding the performance here, and the speed.
Oh, wrong way.
The speed across the 30, the 20.
He must know he's on TV.
Yes, I think he's enjoying the spotlight. And we have some good speed here. You know what it is? It's the stop and start for me. And now he will head to the end zone. Not quite yet. Toying with those who are spectating.
I don't know how they plan.
He gets in for the touchdown.
Big shout out to the WCIU crew who really made it a part of the broadcast because play stopped. Like they couldn't play because they got to figure out how to get this rabbit off the field, and it was a good probably 8-minute delay in the game.
8 minutes for rabbits?
Well, they stopped. They thought they got him off the field. Then he came back. And think about it like this. Because the game sold out, there's fans standing all around the boundary. So it's not like the rabbit's going to head towards more people. There's open field.
Run away! It was such a cute bunny. There was the fluffiest little tail.
Cute bunny.
I love the crowd with the touchdown, too. They all cheered when the rabbit ran into the end zone.
We even had the graphic come up, touchdown, when the rabbit crosses the goal line, breaks the plane. And a big shout out to Mount Carmel. They move on to the 8A semifinals this week as they get the 8-7 win over Lincoln Way East. So the game wasn't close, but there were entertaining moments. And shout out to Mount Carmel for continuing a tradition.
Shout out to you, man. That sounded great, and all the play by you are hustling with that. And we talked about it the other day in transition, like high school sports. It's not like what we do here at the Score, but high school sport, when you're into it, it's awesome.
I'll say this: high school sports is the lifeblood of our communities.
Yeah.
It's one of the few things that will bring people together regardless
And
in
you get-
2025.
And you get to put people's kids on TV.
Yes.
I love
Right.
that. It's just nice to tell good stories.
Who's your partner, by the way? Who's the gentleman that was doing the color commentating?
That would be Jack McInerney, longtime head coach and guy who's got so much knowledge.
Why does that name sound so incredibly familiar? Well, longtime coach where? McInerney.
Jack was now I'm blanking.
Okay, it's all right.
Put me
No,
on
the
spot, 'cause
name sounds familiar. As, of course, Jordan Lynch. You're talking about Northern Illinois Jordan Lynch, right?
Yes.
Northern Illinois Jordan
Mr.
Lynch.
Former top 3 in Heisman voting, I want to
Was
say.
he a Bear, too? I think he was a Bear?
Yeah, for a minute.
He was a Bear for a minute. Yeah.
So,
Bear.
Marshall, you kind of channeled a friend of our program right here during that call.
Come on, Marshall, bring it home, baby.
Yes.
So obviously a little Kevin Harlan. Can we all have a little giggle and go down memory road and hear another call like Kevin Harlan, like exactly what you did?
5:03 to go. Someone has run on the field. Some guy with a bra. And now he's not being chased. He's running down the middle, the 40. Arms in the air in a victory salute. He's pulling down his pants. Put up your pants, my man. Pull up those pants. He's being chased to the 30. He breaks a tackle from a security guard. The 20, down the middle, the 10, the 5. He slides at the 1, and they converge on him at the goal line. Pull up your pants, take off the bra, and be a man. And the players with hands on hips at the other end of the field are looking at him and shaking their head and saying, why, oh, why is this taking place in a Super Bowl?
So if that happens the next game, I hope not, because it's a high school game, I want you to do something just like that again. But
Pull up your
excellent job.
pants, man.
Excellent job, Marshall.
And there's a man in a bra.
You know what? I hope it never gets to that level, because that means people are getting arrested. Bad things are happening. Here we just had a bunny who was looking for some attention. We
Come on,
more than
Marshall,
happy.
bring it home, baby. We're ready for you.
It's still my favorite.
You did
Mark,
bring it home.
We also have to give credit to this nice gift.
Oh,
that we
yeah.
received. Did we receive this as a show?
We did receive this as a show. Where is? Oh, here it is. I have it so organized over here. So yes, so this is a Bears wooden C. If you're watching on Twitch, it's very nicely finished. A little wood piece that you can put on your desk. It's just the Bears C, and this is to all. This is to all of you, as in I imagine all of the Score hosts, producers, everybody.
We love that.
As a retired, this is what the note says. As a retired widower, I want to tell you how much I look forward to listening to you every day. One of my hobbies is scroll sawing, and that's apparently what this beautiful piece of work is Bear C. So I just wanted to send this small token of appreciation for all you do. Keep up the great work. And then there's a tiny little red printed word that says Bears. And it's sincerely from, I don't know if they want their last name, so I'll say it's Andrew from South Bend. Andrew, thank you so much. What else do we have here? What else do we? Oh, Wayne! Shout out to Wayne from Lafayette.
Yes,
he sent a beautiful cards to Layla and I because we got to meet Wayne.
Yeah, I met Wayne over at 4 Winds.
Same with me. I finally got to meet him in person, so he sent a nice card with pictures of him and Ozzy, myself and Wayne, Wani and Wayne, and Layla and Wayne. Marshall, we'll get you in there,
Yeah,
kid.
we'll get
Don't you
Wayne,
worry.
And Wayne gave me a nice pen.
You guys are out there doing other things.
You're out
By the
there
way, we're doing
things.
more high school football this weekend.
You are?
WCIU 4
Oh,
o'clock.
nice.
It's Brother Rice, Downers Grove North, and this is why I hesitated on where Jack McInerney was the coach. It was like Downers Grove, but was it? It was South where he led them to the AAA.
I wonder if there's multiple McInerneys out there.
I'm sure there are. Just like there's multiple Marks.
Well, no, but I mean that are related to, and maybe it's like a football family or something like that.
We'll get to the bottom of it.
Okay. Bears.
Coming up next, it is time for 5 on it. We have more Bears questions. So we will do that next. And we got to address that Bulls game last night because that was a lot of points and a lot of time. We'll do it all next.
Bears fans are reacting after the first-place Bears beat the Vikings in dramatic fashion.
Mark, he's on the northwest side.
One thing's for sure, it's a lot of fun watching this team win ball games week after week.
Johnson Joliet.
I understand he overthrows the guys deep, but there's a process that I'm watching with this team, and it seems like every week they take a step to improve.
Tony's on the road.
Guys, when this game started, I was 20. I'm now 42. I can't take it anymore.
Keep it here for more reaction to the Bears win over the Vikings on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. And tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBT. That's right, you can get in on the action with 30% profit boost tokens this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up in President, Illinois. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP limited edition collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Chicago, get ready. Real American Freestyle is hitting the mat. Saturday, November 29th, RAFO3 takes over the Wintrust Arena for a night of world-class freestyle wrestling. MMA legends, NCAA champions, Olympians all hit the mat for one night. See MMA stars like Chad Mendez, Michael Chandler, and Clay Guida. Chicago natives Austin O'Connor, Austin Gomez, and Kennedy Blades. And nationwide high school phenom Bo Bassett making his first professional debut. Be a part of the most electric night in wrestling. Tickets on sale at realamericanfreestyle.com or stream exclusively on Fox Nation.
Officer? Can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick promise.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
After the big win over the Vikings, the Bears are sitting in first place in the NFC North. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
It's time for 5 on. Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris with Mark Grody bring you 5 topics on their mind today on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Number 1.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips, and it is a Victory Monday, so we get to ask this question. Who was the MVP of the Bears' 19-17 win over the Vikings?
DeAndre Swift. Because if they hadn't run the ball to the left side, and I know the Bears typically don't do that as much, but if they hadn't run outside zone to the left side with DeAndre Swift, I don't know that they get back in this game outside of the Devin Duvernay kick return. So that had to happen in order for them to at least get the next field goal, to at least try to develop some offensive rhythm yet again. And as somebody pointed out in the text line, the crack toss to the short side of the field did not work. And I don't want to think about it either, because typically they've been decent with their toss plays. I don't love toss plays in general because they start so far behind the line of scrimmage and you're asking to do a lot of work. But some of them work when you have downfield blocking.
How about DJ Moore, though? The little pitch?
Yes.
Little pitch to DJ Moore on a 3rd and 3?
That's it. It was a third down.
It was a third down.
And Ben Johnson, I think one of the hallmarks of his offense is you're not going to know what 3rd and 3 is. Like, typically, 3rd and 3 is a passing down for some teams and running down for others. I don't think that's what Ben Johnson is trying to do here. But you do need to establish an offensive rhythm. And if DeAndre Swift hadn't run to the left side, especially late in the game, I don't know that they'd still be in it, and I don't know that we'd be talking about a Bears win. So, DeAndre Swift, you're my guy.
For me, it's going to be the guy who led the team in receiving. But it's not because of his receiving. Cole Kmet is my MVP in this game. Because I don't know if y'all saw when they were lining up to run the ball that Layla just mentioned, but Cole Kmet was out here doing damage.
Yes, he was.
He was trying to put people through walls, and I love it. And this dude has quietly gone about his business, even though he's not as featured as he has been in the past in terms of targets and everything else. But he made the most of his 5 targets in this one, catching all 5 of the balls that came his way. And again, when you talk about a rushing attack, DeAndre Swift, Kyle Monangai, they got the job done. But it doesn't get done unless they have their entire offense on the same page. That's not just the tackles, the guards, and the center. That is the receivers, and maybe more importantly, it is the tight ends. And Cole Kmet has been out here doing work for weeks now. And I feel like the stats with the catches allow us to take more note of him than we normally would.
I like that. I love that. Both very shrewd picks. And Cole Kmet, it's not like he actually was their leading receiver. 5 catches for 45 yards. And DeAndre Swift continues to run with absolute purpose and cause, and he is just being very distinct with his footwork. So I like both of those picks. Guys, I am going to go with Devin Duvernay as my pick for the 57-yard kick return, setting up the game winner. I don't think that this was a game, for whatever reason, that if Caleb had gotten the ball, if it was a normal return, I'm not sure if the Caleb magic was going to be there on this day. Something felt a little bit off between play calling and between starting quarterback on this day.
His name is Brian Flores. The
Yeah.
Brian Flores magic was working that day.
66% of the time, Brian Flores' defense was bringing the noise. They were blitzing. You just needed a big play from somebody. You're in desperation mode at that point in the game, and that is just massive. I mean, a horrible letdown, obviously, for Minnesota special teams, but 57 yards won the game. All they wanted to do after that, the Bears, obviously, was to get into field goal range, and they just barely did the 48-yarders. You ain't winning this game without Devin Duvernay yesterday.
Number 2.
Was that a good or bad game for the Bears special teams?
Yes. I just can't say. Remember when Richard Hightower on Thursday after the Bengals game was like, look, we won the game, and we're going to get it fixed. You didn't get it fixed. Hell, you still got 2 kickers on the roster. Make that make sense for me. The roster spots are important. Additionally, no, that's not getting it fixed. What about the fair catch interference penalty, by the way? Josh Blackwell.
Ooh, yeah.
Come on, Josh Blackwell. Or the fact that Torrey Taylor there was one punt where Torrey Taylor was damn near blocked. That seems to happen once a game. Then there's the punt returns that get returned, 43 yards, all the way down to the 24-yard line for the Bears. And all the Vikings have to do is run the ball twice. And, of course, it's partly due to the success of their run game. I'm looking at you, Aaron Jones, even though you were a part of that. You were the first run of the game, of course. Ugh. So, reminding me of all of that, plus there was a missed 45-yarder by Cairo Santos. No, you did what you could, and you were able to at least pull it out thanks to that return and that made kick. But no, not a good game. And that stuff isn't fixed.
I'm going to say this, and I know it's counter to what Layla just said, and people are going to disagree with me. I thought it was a good game from special teams because I've come to this kind of conclusion that if you win the game, it's good. And I know that's it's too much of an approach of just binary ones versus zeros. But I think in this case with this particular team in this particular year, it works. And I might have said it was a bad game if the Duvernay play doesn't happen, but it did happen. I know Cairo Santos missed a kick from 45 yards that would have extended the lead, and maybe they wouldn't be in this mess at the end of the game if he makes that kick.
Keep talking through it.
But the bottom line is
conclusion I did.
He made the kick when it mattered at the end of the game. And that's what I've kind of come to appreciate about this team. When post-bye, when the game is on the line and they need a score to win at the end of the game, they get the score. And special teams was almost entirely responsible for that. So I'm going to say it was a good day for special teams.
I'm going to say it's a good day, too. I mean, I just said that Devin Duvernay is my MVP, so it'd be very complicated if I now came out here and said that they had a bad day. And understanding everything you guys said, the bad punt return, a miss is bad. And I will say this, although it was a good day, because I don't think you win this game without the Duvernay in this one. And we talked about this on Take the North. The conversation that we would be having about the kickers right now, if Cairo Santos misses that kick at the end, we're all talking about Jake Moody. We're all talking about the coach might be talking about. They might have made a change. The Bears might be talking about a kicker change if he had missed not one, but 2 field goals of under 50 yards. So I think I am grateful that we're not doing that, but there's some fine line stuff going on with the Bears special teams and their kicker right now.
Oh, I see what you did there.
I did.
Number 3.
Question number 3 on 5 on it were Raheem Harris and Grody. Question number 3. We riff here. Have the Bears beat a good team yet?
I can't say Minnesota's good. I can't do it. I can't get there with it.
They kind of sucked yesterday.
I mean, it was really bad. J.J. McCarthy's quarterback rating before the last 3:15 of the game was 14.9. That's not real. And not that QBR stuff. I'm talking about actual rating. He ended up with a 47.7. That was quite the swing after the first majority of the game there. But the Vikings aren't good. The Bengals got outright beat. Have we figured out who spat on who yet, by the way? While I'm here, I can't.
You're talking about the Jalen Ramsey, Jamar Chase situation?
Yeah, that's a thing. I don't know what to think. I don't know that they've beaten a good team yet. I can't quite tell.
Well, who's the best team they've beaten? How about that?
I don't know. Like, I'm looking at the schedule.
I'll jump in here.
Is it the Commanders?
That's what I was gonna say. At the time, that's 5 games. That's the Bears' 5th game of the season. Washington is over 500. Jaden Daniels was all smiling that night, like he's still all confident, and I know he's only played in a handful of games this year. But at the time, considering what happened last year, and they were winning then, I think that's the one I circle in terms of it. You beat a good team at the time.
You know what's funny about this? Last year, the Bears, they were a winning team. They played the Washington Commanders. They lost that game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how many games in a row did they lose?
That'd be
because of that
1,
loss?
2, 3, 4, 10.
You know who's lost 6 games in a row, starting with that Bears loss?
That'd be the Commanders, ladies and gentlemen.
Are they headed towards a 10-game losing streak?
And that's where I'm like, well, are the Commanders good?
Let me give you their next 4 games, by the way. Broncos, at the Vikings, at the Giants, home against the Eagles. Commanders win any of those games?
Oh, my God. So, wait a minute. Is this like the greatest cautionary tale, too? Like the Bears are the Commanders of last year.
Or the Commanders are the Bears of last year.
That could be. Like,
The
who's...
Bears are not the Commanders of last year. Like, the discussions are totally different.
I'll say this.
Well, they
if
won.
the Bears end up in the NFC Championship game and the Commanders lose 10 in a row, you can look at those 2 data points from 2 seasons apart.
The NFC East outside of the Eagles is...
Eagles.
Cowboys are 3-5. The Commanders are 3-8. 3-5-1. I'm sorry, 3-5-1 because I keep forgetting that 40-point tie with the Packers. And the Giants are now 2-9. Hey, who among us thought that the Giants had a good chance of winning yesterday? Me, I'll admit it.
I was rooting for it.
I kind of wanted it to happen.
I was hoping and wishing. But to answer the question, no, the Bears have not beat a good team.
Yeah, that was rough. I mean, it's a good question.
The
but that
Commanders
was
team
rough.
is their best win of the season. That's their
That's
best
it.
win on the road.
That's it
Against
Hey,
DC.
This was a good win on the road against a divisional opponent.
Absolutely.
So like, it's not like this is a. It's like this win is pretty close because it is a divisional opponent. Bears.
Number 4.
What word would you use to describe how you feel watching the Bears in the fourth quarter over the last month?
Is it a word or is it like a sound where I'm like, okay, let's do this again. Okay, that's my word. 2 letters. Okay.
Layla's a rule breaker.
Oh, okay. Because okay is a 4-letter word, so that's why I was confused.
Can be 2.
It can.
Okay is your word? Is that what
Like,
you're saying?
okay, we're going to do this.
That's fair.
And it's not like, okay, like excited. It's not okay, like skeptical. It's just like, all right, here we go again.
I would say over the last month, watching the Bears in the fourth quarter has been emotional.
Wow, that's good.
It's just emotional. Like, you can't watch it after having followed this team for most people all their lives and not feel something. You will definitely feel something. There's nothing about this that feels like it's from a lab. This feels like real life. You know what it's like to get punched in the face. You know what it's like to knock somebody else down by punching them in the face. One way or another, you're going to feel something when you watch the Bears in the fourth quarter. It's emotional.
I have already changed my word in my brain a couple times throughout this segment, but I will land on stressful.
That's
These
fair.
fourth quarters have been stressful. Like, a lot of people say, oh, this is fun. This is a lot of fun. It feels fun afterwards, like talking about it. Like, to me, fun is being up 2 scores at the end and your team gets a pick 6 and everybody just gets to celebrate. Like, that's fun. You know what I mean? Like,
That's not this.
It's not this. So I'm gonna. Although it's been wonderful at times, exasperating at times. There's another word that came to my head. I think stressful is the way I would describe the Bears' fourth quarter.
Is it more stressful or anxious?
Wow, what's the difference between? How would you
I
define the
don't
difference
know.
between stressful and anxious? I guess
think
anxiety.
They might be synonyms.
Yeah, they might be synonyms.
They're synonymous.
But there is some probably difference between the two words.
Also, I would like to take a brief break in 5 on it to point out this text because they hit the nail on the head on something that we have been talking about. 312, there's only 4 good teams in the NFL, so the Bears are just like most teams. Buckle up. We've called it previously when other people hosted this show, Dan. Dan always called it the Blob. We were trying to come up with another nickname for the Blob.
Like all teams being in the same place. Describe
Like
the blob,
the
if
Blob
you will.
is like this. The Blob is like the 3 through 7 seeds in the playoffs
Gotcha.
and most of in the hunt.
I said,
What
what,
is it?
about
Is it-
the pack? But that was quickly shut down.
is it
because of the
unfiltered?
pack.
No Packers.
Okay. Is it
So like, what do we call
unfiltered?
it if we don't call it the Blob?
I love staring down your mailbag.
No. Also,
Ooh,
no.
we're not
that
calling it
cannot-
mailbag.
No.
We're not calling it your mailbag?
Nope, that's insulting to the teams too, I think. So that's a no. So what do we call it other than the Blob?
The pond?
No.
No? Nah.
Sounds like we need some time to think on
The
this,
medians?
and maybe that's our question for 5 on it tomorrow.
Okay, yeah,
Oh, I
let's
see what you
write
did
that
there,
down,
Ray.
Ray. Write that down.
That's good producing, Ray.
I'm sorry, Robbie, write that down.
Hey,
Ray.
the people should also go in the text line 312-644-6767. What should the blob be, or what should that thing be called?
Yeah, we
I
can't
don't
think
want
up
to
all
steal
this stuff.
Blob. I think it's disrespectful.
To Dan?
Yeah,
Dan will be just fine.
I know. But
Dan, I
still.
hope you're doing well, buddy.
I love Dan.
I hope you're unfiltered. I hope you're more unfiltered than
Number
ever.
5.
Last question here.
That's the goal, isn't it?
Unfiltered.
Last question here on 5 on it. Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. What did you learn from the Bulls' 150-147 double overtime loss at the Jazz?
I don't understand how they didn't win this game. Remember, I was like, they'll beat Utah. I was like, it's going to be fine. Like, no. Not only was it fine, Utah scored 150 points. I watched a lot. You know what I learned? Kobe White is back, and now he won't be tonight because he played outside of his minutes restrictions last night, and he needs to rest. So that's it, really. That's all I got.
What I learned is this. The Bulls will rarely have the best player, the player who would get taken first in a draft between the two teams when they step on the court, but also that's okay because their depth is going to be the key to them. First of all, snapping this, 5-game losing streak now that we're looking at? And also becoming a playoff team, which I am resolute. I'll double down, triple down. They're going to the playoffs. That's what I learned.
Oh, wow. In a loss, you learned playoffs.
Yeah, because Billy Donovan's going to tighten up that defense, and they have the horses. The other thing I learned is when the game is on the line, and the ball's got to be in someone's hands, it's Kobe White.
Yeah, I mean, he had the layup, right?
To send it to double overtime.
Send it to double overtime. Kobe White had 27 points. You know what I learned? I learned about how good Lauri Markkanen has gotten, quite frankly.
Play the song.
Putting up 47 points for them. And you know what? He's one of those guys who I'm really happy for. Like, I'm not mad that he's successful elsewhere. It was a wild era of Bulls basketball. And, yes, they did not develop him properly. And maybe that's part of why. Maybe I had a little sympathy for Markkanen while he's with the Bulls. I'm happy for the guy. He put up 47, and he seems legit.
Do you know how nice it would be to have a stretch 4 like Lauri Markkanen on this Bulls team?
That's what Patrick Williams is. What do you mean?
They compared him
Jim
to...
Boylan ran him off.
Uh-huh.
And then, and now I have to watch Larry do exactly what we thought he was going to do, which was flourish somebody else. Do you know how many problems it would solve to have a stretch 4 on the Bulls?
That's what Patrick Williams is. What do you mean?
And they brought up the... What?
Those fins and that catchy rap tune sure
Mind
showed us. And
blown.
it seems like a fun country.
Go Markkanen, man.
Oh, the field. 847 has the field. That is actually the best possible term. But I couldn't get blob out of my head.
Didn't your guy Boylan, Layla, just have Markkanen stand behind the three-point line, and that was really about it? Wasn't that him for at least 1 year? That's all Markkanen
the
did.
philosophy was like they just need to take threes, but it was like, well, shot selection in the threes could come into play, and that part of it really kind of was not acknowledged as much.
They didn't get the versatility. Last night, they're like throwing Wemby's name around for marketing. Like, 7-footer who can drive to the basket or pull up for a three.
He's closer to Dirk than he is to Wemby, let's be honest.
Stretch 4, baby.
Stretch.
God, it pains me. Pains me. Let's do something that isn't painful. The Bears are in first place.
Yeah.
What are your takeaways from Week 11 around the NFL? Also, get your calls ready. 312-644-6767. We will take them at 12:45. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on a Football Monday on The Score.
Bears win. Ben Johnson and the first place Bears stay hot with a big win over the Vikings, improving to an impressive 7-3.
To win it or lose it. Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback kids, Chicago Bears, do it again!
Stick around as all of our shows and Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside the locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they take on the Steelers at Soldier Field, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeart Radio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Bet365. When it comes to sports books, Bet365 has it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 and up and must be located in Illinois.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy rinse tonight, and I need it more. My kid wets the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. The sweat and dead short smells like a dog park. Downy rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Save time every time for a great haircut. Just download the Great Clips app or check in online at greatclips.com. Great Clips, It's going to be great.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-922-1284. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. In last year's inaugural 12-team playoff, they didn't let any 3-loss teams into the field. That's a bad sign for the Texas Longhorns. After losing to Georgia, they fell to 7-3. But one loss was to number 1 Ohio State on the road in the season opener. It's still a long shot and probably won't happen, but the Longhorns have some big wins and at least can hope for a Texas-sized miracle to get into the playoff. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
And the Eagles get to celebrate. Hurts takes a knee, and that wraps this one up. The Lions offense held in check, 14 of 37 in the air. Philadelphia gets the victory, 16-9.
And the last thing, the most important piece, is we're going to take the North and never give it back.
So, breaking news. The Bears have finally taken part of the North part of it somehow for a time. Today, this week.
We're going to take the North and hope to never give it back. Hope.
I believe this is the first time in the Ryan Poles era that they have been alone atop the NFC North. Think about that. I want you to really think about that. Like, they got that big win, against the 49ers, and they were 1-0, but they had to share the top. You forgot about that, didn't you?
No, it's just so
in the rain.
Oh, they were 1-0. Oh, yeah. No, I was doing the sidelines that day. It was one of those days where it obviously it was pouring, and doing the sideline, you just give up. You just screw it. I'm going to get soaked. It's going to look like I've been standing under a waterfall that day. That was Matt Eberflus's first game as head coach of the Bears, and I'll be damned if I didn't lose a cell phone that day because it got drenched and it was never to work again after that day.
Oh, I didn't know if you just got frustrated and threw it into a puddle somewhere.
I may as well have done that because it was like I said, it was like, screw it, I'm getting wet today, folks, and that's the way it's going to be, and the Bears did win that game.
So many jokes to be made. I will make none of them.
Oh, come on.
So they started 2-1 that year. So they were there. They had a piece of the North for
3 games.
This is the most they've taken the North.
Yes.
I just put my hands on my hips definitively and stared into the camera because that is how I feel about it. I'm sorry, I just wasn't very confident in my delivery, but you know.
You look more confident now with the hands on the hips.
They have a -6 point differential.
We don't
know. A lot
know.
of it's because of the Lions game.
We don't know if they're good, but they're the kings of the North.
Every year, there's a division in the NFC that nobody wants to win. And I don't even think that the NFC North qualifies as that. I'm typically looking at the NFC East when that happens, and definitely the NFC South.
I'm about to say the South.
But I don't
South
think
got something to say.
The South, seriously, it's basically like somebody has to win this division. Would one of you please win the division? But the Buccaneers are 6-4, and that's good enough right now.
Look at the Panthers 6-5, and I was impressed with their win yesterday. Overtime over the Atlanta Falcons. If you're looking around the league, I'm paying attention to the teams that are barely over 500 in the NFC because that's really, if the Bears are not going to win the division, those are the teams they got to worry about sneaking up on them.
The Blob, that's what we got to figure out here is the field, the group,
the Horde.
Blob just sounds good because it kind of describes the concept.
The club.
It describes the attitude.
How about the club?
No, the club is exclusive
Yeah.
and it's a group and
Club's
it's a destination.
Too cool. Club can't handle this.
Or you right now.
No, can never handle me.
Hey, Robbie, if the season ended today, where would your Detroit Lions be?
Third place in the division.
They would be at home because they wouldn't make the playoffs.
Man, you know what, Philadelphia?
Enjoy this while we can. I want all the jokes. I want all the praise. It's just like my school, North Texas, being ranked in the AP poll for the first time since 1959. Act like you haven't been there before, because we don't know that we're going to get this time again.
I know I asked Aunt Aaron about winning the North. Can I just point something out? If the Bears were to win on Sunday, which is something that could happen because they're playing a home game,
Indeed.
do you understand that their game the following week would be for the top of not the division, but the top of the conference? Because the Philadelphia Eagles have a 1-game lead on the Bears. And guess what? If they won that game, there's a chance that they could be tied with the Rams for the top of the conference. I want to point out the Rams, one of their 2 losses did come against the Eagles when you start looking at tiebreakers and such. So the Bears, technically, if they just win this week, a bye is in play.
Well, that's it. Like I flash back to the pretty color graphic that Ray printed out for me that is still in my bag. And it was the Bears' current playoff picture. And they were the 6th seed, and they were set to play the Lions. And they weren't in the hunt. They weren't in the group. They weren't in the pack. They weren't on the bubble. They were in the whole graphic. And they still remain in that same picture. So until they do something downright disappointing or stupid to let me know that they are not a part of this, I feel like they still have to be a part of this. And I understand they're not the finished product that we want them to be yet. I don't think anybody's arguing that. But the number one goal, the baseline goal, is to win the game. And that's why they're in this position. Think about if they had beaten the Vikings like they should have in week 1.
Mm-hmm.
Dare to dream that.
Everything happens for a reason. I understand. It's so easy to look at that Vikings game and be like, what if? Don't do that anymore, because you know why? It's still right there in front of you. And I think one of the most interesting things about their about their win over the Vikings this past weekend, Layla, one of the most interesting things is the Vikings were the only team in the division that has 2 wins in the division. So by beating them and understanding that you have a chance now to have the tiebreaker advantage on everybody else. If you just win your division games, you'll have division tiebreakers against the Packers and against the Lions, because you would have handed the Lions their 3rd division loss and you only have 2. It's all right there in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
The math is mathing.
Yes.
Lions host the Giants on Sunday after losing.
Mark is happily looking. How does that graphic make you feel when you look at it?
It does make me feel good. And you're right about the color of this is beautiful. You've been talking it up. It's the first time I'm seeing this. It really is a well done copy by Ray Diaz.
It put a smile on his face to even look at it.
I mean, yeah, they projecting the Bears as the 6th seed to take on the Lions, the 3 seed, the Packers, a 7 seed against Seattle, a 2 seed. Love it. Love it. And the Eagles, who the Bears will see in a couple of weeks as the number 1 seed. The best thing the Eagles have going for them right now is a gentleman by the name of Vic Fangio. That man knows how to stop teams, and he holds Detroit under double digits last night. The Eagles have won 4 straight games. So they're starting to catch on a little bit here. Green Bay, which had lost 2 straight games, they beat the game that went back and forth. We all had hope that maybe the Giants would pull off an upset. It doesn't happen. And the Packers, by the way,
no way,
host Minnesota next.
He did not. You did not, Matt Spiegel. Oh, you did not.
Spiegel's bringing the victory
chicken from Raising Cane's.
Holy cow. We were wondering.
You know what it's about, right? It's about that sauce.
Oh,
I love the Raising Cane sauce, but I also like their chicken because no bones.
Oh, that's facts.
Wow.
There's not a bone in the place.
Messy eater Layla doesn't have to worry.
We were concerned about the potential of there not being victory chicken here today because nobody necessarily called it. But look that's a veteran right there. That's Matt Spiegel right there. That's how you get your name on a show, by bringing in the chicken when nobody's doing good things when nobody is watching. Actually, we're watching.
I brought victory oatmeal. It had a lot of fiber.
You did bring victory.
Fiber is good for you.
Does that?
It'll keep you regular.
Also, it just keeps you satiated.
And you
like,
made
it's filling.
No, it's very good.
Because it has fiber.
And I like the way you put your fist down. You made Ray go heat it up for you and prepare it for you.
Yeah, Ray, prepare my gruel.
Ray, the gruel.
We did get something from Tanny. He in the background, he was like, well, why doesn't the Midday Show ever bring in chicken? So I feel like now we need to step up and cover.
Okay, we did.
The Take the North podcast via the Midday Show did it.
That came out of the Take the North budget, and Weeder doesn't know about this yet, so I probably owe him a few bucks, or at least a meeting.
630, don't tell anybody about the color toner, okay? Like, stop. We printed it out, and it's pretty.
Can I make a declaration? I know I'm jumping ahead here.
You may declare.
But if the Bears on Black Friday beat the Eagles, I will bring the chicken.
Eagles!
We really do need to start writing down all of the
I will bring the chicken. No, I'll bring the chicken on Monday.
Let me tell you something. I can't wait for that day because who wants to work on Black Friday? Me? Because I get to work with James Big Cat Williams and my guy, Olin Kreutz, doing pre- and post-game that day.
Hell
and
yeah.
I already can't wait.
He is your guy, Olin Kreutz.
Olin Kreutz
I feel like
is
you
my
guys
guy.
have a special bond.
Absolutely.
It comes across on the airwaves.
I get to watch the game with him. I'll get to do post-game. Maybe he'll hate me by the end
He
of the day.
might. He might, Grody.
But with Olin, hate is a love language.
It is,
You know what, though? With Olin.
What good
and
are you if
Grody,
you don't
I'm-
get a good shove from him or something?
My number
that's
one
love.
fear.
Yeah.
My number one fear. Grody.
Yes.
In the middle of that pregame show.
And?
Dropping some type of nickname.
On
And Olin's
Kreutzy?
reaction. That could go very poorly very quickly.
Well, I got to tell you, we already have a little something going on like that because he called me, I think accidentally one week, he called me Brody. And so I've been calling him
Brolin?
Rooksy. Or,
What? Kreutzy.
Not Kreutzy, Rooksy instead.
Rooksy? Like a rookie?
No, Rook. Yeah, actually, I called him Rookie this past week.
How
on
did
the
that
show.
go?
He laughed. It might have been like, I'm going to kill you, laugh, you son of a gun, Grody. You think you're
Are you
all
guys
funny?
doing
I'm
that
going to
show?
punch
Oh,
you
yeah,
in the
you guys
face.
are doing that show together in person. So you
person.
got to watch what you say on the
Oh
spot.
my gosh! You know what's going to be awesome is you get to be like you guys get to be an offensive line. Like you can block people and stuff.
I'm like the quarterback, right? Then because of James Big Cat Williams, he'll be out there playing tackle, and then you've got the center Olin Kreutz. I'm the quarterback. Quarterback, anyone? No.
See, I would do the opposite. I'd be
Running
like,
back?
teach me how to play the other tackle spot, and then I'd be like, "Here's my
Oh.
3-point stance. Who am I pushing?"
Got to have somebody doing the skill
Just
position.
don't be like Spiegel.
What does
doing
Spiegel do?
Doing the long snapping
The
thing.
fighting
the
sequoias?
center thing. That was weird.
Whoa. Spiegel's our most important offensive lineman here. I don't know if you're aware of that. But, oh, yeah, that was
So he's
funny.
playing left tackle.
Actually,
he's not playing center is what you're saying.
847. We can't do it. We can't have an Olin impression by Grody. That will. I'm scared.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Actually,
recommend
what I
that.
would way prefer is that Olin works up an impersonation of me.
Yes!
That would be really good. Olin, if you're listening, you need to work up an impression of me, Mark Grody.
I'm gonna love that show.
I'm already loving it. Maybe I'm building it up too much, but I can't wait.
No,
because really, seriously, like everything changes when the Bears are winning. Like you look forward to stuff like that. Not that I wouldn't look forward to working with Olin and Big Cat if they weren't winning, but my God, it's on, guys.
Well, that's
It's
why I
on.
had the proclamation off the top of the show because it's a victory Monday and the Bears are alone in first place. Like this does not happen.
Well, that's the thing. Like this segment, we originally asked the question, like, what do you know about Week 11 in the NFL? The thing we know about most about Week 11 is that we're trying to figure out how the Bears make the playoffs. Like that is not territory that we have been in for a long time.
It feels
2020
good.
doesn't count.
Warm and fuzzies is what I got over it.
And when you're talking about the Eagles as an opponent, and what happens if you could beat them somehow?
Oh my God.
That on Black Friday, no less.
Yes.
Like that's the good stuff.
Oh my
Like
goodness.
that. I don't know. I just feel like it's a place we haven't been. You know, at least I haven't been as a host here. The last time this happened, I was at doing White Sox pre and post game all the time.
You got 7 games to figure out 3 wins. That's what the Bears have right now to get to the playoffs. And if you find 4, let me tell you something. Division
Super Bowl?
Oh my God.
Division champs.
Coach Mutt Marshall has entered the building.
Division champs.
Hey, I got a question for you guys. Yes or no? And if the Bears win their next, let's just say 2 straight games, will anybody here start talking about Super Bowl?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I can't.
Absolutely.
I'm not even going to say the name because I don't want to.
The look of fear in your eyes.
Bad energy.
You're like,
we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, Brody.
It screams jinx. Screams jinx.
Fair
to me.
enough. Fair enough. It's I put you guys on the spot. Bears.
Coming up next, you're on Raheem Harris and Grody on 670 The Score. You heard a lot from us. We want to hear back from you if we didn't get to your call in our 10 o'clock hour. What do you think about Week 11 in the NFL? Do you think the Bears are good? We actually want to know. Call us 312-644-6767. This is Raheem Harris and Grody on a Raisin Cane's Victory Chicken Monday that we've got here. That's all coming up next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The Bears did what they had to do. They go on the road in a hostile environment, and they won a division game, despite Caleb Williams having 50% completion percentage, despite your defense giving up a drive when it couldn't afford to give up that drive, despite some special teams mistakes. You won, you persevered. This is who you are 10 games into the season.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. New teeth, new smile, new you. Save up to 95% at AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Since we opened our doors in 1868, Busey has fostered deep customer relationships and vibrant communities, embodying a legacy of partnership and progress. With multiple lines of business, we provide a range of financial solutions tailored to your needs. From digital banking to planning for retirement, Busey is here to help you achieve your financial goals. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This Black Friday, be part of the action. Join 670 The Score for a live broadcast at the Wall in Gurney Mills as Chicago takes on Philadelphia on Friday, November 28th. Pre-game starts at 11 a.m. with Olin Kreutz, Mark Grody, and Big Cat Williams. Meet Super Bowl champ Dennis McKinnon at 12:30 p.m. Kickoff is at 2 p.m. Catch the game and enjoy $3 drafts and $5 well drinks all day. It's 670 The Score, live from the Wall in Gurney Mills, Friday, November 28th. Don't miss it.
Unlike Mr. Pibb, in a classroom of sodas, most stay quiet. They take notes on sweetness. They whisper about bubbles. One in the front row keeps bragging about its doctorate. Then there's Mr. Pibb, in the back, feet on the desk, sweet cherry for a second, then a bold outburst. The kind of flavor that gets attention. Some sodas raise their hand. Mr. Pibb runs the room.
Bull kick of cherry.
Hey, yo, Mr. Pibb.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown's disappearing. Maybe hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. Well, I've got good news. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with the monthly subscriptions. They They help retain what you have, but what about regrowing your hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and I personally recommend them. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or go to advancedhair.com.
Voted Best Ribs by the Daily Herald. Get a full 2-pound slab of award-winning fall-off-the-bone ribs for just $20. It's Rib Fest, all month long at Old Republic in Elgin. Dine in, take out, or order online.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Proud of the guys, 7-3. That's nothing to scoff at. As ugly as it can be at times, this group's just proven time and time again that when it's close there in the fourth quarter that we're capable of finding a way. So first division win on the road, and really proud of the guys for how they fought there at the end.
That is Ben Johnson after the Bears beat the Vikings 19-17 in Minnesota for, yes, the first division win for Ben Johnson and the first division win on the road for Ben Johnson's Bears. We're taking your calls, 312-644-6767. Debbie from San Jose listening on the Odyssey app. I'm sorry I didn't get to you in the 10 o'clock hour. Thanks for hanging with us. You're on.
Oh, I love you guys. I listen to you guys every morning when I'm at the gym. So I just love listening to you guys every day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the Bears are good enough, and the reason why I think this is because we are now leading the league in good categories, such as being first in getting interceptions and not getting intercepted on. I also think that we're good enough that we don't have to look at that darn list of quarterbacks that had been through our team for years. I was getting so sick of seeing that every week, and now I don't have to look at that. And the other thing is, we're being mentioned on national TV for good things, and we're not the laughing stock of the league right now. So that is fantastic. And also, when I go to the gym, there's a bunch of Chicago transplants there, and we are so excited to talk about the Bears now. And I just love that. And if we're only taking the North for 1 week, so be it. I am happy because after the show, the blank show that was last year, I will take this anytime.
Debbie, you are spot on, and I don't want to ever have to bust out that quarterback list again because it's right at the top of my brain, and I don't want to go through the list of it. So I completely agree with you. Thank you so much for calling, and appreciate you. Shout out to transplants around the country listening on the Odyssey app.
Yes, and shout out to your gym. Tell your gym Bears fans that we said hello. Debbie, thanks for holding and thanks for calling in. We continue with our Odyssey app listeners. Mike in Charleston in South Carolina. You're on with Rahimi Harrison Grody on the Score.
Hey, guys. Love your show. How's everything going today?
The best.
Awesome. Just one thing I noticed, watching the Philadelphia game last night against Detroit, it's awesome how to see that defensive line when they can't get to that quarterback, instead of just standing there and doing nothing, just jumping up and trying to at least block those shots. And I'd like to see that be more part of the Bears defense. And again, love your show, and I'm a transplant as well, and we've got a great bar out here with a bunch of Bears fans as well.
Love it. See, this is what winning does, man. The country is alerted. Like the Bears fans everywhere are getting the bats. It's the Bear signal. Everybody's getting the Bear signal.
They're not afraid to wear their Bears gear in other cities.
Honest to God, and I truly believe there are probably more people tuning into the Score. Like, this is it. 10 games through, everybody's, I've been hearing about these Bears. Like, let's everybody is getting in, and this is like, we're seeing it. I mean, it's been a little while since we've had this feeling around here where everybody's in on it. Everybody's got an opinion. Everybody wants to know if it's for real. It's great.
It's okay to cheer for your team in public. Mm-hmm. And we continue cheering for people with Wayne and Lafayette, who sent us pictures. Hey, Wayne, thanks for the pics.
Hey, holy cow, guys. Did it got there in time for you today, huh? Boy,
it did.
Boy.
Yes.
Weren't them famous pictures, man? I'm telling you what.
Let me tell you what, Wayne, in all seriousness, thank you for sending the pictures. Thank you so much for the nice cards as well. You're a good man, and we want to know what's on your mind about the Bears, Wayne.
Well, I'll tell you what. First thing, me and Layla could be in Hollywood with a picture like that one right there.
Oh, hell yeah. First thing I thought, man.
Get me some commission,
Hollywood,
Wayne. Let's go.
The trucker and the beauty? Is that what it is? Yeah.
All right. You know how it is. Oh, you dang right, man. Anyway, hey, guys, I'll tell you what. The Bears have been whooping people without their bad dudes in there, and they're fixing to come back. The defensive bad boys are fixing to come off the disabled list, and they're going to get even better. But they're going to need to get better because the teams are getting better they're playing. But I think that their confidence level is so high right now that's going to be one of the most major things, because last year there was no confidence and there was nothing. And, like I told you, Grody, I told you you're going to have a good year this year.
Yeah, you did.
I told you before the year started. I told you, old buddy.
Over and out, my man. No doubt about it.
You're going to be happy. You're going to be happy this year instead of having to put up with all that ugliness that was going on for 2 years there, buddy. And I'm just awful thankful for Mr. Ben. I'm thankful for him for being a great coach, and for everybody taking, and all the other coaches that they got there. And it's just a whole bunch of great ones.
Listen to the gratitude. The gratitude coming out of your mouth right now, Wayne, is overwhelming. Yes, it is. By the way, we got the next thing for you, Wayne, is we got to get a picture with you and Marshall. All right, Marshall feels a little left out of the picture club right now. You should see him.
I didn't mean to do that to him, but he wasn't. I couldn't find him anywhere.
I know.
At 4 wins. Was he out gambling?
I wasn't there. Wayne. You're good. You're good.
I'm sorry, Marshall.
No, don't apologize. Don't apologize for it. Don't let Grody. See, this is what Grody does.
Yep.
Don't let Grody
Yep.
guilt you into things that are not even a problem. You're good, Wayne. I enjoyed looking at the pictures of you guys.
Grode's got evil in his mind.
I'm glad you recognize that. I'm glad you recognize that.
I put it out there for everybody to see.
Evil-minded man, boy. That's what the girls all tell him too. Grody, you're an evil-minded man.
That's why there's always an end game. There's always an end game to my relationships.
Wayne.
You know what?
Wow.
You know what? I'll tell you what. You know that picture of me and Ozzy is pretty good, but that picture of Dave Wannstedt and me, man, we could be on the same team.
That's
somewhere,
a cop buddy show
Solid,
right there. Yep.
Solid buddy cop show, absolutely. Wayne, thanks again, and thanks for the picks. And yeah, next time Marshall's out, I have a feeling, especially if it's in Indiana, Wayne will be there. He's like that.
Be so mad. Don't be so mad.
I'm not.
You have smoke coming out of your ears because Wayne's never taken a photo with you.
Yeah, why'd you duck Wayne like that, Marshall? Kind of crazy.
Why wasn't I at 4 wins casino that particular day? I have no answers.
Grody's such a pot stirrer. I love it so much.
Grody is Birdman rubbing his hands together gif right now.
I just like the initial reaction I got from Marshall.
Yeah, he's pot stirring with his hands, and when he looks up, he's wondering why there's feces all over his hand. That's the real Grody right there.
I'm not mad at Wayne. Why are you still trying to say I'm mad at Wayne? I don't care if I don't have a picture.
I'm not mad at anyone. It's a beautiful Monday.
You're right.
You troublemakers.
I am. God, that chicken's good though. Shout out.
It is so good.
Mm-hmm. That sauce. Thank you, Layla.
What? It wasn't me. It was Matt Spiegel.
No, but you're the one who was like, "Oh no, Grody, you have to try." I said no sauce, and
he was eating the chicken
like,
butt naked.
Yeah,
you had to give him that sauce.
I was.
Grody, keep your clothes on when you're eating chicken.
Delish.
I know it's a victory chicken.
Oh,
for real.
You would
not that
like
kind of
me
victory.
when I'm naked. Yeah, go ahead.
You sure about that?
I said wouldn't.
Well,
wouldn't.
We could ask Dan Wiederer, his Take the North podcast partner. Let's do that next here on Remy Harrison Grody on a Plumbers 911 Football Monday, presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips here on 670 The Score.
Ding, ding.
You're listening to Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Great Clips on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on the action with 30% PBTs this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up and present in Illinois. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Chicago, get ready. Real American Freestyle is hitting the mat. Saturday, November 29th, RAFO3 takes over the Wintrust Arena for a night of world-class freestyle wrestling. MMA legends, NCAA champions, Olympians, all hit the mat for one night. See MMA stars like Chad Mendez, Michael Chandler, and Clay Guida. Chicago natives Austin O'Connor, Austin Gomez, and Kennedy Blades. And nationwide high school phenom, Bo Bassett, making his first professional debut. Be a part of the most electric night in wrestling. Tickets on sale at realamericanfreestyle.com or stream exclusively on Fox Nation.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
At Rasny Jewelers, it's the same family for 75 years.
Stan Rasny, CEO at Rasny Jewelers.
To be owned and operated by the same continuous family for 75 years is something that is very powerful and unique.
Daughter and third generation owner Christine agrees.
Rasny Jewelers is truly a family business. You can be in any one of the 4 locations and typically always find a Rasny somewhere in the building.
Indeed. In an industry that's been taken over by corporate stores and online retailers, it's refreshing to know there are still local family jewelers who are still providing exceptional quality, personalized attention, and true expertise.
I cherish when I see in the store that somebody that my parents took care of. When my kids are waiting on great grandkids of the same family, we're a family business developing the future with the next generation.
Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicagoland locations, suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago's Gold Coast, and online at rasny.com.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larter, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming. Only on Paramount Plus.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Just in time for the holidays, Chevy Red Tag is out at your local Chevy dealer, and you can save big with 0% APR financing on a brand new Chevy Equinox. It doesn't get any lower than 0. Go to Chevy Drive Chicago for details, and together, let's drive.
After the big win over the Vikings, the Bears are sitting in first place in the NFC North. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the plumbing professionals, available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911.
Dan Wiederer, Bears reporter and senior writer for The Athletic.
You're going to be relying on a lot of young players, guys that have to materialize into who they thought they were.
The Bears are who we thought they were.
On-air contributor for 670 The Score.
We'll mention this mainly because Dan Wiederer said we would mention this nugget.
Host of the Take the North podcast.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Dan Wiederer.
Thanks, Coach. We'll go first to Dan Wiederer.
On Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Wheezy!
That poor Bears PR person. He was just trying to do his job. This is Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score on a Plumbers 911 Football Monday, presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. And now we go to our Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa app today. That is where we find the senior writer of The Athletic, who covers the Bears, and the co-host of the Take the North podcast, along with our very own Mark Grody. Dan Wiederer. We are asking the quintessential question, of which you get asked probably multiple times a day. After this win, are the Bears good?
The Bears are in first place in the NFC North, and that's all that matters. And when you look around the NFL, there's a lot of teams that you could ask are they good question too, and not have a really clear-cut answer. And so I think for this team in this phase of their journey, it's really, really important, particularly for them, to just stay present in where they are. They're ahead of schedule. They're playing winning football. They've got a roll going here. 6 wins in their last 7 games. There's 7 of 8 now. Yeah, 7 of 8. I can't even keep track. That's how much they're winning nowadays. And so, look, I think there's a lot to embrace about this football team with everyone being very firm with the acknowledgement that they've got a lot of room for growth and a lot of things that they need to clean up.
Dan, I agree with you. That question was posed off the top of the show. I said they're good enough to get to 7-3. And that's the bottom line. You get enough wins, you get into the playoffs. You get into the playoffs, you have a chance to play for a Super Bowl. All you got to do is win games at that point. So I'm looking at this when you say they're ahead of schedule. What I'm curious about and what I've been kind of wrestling with over the last 24 hours is how ahead of schedule is this team? Because I can't quite put an answer on that. So maybe if you got some depth on that one.
Well, I think we all sort of came into the season understanding that a winning season was going to be sort of embraced and celebrated. That's a sign of direction. And so now they are on the doorstep of getting to 9 wins, which guarantees you that you're going to be above 500. And once you get there, now you can start to dream bigger dreams. And so, look, I just think that there's a lot to love about what Ben has instilled here from a direction standpoint, from a belief standpoint, from a players coming together and collectively buying in the vision. And now you're seeing the results of that, again, with the understanding that you're going to have to play better football, cleaner football against better teams here down the stretch of the season. Interesting to note that the Lions were in first place when the Sunday night game started last night, and now they're the 8th seed, right? And they're outside of the playoff picture looking in. And so it reminds you of just how much of a tightrope this is in this league and how quickly your fortunes can change with one misstep. But as far as the Bears go, I think that we all wanted there to be signs of undeniable direction with this football team in 2025. And I think it's probably unanimous at this point that there are.
Yeah, no doubt. Weedsy, the Bears defense yesterday had the benefit of turnovers once again, and Kevin Byard deserves a shout out with yet another interception, which led to a field goal. Nashawn Wright with the pick in the end zone, that kind of stuff never goes out of style. And you did a great job on the Take the North podcast last night talking about Nahshon Wright. If you would you take us backstage to the locker room yesterday? Because Nahshon Wright underwent or is in the process of processing a tragedy in his life. And you were there in the locker room with him. Tell us, and you wrote about it in The Athletic today as well. Tell us about what was going on with Nahshon Wright, what he went through, and what it was like for him in the locker room yesterday. Oh, man.
Oh, he's frozen.
Felt like that was like a really great job by me spreading out the question there, and then we just never got there. But John Beam is the former college coach for Nahshon Wright.
Yeah, he was the college coach at Laney College in Oakland. He was made famous by Last Chance U, but you can look all over the NFL and see a lot of respected players talking about the difference he made in their lives and shot on campus.
Yes.
Like that is just, I can't even, there's a lot that I can't fathom here, but that is definitely part of it. And while we're getting Dan, I will take this time to say that the words of support and the understanding surrounding the loss of Coach Beam are very strong. The Oakland mayor described him as a giant in the city who mentored thousands of young people, including her own nephew, and gave Oakland's youth their best chance at success. That's what makes this so hard. Not only did he make such a difference in Nahshon Wright's life and his family's life, he and his brother, but so many other people, just really what coaching is all about.
Yeah. And look, it's been, so you can imagine how emotional Nahshon Wright was after the game and during the game, and not to mention the fact that, like, Minnesota, the team from which he came, the Bears took him off the Vikings practice squad, or actually he was released by them. He had the pick 6 in the opening night against Minnesota. Then he has this very important pick in the end zone at the end of the first half. And God, have we ever seen because I don't know how good Nahshon Wright is, but I'll be damned if this guy is not in the right place at the right time. Even when he's not making the interceptions, he's recovering the fumbles, or he's just in the right place at the right time. So shout out to Nahshon Wright for all sorts of different reasons. But we do have Dan Wiederer back on the line, our guy from The Athletic and the Take the North podcast here on Rahimi Harris and Grody. So what say you about Nahshon Wright? We just got everybody caught up on the tragedy that he's been undergoing with John Beam at Laney College, Dan.
Yeah, Grody, and thanks for bringing it up, because this is a player obviously who's grieving right now and has to find that mental fortitude to continue going to work and working through all of those personal emotions while he is relied upon to do a very difficult job inside of an NFL football game. And so I did really appreciate Nahshon's vulnerability after the game yesterday and being willing to kind of talk about the emotions of the day. Again, Ben Johnson also made him an honorary captain for the day going into the football game, partially because he was returning to Minnesota, where he spent last season with the Vikings, and also because of what he was dealing with. I think that meant a lot to him. And then just to see him step up in that moment and then have an opportunity to pay tribute to a guy who wasn't just his coach at Laney College, but somebody that he considered a father figure, a very dear friend, and to be coping with all of those various emotions over a 3 or 4 day span. You can only imagine what that's like for a player in that situation. And you got to give him a lot of credit for stepping up, for making that play, and then obviously for being willing to share part of his personal story after the game as well.
Oh, that was gut-wrenching, Dan, to hear Nahshon Wright. And I didn't know that his father's life was taken away from him so early on in 2017. And then that Coach Beam helped him get through it. To have the person who was your person after that pass away, that was heartbreaking to hear. What was it like just talking to him afterward?
Yeah, and I've kind of forged a connection with Nahshon since the summer when when it became apparent that he was going to become a bigger part of this defense than we originally expected. And he's just, he's a really good kid who understands the opportunity that he has and really the opportunity that he's earned, in part because Al Harris has believed in him at every step of his journey. And so he's attacked his entire time with the Bears with purpose. Look, like Jalen Johnson's window to return to the football field is open. Who knows what that means for Nahshon Wright's role later in the season. They're going to have to figure out what they're going to do in that secondary when they start to get the reinforcements back. But to have this guy really since the spring start running with the ones, to feel his opportunity to put his fingerprints on this season, to take the steering wheel of his career and steer it down a path that's very positive. It's been a cool, sort of story to watch. And so, again, for him to be dealing with what he was dealing with yesterday and still capable of making a play like that. And, don't forget, this guy's 6'4" with incredible length, and he needed every inch of his wingspan to go up and get that football from Jordan Addison. And it's a big deal. As Grody and I talked about last night, you win a game by 2 points. That's a play in a game that took points off the board from the Vikings. And so a huge moment, obviously, in the context of the season as well.
Not underselling it. One of the biggest moments of the game from yesterday. We're talking with Dan Wiederer. He is the co-host of the Take the North podcast with Mark Grody. Love talking to him. The segment with Dan, sponsored by Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Dun, dun.
The question becomes: Are the Bears in a position where they're going to stay on top here? I don't want to forecast too much, but what's going on with this Pittsburgh Steelers team and the possibility that Aaron Rodgers might not play because he might have a break in his wrist? It seems like things are just really lining up for the Bears this season, especially when you look at what happened with Jamar Chase and then Jalen Ramsey punching him in the face because he says he got spit on, and we see the video. It looks like he got spit on. What do you make of just kind of how things have rolled for the Bears this season, even when they have injured players? Guys like Nashawn Wright step up. It just seems like everything is coming up Bears.
Brad Biggs had something in his 10 Thoughts this morning in the Tribune about the quarterback run that they've been on, with obviously Burrow out and Lamar Jackson out, and you get Spencer Rattler, and you get Tyler Huntley, and you get Flacco, and you get J.J. McCarthy and Jackson Dart, and it's like it has not been a murderer's row of established quarterbacks. And I think what's strange about this week is that, particularly with the run the Bears are on, I think everyone would like to take a swing at Aaron Rodgers. And so the news that he might be in doubt for that game Sunday at Soldier Field, I think it's kind of disappointing from an NFL theater standpoint, right? I think everybody wants to see Rodgers back on the lakefront one more time, with the Bears playing really good football and having their chance to kind of say goodbye to him one more time, right? And so that's going to be interesting to see how the week plays out there. But certainly when the breaks are going your way, you don't question them, you don't apologize for them, you just keep rolling with them, and you try to collect as many positive moments from those breaks as you can. And to this point, the Bears have done a remarkable job of that, and obviously 7-3 reflects that.
Dan, what did you think about Caleb Williams' performance yesterday?
Yeah, so just a bit ago, got finished with the rewatch, and this is how I would describe it to you, Mark. There wasn't anything I loved. There were a few things I hated, but then there was a bunch of stuff I liked and not a ton that I disliked. So it was like one of those days where it was kind of all over the map. You can kind of feel the fatigue watching it that we talked about going into the game of, listen, like Brian Flores is going to test you on every snap, and there's pressure coming often. There's pressure coming from everywhere. You've got to be able to react and adapt to it. There's a handful of plays in that game where Caleb's getting blitzed with a free runner coming from his blind side a couple times when he's executing a play action fake, and he handled it well and detected it, recognized it, got the ball out quickly a couple times to Kmet and got positive yardage out of it. And so you like to see those things. Some of the deep shots, they're nowhere close, right? There was one really early in the game to Rome Odunze, another one to DJ Moore, and one of my least favorite plays was, they kind of had schemed up Colston Loveland for a one-on-one matchup as he came out against Josh Metellus in the red zone, and they had a chance to throw a 50-50 ball, and Caleb put it, 8 yards over Loveland's head and out of the end zone. And I'm just curious about some of that as his growth comes along, and in being able to not be fearful of the turnover and trust that, look, like that's a top 10 pick there that we've used valuable draft capital on because we think he can go win one-on-one matchups when we get him schemed up properly. So there's a lot to it. Like I said, it was kind of all over the place, but that's kind of what you expect at this point, and they're just going to try to go piece by piece to get him to address some of the flaws that he has.
Our segment with Dan Wiederer, the co-host of the Take the North podcast, senior writer for the Bears, covering the Bears at The Athletic, is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency, call the plumbing professionals, available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM 911. What did you think of what Ben Johnson had to say on the podium? That was one that raised my eyebrows when he was asked about Caleb Williams yesterday.
With just a quick answer, you mean? Just the quick, I got to take a look at the tape?
Yeah.
Answer? Yeah, I think he was probably feeling a little bit unsettled about not being certain about some of the missed opportunities that were within the game. And I know, like, Ben likes to give a very concrete answer to questions by being able to see the tape and spell it out. But I think it was probably a reflection of, this didn't make me feel great leaving the field. Am I going to feel better on Monday after I rewatch it? And we'll get that answer at 3:00 when he visits with us this afternoon, and we'll see if his tone has changed at all.
I'm looking at what's ahead for the Bears, and one of the things I found interesting was how the shift has kind of begun, and maybe it's over, in terms of guys that started the season in certain roles and guys who are coming out of their cocoons, if you will, and playing bigger roles for this offense and this defense. It looks like Olamide Zaccheaus' time as a frontline receiver could be over after he didn't get any targets yesterday and was only on the field for 10 snaps. Are you seeing, or do you think we're seeing the Luther Burden III and to a degree the Colston Loveland takeover happen before our very eyes?
Well, you want to see those guys maximize their opportunities. There was a drop that Luther Burden had in yesterday's game. That's like, man, like those are the plays you got to make to continue keeping the role and the increased opportunity that you have. I would imagine that over time you're trying to get these guys that you see as having a bigger part of your future up to speed and getting rolling in advanced roles now. And so I think that's some of it that's going on here as those guys get more comfortable as rookies with what's being asked of them and where they need to be. And I think that's good for the Bears to have some of these core pieces that are going to be here for a while starting to become more involved and starting to figure out where their specific niche is within this offense. I think overall it was a very uneven offensive day. It's reflected in the fact that they only visited the end zone one time, and there's just a lot of missed opportunities, I think, in that game, and yet you were able to make enough plays. I think the one play that I kind of point to as one of the pivot points in the game is a little short pass to Rome Odunze. They don't touch him down. He gets quickly to his feet, takes a 4-yard gain and turns it into 17 by pushing the pile. That's on a drive where the Bears end up getting a 54-yard field goal. So in a game where every yard and every point counted, those are the types of plays that turn 6-4 into 7-3, right? And so like that, I think, is really encouraging when you're a coaching staff and you're teaching guys about the identity you want to play with, and then you've got a clear-cut example that you can pull up on Monday and say, guys, this was huge, even though it was early in the game and we didn't know how much it was going to mean. Look at how much this play actually meant in the grand scheme of the football game.
Yeah, we've seen Monungai do stuff like that. Cole Kmet always doing that. So it's no longer just like one guy trying to get that extra yard. So that's worth pointing out. There's also a couple questions in regards to the Take to the North podcast here, Dan, in terms of the title. All of a sudden, hey, we're pretty cool with the title that we have all of a sudden.
It's been 5 years.
Yeah. Is that how long this podcast has been going?
It's like 4.5.
This is season 4, I believe. Yeah.
Season 4, yes. Is it a texter from the 847 says, is it the Took the North podcast now?
Oh no, it ain't no Took yet. It ain't no Took yet. Like I said, they could be in third place within a matter of 10 days. So like, this thing is not Took. No, sir.
So it's
very sobering of you, Dan.
That's the spirit.
The North has been taken, but we might very well give it back. We have it in our hands. It doesn't feel
great. They have
great.
not reached the checkout counter
yet.
Yeah,
you can't say it's been taken until you get to the end of the season and you win the division.
So you have possession of the North currently.
We currently have
and it might be given back.
It's
this
like
is
a library.
Not the same declarative statement, guys. I don't know that it has the same feel.
You got to be out the door. The North has got to be in your trunk, and you've got to have the car in reverse before we declare the North Took. And so right now they've got a lot more work to do before the victory banners are hung.
Well, let's just keep on getting into the known. The known, the known, no, I don't know, known.
I saw your boy John Greenberg is in on it now, too.
Oh, is he in on the known?
The kiss
Johnny
of humor
G?
has been given.
Greenberg loves a little snark wherever he can find it.
Greenberg? Snarky?
Doesn't surprise me even a little.
I love John. Let me tell you about John Greenberg. Let me tell you about John Greenberg.
Nothing was as good to me with John Greenberg, the editor at The Athletic, as the press conference where he asked about the stadium progress.
Oh, yeah.
And we all just lost it. He's like, because it hasn't really been happening.
Right. As far as progress is concerned, there hasn't been any, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, that would be good.
Oh.
I got another question about the podcast here, Grody, because I was making lunch and I was only half listening at the time, but you said something about a Take the North budget that I'm not even aware of.
Oh boy!
I need It did catch my ear, so I need you to explain to me where are you getting this? Where are the coffers? Where do I get my hands on some of that?
Okay, full disclosure. I've been stashing cash in jars around the Score studios.
You can't tell people about the jars.
Oh God, that's right. We're on the radio too. So we did have this is another text here, Dan. The question is, how much money is left in the TTN petty cash after the Victory Chicken scandal? It's a Victory Chicken scandal.
Dan, did you get any Victory Chicken?
I have not gotten a morsel of Victory Chicken.
Oh no!
I still have your Topo Chico water, by the way. I do. I didn't take it all because when we were generously
there's one bottle left, Dan.
Given the Topo Chico, I was going to give some to Dan, but I've been enjoying it so much that Dan was in risk of not getting it. But I'm still preserving some for you in that regard, and we'll see if we can get you in. You should come in here one of these days on a Bears Victory Monday. You get all juiced up. You're loving. Nobody loves. See, that's the thing about Dan. In all seriousness, nobody loves that the Bears are winning more than Dan Wiederer that is on the beat. There may be people who are enjoying it as much, but nobody more than Dan. He's got the juice, Wiederer. Isn't that right, Danny boy?
I just enjoy the change in the storyline.
Yes,
We've been through hell for most of my time on the beat here, and so to see this fan base suddenly feeling a little bit of optimism, feeling a little bit of, again, direction. Like, you just talk about the direction that this organization has set for itself here over the last several months, and you feel good about it. It doesn't feel flimsy, and so we can have the conversation on whether they're truly good or not, or where their endpoint destination for 2025 is. But I think everyone is in agreement that there's some tangible direction here, and given what we've been through, particularly in the last couple seasons, that's a big departure from the feelings that were inside that building for so long.
All right, so we've gotten to the text line: borrow the North, North on layaway, passing the North, renting to own the North.
Renting to own is pretty good.
I will give you those phrases, and Dan, thanks as always for the perspective and the time.
You got it, guys. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Dan.
That is Dan Wiederer, senior writer covering the Bears at The Athletic, and we mentioned his editor, John Greenberg, has he has column references living in the know, and I haven't read it yet because it came out during the show.
The snarkster, yes,
yeah,
indeed.
We love a good John Greenberg sarcasm.
You kidding? One of my favorite people, just because we got jokes for each other. Like when I see John Greenberg, and Emma's in on it, it's just like it's just a circle of jokes going back and forth.
I love
basically.
the witty banter.
A circle of witty banter. That's what it is. We have a circle of jokes. That's good. That's good, Marshall. It's okay. Layla's very concerned.
Yup. That's it. That's the feeling, Robbie. You nailed it.
That's the new palate cleanser. When somebody's uncomfortable in the room, we just go ding, 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 ding.
So, hey, that might also apply to our next segment. Is J.J. McCarthy not good?
Oh, no.
I hate it. We have to ask the question. I don't want to.
He's our very own J.J. McCarthy.
Okay, so that said, let's examine this next.
Ding, ding.
It's game night, Bulls fans.
To the rack, and he throws it down with a windmill right-handed slam. Tonight, the Bulls road trip continues in Denver against the Nuggets. Pre-game at 7:45, tip-off at 8 on The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts. Bulls win! What a ball game! See Red Chicago.
Guys, there's a reason we're talking about this Black Friday game against the Eagles for the Bears, because it's soon. Have you even thought about what you're going to do for holiday shopping? Have you thought about your corporate gifts yet for your best customers and clients? If you're in charge of selecting the gifts your company sends out, listen up. This year, you can really wow your customers with a gift from Second City Prime Steak and Seafood. A much better gift than, say, some of the the other disappointing corporate gifts you might get. I'm looking at you, sad fruit. This year, really wow your customers. They're based right here in Chicagoland, and they only source the top 2% of chains in USDA prime steak. This is not the same steak that you find in warehouse clubs and grocery stores. It's the best of the best. Filet mignon, Japanese and Australian Wagyu, bone-in ribeye, and more. When you call Second City Prime, you'll work directly with the owners, Chris and Susie. They will work with your budget per gift and craft the perfect package that will arrive on your client's doorsteps. They ship nationwide and will include a personal handwritten note with each gift. This year, make a mouth-watering impression with your holiday gifts, and you can support a local business at the same time. Contact the owners, Chris and Susie, at secondcityprime.com. That's second, SECOND, cityprime.com.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you'll save money for fall fun too. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and get a fresh haircut for fall at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
This segment is sponsored by Bet365. When it comes to sports books, Bet365 has it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and up only. Must be located in Illinois.
Truck drivers, wherever you want to take your driving career in 2026, Schneider has an opportunity for you. Our huge selection of driving jobs means you can get the home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Plus, Schneider drivers can choose from dedicated, intermodal, dry van, and tanker options. Don't wait to upgrade your career before the new year. Search jobs and apply now at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
The premier name for bridal and engagement rings in Chicagoland is Rasney Jewelers, with locations in Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and Chicago. Visit rasney.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
Rahimi Harrison-Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Philadelphia Eagles are winning, but they're winning ugly. The defending champions have pivoted midseason to a defense-first team. They've held the Packers and Lions to less than 10 points each over the last 2 weeks. This might not be the formula that can win a Super Bowl, but you can't doubt a team that's 8-2 with wins over the Rams, the Chiefs, and now the Lions, no matter what it looks like. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Listen to Rahimi Harrison-Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Here's McCarthy. It's coming, picked up, far side of the field. It's incomplete. High for Jefferson. got some bluebirds here in Minneapolis.
Yeah, just a high miss. He knows it. As soon as that ball comes off his fingertips, he's kind of grabbing his helmet like he knew as soon as it comes off those fingertips.
Yeah, it was a bad day for J.J. McCarthy and the Bears' 19-17 win over the Vikings. This is Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score. That was courtesy of Fox Sports. McCarthy ends up going 16 of 32 for 150 yards, 1 touchdown, and 2 interceptions, 1 to Kevin Byard and 1 to Nashawn Wright. That's good for a 47.7 rating. However, as I mentioned before, going into the last 3:14 when the Vikings were trying to drive and come back into the game, his rating was about 14.9. He had a bad day, and the Boo Birds were out in Minneapolis. That's something that I feel like we don't get to say very often. The boos in Minnesota were so loud when it came to how drives were stalling out and just the overthrows or the inaccuracy issues that we saw.
Not exactly Minnesota nice, was it?
Or was it?
I mean, apparently you said, and I forgot to ask Dan about this, there were chants of JJ sucks?
Something, yeah. And I don't want to misquote the fan base.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to make sure. That's why I'm looking at you. You're the one who said it.
I'm pretty sure that's what I heard, that it got pretty nasty there at times in Minnesota. And honestly, as I was watching it before the boo started, I felt uncomfortable for J.J. McCarthy from a Bears perspective. I should have tweeted it, because Bears fans would have been booing that quarterback if he was theirs before he even got booed.
Oh, you're saying they gave extra time, extra grace.
And honestly, it's traumatic to me. Like, the moment that a Bears quarterback or a Bears team starts to get booed, it's awful. There's no more awful feeling than when the Bears go 3 and out on offense, and I'm just saying in general in life. There's nothing worse than those boos that start to come down, and I was feeling that, and then all of a sudden, there they were for J.J. McCarthy, and it got ugly.
It did, and I think the reason this makes me feel some type of way is because I heard all about J.J. McCarthy and his leadership being at Nazareth. And then again, think about when we talked to Sean King, and we heard him, who was his offensive coordinator at IMG Academy, and how people loved him at Michigan. And it's just hard sometimes, and I thought to myself, of all the quarterbacks that wouldn't have been Caleb Williams, it's a sports hypothetical, an extreme sports hypothetical, but the Bears were on the record saying they scouted J.J. McCarthy. The only other quarterback I think Bears fans would have even tolerated not being Caleb Williams drafted, just based on public perception at the time. We know different stuff about Jaden Daniels now and other things, but at the time, when you consider it, if the Bears had drafted J.J. McCarthy, picture yourselves as Bears fans watching him. And I think it's much easier for us to do given the Bears' struggles. And you know how it makes you feel watching him get the boos from Minnesota. And then add in the other factors. Add in, you've got Justin Jefferson sitting there as the Fox break music rolls and they stall out yet another drive. Add to the fact that Kevin O'Connell got Coach of the Year. Add to the fact that Sam Darnold had a wonderful comeback story. And the expectations are so heavy for him when you consider all of that.
J.J. McCarthy is having a bad moment. Let's put it that way.
He's having what is a rookie season in his second season.
And 5 NFL career games.
That was his 5th NFL start.
For the kid, and if anybody's got perspective on this, it's us in Chicago watching young quarterbacks, and Lord knows 5 games ain't enough. So I am certainly not ruling out J.J. McCarthy. He could still end up being a very good quarterback, but right now, and he thought he was going to do it again yesterday, didn't he? He thought he was going to get away with playing poorly for 3 quarters, and then he comes up with 5 straight completions and almost did it again.
Didn't you think he was going to do it? Be honest.
Kinda.
Yeah.
But he didn't do it. But it does hurt my soul when a young quarterback, especially one from here, is getting booed like that. So, of course, I felt a little bit of camaraderie with him in regards to that.
It's crazy because he and Caleb Williams had the exact same number of pass attempts and the exact same number of completions. The biggest difference maker is Caleb Williams' ability to take care of the football. As a team, only the Eagles have fewer turnovers than the 6 that the Bears have posted through 10 games this season. The Eagles have turned it over 4 times. They've turned it over 6 times. So That's been the difference. And with J.J. McCarthy, you're wondering how long of a leash will he get from his head coach, Kevin O'Connell, who none of us would be arguing if Kevin O'Connell said, okay, he's definitely my guy. I'm sticking with him. And also if he said, I don't know about this guy, and they make other arrangements.
Well, and it's one thing when, say, Shane Waldron and Matt Eberflus didn't know about a guy. It is a whole other thing when Kevin O'Connell doesn't know about a guy. Then it's a real cause for alarm. Let's listen to what J.J. McCarthy had to say after the game on Sunday.
Absolutely sucks. Gut-wrenching loss for us. Got to give credit to our opponent. They had a great game plan. They played really well in all three phases, and I need to do a better job of my decision-making. The accuracy, it needs to change. I need to be better. And the overall execution of the offense, I need to be better on just, doing my job at a higher level.
Why do you think your accuracy is so off right now?
I think it's just growing. At the end of the day, there's a lot of things that I have to improve on, and accuracy is one of them. And I promise you, I'm going to wake up tomorrow and get ready to go to get working on that.
Is it tied to mechanics, you think, primarily?
Say it again?
Is it tied to your mechanics primarily?
There's a bunch of different things. I think mechanics is definitely a big part of it. And, I feel like, it's just always a work in progress with everything at the quarterback position. So just got to wake up tomorrow and get ready to get back to work.
JJ, was your hand at all any issue today?
No excuses. Not an issue at all. It was fine.
When you heard boos, what went through your mind?
We got the greatest fans in the world, and they expect a lot more out of us, and rightfully so. And I feel like, it's just a reminder to us that we better get going and we better figure this out. And, obviously, we don't got a whole lot of games left, so the urgency is at an all-time high. But, we just got to be better for the fans, especially at home.
He said absolutely all the right things. I mean, that guy is always complimented on his leadership skills, and you heard it there. This is Rahimi Harrison-Grody. That was J.J. McCarthy, and you're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips.
I just want to point out what you heard from him there. It wasn't like he was asked a question for that. That was him opening statement. I watched it physically as he walked up the steps, and he just got straight to the point.
Also, it's okay to say if your hand is hurt.
Yeah, it's okay to say there's a wrap on your hand.
People don't want to hear excuses.
I would like to know.
On the one hand, there's a segment about the population that would like to know. On another hand, we live in a very cynical world where people are like, you get paid to do this, you're a professional, you play through it, you're supposed to be tough. I just know that a certain, not you, I'm saying a certain segment of the population doesn't want to hear what they can then contrive into saying are excuses.
Well, I think we all know what it's like to watch a guy who probably has some star power play with a hand that's hurt.
Yeah, your throwing hand, your moneymaker. I mean, I did think it was hilarious, though. What do you think about the booing? Our fans are the best. And that is the right thing to say, but there's no way he was thinking that. That's to get booed for an athlete, that runs through your body and out, and it's just
by your home crowd.
By your home crowd. What do you think about the booing? The fans are the best. They're the best fans ever. What?
Flashback to when we've heard Bears fans boo. And it seems like a lot of us always say, and I think you can speak to this having been at the games, and Marshall, you know too, that a lot of times the Bears fan booing isn't booing the individual player. It's the stuck in neutral gear of the organization that was
situation.
Happening.
Yeah.
It's a boo of management. That's what White Sox fans have been doing for the last 5 years.
But here's the thing. That was not yesterday.
No, that's booing the quarterback because it wasn't bad. It was blatant. Some of the misses that, and of course at that point I'm like, how much is his hand bothering him? I mean, because when you miss that badly, that is a cause for concern and perhaps even booing.
There were some downright awful throws in that game, and you watch the replay ooh.
Yeah.
There was a couple of throws where we didn't know who the intended target was.
Knuckleballs that get away from a pitcher. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I absolutely think both of those things were true. And just, obviously, I'm happy to see the Bears win. But if you love football, you would like to see Justin Jefferson ball out against somebody who isn't your team.
Yeah, he isn't your team is right.
And you know his skill set. And when you know that he's frustrated because he can't find a way to catch a ball, that says a lot. That guy doesn't. I respect his professionalism.
As I saw him be demonstratively upset, the first image that came to my mind is, I wish they had a close up of Jaquan Brisker's face right now, because he's probably cackling away. He's probably cackling away.
Grody, Mark, you have to ask Jaquan Brisker about this.
I will.
And I'm sure the secondary will be a chatty bunch come open locker room.
Oh man, yeah, you're right. That is going to be a fun bunch. Of Byard, being up there like, hey, I know I've got 5 interceptions, but I've had 5 interceptions before in a season. Check me out. I'm Kevin Byard.
Please specifically ask Jaquan Brisker if he made Justin Jefferson cry yesterday.
I absolutely 100% will.
Sadly, unfortunately, 100%. I think it was Justin Jefferson's quarterback who might have done that. And do I think it's going to get better? Yes. Do I think this is a finished product for J.J. McCarthy? By no means.
I'll take it a step further and answer the question of, I think, Marshall, you brought it up. No, you don't bench him because guess what? They're 4-6, and I don't think the Vikings are feeling playoffs. So you just unless it gets... Like if J.J. McCarthy's getting booed every time he's quarterbacking at home then maybe you sit him down for his own sake. But
worried about his mentals,
of course. But you don't sit him down at this point for a veteran quarterback. You play through the pain, even though it's going to be. Welcome to developing a young quarterback, Minnesota. The Vikings fans can't handle it. They can't handle it. They've been spoiled.
They're used to old Kirk Cousins and old Carson Wentz and old Sam Darnold.
They don't want to build a house from scratch. They want the rehab project.
By the way, credit to old Grady Jarrett because he was busting through yesterday. He was busting through that offensive line. Yeah, he was making a difference.
Old Grady Jarrett.
Credit to where it's due because Grady Jarrett was a difference maker in the shape of the defense and affecting the pocket in the game.
I'll tell you about old Grady Jarrett.
Exactly. Hey, we're going to tell you about something you can have for yourself. Callers 6 and 7 to the Score contest line, 312-540-0670, will win a pair of tickets to Spiegel and Holmes' live broadcast from 2 to 6 p.m. on December 4th at the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois performance stage with special guest Matt Forte. Matt Forte will also host a signing for his new book, Stay in the Game, Making the Most of Every Season. And to the texter who said it was the meatball machine on the field, the real meatball machine is next.
Bears win. Ben Johnson and the first place Bears stay hot with a big win over the Vikings, improving to an impressive 7-3.
To win it or lose it. Santos puts it up and it is good! The comeback kids, Chicago Bears, do it again!
Stick around as all of our shows and Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside their locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they take on the Steelers at Soldier Field, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeart Radio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Shop Jewel Osco for Jenny O frozen whole turkeys. 10 to 26 pound average at 69 cents a pound. Limit 1 with a $25 minimum purchase. Plus, Jewel Osco will match any competitor's price on Jenny O frozen turkeys. See store for more details.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy rinse tonight, and I need it more. My kids was the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. The sweat in that short smells like a dog park. Downy rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in.
Rinse it out.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful...
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's Zach Zaidman. The season of performance is here at McGrath Acura of Westmont, where precision meets excitement this holiday season. Hurry in and make every drive feel like a celebration. Lease a 2025 Acura ADX front-wheel drive for $209 a month for 36 months. But don't wait. The season of performance event ends January 5th. Visit McGrath Acura of Westmont on Ogden Avenue today.
When you do the math, you choose McGrath.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
On the days when you're thriving.
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
The nights when you need us most.
Mom, I don't feel good.
And every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois member, we are committed to helping you stay covered at each stage of life. Whatever challenges may come your way, our mission is to be here for you and your family so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit standbyouillinois.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with nearly 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process, helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey through it all. Visit standbyouillinois.com or call 866-575-2583 to renew your coverage today.
It's glitz and glamour this New Year's Eve at Four Winds Casinos with live entertainment, party favors, and a chance to win a share of over $115,000 in cash. Ring in 2026 at Four Winds Casinos, your entertainment escape.
More Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Hey guys, check out this meatball machine.
You know what time it is. Meatball time! The Meatball Machine. You can call in and leave a voice message on the Odyssey app. We ask you to do it anytime during the Bears game or just anytime. It doesn't talk back. Some of you said that, I think I got some messages on my socials that the 30 seconds cut you off. Just leave another one. It's cool. We'll figure it out.
Or maybe just keep it to 30 seconds.
We don't do that. We have a 4-hour show. Why would I say that to other people?
Robbie, how are we looking this week?
Well, I'll just get going with the Meatball Machine. So the good thing about the Meatball Machine is you can leave a voicemail anytime you want. So the Meatball Machine is always open, which means that there are meatballs that come before the game ends than comes during the game. So let's get started with the pre-ending meatballs.
I cannot stand to watch Cairo Santos and his damn kicks. Buy him an Uber, clean out his locker, bring me Jerk Moody now! Bear down. 83.
Yep, I'm done with Cairo. Ah, jeez. What's that thing about deja vu all over again? 50 seconds left, and we got a kick and field goal.
This defense is horrible.
So we have all of those, and I will just say, coming up, this is entering the Hall of Fame. This is one of the greatest meatballs we've ever had because, well, you're about to find out.
All right, here we go. Cairo for the win from the north end zone stands at U.S. Bank Stadium. He got it! Bears! Woo-hoo! Let's go! That's 5-time last-minute wins by the Bears. Holy moly! Oh, and this time it wasn't Caleb. Holy heck, Ben Johnson.
So to you, TCR Brad, who did it during the game in Minneapolis, you are the absolute man. That's why the Meatball Machine is the best.
I can't. It did sound like there were a lot of Bears fans at the game, weren't there?
It did.
He confirms it.
Is he going to get in trouble for copyrighted broadcasting or something like that? That disclaimer that I
No,
read?
he did not.
He didn't do it live. He didn't do it live.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
he didn't do it live,
You're clean,
and he
man.
also did not rebroadcast or repurpose.
Oh, my God. You're clean. You are clean. I got to tell you, too, this would be a whole different show, obviously, if Cairo, this would be Jake Moody week if Cairo Santos misses that field goal at the end.
Instead, Cairo Santos did the gritty and the skull clap at the same time. That's a flex.
So here are the rest of the meatballs. Very happy meatballs we have here.
Meatball. We did it. Hit it, fellas. Bears.
Bears. Bears. Bears.
Da 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 da.
Bears.
Bears. Ba da da da.
Bears. Bears.
That's right.
Thank you, Mike Jeffrey.
Oh my God, that was
so
adorable.
Can you not see the girl smiling as she's saying it, too? She's got you could hear the smile on her face. What a little babe.
Oh, that was wonderful. My heart.
Uh-huh.
What are you trying to do to me, Bears? My blood pressure's already high enough. You make it this close at the end? Good Lord. Go Bears.
Never a doubt. Never a doubt. That was... Is it bad that I was just sitting here kind of silently the whole time, really angry and annoyed and frustrated that this is like the fourth week in a row the Bears have done this to us? Because I wasn't even, like... I guess the good news is, for the first time in my life, when the Bears gave up a touchdown, I wasn't like, well, we're that's it, game's over. Caleb really didn't do anything today. It was all like the running game and like the cameo from Devin Duvernay. It just worked. All right. Thank goodness J.J. McCarthy's still a bit of a Bears fan because he loved throwing to the Bears today. Man, really just admired all those old quarterbacks from old, the ones who couldn't win with the game on the line like this. A win's a win. I'll take it. Mob Bears.
Yeah, buddy. Hey, a win is a win is a win is a win. I'll take those. Hey, man, I'm running low on my blood pressure medication, man. Bears, can y'all stop making it so close all the time? Let me just have a calm victory. First place. First place. Let's go, Bears.
Come back, machine.
I feel we should have kicked the shit out of this team. But a win is a win. We're 7-3. I don't know if you know this, but to be 7-3, you gotta be living in the known. The Bears.
That's what it is. When you're 7-3, you're living in the known.
Oh, now you listen?
Oh, you know what? You know what, Grody?
Touche.
So, another week, another Heartstopper. At this point, I think the Bears are sponsored by a cardiology clinic, and they're being told to do this. Literally, the Bears will kill me if it continues like this.
That's right. We have taken the North for 1 week. Thank you, Eagles, and I'm all about this. Bears.
And now for the last meatball, let's close with a prayer.
Meatball machine. It is 10:40 Sunday night. And I can go to sleep knowing that the Bears are in first place all by themselves, but even still, I'm going to offer up a small prayer before bed. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray first place is ours to keep. Good, better, best, but fix those mistakes, and quite possibly the North will finally take. Amen.
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 Thank you
And
to,
with your spirit.
Thank you to baby Ditka.
That really was. Excellent meatballs this week.
You know what? They have exceeded my expectations. I like the in progress meatball. I like the pregame meatball. Just hit me with Cloudy with a chance.
So with the meatball machine, if you got left out, it's because legitimately this one had the most we ever had. There was about 60 to 70 people who sent them in. Keep on sending them in. I will go through them. We will go through them.
Robbie Triano, how can you leave a meatball machine message?
How can you leave a meatball machine message? You go to the Odyssey app, you go to 670 The Score, and you leave a voicemail, and you do the little meatball machine things. But thank you, everybody.
Do we need a bigger segment? Do we need the 25 instead of the 45 next week?
Do we need a bigger boat? We're going to need a bigger boat.
A lot of people trying to get on this boat now.
You know what we need? We need a second best of the meatball machine, somewhere throughout the week, just as a palate cleanser.
Tuesday could be, if we do want to do it the 1:45 tomorrow, it could be leftover meatballs. Obviously, leftovers are good the next day, too.
I meal prep. Who doesn't like leftovers?
I like leftover meatballs.
I'm in that game as well.
Robbie,
Absolutely.
don't forget to put the meatballs in the refrigerator then.
Robbie, I also like the idea of there being a Bears prayer after every single meatball machine. We should all have a little bit of gratitude to
and the Father and the Son
to our higher power.
Except to you, Spike Lee. Why are you giving Pope Leo a Knicks jersey? What do you think he's going to do with that? He's going to give it to some kid.
Hilarious. You have no idea. The Pope is ours.
What are you doing, Spike? Quit your Nixon over there.
You see coming in on 290 to downtown Chicago on the Congress, and on the side of one of the buildings is the Pope. The Pope welcoming everybody to Chicago. It's happening.
And frankly, with these noon games, he might be able to watch.
We know you're watching, Pope.
Don't flex it, NFL. Coming up next, we mix with Spiegel and Holmes on Rahimi Harrison Grody on The Score.
The Pope. Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
All recruits. I heard you guys talking about Ben Johnson and the way he runs that operation, the way they believe that they're going to win every football game. And when you're on the sideline for a team like that, it's no matter what happens, you just keep telling each other, we're going to find a way to win this game. You almost smile in moments like that, here we are again. But guess what? Somebody on this team is going to make a play.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Chicago, get ready. Real American Freestyle is hitting the mat. Saturday, November 29th, RAFO3 takes over the Wintrust Arena for a night of world-class freestyle wrestling. MMA legends, NCAA champions, Olympians all hit the mat for one night. See MMA stars like Chad Mendez, Michael Chandler, and Clay Guida. Chicago natives Austin O'Connor, Austin Gomez, and Kennedy Blades. And nationwide high school phenom, Bo Bassett, making his first professional debut. Be a part of the most electric night in wrestling. Tickets on sale at realamericanfreestyle.com or stream exclusively on Fox Nation.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Officer? Can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBT. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to bet on the game. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Chicago, it's David Haugh from The Score here, and you know I'm all about staying connected no matter what, and nobody does it like Verizon. I'm talking about the best 5G in Chicago, and with Verizon, everything just works. Need to check traffic before your commute? Boom, instantly. Trying to snag that impossible dinner reservation? Consider it done. This isn't just fast, it's America's most reliable 5G network, keeping you connected to what matters most. And get this, right now, when you bring your own phone and switch to Verizon on Unlimited Welcome with AutoPay Plus, taxes and fees, you can get a single line for just $50 a month. You heard that right. The best 5G in Chicago for just $50 a month. So if you're ready to experience the difference with the best 5G network around, stop by your nearest Chicago Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score. Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
After the big win over the Vikings, the Bears are sitting in first place in the NFC North. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray first place is ours to keep. Good, better, best, but fix those mistakes. And quite possibly the North will finally take. Amen.
Amen. Thanks to our guests. Thanks to Dan Wiederer. Thanks to Anthony Herron. Thanks to Ray Diaz, Robbie Triano, Brandon Fryer, Tyler Farringul. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis. Everybody who texted and called today. My goodness, we went coast to coast. We went San Jose to Charleston.
We did.
Just like that. Thanks to Marshall Harris. Thanks to Mark Grody. Thanks to everybody who listened as we broadcast live from the Scores Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. And hello to a victorious edition of the Spiegel and Holmes show.
I really like the idea of leftover meatballs.
In life and in metaphor, I think they're both good.
I just think that it's a really smart idea by Robbie. Like, 'cause it seemed like you guys left so much on the table with all of the people calling into the meatball machine that you need to have a little overtime with it.
I had leftover meatballs yesterday for lunch, as a matter of fact. And then you know what I did? My wife said, "Would you make me a good soup today? It's cold." So I went shopping, and yesterday was a delightful day for football all freaking day in the house making soup. And we had soup for dinner.
Oh my gosh, this is crock pot football weather.
Oh, we've hit it.
What's your go-to soup? What are we making here?
Well,
Soup draft, light them up.
This was a specific request, and it was kind of like an elote soup. It was a chicken. It was a corn chowder, like a Mexican corn chowder.
That sounds Hell yeah. good.
With cotija cheese and some ancho chili powder, and I made the hell out of that soup.
It's all gone, isn't it?
Oh no! That'd be dinner tonight.
And everything looks better, tastes better, feels better when the Chicago Bears are winning. Didn't we have like little pieces of that in this show today, guys, where it felt like we're getting different textures, different callers? Like the word is out, like the Bear signal is out. We're getting a bunch of calls from people that are in different states who are transplants, who are like, they're on the bandwagon. This is what's happening. 10 games have been played, guys. This is the time where we can be skeptical about the Bears and these wins, and we should be about some of the wins the Bears have had.
But they're still wins.
They're winners. The Bears are winners, and it's time to act accordingly.
Wear your Bears gear in San Jose. Wear your Bears gear in Charleston.
Hell yeah.
Wear your Bears gear in the middle of West Virginia. Who's stopping you? Our transition, by the way, brought to you by Old Republic Kitchen and Bar. Ice cold beer, legendary food.
Are you guys still hearing from people who are super skeptical to the point of like, come on, man, just enjoy this?
No, I don't think we have heard from people like that. Even going through the text line where there's usually a lot of naysayers. I think everyone's turned the corner on, okay, they're 7-3. This is here. This is happening. Can't stop what's already happened, which is 7 wins in the last 8 games. I think that's a big part of it. If it was more choppy, maybe, but I think 7 out of 8. And then, of course, the manner in which they're winning these games, it kind of instills this sense of belief that's unbelievable in itself.
Well, I don't know if everybody's turned the corner. Like it'll be interesting to see how it develops in terms of reaction during our show, Lawrence. But nationally, I know what's happening, and I'm already prepared for. This is the worst 7-3 team I've ever seen, or any of those kinds of things. Because the truth is that the teams they have beaten, not one of them has more than 3 wins. Not one of them. That's okay. It just is what it is. Like. This is not smoke and mirrors, but it's not probably good enough to beat really good teams.
The Vikings have 4 wins. Let's not just shortchange everybody.
Oh, excuse me. The Bears do now have a victory over a team that has.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure
wins.
That doesn't mean like that the win over the Dallas Cowboys, for example, even though they were injured, that doesn't mean that wasn't a good win for the Bears. Just because Washington now sucks and they've lost 6 in a row doesn't mean at the time that the Bears went on the road and beat them that wasn't a good win. And we know here, because we're Chicago smart, that the Bears
we're in town. We're in town smart.
Is that what that is?
We are not out of town stupid.
There it is. We're in town intelligent. I'll even take it up a notch if you would like.
Yeah,
we have
do it. Yeah,
in town wisdom. We know that the Bears going on the road and winning a divisional game at this point in the season is a pretty damn big deal.
I also would like to point this out. What if they lost those games?
Then we'd be talking about Jake Moody today.
I mean, that's the other part of this is they have 2 options unless you tied with the Packers and the Cowboys. You have 2 options here. So this is the much better one. What would we be saying if they weren't 7-3? What were we saying after week 1 against the Vikings?
This is the schedule that's in front of them. It's the only one that you can play. So this idea that the Bears are trying to get into the CFP is nonsense. If they get to 10 wins, they're getting in. And that's just what it is. So why not sit and enjoy some of that stuff instead of sitting here and being like, well, these are bad wins. And maybe you're right. And Speaks brought up a really great point in our meeting this afternoon. Maybe they are the Vikings from last year, and maybe they do get smashed in the first game of the playoffs. But until then, it just feels like everyone is sitting around waiting to be right about them not being good when you could be just enjoying the fact that they're sitting in first place by themselves.
Yeah, man. See, I brought it up, and I've been thinking about it all day. Last year, all season, we were like, man, are the Vikings any good? I don't know. They're 10-3. I don't know. Are they any good? I don't know. They're 14-3.
It's crazy.
Are they any good? I don't know. Well, here they go in the playoffs. Oh, Sam Darnold got passed. I guess they're not any good. They were 14-3. At some point in this crazy-ass chaotic league where games end on field goals, like every other game yesterday felt like it was ending like that, and good quarterbacks play bad sometimes in the fourth quarter, You are eventually what your record says you are. Eventually, that's what you are.
Well, inevitably, that's what you are.
That's true.
And I guess the truth will come at some point or another. But for some, it's in the playoffs, and for others, it's
right. I mean, they
might not getting into the playoffs.
They might get to the playoffs with the whole country going, are they any good or not? I don't know, man. I can't figure it out.
We might be saying that.
Here's the other thing. Isn't that a good thing? Because if they do, aren't the best teams usually a little bit ahead of schedule?
As long as they know, and I think they do, Layla, that they're not that good, that heavy improvement needs to be made, that they can't be satisfied when the offseason occurs.
That's it.
Right?
This is the most Catholic guilt playoff berth I've ever heard of. Where it's like you make it, and then you're like, I'm not worthy to receive thee, but say the word.
You know why, Layla? Because the last time
the
Bears were in the playoffs, they shouldn't have been in the playoffs.
And I knew that, and I was on the station talking about it.
Yes,
at the
you
time.
were. The same. We're talking about in 2020.
Yes, but there's a difference between that team and this team.
Yes. Well, the coaches understand what I was just saying, that even no matter what happens this year, unless something really crazy happens, they get to the Super Bowl, they have to look at the team and act accordingly in the offseason. That is not as good as maybe they thought it was, which sounds crazy to say because they're 7-3 and we need to celebrate, but perspective is a good thing, too.
I just want to offer this
as
as well.
But we should also not also think that just because they are currently on an upswing, that upswing continues. Because it can happen so quick, and all you need to do is look at what's happened with Washington this year.
L6.
That was the team that was supposed to go beat everybody this season. And all of those players they brought in, they were on the last legs of their career. They all turned back into olds real quick. And the quarterback got hurt and started to play to all of the fears that people had about him in the scouting process. All of that stuff happened. That's why the idea of just look forward to when things are going to be better. You better live in the now in this league or in the known. Either way.
Thank you. Much easier to understand the known.
But I also want to say, I think it's different than in Major League Baseball where you say, oh, just get in and you're okay. That's not the league standard when it comes to playoff teams and how you understand them. It's a little bit more like once you're in, you better try to make a run at a championship.
Because you're probably not going to be there next year.
This especially in the NFC.
This fact spoke to me
AFC, rather.
all week long, and even going into yesterday, this fact spoke to me. Do you know, before yesterday, did you know who was the favorite to win the Super Bowl, according to all the gambling books yesterday?
The Chiefs, right?
The Chiefs.
Oh, wow.
And they were not in the playoffs going into yesterday.
Yeah.
And guess what?
They're third in their
They're
division.
still not in the playoffs. And now they're down to fourth favorite. It's the Eagles at plus 500, the Rams at plus 650, the Bills all of a sudden back up to third at plus 800, and still the Chiefs at 5-5. So this
where
concept,
are the
Bears? The Bears.
Yeah, where are the Bears?
You have to go pretty far down to get to the Bears. They are behind the Niners and the Jaguars. The Bears at plus 6,000, ahead of the Texans and the Steelers. And the Cowboys, I think the Steelers might be the only playoff team that's behind the Bears in terms of team that would be in the playoffs right now. Yeah, the Steelers are it. So that's what the perception is around the league, that the Bears and the Steelers, and that makes sense as you're looking at the playoff odds and who's got a chance to do what. It's the Bears and the Steelers that people don't believe in right now who are in the playoff field.
That'll make for a fun game this week. The Disbelief Bowl with the Bears and the Steelers. We don't believe. No, we don't believe you.
Disbelief Bowl. Run with it.
Disbelief Bowl.
Are we sure that man is playing or not playing?
No, we're
Are
not.
we sure about that?
I want that man to play.
So do I.
I
Me
want
too.
that man to play. Nobody wants to see Mason Rudolph quarterback.
You
in
know what?
Soldier
I want
Field.
that man to play, and I want C.D. Gardner-Johnson to sack him multiple times in the game, specifically
yeah.
C.D.
You took it to a perfect level.
Why wouldn't you just say I want to win, and if he plays, fine? Because that's where I'm at with that.
Because we hate that man.
Yeah.
Because it is
Marshall-
deep-seated, man. It is whew.
It's
like
also
nobody else I've ever hated in
the
sports.
snuggery.
Oh, yeah, number one.
Mine actually was Brett Favre. That was the only time in my life because I really rooted for the worst for
Is
him.
it the success or the bagness or the success and the bagness? What is it?
Yes. Absolutely.
I mean, but honestly, Marshall, it's mostly the success, and it is.
It's also the Bagnus.
The Bagnus. The most recent iteration was probably his strongest work, and that was when he said, "I still own you." I mean,
Yeah,
that was so strong.
The man was not lying.
He was right.
No, but it's also the historic Bagnus in terms of this. He destroys franchises from the inside out. Like he made the Packers thing ugly.
Yep.
He destroyed the entire Jets franchise with his narcissism. He just showed up and broke that thing
I feel
in
like
half.
the Jets were already well broken when he got there.
Maybe,
This might surprise you, but sometimes dysfunctional people attract each other.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Make for great couples.
I stand by my yes.
Two wrongs made right. So it's wrong.
I think it's interesting, and I do give him credit for leaning into the bit. Like, even this past offseason, he was leaning into the bit. He doesn't even play for them. That was 2 teams ago, and he was talking about the Packers as we. That's
the delusion that I think is really ridiculous, because it's like, no, that was a very ugly breakup. Like, you guys, you can't run around saying that.
Here's what I want. I want Corey Wooten to come out of retirement and sign a one day contract.
Amen.
And end Aaron Rodgers' career
Sing
at
it.
Soldier Field like he ended Brett Favre's career in
Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go ahead. Bodily harm upon him?
Well, just mild bodily harm.
Not like
It's
doing it in the
inevitable.
parking lot, doing it inside
In the game. In the game.
It would be nice if it was on a frozen college football field like it was, wasn't it?
Yes, because they were building the jewel that we saw
Where were you
yesterday.
when Corey Wooten ended Brett Favre's career?
Yes.
It's a thing
Yes.
for Bears fans. It is.
Somewhere, Groats, there is a picture of a frozen me doing a hit with Boris and Bernstein from that frozen field back when they used to let us on the field.
That's
in pregame.
awesome.
Yes.
What was the temp there that day, Lawrence? Wasn't it below 0? Yes.
It was terrible, and that was also the day I got pulled to the side by Roger Goodell's cronies for asking some questions about some things.
Lawrence.
Heaven forbid you report.
Really?
Also, is an honorable mention the night that the Bears beat the Packers on Brett Favre night? Because I was here for that. That was in the John Fox area. Remember, Brett Favre was like, was at the
yeah.
game.
That was
Thanksgiving night, 2015.
That was John Fox's biggest win as a Bears coach.
Like,
Period.
does that help in this a little at all? Because that was fun to observe.
No, it was fun. It was
fun to be here for that night.
It wears off quickly.
It doesn't wipe off the stink of the reality of the division. I shared this on Friday. Biggs had it last Monday. Since 2011, the Bears are 30 games under 500 in the division. 30, every other team in the division is above 500.
That's why the Chicago Wise, as we are, know that was a big win.
30
at
games
Minnesota.
under 500 in the last 15 years.
That's why it was a huge win. That's why yesterday was big, folks.
Huge.
It's all about the dominance and the acknowledgement of that dominance by him, how well he's played. He is, I believe, still the top-rated regular season quarterback of all time. So he's played so great, and he's done so well. And it's not just that he would get the Bears; he enjoyed getting the Bears.
So did they didn't take the North, the Bears. That's just one win. But if they lead it right now.
Listen, isn't it fair to say that they have now taken the North, and it's now their job to never give it back?
Oh my goodness!
I think you got to get to the end of a season before you could say they took the North.
Taken the North, but they're willing to possibly give it back for the right
They're
price.
They're holding the North.
It's in their shopping
It's like
cart,
a reliever.
but they have not checked out. It is not their possession. They have not paid for it.
They're holding the North.
But
the
Marshall,
North is in their cart.
they've taken it off the shelf.
Yes, it is in their
So
shopping
they have
cart.
taken the North.
cart.
Yeah, man, the North has kind of been taken. I think.
Yeah. Look,
Now will you give it back?
I'll just say this: Dan Weeder and I are going to enjoy having the correct name of our podcast for maybe a week or two.
No. You need to change it this week to Took the North.
Took the North. It's over. The podcast is over.
TTN.
Our finale episode is on Sunday. That's it. We're out.
Good night, everybody. Possession is 9/10 of the law. And they have possession.
Do you realize how bad it is when we can't even accept the fact that it's real?
Yeah. Well, you know why? Because we're the ones who watch every inch of what this team has done. So we understand what the Bears are.
That's what it is. We are in-town intelligent, as
Yes.
Mark Grody says.
Boom.
I like how you stepped up from smart to intelligent.
Well,
I like
he
that.
did that. He offered it.
We're working on it. We're
working
workshopping
together.
it right now.
Yes, and here in
Spiegel and I,
transition.
we're performers, you know?
We all are.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're in-town intelligent, which means we know their flaws. Seriously. We know their flaws. We know the realities of where they are. I think the coach does too. And I really like that.
Yeah.
That the
I like
coach-
that.
That's it. That's what makes it better and different.
My favorite
Coach
thing about
knows
their
it.
standing right now is understanding that, guess what, guys? All NFL teams, just like any other sport, are flawed. Do you know your flaws, and can you exploit other teams' flaws?
Yes.
If you could do that, you can go a long ways as a flawed team.
Textures say they have borrowed the North. Here's another one. They have the North on layaway.
Yes, I like that. That's it.
That's
the
it.
North on layaway is great.
It's not
Payments
mine,
are still
officer.
due.
I'm just holding the North for a friend of mine.
That's it. We're holding the North.
No, the layaway is beautiful. They don't even do layaway
They do.
anymore.
They brought it back. It's like
layaway's
Klarna
back.
and
People are
it's a
poor.
whole,
Layaway's going to be a thing.
People kind of need layaway right about now.
Are you kidding?
so-
Everything is a payment plan.
All right. Well, we
Hold
got
the North, HTN. When is that podcast going on?
I took the North, even just for 1 week. Call it took the North.
We might. Maybe we will. Maybe we will.
Man,
I don't know what the
here's what we've
jokester
got-
going to be able to do, though. Go ahead, Lawrence.
Here's what we got coming up on today's show. We're going to spend a lot of time talking about your first place Chicago Bears by themselves. And that's another thing. I think that Detroit losing last night allow for some people that have maybe been in the wilderness to be like, hey, it's all right. We can come back now because they're in first place by themselves. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about some game balls that were given out. I've got some thoughts on special teams. Tom Brady was pretty good yesterday. We're going to share some of that stuff. Adam Haugh is going to be on the show. We will talk with him about what he saw up in Minneapolis. But we are going to start this thing off by talking about your first place Bears. I have not heard Tanny's open. I cannot wait to hear Tanny's open, and nor should you wait other than after this timeout. So stick around. Spiegel and Holmes is next here on The Score.
Great show.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you'll save money for fall fun too. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and get a fresh haircut for fall at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Truck drivers, the holiday rush is here. Take advantage by becoming a Schneider driver. By driving for one of America's busiest carriers, you'll stay busy during the holiday season and throughout the new year. Plus, as a Schneider driver, you'll have access to top quality driver support and newer equipment spec'd with the latest safety and comfort features that drivers want. Don't wait. Get a jump on 2026 by exploring jobs in your area today at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply, select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
This segment is sponsored by Audi Exchange Highland Park. The season of Audi sales event is here at Audi Exchange Highland Park and Audi Exchange St. Charles. Shop our huge selection of Audi's best, and right now, get up to $5,000 off select new Audi models. This isn't an event you want to miss. Shop AudiExchange.com.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So, I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile! The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
Don't live one more day with agonizing joint pain. QC Kinetics has solutions that will give you relief without steroids, harmful drugs, or surgery. The consultation is free. QCkinetics.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-922-1284. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Let's qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. We'll get to Week 12 with the Chiefs, the Ravens, and the Lions all outside the playoff picture. Baltimore and Detroit have options, both in winnable divisions, but KC's AFC West dynasty appears over after yesterday's loss in Denver. The Broncos now 3.5 games clear of those Chiefs, who have won this division every season since 2016. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This hour of Spiegel and Holmes is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
How about these Bears? Trying to win the 3rd consecutive game with a last-minute comeback win.
How does a team learn how to win? By winning. That was part of the core message that Ben Johnson shared with us this week.
As ugly as it can be at times, this group's just proven time and time again that when it's close there in the fourth quarter that we're capable of finding a way.
Winning is winning, and you put yourself in 4-quarter games. And I think what I love about this Bears team is if they can just keep the turnover margin neutral and get to a 4th-quarter game, they feel they have the clutch players in their locker room to deliver when it matters.
Now it's on the foot, Cairo Santos. To win it or lose it.
Howie, the C on the Bears helmet apparently stands for comebacks.
Yeah, it's comebacks. It's. I think they're starting to believe.
Well, C kind of could stand for cardiac, too.
The Chicago Bears, we're talking about them being the cardiac kids.
I want to thank everyone for sending those cards to my brother Bill, who recently had another heart attack. You okay, Dad?
Hey, just having a heart attack.
Santos puts it up, and it is good!
Cairo Santos!
The comeback kids, Chicago Bears, do it again!
Let me get a little pyro action.
Cairo Santos, doing the Dougie or whatever that was in the locker room.
You could call them the cardiac comeback.
You all know exactly who I am. Say my name.
They're going to be the alone in first place Chicago Bears.
Hell yeah!
Always remember, you ain't first, you're last.
If you ain't first, you're last.
God, I hate the Vikings.
The Bears.
The official adventures of Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6 on 670 The Score.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show. We've got you until 6 o'clock. It's a full show with a first-place football team, which is exciting and weird and strange and all of those good things. Alex is here. Tanny is here. That man is Matt Spiegel.
The Cardiac Bears? I think nobody could really decide exactly what to call them there. It's funny because it's the fifth time in the last 7 games, Lawrence, they've scored the go-ahead points in the final 2 minutes. My brother texted me yesterday. He's like, I think every one of your games ends with a heart attack. Is that correct? I mean, that's what it feels like. This is the league, though. This is the NFL. They've designed it that way. The rules play it that way. Like Stacey Dale said last week, she's never seen more parity than this. This is the league, and right now the Bears are 7-3.
To speak to your point, 5 games yesterday ended on the last play of that game. And going into tonight, 7 games were won by teams that were trailing in the fourth quarter of the game.
Man, it's why the league is king. You know, it's why, frankly, when I think about other sports, I think, well, maybe a salary cap and a salary floor could be helpful because the NFL has mastered parity in a way that makes it dominate your Sunday. I had 3 bets that I made yesterday. I sweated every single one of them till the end of the window. One of them I sweated all the way to the end of the night game. And that's just like a tiny thing, let alone your fantasy games and let alone your actual team fandom. Like, it is stressful out there in these NFL streets.
It is, but the reward is that the Bears are in first place. And we talk about it all the time. We're a little bit closer on this than some other things, but the idea of Monday vibes after a Bears win. The city's so great. When the Bears win, everyone is in such a good mood, and even if you're unhappy with the way that they're winning, and to use air quotes for those of you who can't see me, like, they're winning, and that's what you want. Like, that's the thing that you've been crying about, is that the Bears don't win games. Well, now they're winning them. And there are no style points here. Get to the playoffs and give yourself an opportunity to win a game.
Yeah, but I do feel, though, that, like, the Sunday experience and part of the Monday breakdown is kind of not necessarily rationalizing those thoughts, but dealing with those thoughts. Because I had them. They should have put that team away, man. I mean, multiple times it felt like, God, all right, here's the possession where they get 7 and they put it away. Or here's a possession where they get at least 3 and put it away. They ran 20 more plays on offense than the Vikings. They had the ball for 13 more minutes. They were +2 in turnovers. J.J. McCarthy had a 14.9 quarterback rating going into that last drive, man. He was awful. They let the Vikings hang around and almost paid for it. They didn't, but they really almost did, you know? So we got to mitigate those a little bit as part of our Monday processing.
I've been trying to figure out exactly, like, how I feel about this, because throughout our history at the Score, through most fans' history, there's a misery that comes with the idea of, well, the Bears always lose these types of games. We saw it at the beginning of this run that the Bears have been on. Well, they ordinarily lose that type of game, but somehow they won it. I'm not sure what to do with that. Like, there's a part of me that feels like if you believe in karma, or if you believe in it's their turn, that you need some of that, not all of it, but some of that when your team is trying to come up, that there is some luck elements to it. Some people attribute the stuff that goes on with Kansas City is luck in the officials and some of the other stuff, but your team's going to have to get some breaks, And don't you feel like you might be owed some, considering that the breaks have often beaten the boys?
Yeah, that's true. And Cairo spoke to that, how like last year was the kind of thing where they would find a way to lose all those games. Cairo is a thoughtful dude, man. And it's like, and he had a moment yesterday where everybody was listening to him, and he had wise things to say about the game and about the league and this season. And I think Ben at one point said, talked about him as a captain yesterday and said, that he's like, he speaks for our team well. Because, maybe they are owed some of those breaks. They're 3-18 in their last 21 division games going into yesterday. 3-18. And some of those have been bad breaks, as we know, whether it's a blocked field goal. I mean, you could think of any number of games, whether it's Eberflus on Thanksgiving with a legit chance to beat the Lions and that whole thing falling apart. So maybe they are owed some of those things. I do feel like this, and you know that I've felt this way. I feel like the coach is the superstar. Your coach is damn good. I mean, there's like his feel for play calling and offense and all of that. But just as a culture creator, a culture flipper, and we didn't know if he had that in him, but he does. Like his mandate going in the year was to flip the culture, and that has been flipped. Everybody's believing in that organization all the way down to the bottom and all the way up to the top.
When it comes to wins like this, isn't that something that people point to? Say they have a culture of winning. That's why they're winning these games. Now, is it chicken or the egg? Like, who knows about that? But ordinarily, that's what you get saddled with, is this team is winning because of their culture, and that's how they're able to overcome some of these moments inside of the game. And I look at it and I say, I think you're right, Speaks. I think the idea of the coach as a superstar is a big deal. There's some credibility, I also think, that comes with Ben Johnson that maybe we didn't give enough credit to, that people are more willing to believe that this is a thing because they've seen Ben Johnson do this, granted, at the coordinator level, but they've seen Ben Johnson do this with the Lions and know that there is something behind what it is that he's done. Like, I'm not trying to take shots at Matt Eberflus. Matt Eberflus was a really solid defensive coordinator for the Indianapolis Colts. He wasn't a star. He wasn't like, man, you got to get this guy. And Ben Johnson was the gotta-get-him guy.
Yeah, well, and Matt Eberflus wasn't a leader, and we know that, and Ben is a leader, right? You see that now. We all see that now 10 games in.
Well, I'm not trying to even look at it like the individuals. I want to look at it like as the situation goes, where if you are looking for what the seeds are of a star, there needs to be some consensus around the league about who's coaching your team. And that consensus when the Bears got Ben Johnson was, oh my God, like the Bears hit a home run with this guy. And who knows if it works out. There have been other people who have been tabbed with that as an identity that they haven't held up their end of the bargain. But I just think that it's really interesting that knowing everything that went into hiring him and how if you went around the league and talked to folks, they would say, man, I really love that hire for the Bears. Like, this is really going to change things. And there hasn't been a hire like that in a while. And it wasn't Matt Nagy. As much as people respected what Matt Nagy did,
it wasn't.
There were a lot of people who were like, well, was he actually calling the plays?
Yep.
And does he have it in him to lead in that way? And I'm sure that he'll get mentioned this time around as jobs open up. But there is something about Ben Johnson, and it's one thing for him to believe, because I believe that Matt Nagy thought that he was doing the right stuff, Speaks. But with Ben, he is convinced others, and that's the leadership aspect that you're talking about.
Yeah, it is, man. I mean, and that's the part that I always end up coming back to, because everybody has bought in. I remember we saw it in Caleb's eyes when he was on the St. Brown Brothers podcast in the off season, And Amon-Ra was telling him what Ben was going to be, and Caleb was like, I'm ready. He is ready. He's doing it. Mike Sando wrote a great piece in The Athletic today about the way that Kevin O'Connell is trying to build up J.J. McCarthy and using a lot of sunshines and lollipops and balloons. Yeah. And Ben,
make me a bicycle clown.
And Ben is instead giving tough love publicly and privately to Caleb, as you've talked about. He's trying to break him. He's trying to break Caleb and build him back up. And the difference in those approaches is fascinating to think about. And a former head coach told Mike Sando this, that Caleb has a chance to be a top 10 quarterback, maybe even special, if he continues to buy in and develops a better feel for when to go off script. And here's the quote from the former head coach. You have to consider Caleb as a rookie because he wasn't buying in before. He is now learning how to play. Man.
Well, isn't that what we were thinking?
Yeah.
And it wasn't it Ben who got us thinking that way?
Yeah. Where he dismissed all of last year. And so that's what we're watching. And a lot of today isn't going to be about the coach and the quarterback. It's going to be about the coach and the other coach, and it's going to be about the team, and going to be about a lot of stuff that went on. But that coach and quarterback thing is part and parcel for what you have with the superstar head coach, Lawrence, I think, is that everybody's bought in, including the anointed number one pick who believed he was the king. He is also bought in.
It is the most important relationship maybe in sports, head coach of a team and the quarterback. And those two people need to be aligned. And it looks like there is an aligning that's going on. And I don't know how successful it's going to be, but to this point, the Bears are in first place by themselves in a division that a lot of people think is the best division.
They've taken the North.
In football.
They've taken the North. Or at least
and the last thing, the most important piece is we're going to take the North.
No, wait, there's another part of that.
Never give it back.
Never give it back. For those who don't know, that's Ryan Poles at his introductory press conference, saying we're going to take the North and never give it back. So that's why the podcast is called that. I assume most people know, but I figure there's some people out there who don't. And that's
nothing wrong with whiteboarding it.
Right? And that's why all the texts about, like, the Bears have the North on layaway. The Bears have entered into a 50-year mortgage with the North.
The Bears have a timeshare that we're going to have to get Chuck McDowell to get them out of.
I like this one. The Bears have a lawn chair out front calling dibs on the
That's
North.
Right.
That is so Chicago.
Either
way, as of now, right now, today, for the first time in Ryan Poles' regime, right, the Bears have the North.
It's a beautiful thing. Why don't we focus in on the coach? Because going into this game, the matchup between the two coaches is what we were on. And I loved it, how it played out yesterday. It was so fun to watch the back and forth between Ben Johnson and Brian Flores. Let's get into it with some, honestly speaks, staggering numbers. Staggering numbers to find out how this game played out. We'll explain what we mean next. It's Spiegel and Holmes talking first place Bears with you on the score.
Bears win. Ben Johnson and the first place Bears stay hot with a big win over the Vikings, improving to an impressive 7-3.
To win it or lose it. Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback can. Chicago Bears do it again.
Stick around as all of our shows and Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside their locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they take on the Steelers at Soldier Field, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
I'm PJ Glassrose, sending in here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Can I interest anyone in taking Charlotte plus 45.5 this upcoming Saturday versus Georgia? Kirby Smart is 0-15 against the spread as a favorite of 38 points or more. His teams always win these games, but they never cover. This is a sandwich spot game in between Texas and Georgia Tech next week. Feels like the perfect spot to fade Georgia again as a big favorite. I'm PJ Glassrose, send it in on the BetMGM Network. Bet smart and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night, too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Gear up for epic football game days under the Vegas sun. Stadium Swim and Circa Resort and Casino. Dive into 6 temperature-controlled pools or relax in luxurious lounge chairs, day beds, and private cabanas. Feel the energy and catch every play from every game on our massive 143-foot screen. When it comes to watching football all season long, nowhere comes close. Grab your spot at Stadium Swim today at circalasvegas.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
On the golf tee, it's Skechers World Champions Cup. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. It's PGA Champions Tour golfers from all over the world. Team USA versus Team Europe versus Team International. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup. Final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
Estwing, unmatched tools for tough jobs and outdoor adventures. These USA-made axes, splitting tools, and machete are built to last. Crafted and fully forged by American workers for over a century. Estwing delivers reliable gear for hunting, camping, and splitting firewood at your home. Experience the power and quality of American craftsmanship. Available at leading sporting goods and hardware retailers. Estwing, made in the USA for over 100 years. Learn more at estwing.com.
For all the planned.
Okay, it's on my calendar. See you then.
And the unplanned. For your healthiest days.
Woo! Nice catch!
And the days when you need us most.
Oh, let's get you back in bed.
It's time to enroll in or switch healthcare coverage. And Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is here to support you throughout all of life's ups and downs. With member benefits like preventive care, plus access to leading doctors, hospitals, and specialists, all within a reliable network that gives you confidence for every part of your wellness journey. So no matter where life takes you, go with a trusted plan that'll help take care of what matters. Open enrollment ends soon. Visit needcoverageil.com or call 800-605-7000 to sign up for health coverage today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, Chicagoland, your new favorite team should be the all-new Toyota on Edens. Get aggressive pricing on over 300 Toyotas and state-of-the-art service with extended service hours, Saturday service, and Uber pickup and drop-off. Visit the new Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
Third down, they pitch it to Moore. Gets a couple of good blocks, and Moore's got a first down. Creative play that time. And he got blocks from Swift and Burden to pick it up against Brian Flores' D, who doesn't look thrilled with that result.
No, he doesn't, and I will say, Coach Flo knows some of those run plays are coming on third down. Ben Johnson, even going back to his days in Detroit, never minded calling some run plays on 3rd and less than 5, because he was going to be very aggressive on 4th down. But he also knows that's an area where you can steal a first down with a simple run, get a crease on the edge, and then now you get yourself back into a 1st and 10 situation with good execution.
Every play, you got to be on your mess. And so that's what a Flores defense does, and that was certainly the case here today. Like I said, when you play a tough team like that, you need to be on your mess as much as you can.
It seems like Ben Johnson every week gives us something else to add to the lexicon speak.
Is that also from Billy Williams back in the day?
I don't know. We should ask Tom Scher.
Good, better, best. Be on your mess. It might be in the speech. I don't know.
I mean, it works. We could just throw everything into a gumbo and have the whole thing work. But those two guys, you talk about two of my favorite coaches to watch do this thing are those two guys. I heard Olin and Patrick and Mully talking about it on the pregame yesterday, and I thought they made excellent points. The idea of both guys are so complimentary, and you don't know if that's that they really respect each other or they absolutely hate each other because they know, and maybe a little bit of both, right? Like you really respect the job that the other guy does because he makes you work harder.
Yeah, man. Well, it's like Ben Johnson's Detroit teams put up 40-plus on Flores with regularity, and that pissed him off. First game this year, which felt a lot like this game, with the Vikings and the Bears, Flores didn't blitz that much. Like, Caleb called him the king of the zero blitz, but he didn't really do that much. And going into the game, Flores was not a big, was a blitzer, but he was at 44% going into this game. Tell people what he did yesterday, Lawrence.
Yeah, so they were second in blitzing, so they were still near the top
a lot.
of the
Okay,
league.
all right.
But from 42%. And the number is disputed. Alex, what's the number that you saw on this?
I saw somewhere between 70 and 78%.
And Kevin Fishbane had it.
Right, I think Kevin Fishbane had 67%. So somewhere in that range.
Yeah, I think True
Okay,
Media.
let's call it 70%.
Call it 70%.
And look, some of that was them blitzing Murphy off the edge for run support. They were definitely run blitzing yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
That was part of what they were doing. But think about that, Speaks.
Yeah.
The idea that they blitz a lot. And when they got to the Bears, they were like, you know what? We should blitz more.
And they were weird blitzes. They were like everything he had in the kitchen sink. I can't wait to talk to Matt Bowen about it tomorrow, but I'm sure Matt Forte and our big pile of Matts tomorrow will see it as well from the offense perspective, because he was like unbalanced line, using Van Ginkel and Metellus as completely positionless players and just putting them absolutely anywhere and bringing it. And guess what? Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams did a really good job dealing with all of that. Like there were some calls. At one point, there was a little wide receiver screen to Burden that was directly into that blitz where it was coming from. And I don't know about you, Lawrence, but I left that game thinking I saw Caleb outlet it to Cole Kmet right behind a blitzer multiple times, like little checkdowns, and not the classic he's checking down to the running back or Zacchaeus who's right there out front like that we've seen. No, it was like, here comes a blitzer. Well, I know Cole's open. And so he puts it over the top of the blitzer or past the blitzer. And I'm like, there you go, young man. I felt like that was a step forward yesterday.
We saw Caleb do red 7, where he went to the hot route. You go to where the guy is blitzing from. You make them pay for blitzing, and and everyone was kind of on the same page with it yesterday, and I loved that. I love that it made the offense flow a little bit better. Here's how you know Minnesota did their job and the extra blitzing was helpful. Want to put this into perspective. Yesterday against the Vikings and against J.J. McCarthy, the Vikings had 5 tackles for loss, okay? The Bears had 5 tackles for loss. The Vikings had 10 tackles for loss. because they were bringing guys off the edge. They were stopping Monangai and Swift in the backfield. So without sacking Caleb a ton until the end of the game, 10 tackles for loss, there was a level of desperation.
10 tackles for loss, dude. That's crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like, there was a level of desperation that was shown by Flores to try and get pressure and try and stop the Bears. That was just so fun. And if Caleb has learned the lesson of, hey, I know a way to get some opportunities for my guys against the blitz now, and I'm not looking in the opposite direction of where the blitz is coming from. Like, just get the ball out immediately.
So that's really good stuff. Interesting. There was a moment when we in the group thread were talking where Caleb finally did get sacked. He got sacked twice on the same, right? On the same sequence, the same drive in the fourth quarter, and they end up punting, and there's the big punt return, and all of a sudden it's 16-10. So on that drive, I was like, oh man, Caleb's holding it too long. One time he got sacked on a long scramble. One time just staying in the pocket too long. Another time he had to hold it, scrambles, he throws it away. But you said in the thread that Flores was spying on him. On that, did you see a spy on that too? So he was like, did he change it up as the game went on and start to spy on Caleb? That's what I was trying to figure out.
On that particular play, like, they showed a lot. They showed like they were going to bring 6 or 7, and then they dropped out. And then it was like, okay, there's 4 guys rushing, and they dropped a guy just to spy Caleb on that play because they had already gotten tired of getting burned by him extending plays or using his feet to get first downs, like all of that stuff. Like, that's like the beautiful game inside the game stuff that was going on, where they're trying to match wits with each other on making something look different than what it looks like pre-snap.
Lawrence, let's continue this conversation because there's other stuff about the X's and O's, including a big narrative that is taking place off of yesterday's game that actually I think makes sense. It's one of the times like, wait a minute, there's a narrative, but about Ben and Caleb that I think makes some sense. So we can keep talking about that, but let's take some calls too, man.
Hell yeah. 312-644-6767 is the number. What do you think about your first place Bears? You're all alone in first place Chicago Bears. I don't know even if you were to ask Caleb or Ben Johnson or Kevin Warren at the beginning of the year if they thought they'd be 7-3 at this point. I don't think any of them would have said that. But here they are, and they've got an opportunity. What are they going to do with it, and what do you think about it? 312-644-6767. Your phone calls here coming up on Spiegel and Holmes on The Score.
It's game night, Bulls fans.
To the rack, and he throws it down with a windmill right-handed slam. Tonight, the Bulls road trip continues in Denver against the Nuggets. Pre-game at 7:45, tip-off at 8 on The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts. Bulls win! What a ball game! See red, Chicago.
FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it's Speegs. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is going to give all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night as the Raiders and the Cowboys face off. So, make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Matt to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming. Only on Paramount Plus.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
When you're betting and find yourself constantly thinking about gambling and you're losing more money than you have, are you really winning? If you're spending too much time with the slots, or you can't stop betting on sports and you find yourself feeling overwhelmed, maybe lying, and probably losing more money than you can afford to lose, you're not alone, and you can get help. It's available 24/7 and it's confidential. When your betting has gotten out of hand, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.areyoureallywinning.com. Sponsored by the Illinois Department of Human Services.
Verizon has some big news. Verizon wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, think again. Not only do they let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. Plus, when you mention hearing this radio ad, Verizon will give you up to $50 towards the purchase of a qualifying accessory just for bringing in your bill for review. Visit your local Chicago Verizon store today for a better deal. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Excludes taxes, fees, surcharges, additional plan discounts or promotions, and third-party services. Void if any lines canceled or moved to an eligible plan. Plan perks, taxes, fees, and surcharges subject to change. Purchase credit limited to 50 redemptions per store. 1 per customer. First come, first served basis. Apple products excluded. Any difference between credit and cost of accessory not redeemable for cash or otherwise. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com/switch-to-Verizon.
Just in time for the holidays, Chevy Red Tag is out at your local Chevy dealer, and you could save big with 0% APR financing on all Chevy Silverado 1500 models. It doesn't get any lower than 0. Go to Chevy Drive Chicago for details, and together, let's drive.
This is where Chicago comes to talk first place Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868.
Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons on The Score.
Hell yeah!
Man, here's what I'll tell you is 7-3, all right? First division win, all right? And, man, how similar was that to the first game we played against those guys, okay? Where you get the lead, and then it gets a little bit sideways in there, and we learned from that, and it took all 3 phases there at the end, all 3 phases at the end for us to win, all right? Man, we have got so much to tighten up. I can't wait to watch this tape with you guys, but it's going to be after a victory Monday. Yes, bring on in, bring on in, bring on in. Good, better, bad. Good, better, bad. Never let it rest. Never let it rest. It's going to get better. It's going to get better. We better get
Johnson and his crew are having themselves a time.
But you heard the honesty in there.
Being played in the background.
What's the choice? Educate me. What's the funky soulful choice?
You know that choice? Who loves that song?
Wait, no. So that's the one.
Zoom.
That's Zoom. That's what Kevin turned me on to. I had to admit
That's
it.
right. When you and Kevin Warren bonded over music.
Yeah, we bonded over music, and we were talking about Frankie Beverly and Maze.
A bond that has continued to this day.
we bonded over
It's true.
Stevie Wonder. That's right. He has not responded to the playlist I shared with him, Kevin Warren's Soul. He has not responded to that. But yeah, then he got us into this one. And Kevin is very much the focus after what happened there last night.
Well, yeah, because, that's the building that Kevin Warren built. It was interesting because Kevin Burkhardt, during the broadcast yesterday, said, man, you're not going to find a more beautiful stadium than this one in the NFL.
Yeah, I heard that.
And I was sitting there going, that's exactly what the Bears are trying to do with what it is that they're going to do, obviously, I think, in Arlington Heights.
All right, let's get to this because everybody's talking about it. Last night I did the Fox show that you usually do, Lawrence. Either you do it or I do it. They never had us both. They should have us both at the same damn time. It was me and Gabe Ramirez last night. But I got in there, and everybody's like, can you believe they gave Kevin Warren a game ball? All the producers, everybody's talking about it. Yeah, they gave Kevin Warren a game ball. Here's how it sounded in the post-game locker room.
Last one here, man, is a special man. And a lot of you guys don't see what he does behind the scenes, but he worked here for a number of years, okay? It's his birthday tomorrow, and I know this one meant just a little bit more to him. Kevin Warren, where you at?
When you get my age, the longer you live, you recognize two words. Trust God.
Yes, sir.
Kevin Warren.
I wasn't expecting that to be the way that he went, but I probably should have expected that. That's the way it would go. But
I guess so. Your thoughts?
I am now here for all of the ad libs that go on whenever Ben or anyone in that locker room is talking. I am here for all the ooh. I'm here for all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Warren, where you at?
The White Sox, they're one of the key sports franchises in the city.
That was a surprising way for him to go. Extremely surprising. I heard from a lot of people.
He's always been very respectful of the White Sox place in sports in Chicago.
One of the key franchises. I heard from a lot of people who thought it was BS that Kevin Warren was in there, BS that Kevin Warren gets a game ball. Did you hear that from people? Did you see that from people? Does anybody feel that way of this 4-pack right here? Because I know some callers, texters, friends of mine feel that way.
Look, he is in the locker room every week. Every week. I've gone and covered 3 games. He has been there all 3 times. Whenever you see the videos of Ben Johnson, he is there. So there are a lot of things that you might have a criticism of Kevin Warren for, and I understand that. He is there. Like he makes it a point to be seen and to lend his support through his being there. So I don't have a problem. The team president being in the locker room is not a problem for me.
And
he's been in there when it's been great, and he's also in there when it's been bad. So I'm not gonna eat his lunch for that.
How about getting a game ball?
I do think that's a little weird, but
Kevin Warren, where you at?
We're the largest landowner in Arlington Heights. We own 326 acres.
It's a little
Tanny
weird.
Is on one today, and I am here for it.
I think Tanny
It's
might think
strange.
it's a little weird. I think
No, it's really cool, especially considering it's his birthday today. So happy birthday, Kevin Warren! But they can give out more game balls, right? They
could give 3 to players and also 1 to Kevin. Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, he gave 1 to Cairo, 1 to Devin Duvernay, and 1 to Kevin. Here's the reality, though. Okay. if Kevin Warren doesn't convince the McCaskies that it's time to stop hiring lackeys as head coaches,
He ain't coming for no haircut.
Ben Johnson doesn't get this job. If Kevin Warren doesn't convince the McCaskies that they got to pay $14 million a year for the number one candidate out there and give him the freaking keys to the building, which they have, Ben Johnson doesn't get this job. So that is the big boss. That's more so Ben Johnson's boss than Ryan Poles is Ben Johnson's boss. So just understand the power structure. And I've talked about you trying to build culture up and down if you're Ben and you're working with Kevin as you build culture and try to transform an absolute dog crap organization that we know was dog crap. That's your partner. Kevin Warren is Ben's partner in rebuilding this thing, and that includes ownership.
I'll say this, Speaks. For me, and you know that I am filled with a lot of skepticism and cynicism when it comes to a lot of this stuff. I would be more skeptical and cynical if this was Matt Eberflus last year doing something like that.
Absolutely.
Where it would feel disingenuous. It would feel like a guy trying to save his job versus a coach being appreciative of what it meant to Kevin to probably go back there now with a team that could go in and win. So I there's candy for everybody, right? Like the team's winning, so everyone gets to have a piece of the success. So I don't really have an issue with it.
I can't get over the optic of like Flus, go back to last year. This last one here, it's for the fans. Aren't you guys great? It's a game ball for all you fans. And he just points the football at the camera.
Oh. Wait, did that happen?
No, but Lawrence is saying, like, you could tell if, like, if it was a guy, at the end, on his way out. Yeah. Just,
right.
Yeah, Matt Eberflus doing his best Mick Foley impersonation, trying to get a crowd popping, trying to get some sympathy. Like, Ben's got the keys to Chicago right now.
Yeah, he absolutely. And he's got the keys to the organization. It's like, I don't know if George McCaskey has ever been in there for those kind of post-game moments. I don't know. But Kevin is the guy who talks to the McCaskies and also talks to Poles and talks to Ben. Like, Ben Johnson is building culture up and down in that organization with his partner, Kevin Warren. And so I don't have a problem with him getting a game ball. I do think it's a little out of the norm, but I think it's understandable when you remember the context and the reality. Let's go to the phone.
I'm right there with you.
I'm
totally fine with it.
Let's go to the phone lines, and I'll get to that Caleb and Ben narrative somewhere along the way. But let's go to the phone lines. Andy is in Wisconsin. Andy is first up on a Football Monday. You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call, but don't forget the first place Football Monday. Secondly, just talking about living up here in Wisconsin, guys, it's, obviously we've been really bad for a long time. And we're starting to gain a little traction with some of the talk shows up here on, are the Bears legit or not? So that's just great. But the reason why I called was, listening to Ben and seeing him on the sideline. I mean, he's obviously wants perfection and he gets very, very animated sometimes. And then you got Caleb, who's just Mr. Calm. I think these guys, they complement each other so well. I don't know if you guys caught after the game when Caleb was walking onto the field doing handshakes, he was shaking his head. And it wasn't because, in my opinion, he didn't believe, oh, my God, we just won. It's because we should not even have got here. We should not be going to, a last-minute field goal to win the game. So I just think they complement each other so well. And then my question to you guys is, do you think Caleb's dad is happy he's in Chicago now, or do you still want him to go?
That's a funny question. We'll get to the dad part in a minute. But, yeah, Caleb shaking his head was a very interesting thing. It caused people, and I thought it was, Lawrence, that he was like, he knew that they were fortunate to get out of there with a win.
I agree with the caller wholeheartedly that it was him being like, man, we could have won this game by a lot more. Maybe I didn't put the team in the best position. We're lucky to get out of here with a win, but we got to win. And I would say that I think that we're seeing Caleb actually turn into a little bit, like take some of Ben Johnson.
Absolutely.
And the way that he reacts to things. look, it's a whole thing. If you want to go look it up on Instagram or TikTok or on Twitter, Ben Johnson's reactions to stuff has become a whole thing. And usually that reaction to things is him with a stone face and acting like he expected these things to happen. So if the quarterback is now mimicking the coach in that regard, I think that's good. And I'm okay with either way. I'm all right if he's super excited with it. Like, that's a good thing, to be excited for yourself and your teammates at where you're at. And if he's like, man, I'm excited, but we can do better, that's exactly the type of mentality you want a young quarterback to take on.
Yeah, I agree. And that's Ben's mentality. Ben says it in everything. He said it in his celebration like the last 3 weeks. Oh, we got a lot to clean up. Can't wait to watch the tape with you guys because he's going to tell him the truth about everything. This is the end of Caleb's postgame, 9 minutes. And in the last 30 seconds, he's got kind of a knowing smile on his face as he talks about what they have and have not accomplished.
It's a confidence builder for me, to be able to trust them and put the ball in the right spot at the right time. And it's only growing. And we're at the halfway mark of the season, or 2 games, or 1 to 2 games past it, and we haven't scratched the surface of how talented, how special we are on this side of the ball. And I'm excited to show it. I'm excited to showcase it. I'm excited to get up every single day and keep grinding with these guys and showcase it at the end of the day. And I think that's coming up. And, you get little glimpses of it, throughout games and throughout the season so far. But, it's coming.
Yeah, I mean, right? He knows it, and he tries to stay positive and confident, says, we're going to get 30 today. We're going to get 30 today. Okay, next week. We're going to get 30 next week or whatever. But, he knows they haven't scratched the surface.
I think that whenever it's difficult, Speaks, because, you don't want to compare necessarily things from the non-football world to the football world. It's not always apples to apples. It sometimes feels like it's a little trite. But I think that everyone can remember a time when whatever team, whether it's your sales team or your business, things went well and people are excited, and you found yourself looking at the next thing or looking at, man, that was a great win for us. We should accept that as a business or as a culture or for us like a show. Like, we had a great show, but there are things that we can make it even better. So when I see Caleb accept that there are things that can be improved upon, I feel like it's growth. Like that, and so the idea that, because think about all the things that people say about Caleb. I'm good with him either way. I'm good with him if he wants to be a cheerleader for his teammates, and I think that we saw some of that yesterday too, which we'll get to later on in the show. But I want him to feel comfortable in wanting to get more out of himself and his talent.
So 312-644-6767 is the number. Got some open phone lines. We're taking your calls on Spiegel and Holmes. I think Caleb's dad is probably pretty damn happy. He's got a great coach.
Oh, yeah, that part.
Right, yeah. I think he's probably pretty damn happy. But phone lines open. This is Dave in Park Ridge. You're on Spiegel and Holmes. What's up, Dave? How are you? Dave could not be available. We'll get back to the phone lines in a second. Lawrence, here was the narrative that I've started to see via text, and I heard from some people last night. Man, and I think Olin was referring to it as well. Ben Johnson doesn't trust Caleb Williams. He took the ball out of his hands late in that game, and that you want your quarterback to be the one to make the plays, but instead Ben ran the ball a lot. And Olin was guessing on the post-game show that Caleb's frustration was in part because he didn't have a chance to play a big role there at the end. And Olin said he's cool with that. He's totally fine with that if that's what Caleb's mindset was. The point that I wanted to make was, if you're Ben Johnson, do you trust Caleb Williams right now? Do you have to? Do you need to?
Trust is something that's usually earned,
yes,
right?
And I don't know that. I mean, we just told you about that possession when they were up 16-10 or up 16-3 and had a chance to go put him away, and he got sacked twice on 3 plays when he dropped back, and then thereafter he comes back and he runs the hell out of the ball because they can run the hell out of the ball. I got no problem with him using the run with a young quarterback. That's kind of the dream, is that you protect your young quarterback while you win games. I got no problem with that choice by a coach.
How about it doesn't have to be binary, and that we give him credit, Ben credit, for making the snap judgment in the moment. For example, we have a lot of evidence from the 2025 season of Caleb can lead the team down the field at the end of the game and score a touchdown. We've got evidence of that. We've seen it. We saw it a couple weeks ago. We saw it last week. Like, we've seen him be the catalyst for the Bears getting in a position to win a game.
Yeah, and they'll do that. And Ben said that he would have been confident without the big kickoff return. He's like, 50 seconds, 3 timeouts. I think we would have got it done.
And if in that moment, figuring out how that game was working and how there was a shift a little bit inside of that game, if Ben was like, you know what, considering that we are inside, I trust my kicker, we are close enough, whatever it takes. I think this is going to be a thing for me over the next few weeks if the Bears keep winning. I think that the way that the Bears win is now become paramount to them winning, and I'm not comfortable with that yet. I look at it as everyone has been trying to get to this place with the team actually winning, and now it's like the winning isn't good enough, and that boggles my mind. It feels like a fan base that has had more success than what the Bears have had recently.
Hey, man, but it's the quarterback. They were promised jetpacks, as you like to say. The quarterback's completion percentage right now is under 60%, which is crazy. The quarterback,
I believe both quarterbacks were 50% yesterday. They had the exact same numbers, I think, 16 to 32.
Caleb Williams is 31st in completion percentage in the NFL. And Ben Johnson said he wants him up at 70. And there's reasons for that, and we can discuss it, et cetera. So, but that's okay because they're finding ways to win. This is what you do. This is what Belichick did with young Brady, right? But it's also what the Jets did with Chad Pennington.
Well, but I do think that there's a big talent gap there between
I do too.
Chad Pennington and Caleb Williams.
I do too. We're waiting for it all to come to the fore in the full bloom of NFL quarterbacking, but it's okay to be running the hell out of the ball while you're waiting for it to come to the fore. That's just where we are in the process. You know what I mean? So I'm cool with it. But I think it's okay to acknowledge where we are in the process too.
It is, but it's also okay to be like, look at that. They found a way.
Yes.
You're looking for them to find a way to win games. And I thought that we were in a place where people would rather they win them than lose them.
Yeah, and a lot of people are disagreeing about the Caleb Trust thing, the Caleb Trust thing. So we can get to some of those texts and some of those calls as we roll on here, Lawrence. By the way,
312-644-6767 if you would like to get on the air and talk about the Bears, your first place Chicago Bears. We'll take more of your phone calls and talk about them being 7-3, which is wild. It's Spiegel and Holmes here with you until 6 on The Score.
Bears fans are reacting after the first-place Bears beat the Vikings in dramatic fashion.
Mark, he's on the northwest side.
One thing's for sure, it's a lot of fun watching this team win ball games week after week.
Johnson Joliet.
I understand he overthrows the guys deep, but there's a process that I'm watching with this team, and it seems like every week they take a step to improve.
Tony's on the road.
Guys, when this game started, I was 20. I'm now 42. I can't take it anymore.
Keep it here for more reaction to the Bears win over the Vikings on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Staples.
Have an easy holiday, only at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, plus shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely. Don't miss out on the latest laptops, up to 45% off. Staples. That was easy.
Waiting for a new Hyundai? Your wait is over. Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai is clearing models during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get rebates up to $11,000 or 0% financing for 72 months on select vehicles. These offers won't last. Don't miss your chance to save big. Stop by Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha on Highway 50 at I-94 or Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin, 10 minutes south of I-90 on Randall Road. Rosen Hyundai, where you always save a fistful of dollars. Find your ride at buyrosen.com. Financing to qualified buyers.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown of the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
If you want more than headlines this Bears season, listen to the Take the North podcast. I'm Mark Rohde, joined by Dan Wiederer. We bring you honest, unfiltered Bears talk 3 times a week, and we're not afraid to be critical when it's deserved or certainly give credit when it is earned. With insider access and perspective that brings you inside the Bears locker room, Take the North is your home for Bears conversation that keeps it real. Listen to and follow Take the North wherever you get your pods.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan, over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever, best sleep with the flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The very thing that made the Kansas City Chiefs a force of nature in the NFL has come back to bite them. A team that won close game after close game. They were 12-0 last season in one-possession football games, has suddenly found it impossible to win these kind of moments. In their loss against the Broncos yesterday, the Chiefs fell to 0-5 in one-possession games. If Kansas City's going to keep the good times running, they've got to find their groove again. I'm Bill Ryder.
Another play action, pressure coming. McCarthy steps up, throws, and it's intercepted by Byard. Kevin Byard with some room to roll. Gets a couple blocks inside the 30. The fifth interception, the league leader for Kevin Byard.
I don't think as a team we've developed that killer instinct just yet. You know what I mean? Like, too many opportunities in that second half where we could have either gone up by 2 touchdowns, and I think at that point the game probably would have been over. But you give a really talented team like that, an opportunity to, continue to just keep chopping wood, and they did it, you know what I mean? But obviously, as a team, and we talked about finishing for 60 minutes, and we was able to do that, so very happy that we got the win.
Kevin Byard is going to be an all-pro, Speaks.
Yeah,
he's going to be an all-pro.
He is,
He's
isn't
got
he?
5 interceptions, and watching the way that he gets the interceptions is just, it's beautiful. It's beautiful to watch him bait quarterbacks, and he did it again yesterday to J.J. McCarthy, where he's like, oh, I'm just kind of hanging out here. I don't know what I'm doing over. Oh, now I've got an interception. Because you didn't know that I was paying attention to what was going on.
Yeah, he
But
dropped.
it is interesting
Mhm.
what he said there, Speaks, about the idea that they've got to figure out a way to put some of these teams away earlier. Now, under different circumstances, this might be viewed differently. But with a guy who's playing at an all-pro level and the team doing really, really well, I look at it as a guy that in that locker room, maybe Joe Tooney has more respect because he's got rings, but that's probably about it inside that locker room with this team. So when he speaks, I feel like it's with an eye on trying to make sure that this team doesn't lose sight of how to get better.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think Byard is a leader, is a trusted and vested vet, and he's also a guy who knows culture and knows about flipping culture from when Mike Vrabel did the same thing in Tennessee. So he's not saying anything that Ben Johnson isn't saying, and it's the truth. But I also think, to your point, if they were 5-5, or if they had lost that game yesterday and lost another one of these cardiac games, and he was saying, basically, our offense needs to put that away, And he went on to say even more. It's in Brad Bigg's piece about, he referenced actually what A.J. Brown said in Philly about the defense putting a Band-Aid on it while the offense isn't getting it done. And A.J. Brown's his former teammate. So I think it's great. I think it's the truth from Kevin Byard. I'm sure it's the kind of stuff they're talking about, and Caleb knows they got to do more. They were up 16-3 and had opportunities to make it even bigger than that, and they did not get it done. So, look, a lot of pushback on text to the whole thing I was saying about, maybe Ben doesn't trust Caleb at some points in that game. And people saying, oh, it was the game flow. It was Flores and hey, it was that specific part of the time. I'm not just talking about there at the end as he's just running the ball. I'm talking about what he does along the way. Why should he throw more when he can have a 74-yard, 15-play drive on that Monungai touchdown drive where 3 third-down conversions are made all on running plays? All on running plays. The 3rd and 4 call inside the 10, Lawrence, to run for it was freaking beautiful. Also knowing you're going to go for it on 4th down. I think in general, This is the second best running team in the NFL. They had 140 yards on 39 carries. That's how they're going to beat teams right now, more than by putting the ball in their quarterback's hands. And that's okay. That's my point, is that's okay right now in the process.
And the game situation matters. The texters are right. Game flow matters. How is this game going? Who is your opponent? Not every week is the same. So you might have to use different tactics to try and win a game depending on who it is you're playing, how they're playing, the momentum shift. Like, there's no other game like football where it actually plays out and feels like, oh, something just happened here, and now this other team is going to have to adjust to it. And the Bears had to do that inside of yesterday's game. I'll say this for 9, that he does have it within him to kind of let go of what happened before and focus on the task at hand. His goals should be trying to do that earlier. Same thing with Caleb. Like, you want to see these guys like do it earlier and not have to worry about trying to come back. But I understand where Ben's coming from. What's the easiest path to victory?
Yes.
What's the way that we can get there and hold our heads high and walk out of here as a first place team? And depending on what's happening in the game, these are the decisions that you trust him with.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole point, that he's not supposed to be like a button-pushing coach. He's supposed to look at everything that's surrounding him and then make the best decision.
It's a great text about Kevin Byard speaking up. Texter says, it might just be because they're winning, but they have the feel of a full team, not an offense and a defense, to which a player can speak up referring to everybody. You know, it's interesting. Like, they do have the feel of somebody speaking up and saying the truth and that being okay. And I think that's a great thing. Let's go to the phone lines, 312-644-6767. Sean is in Romeoville. Sean is on Spiegel and Holmes. What's up, Sean? How you doing?
Oh, nothing. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you guys?
We're good. What's up, man?
Good. Yeah. I know you guys know these stats, but in 33 years of football, man, the Bears have been to the playoffs 7 times. And this fan base is so rabid and loyal to them. I'm speaking for the fans. Now, they can be in whatever place they want to be in. I mean, we're all happy that they're winning, but we're watching the games with eyes. We know they're not playing the best football. They're not playing the best teams. We're happy that they're winning, but this fan base has every right to be skeptical. This is what happens when you haven't been really good for a long time. So, and the Bears haven't really earned it. Of course, we're happy they're winning, man. I'll take 7-3 as opposed to 3-7.
Yeah, but let me ask you this, Sean. Let me ask you this, Sean.
Sure.
Let's for the sake of argument, let's say they lose to Philly. Let's say they lose to the Niners and they lose to the Packers twice, but they win everything else. Okay, so they're 10-7, and they make the playoffs. Okay. Are you skeptical? Are you enjoying it? Are you enjoying it enough? Because it's entirely possible that they might be a playoff team at the end of the year, and you're still not sure if they're good. So what's the experience like for you?
I'm glad you asked that question. When they got into the playoffs at 8-8 in 2020, when they had to get a lot of help from other teams to get in, I was still happy because I'm a Bears fan, and if you're in the dance, you have a chance. So I was still happy. But again, this fan base has every right to be skeptical and not just accept the winning because they're winning based on what we've been through for 30-plus years. And that's okay, too. So, of course, if they're 10-7, they're in the playoffs, but they beat all stinky teams, I'm going to ride with it because I'm a Bears fan.
Yeah.
And you know that. I've been calling you a long time.
For sure, Sean. I get it.
I'm just saying, man, that the fans can be in whatever space they want to be in because they've earned it, and this organization has kind of done that to them.
Sounds like Sean doesn't like us telling people how to feel, Lawrence. Like, how to enjoy it.
All I will say is that
Appreciate you, Sean.
All right. The thing is that, yes, you as a fan, us as observers, are looking at the Bears as a monolith. And that's how teams and team history works, I guess. What we're seeing, though, is this is Ben Johnson's Bears. You know, like this is what he's about and what he's trying to build. So I'm not sure that it's fair to hold him responsible for things that happened before he got here. And that's what I mean. Like, if you're just looking at this particular team, tell me someone in the NFL that's playing beautiful football right now. Maybe the Rams? Maybe.
The Rams and McVay are playing a pretty attractive brand of football. Stafford.
The Patriots are playing beautiful football?
Yeah, but,
right?
but even that offense, not super explosive, efficient, but not necessarily explosive. Like, every fan base, to your point, has quibbles. Even the teams at the very top of the running at this point.
I just don't think that – I think that there's for lack of a better term, there's a purity test that's going on that people are like, well, the Bears aren't passing that purity test. And to me, right now, where they are in this thing, and the hope is that this continues to mushroom and to grow. But where they are right now is the wins are more important than anything.
Here's Joe.
And so, the quarterback doesn't look like what you were promised yet. And I think that it's okay for people to have questions still about where Caleb is at. But you also should go, man, this can be a lot of fun. And I feel like people jump too quickly to try to be the smart person and be like, well, they're not playing as well as blah, 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 or blah, blah, blah. And look, like, if you're actually watching the rest of the league, how's Detroit looking now?
I don't know if that purity test comes right away. Like it didn't come in Detroit right away. The league didn't buy it about Detroit for a while. I was like, is Jared Goff really this guy? Is that what's happening here? Like,
they became the team that nobody wanted to play, especially if they had something on the line, like when they beat the Packers at the end of the season that one year.
Yeah, right.
Does anyone want to play the Bears right now?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Does Aaron Rodgers want to play the Bears?
No, he's gonna fake a left wrist injury to get out of it.
Oh, he's faking it
because he knows that hell's coming to breakfast. That's what's happening. Hell's coming to breakfast on Sunday morning. Quickly, let's talk to Joe in Lake Forest on 670 The Score. What's up, Joe? You're on Spiegel and Holmes.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thanks for taking the call. Listen, I think people need to relax, and they need to give Caleb a little bit of leeway because he's still young and developing, but what I see looks real good. Does he need to work on things? Sure. But I don't like, to echo Sean's thing, the only thing I would disagree with, they've earned it because the scoreboard at the end of those games, the Bears won those games, and that's what's really important. How they did it doesn't matter, but we finally have a coach and a team that believes in a head coach who's smart enough. He realizes that, okay, this roster still has some upgrades it needs, and you don't have your best players, especially on defense, playing. So he's doing what he needs to do to give his team the best chance to win. I love it. I don't care what happened last year. That's over. People need to learn, judge this year by this year, and they're winning. Bottom line, they're winning. Could it be better? Sure. But you know what? Rome wasn't built in a day, and this team looks a lot better. Just the way they carry themselves, their confidence, their belief in each other, 10 times better than I've seen in a long, long time.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate the call. Yeah, culture's been flipped, and everybody knows it. Fans are referencing Joe Madden Cubs with a culture flip. I mean, that was a more talented bunch. But, yeah, it's obvious what is happening here, Lawrence.
Here, I'll give the people what they want in the next segment, right? Like the things that you should worry about that aren't going as well. There is one unit on this team that continues to put the Bears in a bad spot, but also put them in a great spot yesterday. We'll explain what we mean next here on The Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply.
Estwing, your go-to tools for tough jobs. Trusted around the world for unmatched comfort and durability. These USA-made hammers are built to last. For a century, Estwing has supported American workers, delivering reliable tools to get the job done right. Experience the power of American craftsmanship with Estwing's brand new titanium hammer. This new 14-ounce titanium hammer offers our superior shock reduction grip and all-steel face. Choose the tools the pros use. Estwing, made in the USA for 100 years. Learn more at estwing.com.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy rinse tonight, and I need it more. My kick was the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. The sweat and deck short smells like a dog car. Downy rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Tomorrow night, join the Blackhawks for Military Appreciation Night, November 18th at 7:30 against Calgary. We'll honor active service members and veterans with a special in-arena shout-out and scoreboard tribute. Then be back on Thursday, November 20th at 7 for a big matchup against Seattle. Joey Decord versus Spencer Knight, the goaltender matchup. And please don't forget, hockey is better together. Grab group ticket packages with 10 or more seats and get those special perks. Doors open 90 minutes before puck drop. Get your tickets now at blackhawks.com/tickets or at blackhawks.com/groups.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive. These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
$20 is $20, and at Old Republic, it gets you 2 full pounds of tender, fall-off-the-bone ribs. It's Rib Fest all month long. Get the best ribs voted by the Daily Herald. Old Republic in Elgin. Dine in, take out, or order online.
Spiegel and Holmes Show Flashback.
Everyone can see that, but it's my unit. I always take responsibility for it.
That's Richard Hightower, special teams coordinator of the Bears.
The special teams unit very much under the microscope this year. The Raiders play tonight. They fired their special teams coordinator a couple weeks ago. There was some speculation about Richard, but he's here, and we'll see. You also read an article last week by Connor Orr in Sports Illustrated that had like all sorts of modern science and analytics and wisdom about special teams, and we're not so sure that Richard is reading that stuff.
I don't know. I kind of felt like one of the things that I saw yesterday was Richard either being aware or perhaps, being aware of it through talking and watching tape or reading the piece. I thought I saw Cairo Santos yesterday hit a knuckle kick, and that's kind of one of the things that the league is chasing right now, is the idea of having a kick kind of helicopter into the landing zone and then take a weird bounce so that your team has an opportunity to pin a team back deep and not allow for a good return. Like the science of special teams overall with the new rules and where the ball ends up on a touchback are completely different now. And so everyone is trying to try different stuff. And so I do feel like I wish it's a tertiary story this week, but I do wish that someone would ask Cairo about that.
Okay.
If that's what he was doing, or maybe he just mishit the ball. I don't know, but it looked like that's what he was trying to do yesterday, at least early on in the game.
Overall, your thoughts on Richard Hightower's unit, Lawrence? You've become the principal spokesperson and critic, I guess, of HT's unit. Your thoughts?
Well, yesterday I thought that they were a net negative until the end. But that's why you play all of that time. Like, you had them giving up a lot of return yards to Price on punts yesterday. He had a long of, I think, 40 or something like that inside the game.
Dude, the long punt return absolutely set up their first touchdown. They had a touchdown on 2 plays for Jordan Mason right after that long punt return. You could argue that it flipped the game in the Vikings' favor. Big momentum.
And even before we get to that, there were kickoff returns that were good for them. And
you got a missed field goal by Cairo.
You had a missed field goal with a high snap. It was definitely a high snap. The snap got down, but it was a high snap, and you've had some issues, but they didn't then redeem themselves. The Duvernay return may have been the most important play of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And for him to come out of that and put the Bears in a position, and I was wondering, I'm sitting there going, why wouldn't, if ever there was a time to not give a returner a chance, that was the time to do that.
Pat
from
Manley.
Minnesota.
Yeah, man. And Pat Manley was great in postgame talking about it and said it was a counter. Like you see a counter run play, that it was a counter return after many others that didn't go that direction. This was a counter by Hightower and Duvernay.
And Josh Blackwell had an earlier mistake on special teams, but then came up with a great block that sprung Duvernay to get that 57-yard return. And then, of course, you have Cairo coming up with sneaking the ball through the left upright to give the Bears a win. So I thought that because the team won, it's easier to forgive some of the mistakes that happened on special teams. But my overarching feeling about HT's unit is they too often are the reason why the Bears are not getting distance from their opponents.
Yeah, wow, it's interesting. Yeah, I think that is often the case. A couple numbers to add to that before we go back to the phone lines. Cairo now has the Bears' franchise record for most 50-plus yard field goals in a career with 24. Torrey Taylor had a good day. 6 punts for 47.7 was the average, with 2 punts inside the 20.
Well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
One of those punts looks better than it actually was. He shanked one of them, and it just got a great
nice
roll.
bounce. That's true. That is true. Let's go to Fred from Beaver Dam. Fred, you're inside the Beaver Dam, and you are now on the score. Hello, Fred.
The land of Philadelphia cream cheese, Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, formerly a Highland Park.
Outstanding.
It's just nice to sit and watch these games and not say, "Oh, here we go again. We're going to go down the drain," and they find a way to win. It's worth every penny.
You are exactly the person that I'm talking about. That's the part that people keep missing.
Yeah, but you don't like the other people.
Times?
You don't like the other people, Lawrence. You don't like the other people who are not so perfectly blissfully happy. You want everybody to be Fred.
It's not blissfully happy. It's that, man, instead of living in the space where the dark cloud is over your head, where you expect them to lose, you've now been given evidence of them winning that game multiple times this year.
Yeah. Look.
It's living in the known.
That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to live in the known, which is that they're good. No, man, look, it's crazy that it keeps happening. It is week after week. I think it was 3 weeks ago that Ben said, I feel like I'm on repeat here. We haven't played our best ball, but we're finding a way. They're doing it again, and they just keep doing it week after week after week. But it's a hell of a lot more fun. And like we said in transition, last year the Vikings got to 14-3, and people still weren't sure if they were any good.
I will tell you, I wish I would have remembered the name of the spot. It's a spot, God, I want to say on like 89th and Stony. And it's a bunch of Bears fans that get together and they watch the games. And there was a video from there of them watching the last few seconds of it. And it was just beautiful, man. Like, just all this joy, and people are excited about the Bears. And I love seeing that. Like, I love seeing different corners of the city, like, enjoying it, different corners of our listening area, just enjoying it. The folks in Wisconsin who are listening, or near the border of Wisconsin, who are just enjoying their lives right now, Speaks.
Yeah.
That they are living in the place where the after years and years of just being stepped on.
Oh, dude, yeah. And even though Jordan Love was really good down the stretch, and they got that win yesterday, it still would feel good to sit next to Uncle Biff at family Thanksgiving and tell him the Bears are in first place. That would be a really nice thing to be able to say in a couple of weeks. And it'd be really nice to say, and also, we just beat the crap out of Aaron Rodgers at Soldier Field. You guys watch that? Did you see his left hand completely come off? And then, I know they sewed it back on, but yeah, the Bears knocked off his left hand in its entirety. And it was a beautiful, beautiful thing.
I love the Stacey Dales, your former owner. You know, Aaron Rodgers, when she said that twice last week.
Yep.
It would be great if they were able to get it against him. But even if they just get a win against whomever is quarterbacking the Steelers next week, they need 3. They need 3 out of the next 7. Get to 10.
It's 6:70 the score. He's Lawrence Holmes. I'm Matt Spiegel. It's Spiegel and Holmes. Adam Haugh from CHGO will join us in 1 hour. When we come back, Tom Brady was pretty good yesterday. And he taught us some stuff, some little things and some big things as well. Let's discuss that broadcast and see if the listeners agree that Brady enlightened us a bit. Keep it right here on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The Bears did what they had to do. They go on the road in a hostile environment, and they won a division game, despite Caleb Williams having 50% completion percentage, despite your defense giving up a drive when they couldn't afford to give up that drive, despite some special teams mistakes. You won, you persevered. This is who you are 10 games into the season.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it speaks. The FanDuel Sportsbook app, it's your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Matt to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Every soda next to Mr. Pibb got something to say. The classics reminisce about the glory days. The doctor's giving a dissertation. The prebiotic bubbles giving TED Talks. Then there's Mr. Pibb. Sweet cherry up front, bold fizz on the follow. No pitch, no promises, just bold cherry bringing the flavor. Some sodas talk big. Mr. Pibb backs it up.
Bold kick of cherry. Say yo, Mr. Pibb.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming, only on Paramount Plus.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
It's that time of year again, hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo. Offering year-round performance, all-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer.
Hey Chicago, Thanksgiving is coming fast. Make it easy and delicious with Wild Fork. From whole turkeys to tender breasts, plus duck, lamb, ham, and beef roast. We've got every centerpiece and side covered. Shop in store or have it delivered right to your door. Enjoy turkey starting at $1.28 a pound, smoked spiral sliced ham at $3.28 a pound, or boneless lamb leg roast at $4.98 a pound, and so much more. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
Hey Chicago, it's David Haugh from The Score here, and you know I'm all about staying connected no matter what, and nobody does it like Verizon. I'm talking about the best 5G in Chicago, and with Verizon, everything just works. Need to check traffic before your commute? Boom, instantly. Trying to snag that impossible dinner reservation? Consider it done. This isn't just fast, it's America's most reliable 5G network, keeping you connected to what matters most. And get this, right now, when you bring your own phone and switch to Verizon on Unlimited Welcome with AutoPay Plus, taxes and fees, you can get a single line for just $50 a month. You heard that right. The best 5G in Chicago for just $50 a month. So if you're ready to experience the difference with the best 5G network around, stop by your nearest Chicago Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score. Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Cloudy with occasional rain and a low of 43.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
This is where Chicago comes to talk first place Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Well, I've been waiting to say, and the stars are Spiegel and Holmes, Chicago.
Afternoons on The Score.
Use the play action to throw the ball down the field. Can puts himself in a good position to throw this ball.
Side to run it, and it's Jones. And another good run from Aaron Jones up to the 36 for him.
Sometimes when you can, and you hear that a lot in the NFL, you're calling two plays in the huddle. One play, that one, for example, was a run to the right. Can run to the left. They're running away from the safety. The other way you can do it is you can from a run play to a pass play. If that safety rotates down into run defense, can, and that opens up your downfield throws that this offense has in their system.
And he was hot on.
Cans.
Oh my God.
There was no big. It was full of cans.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
Oh my God.
The amount of cultural references that Chris Tannehill can make and understand inside of a show, he really is an old soul.
You're saying that the kids might not know the can music that's playing in the background? It's possible.
If they do know the music,
then they felt it.
They should probably get their affairs in order.
I don't know.
Be right back, guys.
I know. Need a good will and testament lawyer on this side too, because I heard.
Yeah, if you were, because the can wasn't that goes back into the 1800s, doesn't it?
I don't know the answer.
The
to that.
1840s, Lawrence.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Alex.
So it's not like Tanny was alive.
Well, the first time I heard it is when Tributo became Offenbach. That's when I heard it for the first time.
It's just that Tanny's worldly. There's probably some movie that referenced the can that he's thinking of. I don't know.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
You're very lucky to have someone that has that
and I can
depth
tell you,
of knowledge
when
of
my
cultural.
When my mom took me to see Speed in 1994 and the scene with the cans, and we both laughed at it, and I thought we were the only two people in the world who thought that was funny until years later when I heard you and Mac play that on your show one time.
You know, because I was watching Speed on TV, and I realized how bad I thought it was, and I realized
watching TV on Speed.
I was hate watching Speed, and then when that scene came up, I was like, cans, it was just cans. Like, just terrible.
Cans.
Oh my God.
There was no big. It was full of cans.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
Oh my God.
It was full of cans because it was a stroller that she hit with the bus, but there wasn't a baby. It was just
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert. And the thing is that Keanu, I think, has seen a renaissance, especially over like the last decade.
Big time.
It was probably his second most popular movie role, but he didn't do a great job acting in that movie.
No, I didn't think so. But it's kind of come back around. And yeah, he's on Broadway right now, dude. He's in Waiting for Godot with the dude who played Ted. Both Bill and Ted from The Excellent Adventure are doing Waiting for Godot together on Broadway right now.
I love that they still have their relationship. And Keanu, everyone should try to be more like Keanu. I'm just saying that it wasn't his best moment as an actor, even though the movie itself is fun and campy and all of that stuff.
Danny
trying to make a movie.
Danny said yesterday in the thread, wow, Brady's really full of cans. I even forgot that it was full of cans. It's us full of cans here. But I thought Brady was good yesterday.
Me too.
Right? We both thought, here, listen to him. He simply broke down what you want to do with a 2-minute offense. This was towards the end of the first half, and he's like, well, you got 3 objectives, and JJ had already accomplished, I think, 2 of them at the time. So this is Brady.
Plenty of time, right?
Plenty of time. And now that you're already in field goal range, now you're thinking touchdown. So I always thought about 2-minute situations 3 different ways. 1, don't let the opponent touch the ball again for out. 2, get ourselves in scoring range, meaning field goal. Once you're in there, now we're thinking touchdown.
4-man rush. McCarthy going deep. For it all. End zone. Intercepted. Nashawn Wright, who had a pick 6 against McCarthy in week 1 with a terrific pick.
So we'll talk about Nashawn Wright and the pick in our next segment. But
that's something that the broadcast team missed.
Agreed.
We will not. In the next segment, we will talk about it. But here's why I like what Tom did in that bite. We do it sometimes. We have guests that are really good at talking about the game at a granular level. And sometimes it can be overwhelming to the average fan of a team. What I like from Tom is that if you were an average fan of a team, if you're not someone that's, you're not looking through the tape and seeing the breakdowns that Matt Bowen is doing, or when you're hearing Olin say slide protection, you're like, wait, what is he talking about? Like all of this stuff. I thought that it was beautiful in its simplicity. These are the 3 things that I'm thinking about.
Yep.
And that those are just headings. Those are just headings. And then the subheadings for Tom Brady
are enormous.
They're plentiful and they're complicated. But here are 3 things to think about when you're watching your team play end of half football on what it should look like.
Yeah, no, totally agree. Just like the basics. All right, we got that. That was really nice and distilled. We've heard about quarterbacks needing to, why they might be better in late games who are in no huddle. This is Brady talking about J.J. McCarthy and young quarterbacks in general in that regard.
What I do like about him is, again, the intensity, the competitiveness. You see that every game from him. Some of the physical traits he's got. He's got that fastball, which we always talk about. He's going to have to learn to develop the poise, and I think what I keep coming back to is sometimes I think you get in your own head and you overthink some things. Sometimes you got to play a little less. I don't want to say you don't think. That's the inappropriate way to do it. You think, but you think to a degree where it doesn't inhibit 17 different options on every play. You have 1 or 2, and then you cut it loose with decisiveness, and that's where you see good plays being made.
So thought that was interesting. It's not don't think. It's think less. Reduce your 17 options down to 2. That makes all the sense for me in the world. So you can still look at the 1 or 2 or perhaps 3 things, but not have the 17 get in your way during the course of a game for a young quarterback.
And it's a hard thing. I think it usually happens when you are confident in the things that you actually know.
Living in the know.
That's where if you're a quarterback, you can be like, okay, I know all this stuff now, so I don't have to go through like the Rolodex of things in my mind, and you can play a little bit more free. And it takes a while to get to that place. It takes rep after rep. Like, what's a great example of it, Speaks, is something that we talked about earlier in the show. That last week, when you're watching Caleb versus the Blitz and you're saying, hey, man, just get the ball out to the Blitz side. The fact that a week later it is recognized and then used very well by Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, like those are those little moments of growth where you go, all right, like that's adding to a piece of getting it overall.
I think that's a great point, and I love how Caleb was dealing with the blitz yesterday. Earlier we talked about Brian Flores and all the blitzing, and later this hour we'll hear from Ben Johnson from today. Now that he has watched the tape, You'll hear from Ben talking about Caleb a little bit later. Brady dropped a lot of little things in there. Said, oh, that's a drift route. Oh, and that's a look route right there. Just little things like, like that'll give us a shorthand. If we can start using it, maybe it'll give us the shorthand to dissect things. But I thought this was great when he was talking about 2 different ways you can teach young quarterbacks. And he talks about how Ben Johnson is teaching Caleb.
Part of this offense with Ben Johnson is trying to get Caleb into the perfect play. The hard cadences kind of show the intention of the defense, and then the alert gets the offense into the best possible play. That's obviously the goal. It doesn't always in terms of execution, but it gives you a great place to start. And when you start mentoring your quarterback that way from a young age, the quarterback begins to take ownership of, okay, coach, I always want to be in the perfect play as well. What are the mechanics we need to do to use in order to do that?
Third down, firing corner of the end zone, and it's incomplete. Colston Loveland, the intended receiver, but he was never open.
Yeah, over the course of my career, you would call our offense a perfect play type of offense. Sometimes there's another system where it's called a call and run it, where they basically give you one play, and a lot of West Coast systems are like that. Just call the play, I give you and execute it. There's more perfect play offenses where you get 2 plays in the huddle, sometimes 3, and it's up to the quarterback's discretion to get you into which of those plays you think is going to be best on that particular play.
Man, so I don't know if I realized that was still the case, that some West Coast offenses, and I want to ask Tom which ones do it, which coaches are doing it this way, just give you a play. I'm guessing Shanahan and Purdy, like, here you go, here's your play. I don't know. But what Ben's doing, which is what McDaniels and Belichick did with Tom, is here's 2 or maybe even 3, and then let's pick the perfect one. And eventually the quarterback thinks like you. That feels like, if you have the time, that feels more beneficial to the process, doesn't it?
It's so funny that you said that, because that's exactly what I wrote down. Start thinking like you. That Caleb in those moments is going to be like, I wonder why Ben wanted to change to this play. And then if he sees it have success, or if he sees like, oh, okay, this safety rolled at the last second or was going to roll at the last second, and Ben knew that, and that's why he wanted us to get out of that play. This is why he had these 2 plays that were called. That symbiosis between play caller and quarterback, you need them. You have to have it so that you can grow as a group. And that way Caleb can be like, oh, well, here's what I saw on that play too, because you want to take the feedback from the guy that's actually under fire on the field so that you understand how his brain works. And both guys end up hopefully meshing together with how they view the game.
Don't you think we saw that symbiosis at the end of the Cincinnati game when Ben said we were hunting a coverage the whole time? And Caleb was like, yep, we found that coverage we were hunting. So they probably switched to that play from the 2 or the 3 that they had once they saw that coverage.
And it's a small thing, but it shows the depth, I think, of their growing relationship. You're hearing Ben Johnson's words out of Caleb's mouth.
Yes, sir.
And that means that he is buying in and listening and adopting some of this stuff as his own. And I can't think of a better way for it to morph into a really good relationship than that. When you in any type of leader, like mentor, mentee type way, when you start hearing the mentee talk like the mentor, maybe something is clicked and they're starting to see things in a way that the mentor would want them to.
I thought DeAndre Swift ran really hard and really directly yesterday and was breaking arm tackles, and I loved it.
Oh, so now you're back on the DeAndre Swift bandwagon.
I don't think you'll let me. I think, there's certain things I'm just not allowed to do. But Tom Brady wanted to give DeAndre Swift an award yesterday.
Every game that I broadcast, I award the LFG Player of the Game to that one player who makes me say, let's go.
Congratulations, DeAndre Swift, today's LFG Player of the Game. What a game. Came all the way down to the end, as a lot of these games have. How do you guys constantly find ways to come back and win?
Just staying poised. Just staying poised. Special teams came through big for us at the right moment. We talked about it all week. Special teams need to give us a game-changing play, and they did at the right moment.
Absolutely, and you guys were so efficient today, running the ball effective, really since the bye week. You guys came out, and all your stats now are top of the league in terms of how you guys are running the ball. How did you guys find today in your ability to dominate the line of scrimmage and maintain all those incredible stats you guys have put up the last 6 weeks?
Just everybody being on their details. We knew we was close. It wasn't what we wanted to be early on in the season, but like you said, after the bye, everybody started clicking. O-line, perimeter blocking. They turned 8-yard games into explosive. So I feel like we did a good job today against a great opponent over there, sticking with it.
Yeah, you have such a distinct running style. Today, you were just hitting that thing so downhill as hard as you can, running with so much authority. You guys are winning so many of these games. Obviously, there's a lot to improve on. What are the areas that you guys still want to get better as you're kind of marching toward the playoffs?
I feel like personally we've been in too many close games. When defense playing like that, we got to go ahead and capitalize off turnovers and go ahead and dominate for 4 quarters.
Yeah, that's where you got to get to. But listen, enjoy it today. Enjoy the flight home. Congratulations, great win. Keep it up, man. You're doing great.
I had no idea that was a thing. Tom Brady,
I didn't either.
The LFG award, McCaskey's would not approve.
Well, as long as you bleep it, they're good with it.
I don't know.
But he's right. Like I'm looking at my game notes right now, and I usually will put in bold, like big plays as I'm charting the game. So this is after the Vikings go down the field. Mason has that really great 16-yard run. Justin Jefferson kicks Byard out of the club to spring him for a touchdown. Then the next drive, Swift 9 yards. Swift 11 yards up the middle. Swift 9 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Swift 1 yard gets a first down.
Yep.
And then him picking up 6 yards off of the left side, like into that what was you were hoping was going to be a really, really important possession. The idea that they could go to him play after play after play and get positive yards. Now, they end up missing the field goal after that. And there was a tackle for loss the second time that we saw Tyson Bagent come out and be in a formation yesterday.
I hated that. I hated more window dressing with Bagent. I was like, use another body. If you're going to run it there, go ahead and give me another tight end. Or give me – Ozzie Trapillo had 10 plays yesterday. Like, go ahead and give me power in that moment. I didn't need more window dressing. But all right, there was one other thing from the broadcast that I liked and you thought was bad, I believe, Lawrence. You thought it was cheesy. Well, screw you. I thought it was hilarious.
Swift gets it again. Big.
What?
Oh.
Well, if you're a Bears fan, look, in recent memory, you haven't had a ton to cheer about, but life's been good. You know, the beat in Chicago, you get it, what we're showing you here. 6-3 is their best start since 2018, so you love that. How about total yards per game? That's the most since 1983. And then they're running the football, which is what Ben Johnson does. 147 yards per game. That's second best in the league. They're scoring 9 more points a game than they did last year. I mean, that is a monumental improvement. None on the board so far today.
Come on, man. Life's been good. It's made me think of Joe Walsh, and I smiled, and I thought it was adorable. And the bean was there.
That's bad.
Come
I
on.
will give Fox credit, though. Love them throwing kick push by Lupe Fiasco out there. Thought that was great. They were very territorial. Like, you got a little Prince when Minnesota did well. You got Chicago artists like Lupe and Fall Out Boy when the Bears did well. I was hoping that if Minnesota did well that they would go to break with an atmosphere track, but we didn't get that, so.
My Maserati does 185.
Well, if you're a Bears fan, look, in recent memory, you haven't had a ton to cheer about, but life's been good. You know?
Oh.
Yeah.
That deserved a rim shot, but that's okay.
Now I don't drive. Come on, man. Burkhardt had a rough day, though.
Yeah, he wasn't quite on it yesterday. They missed some stuff, and one of the things that they missed was a really touching moment. And ordinarily, especially with that team, considering who they've got on the sidelines, they are usually all over stories like that. It's a tragic and beautiful story that we are going to get into. and it has to do with Nashawn Wright. We'll explain next on The Score.
Bears win. Ben Johnson and the first-place Bears stay hot with a big win over the Vikings, improving to an impressive 7-3.
To win it or lose it. Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback can. Chicago Bears do it again.
Stick around as all of our shows and Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside their locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they take on the Steelers at Soldier Field, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is brought to you by Audi Exchange Highland Park. The season of Audi sales event is on right now at Audi Exchange Highland Park and Audi Exchange St. Charles. Good people, by the way. Shop our huge selection of Audi's best, and right now, get up to $5,000 off select new Audi models. This isn't an event that you want to miss. Shop AudiExchange.com.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now, featuring the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade at Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai with stunning new styling, 3 rows of luxurious seating, and the latest in safety technology. The 2026 Palisade is the SUV you've been dreaming of. Experience it for yourself. Scott Levy and his team invite you to be one of the first to test drive this incredible new vehicle. He has them ready for you at both Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha on Highway 50 at I-94 and Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin on Randall Road. Go to rosen.com.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown of the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Nick. And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box so that family memories would be safe and could always be enjoyed together.
And starting now, we're offering listeners early access to our best deal of the year during our $9 tape sale.
1 million families and counting have trusted Legacy Box to convert their aging media because Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your videotapes, film reels, and photos aren't protected unless they're on a digital format.
With the holidays approaching, don't wait. Simply fill your Legacy Box. We'll take care of the rest.
It's the most meaningful thing you can do this holiday season, and the perfect time during our best sale of the year.
Visit legacybox.com/value to get early access to our Black Friday sale and digitize your memories for only $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value. legacybox.com/value.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
If you've been waiting to try learning a new language with Babbel, now is the time. Babbel's biggest sale is about to start, but we're giving you early access. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with a lifetime subscription, now at our best price of the year, which means a small investment for all your big adventures. Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember. Plus, Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And with a lifetime access to all of Babbel's languages, lessons, podcasts, and cultural insights, just imagine what you can do, or rather, where you could go. So if you've been putting off booking that Pastapalooza in Rome for fear of mispronouncing gnocchi, take advantage of early access to Babbel's biggest sale of the season. Where will Babbel take you? Find out at Babbel.com. Don't wait to start your language learning adventure. This offer ends November 20th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less for a limited time at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute. The Atlanta Falcons lost once again to the Carolina Panthers, but this time Atlanta also lost their quarterback Michael Penix Jr. to a knee injury, and he'll be out for a minimum of 4 games, and it could end up being a season-ending injury. And that injury shouldn't be used as an excuse when it comes to evaluating the future of Falcons coach Raheem Morris. The Falcons celebrated like they won a Super Bowl a month ago when they beat the Bills, and since then they lost 5 straight to fall to 3-7, and Raheem Morris should be held accountable and be sent packing at the end of the season. I'm Zach Gelb.
4-man rush. McCarthy going deep. For it all. End zone. Intercepted. Nashawn Wright, who had a pick 6 against McCarthy in week 1 with a terrific pick.
Well, he went for it all in one play. And from up here, it looked like a decent throw, but the length and the size of Nashawn Wright going up over Addison just covers him up so easily. What a high point. Wow. You don't see that from defensive backs much. Going up over the top and making those plays. McCarthy wasn't expecting it. Frustrating to move all the way down into scoring range and then giving it up.
So a big-time play. So Wright got him for the pick 6 in week 1. He's got 4 interceptions now. And again, he's playing because of the injury to Jalen Johnson. What a job.
Highlights courtesy of Fox, and it seemed like they may have. I'm sure was in their notes.
You think so?
Yeah, I feel like the excitement of the moment probably was just they weren't thinking about the overall thing. They were thinking about the play itself and how great it was and how big a play it was. And Ben Johnson, after the game, talked about how that play was huge for them. But the other part of that story is heartbreaking. It's infuriating, and it's also hopeful because it shows the power of coaching and mentorship and how family can be defined by other things than DNA.
Yeah, that's beautiful, and I look forward to us diving into it and hearing Nashawn Wright talk about it. But let me say this about the broadcast. As a guy who's done 3 years of podcast with play-by-play people, the PBP Voices of Baseball, some of those people have also done football, and I've had plenty of conversations with Joe Davis, with Jason Benetti, with others who do NFL games. Tom McCarthy does NFL games. And I'm telling you, Joe Davis would have known what that moment was and described it in real time. Telling you that for a fact, because I've heard him do it before, and because he loves storytelling and he loves the personal stuff. And if Burkhardt doesn't have it and doesn't know it, as we all knew exactly what that was as we were watching that, as Burkhardt doesn't have it, Tom Rinaldi should have it. Aaron Andrews should have it, and they should go back to it at some point. Maybe it was on the table and they ran out of time. I don't know. But that is a whiff of a beautiful moment to share in real time. And I'm glad we got all of the context later and we can do it, but I think that's a big whiff by Fox for me.
Yeah, in the moment, and you see him drop to his knees, and there are obviously players that will give credit to God, that will pray when they reach the end zone. Like, that's not that weird, but you just kind of knew that with Wright that this had to do with what seems to be a senseless murder of his surrogate father. John Beam, the coach that a lot of people know from Last Chance U. And hearing him describe it, and it was, I think it's difficult for anyone who has lost anyone, but especially those who have had a coach that did more. You know, like we've all had great coaches. I've been lucky to have incredible coaches, and that goes to teachers as well, mentors that have shaped our lives in ways that you don't necessarily expect from people who are outside of your family. You know, like, you know that for the most part, those people are going to be on your side. But when you get a special coach who sees something, a special teacher, a special mentor that sees something in you and then works hard to bring that out of you and is there for you no matter what, that's a really beautiful relationship. And it seems like it wasn't just Nashawn. It was his brother. It was other players, other athletes who interacted with John Beam throughout their lives, that he played a significant role in helping to build people back up. And with Nashawn in particular, he and his brother are dealing with the murder of their father.
Yeah.
And Beam, according to Wright, like, was the guy that got him out of bed to help him work through some of that. So why don't we hear from Nashawn Wright about how he felt about John Beam and what that moment was like yesterday as he intercepts the ball and he looks to the heavens.
He meant the world to me. When my dad was killed, he came to my house and got me out the bed, and someone I can confide in, someone that I love dearly. We talk once a week easily. Really at loss for words.
When did your father pass?
My dad was killed in 2017. Beam stepped in as a father figure, a father role. He did a lot for me and my brother, my family. He's been there every step of the way, and it won't stop. I gained the angel, so for sure.
And you saw in that moment, Lawrence, when he makes that incredible interception, and he goes down to one knee, which, as you say, was not a typical, just prayer moment. He was thinking about his guy. Brisker and Byard join him on a knee. His teammates go over there. They knew what it was for. Dan Wiederer wrote a beautiful piece in The Athletic about the entire moment and the situation. Brisker said he got chills in that moment. He was emotional for Nashawn. You see Al Harris, and maybe you saw it later, but Al Harris there on the sidelines waiting for Nashawn to give him this huge hug. And we find out in that article, Al Harris called Nashawn almost hourly the last 3 days, checking on him, making sure he was doing all right. Like, there was so much there. Nashawn was a temporary captain this week. Yes, because it's back at Minnesota, but I'm sure in part because of everything he's dealing with. And Ben Johnson talked about it after the game. Like, all this stuff is swirling, and Nashawn had posted about it on social media. So it was a beautiful layered moment that we knew. I'm thankful that we were, what did Grody call it? In-town wise? Not out-of-town stupid. We were in-town wise to know the layers in real time.
Shout out to the Bears beat, too, because I think everyone did a wonderful job of kind of telling the story from their own point of view. You mentioned Weedsy, the Courtney Cronin's piece that she wrote about it, where you get into the details of him being in touch with John Beam John Beam and him walking the magnificent mile.
The weekend of the Saints game, Beam came to the Saints game because Deshaun's little brother plays for the Saints. So they went to dinner on Saturday night and on Sunday night after the game, the two brothers and Beam, and walked the mile so he could get all his steps in. He can get all his steps in, walking the Mag Mile for hours.
It's beautiful, and we ask these guys to function under sometimes horrific circumstances. Most of them we don't know, right? And this is one of the things that teams will get frustrated with us because we don't sometimes know the backstory of what's going on with a guy. But in this case, everyone knew what was going on. And it seems like from the reporting on this and what guys were willing to say after the game, it seems like everyone rallied. Everyone in that room, in the DB room, rallied. This is another, by the way, example of Kevin Byard as a leader, a guy that understands that I want to make sure that this guy is okay. Jaquan Brisker stepping up and being like, hey, this is a guy that I want to put my arm around in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the moments that you need, even if you don't express it. There are a lot of times when you're going through something and you don't necessarily want to express that you might need support. And to see those guys give their support so willingly, it's beautiful. And unfortunately, it's a tragic circumstance that illustrates what Nishan is clearly learned from his experience with John Beam. Is that family kind of comes in a lot of different forms. And for him to find it inside of his own DB room and with his head coach and with his position coach and all of that stuff where they understood what the relationship was with John Beam, and they circled him, like they put a force field around him where he gets to have this moment that's great for the Bears, but also a moment where he gets an opportunity to reflect and pay tribute on the biggest stage for a guy that helped him get to that place.
Let me also say that interception was a beautiful example of defensive back Guwagi. The go up and get it by Nishan Wright.
Guwagi, go up and get it, guy.
I mean, my goodness, like the full extension of his entire height, and he's very tall, the high point, like just everything. It's maneuver to get it, fend off defenders, complete the catch, amazing. One texter says Nishan should have gotten a game ball over that blowhard Kevin Warren. That is a texter to the show. That is not.
I think that you could also just give everyone that you want to give a game ball to.
You probably can.
You don't have to exclude anyone to give more people a game ball.
Perhaps.
The goal is to make sure that we have shovels in the ground in 2025, and I'm confident that will happen.
The ad-libs make me laugh every time.
Hey, breaking news on the score is brought to you by Wildfire. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 30 years of serving delicious food and creating memories. The Washington Commanders have signed kicker Jake Moody off of the Bears practice squad. The Jake Moody era in Chicago is over.
Well, we kind of figured that this was going to happen, right? Like you put making big kicks in pressure moments on tape. You're not going to live on someone's practice squad forever. Like kicking is at a premium right now, and you want to make sure that you can get one. So I didn't think the Bears are going to be able to hide him forever, which is why I was wondering if that meant that they were going to move on from Cairo. But Cairo has been really good for them, and he obviously came up clutch yesterday.
And he's a captain. Cairo's a captain.
And he's a captain. So
but what was your
happy
favorite?
for Jake Moody because that guy been trying to rebuild his career for a couple years now. So I'm happy that he's getting an opportunity to be on someone's 53.
What was your favorite moment of the Jake Moody era? Obviously, like the game-winning field goal, but bigger for me perhaps is when he took off, when he did the interview after the game, and I realized he had awkward serial killer vibes. He just had really.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the fact that guy was so locked in that it was a little scary. Like, and because kickers are interesting.
Yes, Mike Tomlin. That's what it seemed like. Kickers are interesting. Yeah, that guy. He seemed interesting. A little awkward.
No, I'm saying like as a whole, like kickers are interesting, and they get to. If you're good enough, you get to live in a space where you're a little quirky. In some cases, you can be a little mouthy. Like, there are a lot of people who didn't like Robbie Gould being as vocal as he was about things, but he had been around for forever, and he was an excellent kicker. So if he was like connective tissue to a couple of different Bears teams. So that some guys, they lean into the weird and the weirdness of being a kicker, but I dig it. I love to see stories like that. I'm glad that Jake Moody is going to get an opportunity to continue to live out his dreams. Although he is going to a team that's not very good, he might have an opportunity to make them better.
Our guy Alex Kuhn correctly points out the calm that can overcome you when you hear Ben Johnson discuss Caleb Williams' game on tape. He doesn't do it after the game. He says, I got to watch the tape. Today, Monday, Ben Johnson addressed the media and told us how he thought Caleb played. You'll hear that next on Spiegel and Holmes right here on The Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Great Clips on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you're in the market for windows, Chicago Window Guys makes and installs all their own custom doors and windows. Talk about the highest quality custom windows and doors. Work directly with Russ Armstrong, the owner. Lifetime warranty on parts and labor, the best prices, fast service, all of that is there. But you work right with Russ. You get all your questions answered and get great, great work. Check out their reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com. Get a free quote and call the Chicago Window Guys at 847-881-3060.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This season, some gifts don't come wrapped in paper. They come wrapped in trust, commitment, and integrity. At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise, especially during the holidays. That's why we created the Patrick Promise. Now, through the season of giving, enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select new 2025 models. Here at Patrick, we stand by our word, just like the traditions that bring us together.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
On the days when you're thriving.
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
The nights when you need us most.
Mom, I don't feel good.
And every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois member, we are committed to helping you stay covered at each stage of life. Whatever challenges may come your way, our mission is to be here for you and your family so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit standbyouillinois.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with nearly 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process, helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey through it all. Visit standbyouillinois.com or call 866-575-2583 to renew your coverage today.
Pros don't just show up, they prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Blitz is coming. Williams gets rid of it here, and Adunze diving in for a great catch. And he gets up now, not touched. And he surges forward. Still going is Adunze. All the way out across the 45. How did that turn into 17 yards?
He lays out at 6, gains 17. Look at this effort.
That's who we want to be. That's who we want to be all the time. I felt it a number of times so far this year. I think that's what the great offenses do, is they play through the whistle. And to be honest with you, I don't know that you see it enough around this league. I think it's an edge for us.
That's Ben Johnson talking a little bit about his quarterback. It's the Spiegel and Holmes show. We got you until 6 o'clock here on The Score, talking about the first place Bears. The alone in first place Bears. The comeback kids are cardiac Bears because it kind of sounds like Kodiak
Mob.
Bears, maybe.
Had the mob in there. I always think of Gary Barnett's Northwestern Wildcats as the cardiac cats, and then that's kind of been co-opted through the decades for any Northwestern come from behind win under any coach. Like, it wasn't just Fitz.
Cardiac cats.
Yeah, exactly. So now cardiac Bears, Kodiak Bears. I don't know.
And the last thing, the most important piece, is we're going to take the North.
Yep, take the North.
And
never give it back.
They've got
That's
the North.
very important.
They've got the North right now. They've got it. That's why that podcast is going to be called Took the North this week, because they done did it.
Hey, they do have the North right now. Like, look, I don't want to get ahead of too many things. I'm just going to say this. I'm going to throw it out there, and if you don't like it, you can throw it right back. The Bears control their destiny.
Oh, that's true. No, that's undeniably true.
Forget about the in the hunt graphic, Speaks.
Oh, I know. They're in the actual playoff graphic.
And now it's changed where they're hosting a game.
Yeah.
In the playoffs if the playoffs started today.
The Chicago Bears are indeed doing that, even though the quarterback is still a mixed bag. Right now, his completion percentage is under 60%. It is 31st in the NFL at 59%. But what kind of game did he play yesterday? After the game, Ben Johnson said, I don't know, I got to watch the tape. And I love that he does that, because it's a very difficult thing. And it's a reminder for us to take a moment to pause, even though we might think, and you, the listener, might think, you know whether a guy was good or not. Now let's hear the coach, after the tape, give you his assessment of the quarterback.
The best thing he did, like you just said, Pat, was He kept the ball out of harm's way. He did a great job protecting that football. I can't say enough good things about their defense in terms of how they create turnovers. I mean, they all these forced fumbles, it's by design. It's very deliberate by them. I thought our whole crew did a great job taking care of that football. And then Caleb in particular did a good job throwing the ball away when things weren't present. And so that was good to see. I would agree with you. We sat and we watched the tape, and we had a couple opportunities there to really get some big plays potentially down the field, and we didn't capitalize on those. Those are a couple that he'd like to have back, but I thought all in all, I thought he played a pretty solid football game.
Pretty solid football game, all in all, from the head coach. What do you think, Lawrence?
I would agree. I mean, it's about, I think there are some people that want to see it look a little bit different and look better, look cleaner, and I get that. I just think that there are going to be some weekends and some games where you do have to win it a little bit uglier, and that's what it is. Like, I hate that the Bears have to come back all the time too, but I love the fact that they actually are coming back in these games.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at both quarterbacks. Had Minnesota hung on, if you don't get the Duvernay kickoff return that sets up the Santos field goal, how are people talking about J.J. McCarthy today? They're probably talking about him yet again leading a fourth quarter rally to beat the Bears. It wasn't pretty.
Right.
Like, you look at Caleb's line, like, it doesn't look good, but what does look good is a W next to the Bears and them being in first place by themselves.
Ben talked about the deep ball misses, and we'll get to that, I think, tomorrow, because I want to talk about it. They're off tomorrow. Tuesday is always a good day where we can dive in a little bit, because I had some thoughts.
Spiegs is champing at the bit to get into a conversation about whether the quarterback is good.
Yeah, well, we don't have to be definitive, even tomorrow when we do it. But anyway, here's Ben from today on running the ball during the final drive as opposed to passing the ball. Some of were saying that he doesn't trust Caleb out there, but here's what Ben had to say about it.
It changes pretty quickly there, the dynamic of the game, when you're going to have about 50 seconds and 3 timeouts, and you get a kick return like that. And so we were right on the fringe of where we felt comfortable with Cairo. And we know every 5 yards from there on out is a huge deal in terms of the make percentage. But our guys up front, they did a nice job getting us 9 yards. We needed all 9 of those 9 yards to feel really good about the spot that we were in. Had we been able to get the first down there, then maybe we can run it a couple more times and get even a little bit closer. But I think we handled the situation really well. I have a lot of confidence in those guys. I thought in the second half we did create some running lanes, and our backs took advantage of that.